Hello and welcome back to Rights for Vets. I am the acting host, and I forget. Today we have who do we have? We have Wani and Miss Catch with us, and this crazy stick this in your presence guy. Welcome, folks.
Thanks for having us, Rights.
Have a good one, Rights. Anyway, where did we leave off?
I don't know. You were wrong about something. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, we definitely left off there. Well, at least you're practicing this discernment thing already. I'm always wrong. I'll take full credit.
I love that we're entertaining Bonnie.
I'm like, oh my goodness.
We were right in the middle of something, and Wrights was rude. He interrupted us with the beginning of the show.
I know.
You frickin' tyrant, Mr.
Bad
Thumbs.
upbringing.
I know Kat was saying she was the one who was talking at the time. I just didn't forget.
I have ADHD, so
I think she was talking about, I know it was something dealing with the discernment as far as what she was.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh, he's here.
He had discernment in the crib.
Quit talking about him.
Who knew?
I heard that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you guys are all set. Everything all set here now?
Yes, I was thanking you for having us.
Okay, guys. Enjoy yourselves, really. I'll catch you guys in a while then.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Say good night to Mrs. Wrights.
I will. Yeah, she just slapped the shit out of me for not, well, yeah, whatever. Not doing my manly thing, you know.
We don't want to know about your sex life.
I'll see you guys in a while, but keep quiet.
She decided to discern on you.
Yeah.
That's right.
All over you. It's turning all over you.
Yeah. I love it. You guys enjoy yourself, really. Catch you guys in a while. I'll be up here with the logo, but I'm shutting it off. So have a good one, guys. Thank you.
Okay. Big brother is watching. Okay, we were talking about how Nude had discernment in the crib.
That's right.
Yeah. Brilliant.
It's
If Joe was here, he'd back me up. But the little pussy didn't come back.
I don't know if you would.
Yeah, I don't think Joe would probably be on. Well, he might.
No, he backs me up on this shit about Nudie knowing all this shit when he was a kid. I wrote him a message. I said, "You lying sack of shit! You left me alone to battle the godliness of Nude."
He would have a view and probably play devil's advocate, but I think he would see the point.
Not with you on the panel.
That wasn't what in the question. So yes,
yeah.
When I'm not around.
Oh yeah, if you're not around, he's gonna troll the shit out of me.
Right.
But if we're battling your godliness, then yeah, he's gonna.
And you'll see the point too when you're not on stage and you're by yourself.
See what point? That you're godly?
No, the whole discerning thing, the thing that I'm wrong on.
Yeah, because the way that you frame it is that you'll give a specific example where obviously I'm going to answer the way you want me to answer. But on the bigger scale, in the bigger thing of this, there is no way that you can expect human babies to have the kind of discernment you're talking about.
Again, it's still the responsibility rests as nature has designed it.
When you say responsibility, you are then pointing to, what is that sound here? Is that Rights?
It might be. Let me mute him. Yeah,
that's right.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, the kind of discernment you're talking about is that just doesn't happen with normal human babies.
Again, it's about responsibility. I didn't design it this way.
If you say responsibility, you are then leading to the idea of blame.
No. Doing away
Absolutely.
with blame.
Because
Forget
what's
blame.
the lack of
You don't need blame.
responsibility? What's the lack of responsibility?
Well, either or has a consequence, right?
Uh-huh.
So you can delegate responsibility and accountability away, and you'll have a consequence for that. Or you can discern to self, or be accountable to self, and take responsibility yourself, and you'll have accountable either way. And both of them are discerned by you.
Vaughn, Eric, will you please take over?
But okay, let me ask you this, Kat. Are you saying that a baby, when you say discern, that a baby, are you making an argument that a baby doesn't know the consequences to
Yes.
be okay? But Guru
That's
is
not the only part of the argument, though. The
okay,
fact that the baby does not know that they're within certain walls,
right?
that I don't think that they can be responsible for just knowing that.
So it's a two definition thing because Guru is saying, let's just and let me see if Guru is saying this. Regardless of the consequences, the baby had a choice. Regardless if he knew the response as far as like if he climbs out the crib, the baby doesn't know how hard that ground going to feel when he hit it.
Yes, but it depends also how smart the baby is, because the baby might know it's going to fall, right? And some babies might not even think they're going to fall. So,
or they do know but still do it. Then the responsibility
because they don't
is on
know
the
that
baby.
that's true. It depends on the human being, regardless of their age. It depends on the human being, what their character is, what their personality is. But when you don't know, like for instance, if I thought that I could only vote for a liberal or a conservative, and I didn't know that there was anything else to vote for, then how am I going to vote for anything but the two choices that I only know that I have?
Oh, because you can write it in.
Then let's try another angle. At what point does it become
Why?
your
Because I'm getting somewhere?
responsibility? No.
Oh, what right do it becomes?
Yeah. At what point? I'm going with even what you're saying, giving you some leeway here. At what point does it become your responsibility?
More fishing line.
And at what point is the ability to discern? At what point it becomes your responsibility comes into the equation?
I think that what Kat said, as far as I think it depends on the individual. On that.
I agree, but I want to see what Kat answers to that.
The way that you put the word responsibility, you trap me in a corner. So when I'm describing to you things like not knowing that there is any other choice to vote for, then you put the word responsibility on there, and then all of a sudden you lose the point of the fact that I was robbed of knowing what my choices were.
At what point does it become your responsibility for you being robbed?
My responsibility for being robbed?
Mm-hmm. At what point does it become your responsibility to take responsibility, to discern that you were being robbed, to take responsibility for that? At what point does that happen?
It depends on the question. It depends on what the situation is. If it's got to do with voting, obviously I'm an adult. So at some point it is my responsibility to know that I have other choices to vote for. However, if I don't know that I have a spiritual choice at all, right? Because the only spiritual choice I was given as a child was to believe in Sky Daddy or not.
Okay. I wasn't even making a specific thing, voting or not, whatever it is, but let's
answer.
Let's go one more thing, if you can, Fun. Just one more thing. Before you are aware of that, who's at what point is it your responsibility to become aware of that?
I don't know that there's an answer to that question. The question doesn't vibe with the statement.
I think you have to go to that question. I think it goes back because that was very important what you said, Kat, as far as that depends on the baby. So let me ask you this, Guru: Does nature at times will blind a child to the point
Nature?
that, yes, does nature may blind you or give you a fog that it can discramble your choices or your discernment?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure I understand the question,
I
actually.
think nature's
Okay,
honest.
like she said.
Nature's the most honest thing there is nature.
No, wait a minute, because you said it depends. When I asked you the question, you said it depends on the baby.
No,
If the
only
baby,
that
if the
only that
baby,
one answer as far as climbing out of the crib. That was a
right?
specific thing. Yeah, but not all questions come
No,
down
I'm
to
not
that.
saying
It's
all
not a common
questions. I'm not
denominator.
going by all questions. It's still a question of nature. Because if you say that a certain baby will act a certain way, then that's why I'm asking this nature question to Guru. Can nature cloud a judgment or a discernment?
Can nature cloud a
Because
judgment or
No, it could
discernment?
obviously no.
if child is born a certain way, isn't that because of nature?
Oh, you could argue that it's a spiritual choice before you
Okay,
even leave
but
the body.
I'm using the word nature though. That's
Yeah,
why I
but
gave the question to Guru.
nature's the universe, right? Nature's the universe. It's
Okay, but
Well,
Guru
to
does
me, nature is everything.
right. So can nature?
what's the universe? The universe is everything.
The
Okay,
universe is a part of nature, to me.
right. So that's why I said. So could that nature cloud a judgment in the baby? Because when she says it depends on the baby, so if it depends on the baby, what is it? What's going on within that baby? That nature, a mishap, a clouded up judgment, something going on. She said depends on the baby.
Yeah, so there is variables as far as abilities go, if that's what you mean.
Right.
There's definitely variables there, and that definitely comes into play. Does that change the responsibility aspect, though? I don't see it changing anything.
Okay, what if you're born with Down syndrome? Are
Mm-hmm.
you responsible for all your choices, for knowing the consequences for all your choices?
Mm-hmm.
That's a clouding of judgment too. That's a
Yep.
clouding of nature.
Yeah, but he's saying yes, the Down syndrome person would be responsible.
I don't see like anything that changes in all the rest of nature that says, okay, this individual has Down syndrome and inability, so now some nature has some command of force that says this person is now responsible for them all of a sudden. I don't see anything different.
That changes a lot of variables there, because if a person, like she said, if a person has Down syndrome and they're not making the same decisions consistency with someone else who do not, what is going on there?
Different variables of nature. Like you could also look at animals, and their ability to discern seems to be a lot less than human beings. In a certain sense, you could almost say there is a slowness or retardation in animals in a sense.
It is.
But yeah,
That is inside. That's side. Yeah, it is in some animals.
you could look at it that way, right?
No, because they don't make they don't make the kinds of decisions that we make. They don't decide.
That's what I'm saying.
No, hold on a second. That's not retardation. They are down to
I said a
very
kind of. I said a
Right,
kind of.
They are down to the very basics.
Let's not get hung up on the definition of
Right.
the word. Just understand what I'm saying here.
Okay, but there's two levels to this. There's the spiritual level and there's the physical level. When the animals are making their decisions, the spiritual choices that they make are innate, and they don't have any Zionists that are lying to them about anything. So they are totally aware of their surroundings.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. There's definitely the ability. The animals have an ability to discern, but it seems to be, again, the capacity for that ability is much less, it seems, than a human. they are also very much subject to manipulation and
Yeah.
being scammed. It happens all the time to animals.
And
Hold on.
they
What
consider
animals are
some are
scammed?
considered a retardation.
What animals are scammed?
When you feed animals corporate food and they accept it, they're being scammed.
My dog, I have 2 dogs. One dog will eat anything.
Mhm.
And the other dog is my smelling dog because I have no sense
Mhm.
of smell. So
Mhm.
I will put food in front of that dog's face. And
Mhm.
if he turns his head, he
Mhm.
knows it's not good. He will not eat shit that's bad for him. Frodo will eat
Some
garlic.
animals will, because they're more afraid of the consequence to
Right.
their
No, he
owners.
knows what's good food and what's not good food.
Some
He knows it.
animals do too, and I've seen it. They'll defy what they know in fear
That's
of the
Frodo.
consequence to their owner.
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
That's not the case here with. I'll feed him shit.
I'm not saying it's the case with your animals. I'm saying I've seen it. I've seen it happen. Animals will they have the capacity to experience fear and make a decision that's in their against their best interest because of fear, because of their owner. I've seen that.
How does he fear only the bad shit and he only will eat the good shit?
He doesn't fear he doesn't. He fears the consequence of what the owner will do to him if he doesn't
Bullshit! I'm feeding it
be
to him.
obedient.
I'm
I'm
holding
not
a
talking
pizza in
about
front of
your animal's cat. I'm
I'm
telling
giving
you
you
what
an
I've
example.
witnessed.
I'm giving you an example. Okay,
Mhm.
I understand that's what you witnessed. I'm telling
Mhm.
you though that this does not hold true as a rule because in my case with Samwise is very discerning about what he eats, and
Yeah.
Frodo will eat anything, and I am giving it to both of them, so
Cat.
they don't have to
I
fear.
I never made the statement that it is a rule of thumb for every single animal.
Right.
Okay, but if it's not a rule, then it's not can't be considered as evidence for anything.
Is there no fluidity in nature? There's no variables?
Okay, again, this is your
Cat.
specialty.
You're
is
tunnel
to reframe
visioning
the
it
question.
everything. You're tunnel visioning it down to just you and your pets.
No. What I'm saying was I was busting the what you're saying by giving you another example. I'm not bringing everything down to my animals. I'm just using my animals as evidence against your evidence. That's all.
It's a moot point because again, I'm just saying I've witnessed animals doing so. That's the point.
Right. And your point is
I
moot
didn't say that all
it
animals.
doesn't hold true
I didn't
for
say
all.
that
So
all
therefore,
animals do that. I said I've witnessed animals doing that. Some
so you're just
animals I have
wasting our time
witnessed
with a
with my
story.
own eyes doing that. So I've seen that they have that capacity.
Okay, but you were saying that there might be a reason for the rule, that maybe that they are afraid, and I'm telling you that can't be the rule because
I didn't say it
that
was a
doesn't.
rule.
Well, you're right. You didn't say that, but it was presented that way.
No, it wasn't.
It was your theory.
No, it wasn't.
It
No,
was
it wasn't.
your theory
No, it wasn't.
fear could play a role, and so I just busted that theory by giving you an example where that's
It's
not
not
true.
a theory. It's what I've witnessed.
Okay,
Nothing
so
more. Okay,
right.
now that correlates back to what we were talking about previously before that, to what Von Erich was asking
We're
me.
gonna kill one hour. Yeah.
And now it got derailed. So Von Erich, can you get us back on track here again, please?
He's the one laughing.
No, but he asked a question. I'm going with it.
Yeah. Nature, how nature plays a part.
Oh yes. So yes, I definitely the capacity has an effect, although it still does not change the responsibility aspect of the equation.
Would you agree that it would take the percentage, like certain percentage of responsibility may be higher due to the variabilities?
It's always on the self. Now, you being another self can decide in your own discernment, which is the gift that you've been given, to take some responsibility and try and help or do what try and parent or whatever it is. But you also have the discernment to walk away if you wanted to. So again, there's no actual true responsibility from nature or divinity that says you must do this. Otherwise, you would be in bondage and to that, and you wouldn't be able to get away from it. There would be no choice or discernment in the equation for you.
My ego loves the fact that Von Erich found some value in something that I said, and my pride doesn't want to go against that. But at the same time, I think that takes us off the trajectory that we were on, because I did say that there is about variability in ability, but at the same time, the point was that that nature doesn't lie to us, and the whole point in what I've been saying is that some people have deliberately led us down the wrong path, knowing that we didn't know that we had other choices. They blinded us to those other choices. And not just me, they blinded my mother and her mother and her mother before that for many, many generations, to the point where we don't know anybody who lived in a time where we knew that we had these choices.
They gaslit you. Period.
Yes, okay, they gaslit.
And they're still gaslighting you. And so the thing is, again, whose responsibility is it to recognize when you're being gaslit?
If I don't have the ability, then I don't have the responsibility.
Whose responsibility is it to recognize, to become
the person who has the ability?
Well, if you don't have the ability, then whose responsibility is it? Your oppressor?
The person that took away my ability.
How can they take away something if you didn't have the awareness?
They took away my ability to know, to have that awareness.
How can they take your ability to know if you didn't have it to begin with?
Yeah, that's true.
That's ability? True. What do you mean?
If you didn't have the ability to begin with, how could it have been taken away by them?
Right.
No, if I didn't have the ability to know that I was being gaslit.
How could they take that away from you if you didn't have the ability?
I didn't know there was a choice. See, the reason why so many people can't believe that the government is evil, or even that there's people above the government, is because they are not that evil, and they can't picture anybody being that evil.
You had the ability to become aware because you did.
If I had the choices, then yes.
You did, because it happened.
They were taken away from me.
How you know that?
If that was the case, you would still be unaware right now.
It turns out that they have that ability and we don't.
How if that's the case, how did you find out? They gave it to you?
Over many years of living and being in the times that we're in and having the interwebs.
Yeah, so you became aware.
I became aware when it was too late.
Yeah, but you still became aware. If you didn't have the ability to become aware, or if it was taken away from you, then you wouldn't be aware right now.
If I'm in a box and I think that that's the whole universe, then I don't, that ability, that because the person that put me in that box took my ability away. As I grew older, I started to see the walls, and I started to find that there were walls. And then as the person who now has the ability to see choices, I then made appropriate choices after that.
Can you give an example?
Responsibility.
Can you give an example of this?
Yes. My magic. If I knew when I was a kid that when I was leaving my body, that it was real, that people stamped out the fact that I knew it was real, and they were saying, no, you're imagining it. You're imagining it. You're imagining it. And so I didn't trust myself anymore. I lost the ability to trust in myself.
No, you didn't lose the ability.
Right.
You made the choice not to. You made the choice not to, but you didn't lose the ability.
I was handicapped.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't. Right. Nobody reached inside the cat and manipulated something inside with their hands and said, and made you handicapped.
Yeah, they did. And the more that you deny it, the more I
listen
just
to what
want justice.
But
I
Cat,
know you do.
but Cat,
That's
if someone took your if you said someone took the choices, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you have a choice to listen and not to listen?
Why wouldn't I have listened though?
That wasn't a question. That's a
Right.
deflection
Yes, I
right
have
there.
the
Yeah,
ability,
that's
but that would
right.
be stupid. It would be stupid to not listen.
Oh,
Well,
I reckon it was
that was
stupid
your
to
choice,
listen.
though. That
What?
was still your that was still your choice to think or to pick. You would be stupid if you don't listen. That's still you just made a choice.
Because if I
You
don't
discerned that it
listen,
would be
because
stupid
Yeah.
as well.
a lot of shit that the big people said was true. If I walk off the edge of the coffee table, I will fall and I will hurt myself.
So
That
you
was all
discerned that
true. So
you
when they
you
say a whole bunch of things that are true, you
Mhm.
don't question anymore.
Well, that was your choice to not question. You made a
Right.
determination that all of a sudden, somehow in your mind, everything is just true
But
because some of the things are.
I was robbed of necessary, vital information that I needed to make a responsible choice.
To
Well,
jump off the
robbed
Yes,
means that
robbed.
you
They
robbed
deliberately
means that
did it.
robbed means that you had it to begin with and it was
No,
taken from
no,
you.
no, no. Rob means that somebody deliberately took away my choices. And that's my point. And you keep on changing it to the word responsibility and changing the skew of what I'm saying. Because what I am always saying in this point is that we were robbed of our choices by people who deliberately wanted to take away our choices.
if they took the choice away, you still have responsibility to follow that choice that they gave you. You still had the responsibility to follow that choice or not.
No, I did take the responsibility and made my choice accordingly with the information I had, which was bogus information.
Okay, but you still had a choice to follow that bogus or not.
I'm not arguing that. He's just saying that to throw it off. He
No,
doesn't
I'm
want me
saying that because
doesn't
that's where the
want me
crux of
to
the
blame.
responsibility is, and that's
Yes.
where people throw the deflection and focus of accountability outwards,
Right.
and that's why they continue to spin their wheels and want this thing called justice instead of self
I want
accountability to
accountability.
improve and grow and learn from your mistakes and
I
don't
want
repeat them.
accountability of the thieves. I want accountability of the thieves,
You're
and I
never
want
going
them
to
to
get
set it.
accountability
Okay, but
anywhere
I'm
if you don't point it inwards.
okay, Nude, you know that I do that every fucking day. I do that. This is not an exclusion of that.
Well, hold on. Even so, which when you say you want them to have accountability, what do you mean by that, though? Because
I
they only doing what you said. They only doing what they wanted, making a
no,
choice.
no, 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 no. I'm talking about the Zionists. They know exactly what they're fucking doing. They're
What
brought
if they
up
didn't?
to do that. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm
Well,
sure they do.
you were sure of yourself
Right.
the whole time as well. I mean,
There is
how do you know that
there
can you
is
see what
no
They will
way.
tell you
what's in their
this is
mind?
all the choice. This
Okay,
the choice I had.
we're
I
not talking
only had
about
one
babies.
choice.
We're not talking about babies. We're talking about the people who run things. They're
Right.
not going to be babies.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
yes, they have babies, and the babies don't know that they're being indoctrinated into that world. But just like Israeli soldiers, once they do these things, they know what they're doing. They know that they're killing millions of people. They know they're making billions of people sick. They know that this is leading to our demise, and they still keep on doing it. So they have
Well, you
their
talk about the
parameters.
Israeli. You talk about the Israeli soldiers, right?
Yeah, they know what they're doing after they do it. At the beginning, just like the American soldiers, they join up because they've been brainwashed by their government that there's bad
There you
people that
go.
need to be killed, right? But then once they get to war and they see what they're doing and they see there's no sense in it, and then they start to question more. And then by the time they get out, if they're good people, they realize that what they did was so fucking morally wrong.
That's after, but they will probably tell you they only had one choice for them to do it.
Well, yeah.
They had to go out and carry it out. So you accept that.
No, I forgive that, but but only up to a certain point. Like in the nowadays now, after 9/11 and people seeing all that fucking lie, and after they've seen all kinds of things that we've been privy to because of the internet, and they still join up in this day and age, I'm not gonna really be that forgiving anymore. But for so many wars before this, I am forgiving for when they went in. If they come back out and they still have their cognitive dissonance because they can't, I do kind of I don't forgive them, but I do understand it. I have compassion that they can't face what they've done. So they have to still walk around with this bravado of saying, we're the toughest and we win everything, and blah, blah, blah. I understand that psychology and I feel bad for it, but fuck them.
You know, I'm with you as well when a individual recognizes, wait, this just isn't right, blah, 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 and they take responsibility and hold themselves accountable to that. I'm a little further as well, saying that at this point, seeing this narrative over and over again, you have to be, you know, even like 20 years ago, as far as what happens with the whole, you know, this whole Patriot War game where there's drafts and this has been going on for a long time. You know, at this point, people ought to know better that the whole thing is a fraud.
Yeah, but you have to no. Hold on, though. They're not going to see it's a fraud until they see the illogic in the end game. You see, when they were lying to everybody, saying that people were fighting for freedom, when they go to other people's countries and murder them and take apart their civilization, they didn't realize what they were doing because they were only a piece of the puzzle and they only saw what they were doing. But nowadays, they can see.
What I'm saying is, the narrative is still the same, though. Like every time
the
that
narrative
the
is the
stage
same,
is set,
but it's not as successful.
What I'm saying is that the narrative for the stage setting to go to war, it's like a repeat loop movie. It's the same thing every single time, right?
I know,
And
so
at
I don't
this
have to watch the
point,
news anymore.
and that's what I'm saying, right? Like at this point, it's not like this is just recent in the last decade or so that this has been going on for God knows how long. And at this,
I know, ever since
Well,
9/11,
people ought
I
to
think
know
people
better
should
that they're
be fired.
being played when it comes to this.
Yeah,
Let's go to war to fight for our freedom and kill a bunch of people
but-
on some other turf bullshit.
Okay, but when did 9/11 happen? It happened, what, 22 years ago, right?
But
Okay,
what did the
up to
indoctrinated
20 years ago. Pardon?
what Guru was saying? The reason why it's being done over and over there because they've been indoctrinated probably by their parents or parents' parents or parents.
Yeah.
Because everyone's in on it, just like Santa Claus. That's why.
No. Hold on a second. The parents weren't in on it. The parents were also indoctrinated.
Oh yeah, they were.
That their sons and daughters going to war was something
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
proud of.
Mm-hmm.
That's
They're all in on it, and people are profiting from it, and it's their patriotic brainwashing, and that they believe that it's something good for them and all this kind of stuff.
Being in on it is not believing that it's good. If you believe it's good, then you're indoctrinated. You're not in on it. You're being
No,
duped.
that's not what I meant in the context. I meant in on it as people are all participating in it, and a lot of people are benefiting from it as well in the corporate world. And that's why a lot of people are reluctant to go to the resistance side. I think a lot of people.
Public, though, we're not talking about the ones that rule things.
I'm talking about Joe Public as well. I think a lot of people are actually much less in true cognitive dissonance as people realize. I think a lot more people are actually just more cushy because of the benefit. Yes, because of the benefits that they're getting from the corporate world. Look at the other option.
There's going to be weakness, and people will give in to those temptations and say, okay, well, I'm going to be cushy for this, so I'm not really going to look over here where what I'm doing is actually sucking from somebody else, right?
Right. As long as it doesn't happen to me, is a lot of the mindset, right?
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, when I talk to some of the bullies on the YouTube streets, one of the things that I learned in the last couple of years, it didn't occur to me that somebody would know that they're doing something wrong and still want to do it. I thought that people who made those kind of choices to bully was because they're weak and they don't really understand how to handle their weakness, and so they put it on someone else. But really, there are people who know that what they're doing is wrong. They're fucking sociopaths. They know what they're doing is wrong, and they
Right.
still pick it. Now, that's also an illness, being a sociopath, I think. But it didn't. It's the same thing as trying to explain to somebody who doesn't understand about stupid 19 and the face masks and the Kool-Aid. You try to explain it to them, and they think you're a kook because why? What's in it for them? Why would they want to kill us? I said the same thing when I heard about the 6.5 billion thing. I said that doesn't make any fucking sense. Who's going to serve them their coffee, for fuck's sake?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it's
And that's a
your
good
cognitive
point,
dissonance.
right?
Yeah, but then
It's
once
a good
I
point
realized,
to challenge it, right? It's like that doesn't make sense logically, but yes, it's you got to have
but then
a
they fall
more
back
bigger
into the
picture to see it.
but they fall back into the indoctrination because they don't see the answer to that question. And so
Right.
but the reason, and I've identified this many years ago now, the reason why is because it's not in their hearts to be as evil as the people who run the world. So they just can't fathom being that evil.
There are a lot of people who are taking advantage of people's naivety and kindness, no doubt about it. Now, again, this being happening and played out, nature still sets the parameters for each individual, whether we like it or not, to take responsibility for ourselves. No two ways about it. And that
As
is
soon as I
the
knew there were other
specific thing.
choices,
Yes, but that again, that is the specific thing that your rulers and oppressors fear for you to come to terms with and understand.
exactly, and that's why they robbed us.
That's why they also set the stage of secondary indoctrination to do these other things: blame, throw trust, delegate accountability outwards, seek justice, especially in going running back to them for it.
Okay, I'm not looking to run to them for that, but
That's just icing on the cake, though. You
that
know,
was something that actually
justice itself is also an indoctrinative narrative.
it was something that you actually taught me, was to think about the fact that, if I want to hold them responsible in the world court, that they run the fucking world court.
Right.
Like, to be protesting for something to the same people who we're complaining about.
Right.
Not
And
that, sorry,
giving them advocation that they're your ruler.
giving them the choice to So I
Acknowledging it.
understand I understand all that. But that's not what I mean. I think what I mean is for everybody to be aware of the truth and that they have to suffer the shame of the truth. And that is with everybody knowing. That means that once everybody's aware of what Israel really fucking is, that nobody's going to listen to them. Nobody's going to give them what they want anymore. That's
So
part of
you're,
accountability.
I see that it's for you.
Take their power away. They shouldn't have that power. Take their power away.
Okay, now let's explore that. Which you said they shouldn't have that power. Which power shouldn't they have specifically?
The power to rob us of our choices.
You got to get more specific. Let's.
The fact that we don't know how magic we are is down to them, and they must be held accountable. Now, what's going on now is a mass awakening of people. People are just starting to wake up, and that's more and more. And they tell two people, and they tell two people, and so on and so on. Right? So it is growing. What I'm talking about is up until this point, I'm fucking pissed. But the babies that are coming now, they're learning much better now. They're still don't know what they need to know, but we're so much closer than we were when I was a kid. But I spent 52 years not knowing any of this fucking shit that I should have known because I was robbed. And now what? I'm at the end of my life after all the fucking Big Macs I ate, which, yes, I knew I wasn't supposed to eat them, but that's also youth. You don't think that the things are going to happen to you. You think they're going to happen to other people. So I think that's a human condition.
I think maybe what you're struggling with is that there's just inevitably going to be some people in this dualistic environment that we have who act in a negative capacity because that's where they're at inside themselves. People are on a growing path, and
Yeah,
we
but it's not
have.
just happening to themselves. They are taking
That's
over
right.
other people. So it's not just it's not that I'm in discord with the fact that there are people out there who have this condition of their being sociopaths. It's the fact that when you're good, you don't exercise control over others, and you live your life in a trusting way, but there's always going to be some kind of negative force that you have to overcome. It's part
What
of
I'm,
our growing.
yeah, I get you. What
I
I'm
understand
saying,
all that, but the fact that they robbed us of our fucking magic just fucking kills me. They need to be held accountable.
they
They
didn't
need
rob
to
you.
be busted. They need everybody to see what they haven't been able to see because of those bastards. I can't lose the fact that I'm pissed, but I understand your point that you have to take responsibility. And that's what I did. As soon as I knew that there were other choices, I started making other choices. And because I knew that I was robbed of some choices, now I'm looking for the other things. I'll probably die still having some kind of cognitive dissonance. And
Yeah.
Bonnie probably thinks I have more than I have because I'm joking half the time and he doesn't
At
know it.
at the risk of reverse psychology, even if you wanted them to be held accountable in the way that you want them to,
Shame.
it would still require the same thing. Everybody taking responsibility for themselves so that they're not having their asses being fucked
They go
anymore.
in tandem. They go in tandem with each other. Just because we find the culprits and shame the shit out of them so that nobody ever listens to them again, then we still are tasked with the responsibility of becoming healthier and better.
Okay. Now, have you noticed? Let's go with that for a second. Have you noticed 90% of the people still to this day still don't give a shit?
Yeah, but I think they're just tired. They don't know.
It doesn't matter. They still have to make that decision.
If they knew they had a choice,
They don't want to hear that
make it.
they have a choice, do they? That's what I'm saying, right?
Well, you know what? In that second half of Revelations, John, if I get the name wrong, I'm sorry, but whoever it was who wrote Revelations, the entity that he was talking to told him, look, they all turned their heads. That was the 90%. They all just turned their heads. And John said, but I'm listening. But he was listening on behalf of all of us because all of us had turned our heads. We don't want to hear
Yeah,
it
see,
anymore.
now that's a setup right there, because the reality is there is no on behalf of all of us, because fundamentally it is not a collective. It's up to each individual to choose their own path.
You hate collective. You hate family. You hate
It's just a
collective.
lie.
You hate
No, collective is a lie, Cat. It's a lie.
It's not a lie. You
I
won't
go to
accept the
sleep.
fact that
I
we're
go to
pack
sleep
animals.
I go to sleep when it's my time to sleep, not when it's
But
yours.
we're pack animals. And I heard you concede to somebody, not me, but you conceded to somebody, maybe Joe, that we do need each other. We do rely on each other. We work in tandem with each other. We are
Not
pack
as a
animals.
That's again, that would be like the baby in the bathwater thing. As a whole, as a collective like that, we don't share a same mind. We have the
No.
ability to discern individually, and we're walking our own path individually.
Okay, so if you're going to talk about that, then we're talking about the Zionists then. So those people If they're in an honest village where they're not taken over by narratives and shit, then yes, everybody has their own choice and everybody can make their own choice. But we were not given all those choices. We had
You
everything
had
very
that
simple.
fundamentally. This is why people are not realizing it, and still a little bit to you as well by what you're saying. We have that ability and had it all along. It's just a matter of realizing it and doing it.
Why do you put blinders on a horse?
I have no idea. Never had a horse.
Yeah, I believe that, well, neither have I, but I heard that it's because they get so freaked out that if you just keep their vision in front of them, then the other things that spook them won't spook them as much, and then you don't get thrown off.
Yes, could keep them in better control. Yeah.
Right. So we were given blinders. Now, is the horse responsible for the fact that some asshole put blinders on them?
Okay, you were given
Is the horse
snake oil
responsible?
sales pitches, lots of them.
Is the horse responsible for the fact that a human put blinders on them?
Yes,
He's responsible because he accepted it.
he's responsible to how he responds to that.
Yeah.
He responded like a horse.
And he also is responsible to what he did up to that point as well, accepting it or whatnot, or rejecting it.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
it's just like a horse. It's just like a horse. All horses don't accept for you to put the saddle on them. Some horses don't. Every horse don't want no saddle on top of them. Every horse don't want you to get on top of them and ride.
And then there's something called breaking a horse.
Yes, that's when you forcing it. But the horses still have a choice.
No, but you break a horse in a more violent way than you break a human
You
being.
move the goalpost.
You know, the,
You move the
and
goalpost.
if what you're saying, Kat, is correct, let's entertain that for a second. Then what you're saying is that humanity as a whole is truly fucked because there's no ability to discern and come out of it. They're just fucked.
Right.
No,
Right.
because the second half is just as possible as the first half. So no, I don't think we're fucked because I have hope that's generated by the fact that because the oligarchy has gotten so far out of hand, they're just laughing their asses off and they're lying to us and we know they're lying and people are still fucking following. Okay, so
But yeah,
that's
but
why
you're
they're
saying
lying.
that the ability has been robbed. That's,
But
you know, that they don't have the ability.
the younger generation is so much smarter and they're so much more connected. And my generation is,
In the
you know,
corporate world?
doing all the yoga and all that fucking crap that's bringing the young children into their
Right.
spirituality.
The woke generation?
Well, I don't want to call them that because isn't that the Trump people or the woke people?
No. You see, in my eyes, we are all woke, you know. Our indoctrination was artificial intelligence is wokeism, but to the level, okay? The generation two below us, or me, is the ones that are having trouble really discerning gender and stuff, you know. I mean, they're
Okay, yeah, but no,
really.
you know what though? Wait, those are all the idiots that take the jab, right? There's always going to be the idiots that take the jab, but so many people are going against that. I was talking about that many years ago now, talking about how they're confusing the children, and this was even before they did the story time shit, right? So
Mhm.
I could see how they were turning people gay instead of it being something natural that just fucking happened for some reason, which I don't want to insult anybody, but to me it's just like
Turning people gay.
it's a freak of
I'm
nature.
just gonna say, just contemplate this for a second. So I didn't mean to cut you off. I did there. I don't want to be rude. Please finish.
I don't want to insult anybody by saying this, right? Because I don't want to disrespect anybody. But when I look at it as a whole, not on any individual basis, I saw this thing. I saw it in the media And when I was speaking out against it, the public wasn't ready for it. The public was like, when I was saying something, and I was always respectful. I grew up in downtown Toronto, right? Gay people are they're just around, right? So it's not something that it's foreign to me, right? So, but when I was speaking out against it, people were not ready. So all of them said I'm homophobic and all this other shit, right? That they were trained to judge me with, right? But now I'm seeing all kinds of people not even apologizing, and just, in fact, it's horrible, because I think it's going to go the other way and people are going to start persecuting gay people again. I don't want that to happen, but it needed to be called out, and finally it's being called out.
Well,
Right?
again, that's that's a specific part of the woke thing. But okay, what I was referencing is, and let's not just do the gender thing. That was just an example of it.
Well, I was
But
just
let's
answering that question. I don't know
okay,
what.
but and we'll maybe I'll use that again in a second, or here for this example. If this had happened 2 generations ago, this bullshit that's going on right now with that,
Mhm.
I guarantee you, the parents, those parents, would not have
Of
accepted it.
course not. Because this is the genius of the fucking Zionists. They
That's what
do
I'm
it
saying. So what
generation
you
by
said a minute
generation.
ago
Uh,
is that the generations lower are getting better. That's not the case.
Well, okay, I'm not saying that that's the constant, that always the generations that I'm saying these ones now, in the time we're living, these ones now are
Hmm.
in the part where the pendulum is swinging the other way, but it's swinging in a very special way this time, not like before. And that's why I think this is all part of the revelation stuff, right? If it's true that John or whichever prophet had this vision and had this communication with spirit, and that it's all really happened, then I think that it was meant to happen this way. It had to go so out of hand, and it probably has in other civilizations, like the ones that disappeared. Atlantis. What if Atlantis didn't disappear? What if they're on a different wavelength because they achieved their 1,000 years of peace, right? So I believe that it's just a way that we work in this pendulum. But this time, this part of civilization in these
All right.
2,600 million years or whatever, that we're at the point where this generation, my grandson's generation, has the chance to bring about this 1,000 years of peace with their consciousness, with their.
Okay, I get your view, and I even get what you're coming from. I
I'm gonna
could
let
go
the
and
talk, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. It's 10 o'clock.
are you
Oh,
taking
you
off?
pussy. What's the
Yeah,
matter with you? How old are you?
I'm 54.
Are you? Come on. You're 3 years younger than me, and I can handle
Yeah,
it.
that's why I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, he's at that age where he needs his afternoon nap at 2. I know this story.
It was nice meeting you. It was really nice meeting you.
Okay, man. Nice meeting you too. All right, Guru.
All right, thanks as always. Great discussion. Appreciate you. We'll see you again. Have a good night, man. Thanks for being up.
And then, as always, there's just us two. So
Right.
I am going to propose that we don't do this for too long, because we didn't argue, and I'd like to keep it that way. So if we go too long, eventually we hit the wall. And I'm not talking about sleep. I'm just talking about patience.
Hmm.
And
I'm
then
with
we
you.
start to fight. Okay.
I'm with
So,
you.
all right.
Um.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
What was
Actually, before we continue, I don't want to lose the thought we were on, because I got it. I got it. But give me a second. I have to do a Tim 100, and Free just woke up, so I'm just going to say hi. Can you just wait 2 minutes? Can you hold the fort?
Sure.
Okay, I will be right back.
I'm the star now. Okay. Comments. D. Johns. Hi, Dan. I think that's Canadian Dan. Okay, what are you guys saying? Miss Kamat. Oh no, you put Satan Claus in there. Domesticated animals are indoctrinated slave, just like most people, for fuck's sakes. Domesticated. Hey, Dan, for fuck's sakes. Yes, yes, they are indoctrinated. It is true because they probably go against what they would do in the wild just to please the owner. So, and I shouldn't say owner. I don't say owner. The companion that feeds them. They aim to please, and they were probably bred that way because I doubt very much the wolf would want to please me. They might want to eat me, but they wouldn't want to please me. But you know what? My dogs don't want to please me. They're little assholes. They are. But domesticated animals would not be the wild ones. Like horses were wild, but we made cows. I don't know if we made chickens. I doubt we made goats, although we might have some species of goats that didn't exist before. Species? Species. No, not species. The goat would be the species. Some brands of goat that we might have made. Dan and D-Johns, you're going to have to tell me if I'm clicking, making that noise with my microphone, because I can't hear it if I do. Until Nude gets back. He's probably grabbing a couple berries to munch on the way back. He's a miracle of nature. He can stay up for 2 days and all he eats is berries and nuts. I have a nice steak and I need a nice nap. If I leave now, I'll get the last word. No, I wouldn't. He'd have to leave now for me to get the last word. Strike that. What should I do? Play a song? Should check on Crafty Cat. I'm usually in her room lately. I spread the love, though. Let's see what Crafty's doing. She slept in the daytime, so she's probably up all night. $22% on my phone. She's still going.
Alright, I'll give it to you every time you come in. I'll give you a wrench. Don't take it away. Don't worry about it.
Huh, I wonder if she took my wrench away.
Whose channel is it?
I said, I'm going to Bright's panel to talk.
You
I
don't
said, I'll be
care
back.
about this.
No, she didn't take my wrench away.
'Cause I know you're all confused. And it's like, don't confuse. This has been a riddle and a rhyme and a fucking baseball diamond. Fuck this shit. You know?
When I get into Crafty Cat's reality, it's a totally different argument.
Takes one. You don't get to watch TV. Don't just move it away like this. Don't take it. Aren't that cool? My kids can come in. At least your kids can come in and be like, she's not even doing anything wrong. I'm not kid. You want to fucking keep on eating. With crackheads.
Oh, somebody saying that they were unsubscribed against their will.
And I didn't see you coming. And I do this, and it's like, verified too. Sorry. What do you think they ask? Just no light in the dark. All attracted. I know. It's happened prior to Toothless. I'm calling you
Poor woman.
because you all fucking made
There's somebody in there that's gaslighting her, but he looks sincere.
You also did AC. Like you asked more, I'll pull you out of the book. Do you remember when I asked you, can I use your knees? Oh, I thank you. I asked that a long time ago. So, yes.
Come on, Nude. He's pulling a Joe. Says he's coming back and he doesn't come back. Okay, let me look up my bank balance. That was a bad idea. Now I'm in lower vibrations. Shit show was on last night, and I picked a more cerebral avenue, so I missed all the fuckery. Who here watches The Real Housewives? Oh, apparently there were cyber attacks in the U.S., with Rumble being a victim. That's what Russell Brand said. He put a poll. Is it a coincidence? Or Rumble posted January 6th content? Nudie. Oh, here's a video with Johnny Depp in it. Okay, that made no sense whatsoever. I don't even know the Kardashians. I'll click on that. Oh, Russell Brand had Norman Finkelstein on yesterday. Fantastic show. Anytime Finkelstein is talking, it's fantastic. He knows his shit. Nude. Even the chat's not talking, man. Okay, fine. I'll message him. How much of a shit can you take when you eat nuts and berries? I mean, seriously, what's going to be left there? Not going to be much of a shit. Hold on, I'm just messaging him. Nude. I'm dying out here. He's got his shit on mute, so you won't hear his phone go off. Let's see if the black jackpot was won last night or not. Yes! The jackpot was won. So what are the chances that it was me who won it? Hold on a second while I go get my ticket. If Nude comes back, just tell him that when I come back,
I'm here.
Gonna be richer. Okay, I'm about to be richer than you. Hold on, I gotta go get my ticket.
That's not possible.
You can't have more than 50 million. If you had more than 50 million bucks, you wouldn't be talking to us. I can tell you that.
My riches are not monetary based.
Yeah, well, mine are.
And that's why it's not possible for you to be richer than me. Are you just going for a second, or I didn't really hear what you were saying earlier. I guess it's just me. She gets back. Okay, let's check the chat in the meantime. Dan, good morning. D. Johns, if you're still there. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Don't bother. They're not talking. And I didn't hear anything you just said because I was out of the room going to get my ticket, like I told you.
I was just saying good morning to chat.
Oh, chat's not into it now. Dan said hello to me, but then he just stopped talking. And then maybe he was just laughing so hard because I'm so funny. And then D. John's probably left. I don't know how many people are in the room.
It says 2. I don't know.
2? I don't know if they're going to count me.
I don't think it counts who's on stream.
Well, see, it doesn't count the owner of the stream, but like the person who's running the stream. But I don't know that it doesn't count the people on the stream.
I don't know either.
Yeah, that I haven't determined. I was the one who determined that if you're the owner of the stream, that it won't count you. But that's also only recent. I don't think it was always like that. Okay, now here we go. Get ready for some screaming. Winner, Daniel. One preplay. Well, that's
keep coming back.
Replay. What?
Yeah, and they keep coming back. That's the psyop.
Hey, this was a second pre-play. It's building up the suspense. That's all. It's spirit playing with me. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4 more tickets to go, man. 3 of them tonight and then 1 on Monday night. So you add that all up. It's like, okay, so that was Lotto Max. And Lotto Max was 50 million last night. Somebody won it. And so now it's down to 12 million. And it's this here. There's a synchronicity because right now 649 and Lotto Max have the same exact jackpot, both 12 million. And then the Lotto Grand on Monday is 1,000 a day for life, which ends up being 7 million. Or Lotterio is 1,310,000, and Ontario 49 is 2 million. So add up all that. How rich am I going to be? 2 plus 1.3 is 3.3, and then 7 is 10.3, and then 12 is oh shit, what was I? 10.3, 22.3, and then 34.3. 34.3 million is definitely going to buy me my log compound, which is everything. Once I have my log compound, I will have everything because I will be able to spend the rest of my pitiful little life getting closer and closer to God on my property, which will have no GMO shit anywhere. I'm going to have a chef that's going to make me all the berries and nuts I can eat tastefully, not be eating husks and shit, trying to make food out of bulrushes. I'm going to have gourmet nuts and berries and meditate on my property. I could be naked on the ground. Nobody can see me. My dog
Yeah,
is
that's too nude
without
guru
the
like.
leash. What?
That's too nude guru like.
Well, you didn't invent it, I spent decades in the nude at home. It wasn't until I got with Theo and we were traveling to all these places and the door was opening and all this shit that I had to leave clothes on, and Theo wasn't really like well, he kind of was like that, but I don't know. I just ended up wearing clothes because I was more in the public because I was out in the RV all the time. Because for you, being on the in the RV means privacy, but for us, it was travel everywhere. So we were in truck stops and all that shit. I always had to be, not always, but I frequently had to be dressed. There were times where we're going down the highway. I had no pants on. They couldn't see me. The trucks could, but I didn't care.
Same here.
Yeah. As long as the cops don't see it, really, or any babies. Cops and babies, that's who you don't want to see you naked.
Whatever.
You don't want to traumatize the babies, and you don't want
Oh,
to get arrested
whatever.
by the cops.
Babies, they don't have the capacity to be traumatized by that.
I didn't see any rule that said that you have to be dressed when you're driving.
I don't even care if there is. I
Okay,
don't
but
even
is
care if
there,
there's a rule. If
somebody can arrest me, I want to know if there's a rule.
no idea. No
Well,
idea.
you did get a driver's license at some point, right?
Yeah, a long time ago. But
Okay, so do you remember anything in the book that said you can't be clothed, like that you can be unclothed and drive?
no, I don't recall that. I don't also recall reading the book.
Oh, I tried to do it without the book, but it was impossible. They got a lot of stupid rules that you got to know to pass the test. I passed the sign part, but I didn't pass the other part that says if you're driving on a country road, what's the maximum speed? It's like
Well, yeah, they don't disclose everything as far as the terms of service agreement as well, right? Like that's all on the piece of paper that nobody usually reads.
Well, if they're gonna ask
and
that question,
even that piece of paper is linked more to the Motor Vehicle Act stuff, which isn't in the piece of paper. You have to actually go online and read all that stuff,
I didn't even try to get the license part. I had my 365 when I was on my 16th birthday. I couldn't wait since I was a little kid to get a driver's license. And then I got my 365, and then there was no money to get me lessons, and my dad couldn't put me on the insurance if I didn't have the lessons. So I never got the license. And then when Theo got sick in 2017, I started to start the process because we lived in a friggin' RV, right? So I had to be able to drive our home around. So I went to go try to get my license, and I figured I'd been a backseat passenger for so long, I could probably pass the test. But I only passed the signage, and I didn't pass the stupid questions. So, but now there's no point because I don't even have money for a car. So, and then when I win the money for the car, I'll have a driver. So I think Danny's going to be my driver, actually. I'm sure I can pay him better than the Amish. Although I heard they have lots of money, but
some of them.
I don't think they have 34.3 million though, each person. They trade in lamp oil. See, Dan still hasn't said anything. I wonder if he left.
He's probably walking his dog. He usually does that.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Whether or not I have more than 50 million in assets, crypto or not, is an interesting thing. And to be frank, I don't even know what the total monetary value is.
You're that rich that you don't know how much you're worth money-wise.
I really don't. Well, there's a lot of variables because I hold properties and stuff as well that it would depend on, what the price is if you
land.
Mm-hmm.
You own land.
I hold. In title. It's all still a fraud. Yeah. It's not like I truly believe that, you know.
Yes, but you do have to pay the game to be able to be in the game, correct? You have to play by the rules if you're going to be in that game.
Of course.
In that game, you own land.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say you have to play by the rules, but
the rules meaning what the understand, like Monopoly has a way that it works, right? Now I have changed the rules in Monopoly, but it still works on the basis that you roll the dice and you move them, the things that's the way that you move them, and then you land on things. But
yeah, even in the corporate world, I cheat.
Money. Huh?
Even in the corporate world, I cheat.
How?
I cheat big time. Oh, I bend the rules and break them and do whatever I want still, even in the corporate world.
Okay, so when I play Monopoly, if it's my game, I don't charge for hydro or water, and I don't charge taxes.
Right.
So,
and when I say cheat,
we're still playing with money.
Right. When I say cheat, I mean should be specific. Tactic wise, I don't cheat people, but tact wise,
No. I assume
cheat.
that
I cheat.
You're changing, like I change Monopoly.
Yeah,
you're changing the way that you use your money, right? The game, yeah. But still, you can't do anything what you want to do without holding the title to land. So even if you go, this is really stupid to say that I own the damn land. When I die, I'm not taking it with me. But we're not taking anything with us. So it's not just land. It's like that means you don't own your clothes in that by that logic.
Yeah, and even like the land that I do hold and still work through in the corporate world,
yeah,
is not even for me personally.
No, I know. You let any crackhead live on it. Like it's like
no. It's for other purposes for other people, like the school
for
and
your
stuff.
Indians.
No, for the school and stuff. No, the Indians, as you like to call it, we don't. We're outside the corporate world. Totally, completely
You're living
outside
on land that's owned by somebody.
Well, you can believe it's owned by somebody, but
they have the power to imprison you if they want to.
Well, we have the power to respond to that.
You also have the power to die.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's my
point. What's your point? But what's your point about that? That doesn't change anything.
What I'm saying, it does change it, because if you
it doesn't change that there's people that I collaborate with that are working with each other and we just live off the land.
No, I didn't say that.
That's all. Right. We just live off the land, and it's a fluid thing, and it's a hidden world thing to the people who don't know about it for sure, but there's nothing hidden about it at all.
Why are you owning it?
Because there's people who are not ready to go that distance, or may never be ready to go to the distance, and I still use it as so that people can have an opportunity to transition through the learning curve. It's a stepping pedestal for people.
When I was talking to Wrights last time, he was on my panel. He told me something about the investments and shit.
Okay.
So is part of your I don't know what you'd say, modus operandi, or your agenda is to bring in partners?
Partners. I'm not sure what you mean. You'll have to.
You mean have other investors?
Oh, no. No, it's not a equity share-based thing or something along those lines. Nothing to do with that.
And it's not one of those pyramid things?
No. No, it's just a place where people go and get educated and learn how to do the types of things that I talk about on here, and then have opportunities to put that into practical use for themselves. Now, some people will only go as far as what they're comfortable with in the corporate world, and other people have more courage and want to go the distance and go right outside of it as well. So I have the
What's
opportunity.
is the distance living on someone else's land?
No, it's
Some
just living on. It's just living wherever, whenever, like I do, and with other people or by
right, but
themselves if they want.
you're still being smart about where you go. It's like you can't just go anywhere. You're staying in the parameters of what you think you can get away with. But
No, you can go anywhere.
you can't just pull up to my backyard and live here.
Well, I could, but that would be some resistance about that. But
Somebody will imprison me.
we don't need to. There's so much free rein land that we work with that, But we don't mess with the beehive cities or the rural areas.
Farmers
There's
can
no
be
need
very
to.
protective over their land, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, we don't mess with farmers' agriculture land either. We don't need to. There's so much space and room for us. We just there's no need
Farmers
to
don't
do any of that.
necessarily, they don't plant on all of their land, right? Some of their
Mhm.
land can be wild.
I think there's plenty of space and
You
room
cut
for
out.
us to do our
You
thing.
cut out. You cut
Oh
out.
shit. Yeah, it's my net. I think you might have missed my point. There's plenty of room for us to do our thing.
In the Arctic, I mean, all the land is taken up.
Not in the Arctic. Everywhere we go.
Or sorry, I meant Arctica.
No.
I forgot about that. So, but there isn't that much land.
Oh
Everybody
yeah, there
owns
is.
it all. You anywhere you go,
That's
it's
if you believe that.
no trespassing, no trespassing.
That's if you believe that. It's, are the animals trespassing?
They don't count animals in that. It's only in humans that they count that. And by the way,
It's all in the
animals
mind,
get
you see.
shot. Animals get
Mhm.
shot without even a second thought sometimes.
Mhm.
So no, they're not allowed to. In some cases, because they'll just get
You're
shot
just
dead.
you see, this is the thing. There's no two ways about it that there's this thing called consequence in life. The only question about it is whether or not that's going to be the determining factor as to whether you do or don't do something or not.
That's actually a really good example. How does a coyote know that they're going to get shot dead if they go on property that they don't see any lines, they don't see any ownership or of anything? It's just land. Now, yes, they do know that there's dangers involved in just taking a step forward, because there could be some other animal, even a human, who wants to kill them. So they have to be ready for that, and that's why they're fucking vicious. But they don't know that they're making a choice, that
Mhm.
if they go on that land, that farmer always kills every coyote they see,
That's right.
just for being on the land.
Mhm.
So they're not making an informed choice.
And
So it's not a case of responsibility.
well, you're going back to that thing.
Yes.
Ah. Yeah, it is, because again, you see, you can't escape, right?
What? You can't escape
You
what?
you can't escape consequence in life.
No.
So ultimately, it's up to you.
But if you're making a choice, it is important to have all the parameters to consider. If you don't
Mhm.
have all the if the coyotes don't know that walking
Mhm.
on this land is
Mhm.
going to get them shot, killed, just because they're
Mhm.
walking on that land, they're not
Mhm.
making an informed choice.
They're going with their instincts, right?
That's not informed choice.
That's a view that you hold.
Well, I mean, we don't know if they can see the future.
There's also, it's too fluid and variable. Like sometimes they may have instinctual sense to know they can sense the danger. Sometimes it's going to be much more apparent to them than it will be for um, the atrophied, indoctrinated sheep or people, because they're not in tune with that, and so they're going to be much more quick to the jump and careful. Plus, they're also much more working together out there in nature than you might think. And I'm not just talking about the species or packs to themselves either. I'm talking about nature as a whole. They're a lot more friends with each other than meets the eye. So yeah, when there is danger, they make noise, and
Well,
they do all kinds of things.
you don't get foxes jumping in to defend, or a lynx coming in and to defend a coyote. The coyotes come to the rescue of the other coyotes. The other animals are like, okay, you're on your own.
Yeah, but there is definitely a collaboration of species when it comes to when danger is present.
Sure, there could be birds that call out and say,
Hmm.
there's, and so the wolves know what those
Right.
calls mean. So
Right.
yeah, that's true. But what I'm
Uh,
saying is that the choice that they're making is a law-based choice, right? It's a construct of humans that they're not privy to.
mhm,
So the
totally.
fact that they're not having the chance to make, it's one thing to be alerted right before you're about to get shot and have the
Hmm.
chance to run away, but to not, like, if, can you picture being able to talk to an animal and saying, look, if you go on this farmer's property, chances are he's going to shoot you in the face, and then the wolf going, or coyote going, oh well, I suppose I don't want to go on that farmer's property. Like, they don't have that kind of choice.
Yeah. Yeah. The ability to reason like that is
Yeah,
is
because
not there.
because it's unreasonable, right? In the rest of nature, nobody draws it, nobody puts up fences. They might make a territory just where they live, but they're not going to claim swaths of land that nobody else can go on. Because
Right.
even lions and shit, they might rule a big swath of land, but that doesn't mean they're covering every inch of it like an IDF soldier. And birds can still fly on it, and things they don't eat can still fly on it, right? Go on it. So they don't own that land. But if you are food for a lion, you want to stay away from the fucking lions, right? That's a very basic choice. But they can't make a rational choice. They can't make an irrational choice to not go on a farmer's big swath of land. That's an irrational thing to consider for an animal.
Right. They don't even think in terms of rationale.
That's true.
These are all human
Construct.
ideologies.
Yes. Yes. So how can they even, like, it took me a little while before I understood dogs because I'm more of a cat person, and I didn't realize that the way that dogs look at you, right? I thought they're
Hmm.
just like people, like humans, I mean, right? They are people, but like humans. And I just thought that if I gave them a choice, for instance, that they'd like that. I treated them like I brought my daughter up. So I would give them choices. I would look for their input and things like that. Bullshit. They're looking for me to lead them. That's the way they were domesticated.
Hmm.
So I didn't know that, the person who goes through the door first is in charge. I've let them through the door first lots of times. I didn't realize that I was actually going against the harmony that I could have with my dogs by making sure that I walked through the door first and that I ate first. I would feed them first. I served them like I serve other humans. But that's wrong. I have to eat, and then what I do is I set my plate first at the table, and then I give them their plates and we all eat together. But before, I was just feeding them first.
Morning, Joe. He put in I don't know what kind of a smiley that is.
Oh, Either he's awake, he can't believe he's still awake, and he's trying to hold his eyes open, or he doesn't know what we're talking about. Did you get my message, Joe? What did I call him again? I don't think I called him a pussy. I called Bon Eric a pussy.
Right. Because he left.
The way I get along with other human beings. Oh, I said,
You really do. You really do put these pussies in their place. I do too, but I'm not really in the same league. It's not really that fair because of my lifestyle.
I have the rottener mouth.
Well, you still eat Big Macs and stuff,
Well, yeah, it smells, but I said, you lying sack of shit, you left me alone to battle the godliness of Nude. Does he need the link now?
Oh yeah, well let me put that in the chat just in case anybody doesn't want to come up. Didn't even think about that.
Well, goddess bless anyone who dares to come up. Joe is a seasoned professional.
I can find station.
Oh, wrong one. Shit. I just put it in the old one.
Yeah.
I was trying to beat you. I was like, oh, he still hasn't put it in. He still hasn't put it in. That's because it was the old one. Did you already put it in?
Yeah.
I win. I didn't win. If you put it in, you won. I put in the old one.
That's okay. Nobody will see the old one.
Oh, look. It says round 2 with Bon Eric, Cat, the Nude Guru, for me, rights.
You're clipping, Cat.
Pardon?
Your audio clipping.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, I gotta get to the window. Hold on.
That was a long pee, Joe.
Oh, if you challenge him, he won't come up. He'll run away like a scared rabbit.
That's not the Joe I know.
Are you kidding me?
Or you're doing reverse psychology.
Oh, Dan said he's walking his dog.
Yeah, Dan's walking.
I have to zoom in to read stuff, so if I miss the name of the person, I get mixed up. Joe, the reason why I said what I said, if you're still listening, is because we were talking about how Nudie knew everything in the crib.
Actually, my first memory, I don't know what yours is, but my very first memory is being in the crib looking up, and it was black and white, and the window had raindrops on it, and also seeing some heads. No, my vision. I didn't see color yet. Yes. I have a very vivid short memory of a few seconds, maybe like 20 seconds or something, of me looking up in the crib, and there's a few heads that were there, so I guess maybe I just woke up or something, probably. And
so you remember the day you were born?
No, I definitely wasn't born this day.
Why do you see things in black and white? That's a dream.
No, well, apparently we all see in black and white at first. Well, apparently, that's what they say anyway. Huh?
How do we know this?
I really don't know. That's what they say. But I have that memory of seeing black and white. And I remember the heads looking over the crib at me. I don't know who they were. I can't make out their faces.
Oh, shadow
people. Shadow people. And I remember being more upright. I don't know if I was holding onto the rail or whatever.
You probably still had legs then.
Yeah,
Jeez,
but
yeah.
I don't know exactly how old I was at this time. I just remember that vision. I could not talk and I could not understand language at all. I just have the picture memory, and it was in black and white. And so the crib, the people, and the window with water droplets on it. That's what I remember. That's my first memory
Well,
ever.
you're definitely a lizard person then. I don't know anyone who could remember that far back. I never heard that babies see it, but I've heard that uh yeah, no. I've heard that the animals, like dogs, see black and white. I've never heard that babies see black and white.
That's my first memory. The second memory is when I more able to walk, and I was being babysat, and I was looking for my mother, and I was uncertain. I remember that. That was my second one. And then my third one, I was playing with a remote control car.
See, now, one of my earliest memories, I remember when I was 3, I got my tonsils out, and I had to go to the hospital to get my tonsils out. But I don't. It's not a memory. It's some kind of fucked up vision that I had, because the way I remember it was I was in a cage with a bunch of stuffed animals. Now, that was probably a crib or something. I don't know. But I remember it as a cage that enveloped my part of the room, and that there was like giant, like, a stuffed giraffe and stuff like that. We were all in the cage, and they gave me ice cream. That's how I remember it. So I also remember one time where I swear to God, I avoided being hit by a car, but it must have been a dream, because when I thought about it afterwards, I wasn't allowed to go to school when I was 6 by myself. So it was just a dream that I had had. I remember it quite vividly, even right now. I fell, and a car came behind me, and it was circling. It was outside the Catholic school that I was going to, and it was in like a, what do you call those, cul-de-sac? And the car almost hit me, and I laid down on my back and put my legs up to avoid the car hitting me. And when I told my mom this memory, she said, "So when did you go to school all by yourself?" I don't remember that happening, and I took you to school every single day. That didn't happen. You dreamed it. I think I was a teenager when I was telling her, and I realized that, yeah, that couldn't have happened. And then there was another time I remember, I would think I was 2, and the ashtray caught on fire. And this was a dream that I had over and over and over again for decades. I had this dream. And then I was married, and I was sitting down with my dad. No, my mom. I was telling my mom this story. I'd told my dad this story before. And it turned out that a lot of it was true. I was in a car. It did catch fire, but it was the oil under the hood that caught fire, and my dad put it out. But I think because everybody came rushing towards me to see if I was okay, I remembered it as more of an emergency, like I was trapped in a car that was on fire from my dad leaving his cigarette in the ashtray. But apparently it was the hood, the oil under the hood. So I don't know how accurate our memories are. I have quite a few memories, but not that far back as you, to remember people looking over the crib.
Yeah,
And I can't put them all in order of time either. Like which one happened first.
I definitely can. There's only a couple though. Those, first, and then after it starts to get more vivid. Like
Around what age does it get more vivid? Like 3, or you talking about
yeah,
6?
probably around more 3-ish, when I remember living where we were and being babysat every day. I remember that.
Right.
Because my mother had to go to work, and there at this time father wasn't really in the picture. I
Oh, that's
remember
where your
those
mom used to
things.
go to work.
Right. And I remember multiple babysitters, some at the house and some we were sent to. Me at first, but then, well, my sister's almost two years younger than me. I have a couple months.
Well, it's interesting because I was thinking to myself, you know, your attitude about your family and everything, it intrigues me. And your view of what family is intrigues me. And so I was thinking to myself, I was thinking your parents were together back then. And the fact that you said your mom had to work. I was thinking, were you thinking to yourself, your mom didn't have to work? She only had to work to pay bills for stuff. But if your dad was gone, then obviously she was working to survive. So,
well, yeah, I mean, okay. As I learned later on, my biological dad was not well to do. He was working 7-Eleven and wherever he can get
my
to make
dad used
ends
to do
meet.
that too. Yeah.
And so I don't think there was much room for contribution there. Things were different back in those days as well. And he, it ended up being a custody battle thing, and he lost because he couldn't afford a lawyer or anything, So, my
Well,
mom.
my mom wasn't allowed to work. My dad had to be the worker, so he was a manager at Max Milk, and he drove a truck, like just like not a big truck, just like a box truck kind of thing around the city. And then eventually, when they split up, he got a plate, like he was a taxi driver, and he got a plate and became a taxi owner. But as we were growing up, sometimes he was working nights and we didn't see him, and because he was sleeping in the day, and so I used to leave him notes and things like that. But my mom wasn't allowed to work when they were together, so that was the first 6 years. And then she had all three of us, and my dad was doing his best to give support so she didn't have to go to work. But then she started going to school. But really, when we were growing up, she had us till I was 11, almost 12, and she didn't go outside the house to work. Only at one point she went to school, and my brothers got put in daycare. I never was in daycare, and the only babysitters we had was in the evening, and that was only once in a while if the adults wanted to go out. And that was, and then Natalie, I didn't work. When she got older, I took a couple of side jobs there for cigarette money, but otherwise it was not my job to work. So
Right.
everything I did was all around her. Everything was about her, which was exactly the way we wanted it. So it worked out great. But we were poor as fucking church mice.
I gotcha. So were you thinking that my view of family is part and parcel to my upbringing and what happened?
That's definite. That's a definite. But what that upbringing was is the question as to how your attitudes were formed. So I was just trying to get a better handle on what your eyes would have been like when you were only 3 feet tall. What you were seeing.
Yeah, well,
and what
other than
you were making.
Right. As far as the biological being in the picture, I don't know when the split was and how much involvement. I don't have any recollection of involvement from my biological father until around maybe 4-ish, where there was a bit of a custody battle going on, and then he did have some visitation rights for a while, and we were like once a month or something, I think, for a short time, for maybe 3 or 4 visits, I remember, was us going over there. And I remember that it just felt weird because there was no bond. There was no, I didn't have recollection as to who this man was. So I remember being kind of scared. Right. And then there was infighting going on. My to-be stepdad at the time was living where we were living. He moved in, and then during these visitations, especially, there was infighting going on, especially with my to-be stepdad. He didn't like him being in the picture at all.
Right.
And so, there's some feuding. And so, from what I understood, and I remember this, my sister doesn't remember this, so it didn't really affect her. But the infighting was disturbing me psychologically, and I remember it was. I didn't like it, and it was giving me some nightmares. And what happened apparently in the custody battles is apparently my biological mother used that against my biological father, stating that this is affecting my mental health, and so I would be better in her care. And apparently the judge bought it.
And how do you feel about that? Because that's really the big kicker. First of all, there's specific questions. How do you feel about your mother preventing you from developing a bond with your father?
Yeah, I think it was a stupid move.
Yeah, but how did it make you feel about her?
It doesn't change anything because I don't feel that much anyways. I don't have much of a connection with my mother.
Even when you were little?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think maybe that's some kind of I don't know what you'd call it, a condition, of a mental condition?
No. There was some.
To not feel a bond with your parent,
Mm-hmm.
that's what makes sociopaths.
I don't know. I've never really studied what makes sociopaths.
Oh, you know that the rice experiment?
I'm not sure what that is either.
Okay, you know what the water experiment is, right?
No.
Okay,
I mean, I might, but I don't know.
Dr. Matsura Emoto, he did, this was back in, I don't know, 70s, I think. This is where we found out that the plants responded to music, was this water experiment that he did.
Okay.
Where,
Yes.
okay,
I
so
got you.
then the next one was the rice experiment, and the rice experiment was easier for lay people to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did it myself, but I didn't carry through with everything, so it wasn't a proper conclusion. I've seen videos where it hasn't worked out either, but I have seen videos where it works out, that there's 3 vials of rice, whereas the water experiment had 2 vials. It was just love and hate. But the rice experiment is, why I brought this one up was because there were 3 vials. One of the vials was love, one was hate, and one was ignore. Now,
Okay.
this is not the same exact thing as what you're saying, because I don't know what your mother did, with you. I don't know what her attitude was toward you. But what happens is, with the rice, the one that you love takes forever to go bad. The one that you hate, the mold grows. Like mold grows on the one that you hate.
Mm-hmm.
The one that you ignore has the worst mold. It's got the black mold. It's way worse than the hate, is the ignoring. Now, what I learned about sociopaths was, if a child goes to their mom, let's say they've got an accomplishment at their school, and they say, look, I got a gold star and I did this, and the parent goes, that's nice, honey, eat your beans. When you do that, now that's just a representation of that dismissal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When a child goes through that over and over and over again,
Right.
this is how you build a sociopath. So this is, to me, a lack of connection, because that parent is not connecting with the child. They're just gaslighting and diminishing that child, like just sort of putting them in a corner and just saying, they might say nice things and buy them all the nice things they want, but they're not actually giving them the attention that the child needs, right? And this is what builds a sociopath. So now if you didn't feel close to your mother, if you didn't have a bond with your mother, the only 2 things I can think of right now offhand would be, there's some kind of, and please don't take this wrong, I don't have any proper words for it, but some kind of mental deficiency, some kind of handicap, or that your mother was doing that thing where she might be smiling at you, but she's not smiling at you, she's smiling through you, or she just pats you on the head and says, "That's nice, kid," and doesn't actually take in what you're saying. So
No, it's more. I get you.
yeah.
No, it's more on me than it is on her. So she feels a lot closer to me than I do to her.
Right. Now, does she feel closer to you, or does she just demonstrate go through the motions of
No,
what everybody in society does with their children?
no, I would be in a certain sense. She definitely views me and my sister as the way a mother does.
The apple of her eye. Okay.
Right.
Right. So you were not neglected. That's probably one of the words I was looking for. So because you earlier when you said about having a babysitter take you to school, I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit, like that should be your parent, because I saw that happen when I was bringing up Natalie, and when it wasn't the parent that took him to school, the child suffered more.
There
So
was probably a mixture of some neglect in certain senses, because just the corporate world makes it so.
right,
But as
yeah,
far as
that's not your mom neglecting you, it's because she had to go to work
yeah,
and
yeah,
therefore had to get a babysitter. Yeah.
yeah, and no, as far as like no, as again, it was more me. Like even in terms of like wanting affection and stuff like that. I was more like, you get away. But they were calling for it more than I was. I
Are
was
you
more just
autistic,
like,
maybe?
no,
Are you sure?
yeah,
Have you ever done any tests?
no,
Like even on the internet, there's tests you can do.
yeah. I don't really even believe in that stuff.
Well, it definitely exists. And now, as far as it being an epidemic, that's one of the things that the Zionists have done. But it's definitely a thing. It's definitely
Well,
a thing.
well, there's people that have struggles with focus and stuff like that. That's definitely a thing. I don't have struggles with focus
You don't, yeah, but you don't,
or have
you,
scattered, too
okay,
many.
that's just me. But I am, according to the test, and it makes complete sense when I see all of the criteria involved, it turns out I am most probably autistic. Now, we're all autistic according to the lore. We're all autistic. We're all on some area of the spectrum, right? That's just
Mhm.
because we're not perfect. I think that's really what it is. It's just we're not perfect. So, and we all have our own version of everything. But definitely children who have the feelings what you're describing, this is a characteristic of autism.
Maybe.
Because children do naturally gravitate towards their parents and anywhere where they're getting love.
I'm not the only one that doesn't. That
No,
didn't.
but autistic children don't. Autistic children don't like to be touched or hugged or restricted in any way. They find it assaulting. It's an assault.
You could be correct. I don't know. I haven't, studied that, but definitely, even if that's a character trait of autistic, it would be incorrect to put me in the category because of that, for sure.
Well, that's not the only criteria that takes to be autistic. But
Mhm.
being autistic, have you ever heard the words, and it's a horrible phrase that people used to use, is idiot savant?
No, not familiar with.
Oh, you're just that bit younger than me that they stopped saying that rude thing. But
What does it
they
mean?
were they were referring to autistic children, because autistic children, and again, this is a blanket statement, they tend to excel at a lot of things that non majorly autistic people, uh, you know, they will be excellent in some areas. I mean, excellent, like fucking geniuses in some areas. And then in other areas, usually a social area, is where they are lacking the balance. I don't know how to describe that, but it's the social end of the thing, right?
Mhm.
And but where it comes to something intellectual, they can be sometimes like really hard to beat in an argument, or they can make the most amazing art or the most amazing conclusions that takes a totally different way of thinking to come to that conclusion, and yet it's like foolproof, right? When you try to take it apart. So being autistic does not make you stupid. It just means that you have balance, and your balance is off. You can be really excellent, something way better than regular people. And then other things, usually the social area, is where they're lacking. And severely autistic children, they just scream. They scream. They're just so scared. They're just so put upon.
Yeah, I get you. So, definitely I don't fit in that category. I don't
Right.
have, issues socially. I'm just selective.
Okay, when you're a little kid, there's not much selection. It's the people in the house. That's it.
I seem to have a heightened discernment going on, and that wasn't excluded from that for sure. If anything,
That's
I
only
think
if
that
you're
was
lizard people. That's only way. Otherwise, you're
okay.
human.
Well, I guess I'm a lizard person, but not an autistic one.
Autistic lizard person. But you children, if you give them a hug, they want to hug you back. Non-autistic children, they will always go towards where the love is. And if your mom was loving and offering you all of that, for you to refuse it based on the fact that you're being choosy, that just doesn't make any human sense.
No, I was more interested in other things.
Well, then that sounds
I wanted to play. I don't want to sit there and be mushy. I want to play Lego. Leave me alone.
even when you're okay, when you're 14, okay, but when you're little,
Mm-hmm. I was playing Legos. It's like 3. I was putting things together. I definitely, yeah. I was. I don't definitely even at 3, if not for sure 4. Leave me alone. I want to play with my toys. Whatever. Yeah, I was very much like that. But I wasn't like non-mingling at all or anything like that.
no,
And
you're
that
saying the
until I
affection,
started
affection
until
part.
late, right? Until later when I said you guys are fucked and I don't want anything to do with you,
Yeah.
And that started at a pretty young age compared to most, because of all the bullshit, the lies,
See,
and
when my parents split up, we didn't even know for a year. My dad would come over in the evenings and then go to his new apartment that we had no idea existed. He just, while we were awake, he was there in the evenings after work. Mom would serve him dinner and everything, but then we'd go to sleep and he'd go home. And his no home wasn't our home. And we didn't know that for a fucking year. And then when we did know, holy shit. I mean, I got kidnapped, for fuck's sakes. I got taken across the border.
right.
It was a huge fucking drama. My parents.
And you asked, right, and you asked me how do I feel about my mother and cutting off access to the biological father. That was actually, that was also definitely
a piss off.
no, stepdad influenced as well heavily, right? Of course, it was the two of them making that decision. So, I never really thought and never was bothered or held that against either of them. I thought it was really stupid, childish, and
You were
ridiculous.
robbed.
Especially, yeah, but I that didn't bother me. That's not what I thought. I thought they were just silly, especially to the extreme that they went with, like holding the rest of the family hostage, basically saying that if
With
you were
the
to leak this
secret.
information to
Yeah.
to me and my sister, that all that stuff, that was, I'm just kind of appalled that they would do something like that. But as far as you know, it would have been interesting, and there was a little bit where I kind of was intrigued and thought, yeah, if the biological father was in the picture, there probably would have been a much more positive experience in the upbringing than what I did get, right? But
Because of
I
the
never,
stepfather?
yeah, and
Mhm.
because of what the biological could have offered in different ways, right? Just
Right.
meeting him um, for the first time and learning who he was and what he was about, then, it's like, oh, well, I definitely, if you were in the picture the whole time, that would have been something, and that's too bad, but I never hung on to it. And it never scarred me emotionally or anything like that, it just, it
I
was what
beg
it
to
was.
differ. I
It
beg to
doesn't
differ.
bother me.
I
It doesn't
feel
bother
that
me at
you
all.
are scarred emotionally, that there's a reason why you don't understand this one aspect of human life. And I say human because it is, we don't just have our babies and they hatch in the nest, and then we push them out before they even get to kindergarten. We keep them for like 18 years or something like that, right? The growing, the nurturing of a child needs to take place for a long time. So
I
we're
don't know. I
built a
think
certain way.
I see it differently. I see that people huddle way too much and for way too long. And there's a lot of arrested development in the corporate human, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to refer to it as.
Okay, well, look at
Um,
it this way. We are human beings and not animals. Or, sorry, we are animals, but we're a higher intellect of animal, right? Not spirituality necessarily, but intellect. So there is so much more to learn because we're not just learning how to stay away from lions and tigers and bears. We're learning how to survive with humans. And
you're
that
learning the corporate world, and that's what I'm saying. That
no,
has
no,
actually hindered the actual true development.
18 is not necessarily how long it needs to be. In this society, the way that it's built now,
You know,
18
cat.
it's not even long enough.
It's 18 years of indoctrinated programming and distraction. Whereas if you are left to be more free and learn and naturally develop at the pace that is comfortable and healthy for the child, you would see a much different outcome. And I have.
Do you know that the science hippies have said that the children, like the kid, and it's true, I've watched it now, like I heard it and I didn't believe it, but that, for instance, a woman, I think it's a different age for a guy, it might be 1 or 2 years longer, but a woman, a girl, does not know what, she does not have the capacity to make the best choices until she's 25.
Okay.
Now,
And
if you think about it, back in the 1800s, 16-year-olds were having babies and nobody was going, oh, child having a child, right? That was just the way it was done. But yeah, the kids didn't have to go to get a diploma from high school. They just went to their one-room schoolrooms. And then if they were farmers, they probably quit earlier, right? And if you wanted to go to the big city and do something, then you stayed in longer. But there was no requirement that to have a successful life that you needed to stay in school till you were 18 or however many takes for college, right? You could have just a more successful life as a farmer and quitting school at like 13 because you learned all the 3 R's and that's all you really needed to learn. And then you learn how to farm, right?
let me try. Yeah. Let me try this way. domestication, especially the kind of domestication that you get in the corporate world, definitely hinders natural development.
The fact that we are such complicated beings, that we have so much, we need so much more wisdom before we end up going out on those streets. We don't have enough wisdom.
You don't get that wisdom
Yeah.
because you're so. You don't get that wisdom because you're so busy being distracted with domestication and indoctrination.
Okay, there's
That's what I'm
different kinds
saying.
of wisdom. I'm talking about how to handle ne'er-do-wells, how to handle scammers. You know what I mean? Like all these things that you
Yeah,
have to be careful of.
yeah.
Well, if you were to go out on your own at 16 or go out on your own at 25, you're much better equipped at 25 to deal with that kind of shit and still have the protection of your parents up until then.
Again, no. Again, that's I get the view, and again, that's within the corporate world as well. You know, and there's again a lot of superficialness in there, and even then, definitely no.
Yeah, do you not think that there were snake oil salesmen back in the 10s and 20s?
Yes, and look how long it takes people to even realize that. That's because they're so busy being trained, is the right word. Domesticated and trained not to see that.
Haha. I don't think so. I think it's because, like I said before, that most people would be kind in their heart and not even be able to fathom somebody stealing all somebody's money that they've saved all their lives and scamming them out of that. The thought of that for a decent person is
you
disgusting.
realize that goes against the whole thing that you've been robbed, right?
No. It's exactly part of that whole thing is that people don't realize, including me up until a certain point,
That's
people
why
don't
is what I'm
realize
saying.
that there are evil people out there who will rob you for everything that you earned your
Right.
whole life. That
I'm saying,
it's hard to fathom that would be the case.
yeah, and I'm saying that a lot of the reasons why it's hard to fathom, why it takes so long to fathom, is because of the domesticated lifestyle.
Why
And by
can't you just get
design,
somebody's pure heart?
by design. No, I've seen the difference.
What's the
And
difference between pure and heart?
at some point it's not a coincidence anymore. You know, I've seen too many, and I've encountered too many people who aren't domesticated like the people in the corporate world. And I've seen the results of their product, and I see how much more fruitful, alive, and intelligent they are at such a much younger age.
Are you talking
Literally,
about the Indian babies?
sure, call them what you will, you know.
Okay, well, you know what I mean by Indian, right? So,
Mhm.
Okay, so you're saying that the babies that are born in these communes that you have experienced in India.
Yes, them,
Okay, so
and
I
also
put to you, I
people
put
who
to
have
you that
worked
you've been
their way
indoctrinated as
out
well.
at different times and different capacities. There's a whole array of levels, if you want to call it that, when it comes to that aspect of the thing.
Absolutely, but I will put to you in the blanket statement that these children have been indoctrinated by their parents just in a different way than the corporate world.
They have been left and to learn in self-awareness discovery fashion, as opposed to been trained.
Okay, there is a certain my daughter is learning that there is a certain amount of control that the parent has to take because the way that she's built Jacques' life, my grandson's life, is that he is free to be his own self, to be a child and his own self in
Mm-hmm.
his house because she runs a controlled environment where
Mm-hmm.
he's safe to just be himself up until the point where he's going to have to leave the house and do things within the corporate world. So now she doesn't look at it as the corporate world. She's part of the corporate world, and she doesn't see anything wrong with that, right? So it's not about the corporate world for her, but she does give him a bubble to live in so that he can just develop as himself and not, but at the same time, she
Mhm.
has had to teach him the please and the thank you. And just because you want a toy doesn't mean you can take it from somebody else. These kinds of things, because you need to have some kind of understanding between human beings that what you want does not always supersede what anybody else wants.
For
This is
sure.
a learning that you need
For
to,
sure.
yeah. So, and
Yeah.
it's the parents that teach the child. Otherwise, we'll just be animals and be taking things from each other.
And for sure there too, and there's a level of, responsibility that I would say that, if anything, should be more on the parent, right? And this idea that we just throw our kids to state, that's ridiculous. But nonetheless, again, the stuff that I'm talking about that separates the outcome is the type of stuff that you get in the trained, indoctrinated world, the stuff that's against, you got to go by the corporate clock, and it's unnatural and it's unhealthy in terms of, at a very young age especially, you got to wake up at certain times when you're not even developed yet,
But
when
it's
you
the
need
science hippies that determined that our brains are not fully developed until that age.
no, but I'm talking about development, in all aspects. So for example, being shoved into kindergarten, at at age 5, and are starting this now pattern of function
Yes.
completely against where you are in your anatomical growth, as just one example. It's not healthy to be in a predicament, where you're constantly under a stress like that every day in, day out, and it's, you do this at this time and wake up at this time and blah blah blah. It doesn't matter if you're not feeling right, and it's
I agree. And Natalie, she doesn't have certain times that she teaches Jacques because she homeschools him, right? He doesn't go to kindergarten.
and
So,
eat according, and that's what I mean by corporate clock. Eat it's
well, that,
lunchtime when they say it's lunchtime. It's not when you're hungry, when you really need to, even though you're at your most vulnerable time of life right now, and you need to be listening totally just to what your body is requiring for nutrition, because you're developing the foundation for the rest of your life here,
yeah, well, don't forget that there's a sun clock too, right? So
hmm
it has
yeah,
been determined by the science hippies that we are more successful when we are doing things in the day. We are
more
not nocturnal animals.
productive in the corporate world.
No, but our bodies, the way our bodies function,
That's what
right?
they're
With
talking
the
about,
light.
though.
No, but there's factors like the light hitting your eyes, right?
hmm
So when you sleep, it's supposed to be dark. So you it doesn't make sense to be artificially darkening your room in the daytime and then artificially lighting the room at nighttime. So we work better in the sun hours. Our bodies work better when we're up in the sun hours and asleep in the dark hours.
Yeah, that's too again, too general, and it depends, and there's variables. It depends where you are with your growth and development, if you're well, if you're unhealthy, if you're stressed, if you're not. There's so many variables, and that's the problem. Is the corporate world sets a constriction. It's a protocol, follow like this routine, and it's totally against your natural biological rhythm, completely against it. And that, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, causes developmental hindrance and arrested development.
But
No
I
doubt about
am a
that.
product now. The reason why I stay up all night are psychological reasons,
Good
right?
morning. The time is 11:22 a.m.
Sorry.
Okay.
Time to make some exercise.
The
Have a
reason,
wonderful day.
yeah, you too. The whole reason why, like, I have fought against rules and things like that. So routine was one of the things that I fought against
Mhm.
all my life. Now, after I had the stroke, I experienced routine, and that was going to sleep at nighttime, waking up at a certain time in the daytime in the morning, taking my pills. That wasn't a good thing, but it was all around the pills, right? So I had to take the pills at a certain times before I discovered naturopathy. Stop it, and Samwise, you're being an asshole. So I actually had so much success when I was following the goddamn routine. My body had so much success, so much healing in such a short time. And then I went back to my old ways, smoking and staying up all night and things like that.
Mhm.
And then
Right.
that's when I started more decline again. So
Mhm.
if I could just get over this rebellious shit in my mind of saying, you know, you don't tell me to be up in the day and asleep at night. I'll do what I want. I'll eat when I want.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
that
what you
isn't
did,
bad for my body.
you took it to the other side, and instead of being in rhythm with your biological clock, you went in rebellion to it. So that's
Well,
no
yeah,
good
but
for you
I'm a
either.
control experiment, right?
Well,
The
and
opposite
that's
is
what
a
I'm saying.
control experiment.
It's and that actually is part of, what what we'll do when we're experiencing a psychological trauma, especially when we're not aware of us, and we're
Oh
going
yeah,
to have some rebellion there, and
I'm
that's me
walking.
too.
I'm a walking PTSD. Seriously, I totally understand that.
Hmm.
But
Um,
but I was also that when I was doing the routine, and I was doing so much better.
right, and that's what we would gravitate towards and focus on. Like look at infants to whatever age before they have more awareness and whatnot. They're not fighting with sleep. It's all just straight towards biological rhythm, right?
Yes,
And
but they have a
that's
different rhythm. They have it because they
right,
need to eat
right,
more often.
because where they're at, and that's what I'm saying, right? And what in addition to that, I'm saying it is unhealthy and unfit for us to ever force the issue and not be in tune with that natural biological rhythm. And that's what happens in the corporate world, especially at a very young age.
But the corporate world keeps you in the routine.
Right. And keeps you out of your natural biological rhythm. And
But the natural biological rhythm, once you get over the baby stage, is to be awake in the sun and asleep in the dark.
not necessarily, but again, that's not why they do that. They do that so that you can be an obedient worker bee. That's why they
Well,
do
they
that.
do. Well, they. It needs to be organized, right? So businesses have business hours, right? The corporate world has business
You
hours,
you
and
also need to be trained to be obedient enough so that you can be productive and they can usurp your productivity without question. If you're a problem child, then you're going to be a liability, not an asset. That's a
yeah,
problem
that's
for them.
me. I'm a problem child. You try to put any kind of rules
Right,
on me if they don't make any sense. If they make sense to me, I will follow them to the letter because they
right.
make sense. But if they don't make any sense, I'm going to rebel. And
And
that's
they know that it's not, that there's certain discrepancies. There's going to be a certain amount of that and whatnot. But for them, it's a huge net win
oh yeah, because
because
most people will follow.
most people will follow, and they do. And even the ones who don't, most people don't have anywhere near the capacity to choose courage to go the distance, and they still end up being, to some degree, and usually a large degree, part of the cogwheel and an asset to the owners, right?
Yeah,
But
well, we
very
just die
few
off
escape
from
the
drug addiction
plantation.
and Big Macs.
What's that?
We just die off from drug addiction
All
and Big
right,
Macs.
and there's that. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, that's everybody, anyways, in the cogwheel. But again, very few, it seems, uh, not only reach the stages of getting outside the plantation, but even recognize they're in one.
Yeah, well, it is hard to see it because we have a perceived freedom. There are no walls. You can't see any walls.
Right, right,
You can
yeah,
only see sky and the sun and the rain
right.
falls on you. So
And
you
it,
don't
it
see
goes
any
hand
walls.
in it goes hand in hand with domestication, because if you were to have seen the outside and then domesticated after, you would be like, what the hell is this shit?
Right.
Right? So we
Right.
domesticate you from birth and keep you in there as pets, and then we can rule over you as pets. That's really what's going on. We even potty train you.
So what? Now you're part of the Zionists? um
I don't even know what that is really. Again, that's just.
we even taught body retrain you.
Oh, I'm speaking for them. Yeah, sure. I'm speaking for
I-
the owners that
yeah, I
you
know. I
know.
was just
Yeah,
kidding with you.
yeah.
Even though you have all that money more than God or whatever. But
Well, so do you, but you just don't know how to access it.
are you talking about what I'm worth on my birth certificate? Because I don't think that's
No,
true.
no.
Okay.
I'm just understanding the Monopoly game. If you just understood it like I did, then you know what to do within it.
Yeah, but you won't tell me what to do.
You never really took an interest in that.
I told you many times. You keep on
No,
alluding
I
to this shit about how I could be rich, but you never
no,
tell me
no,
how.
no. We've started to go off in the direction from time to time a little bit, but it always reverts back to excuses for the most part, and then holding on to I'll just win the lottery mindset. So
Because
I'm just
you
like,
won't
okay,
tell me.
you know,
Tell me how.
you
Tell me
gotta
how.
ask. You gotta ask. So you
Okay, I'm asking you for the 100th time. Tell me
okay?
how.
Okay, go study how to make a foundation and make one, and then we'll go from there.
What do you mean? A physical foundation?
That's yes. No, not a physical foundation. Let's do a Canadian one. Well, let's do two: Canadian and provincial foundation. Start there.
Oh, foundation, you mean in a corporate sense?
Yeah. Start with that.
All right. Is this the shit that you were teaching rights?
Yep. I teach a lot of people.
I know, but I don't know a lot of people. I just know rights.
Mhm.
So,
Same thing. I'll teach anybody. You know.
but that's what you were teaching, this thing about the partnership and all this stuff.
That's one aspect. It's the monetary system. That's simple and it's fundamental when you see the game for what it is. Just like if you're looking at the Monopoly board, oh, there's so many pieces and blah blah blah. But intertwined with that, it's a little complex. Takes a little bit of time to sort of understand it fully.
So if I have two more years to live, would I be able to accomplish it?
You get somewhere, but you're also time is of the essence because all the stuff that I know how to do within the corporate world
It's going to be
monetarily.
null and void. It's going to be null
Yeah.
and void in the digital system. Yeah.
Yeah, right. To get access, if you want to, within X amount of time, and I don't have a crystal ball for the exact date. I just, it's their thing that they've told us they're doing, and it's happening as we speak.
Well, one Mad Hatter told me that it's going to happen like presently, like in this new year. But I don't know where they got their information.
There's aspects that have already started happening quite in the last few years, and it depends on where you are.
I was going to say, are you talking about China? Because I know China's already doing that.
Well, again, it's a global agenda, and it just depends on what they execute, particularly for where we are locally. But I can say surely, there's a tsunami like a couple miles in from the shoreline. Look at it that way. And if you're gonna work your way out of the corporate world through the corporate world, you got to do it before it hits the shore. And I don't see it being years in time. What's going to happen is if you want to still at that point in any way, shape, or form still function in the corporate world, you're going to have to be willing to do things that basically put you to death, whether that is literal or kind of metaphoric in terms of being a cyborg is kind of questionable. Look at it that way.
You're talking about after the new world order fact.
Well, as they progress with their agenda and say, okay, if you want access to the banking system, for example, you got to have X and X and X done to you, type thing.
Well, okay, so that's why I need to win the money, because then as soon as I set everything up, I won't really have much need for money anymore. Once I get everything set up, I'll have everything I need. So I won't really the other money will just be extra for however long it lasts.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen then, though? There will be the next point where it's
They're going to
if
invade
you,
and try to take over my compound.
yeah, they're just going to say again, if you want, these properties again, because they're legally franchised under state, and if you want to continue to be on this property, then they'll probably do it like this. We'll give you an option. Your property tax goes up to $18,000 a year per square meter, whatever it is, some ridiculous amount.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to cover the liability for you not complying and being, a risk to humanity or whatever. On the flip side, we'll give you a big discount if you comply, like literally pennies, or we might even pay you, like universal basic income or something. But you have to be willing to have this chimp implant and in your wrist or the back of your head or whatever it is, and take these medications and be on the up and up with this app once a month.
Did you see the movie where it had Stallone in it and Sandra Bullock, and it was in the future, and they used 3 shells when they went to the bathroom to wipe their ass? Did you see that movie?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, because in all these dystopic movies that we see, it's always there's the ones that are enjoying their Taco Bell, because in that movie Taco Bell was the only restaurant left, which really sucks because I hate Taco Bell. But then there was another part of society that lived in the caves and the subways, and they didn't take part. They didn't have the money. They didn't have all those luxuries, but they still existed, and they existed in packs. And these are the designers that run the world also make the movies. They write the movies. So, or they have people write it for them. So they keep on telling it. They told us about in the one of the Avengers movie where they killed off Iron Man. They had this bad guy named I'm gonna call him Thorazine. Oh fuck, I forgot his name, but he's this big rock monster, and he wants to, what do you say, shave the population of the universe, right? They're not doing it in the world, it's the universe. He wants to bring it down to only a few planets worth of life, and all the rest is going to get. So they're showing us their plans in the movies, right? So they always have this in this dystopic future. They always have this where there's a section of society, or a section of humanity, I should say, that doesn't go along, and they suffer in the comfort level, but they also are not part of the Nazis. Like they still have freedom. They don't like their freedom. Apparently they're always, getting mad at the people who have the money, but still there is a section that doesn't go along with it, and they don't get killed. They just don't get to eat Taco Bell. So it seems to me that if you manage to escape however they plan to kill us en masse, then you could still be free and not, so once I have my compound and have my farm planted and my wind and solar up in place, and all my fences and all this shit, then the only way they can do it is with the law, right? By like you said, they like, as far as I know, they can annex your land. Doesn't matter if you have land or not. All that land that you have, the government could just come along and say, you know what, we need these parcels of land, and we'll give you this money for it. And it's like, you could refuse the money and they'll still take your fucking land.
It's like this. Anybody can do whatever they want just because they can. If you have the ability, that's all that is necessary. That's all. It's not a matter of moralistics, and it's not a matter of, even other discernments. As you can see, there are people who operate without those principles. And that's because the natural arena that we're operating in here those are irrelevant. They're only relevant to an individual who wants to make them relevant to themselves. That's all.
On the spiritual level, I see that as, you can't get rid of the negative, and you probably, if you could see the bigger picture, wouldn't want to get rid of the negative, because if we're here for a reason. This is not who we are, right? These people that we are right now, these meat puppets, that's not who we are. So we're just here to perform a task. Goddess knows what that task is, but it must have something to do with overcoming hurdles and growing. And so I can see that there would always be some piece of humanity or society that would exist in that way, where it doesn't matter what morals are or anything. They just are. They just do what they, and that means that I have the permission that I never even really needed, but I have the permission to also disregard my morals or disregard the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to numbers, if you go into yourself or your little corner of the world with your family or whatever, you're not as powerful as the numbers that are being led against you. So
yeah, that's that's what we're all vulnerable to. That, even forget humans, just you being up against a couple coyotes. If it's 3-on-1, you're probably screwed if you don't have something to defend yourself. That's what it
Right.
comes down to, right? So for that, again, the responsibility is on you and me as an individual to realize that's the arena that we're playing in here.
And we have the choice to protect ourselves.
Yeah, and we ought to also, think about what distance we may need to go. Maybe not, but just in case, we may need to go in self-defense, right? Which one of the things that I reckon is important for that is allying with good people, and the more the merrier, that you can count on, and they can count on you. And
another benefit of being pack animals.
Well, in that sense, right? In that sense, but and again, it's a fluid thing, and the corporate world also doesn't want people thinking about this stuff, because that's the end of the corporate world.
They're losing the battle then, because more and more people are becoming aware.
Yeah, because they have to, and that's why I'm excited about the narrative going forward, because it pushes that envelope naturally, even though it's a synthetic envelope.
What are you eating? It sounds creamy.
Zucchini.
Okay. Yeah.
Spaghetti, but zucchini.
Oh, I was wondering if it was your lasagna. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, let's train this out. Where were we there?
Sorry. I'm
That's
hungry.
okay.
I didn't eat dinner. I just ate a bag of popcorn.
Oh, make something if you want.
Yeah, I will while we're talking. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what we're talking about. So, yeah. That's again. This is the last thing the corporate world wants you to think about, because
it's a danger to them.
That's an actual solution.
Yeah, it takes away their control.
Right. And the reason why it's an actual solution is because it requires and takes the individuals to be responsible.
Yeah,
it doesn't work without that.
You want to know something? In a couple of generations, your Indians are going to have leaders.
What do you mean in a couple of generations? You see, you have this view that is completely fabricated, because you don't know who these people are, how many they are, how many groups.
So no, I'm going by human nature.
According to what you've witnessed. And what I'm telling you is you haven't witnessed what I've witnessed. Not even close.
There's logic involved.
Still, there is another side of human nature that hardly gets to be seen from in the corporate world. That's why you could call it a hidden world, but it's not really hidden. It's only hidden to the people who don't know that it's there. Right. And there's people who know how to function and I learned it, and I understand it. And it's very simple, and it's the key is fluidity. So when you say there's going to be leaders and blah blah blah, it's not like that. It's not like a hierarchy based system where it's like, okay, we're going to have this like president of group. It's not like that. It's like we're doing when we're up here. It's very fluid, and people take turns facilitating a different leadership like role for X period of time because it makes logical sense to do so, and then it shifts onto somebody else.
Okay,
And
then
it's
I will
totally
change my prediction from a couple of generations to somewhere around 10 generations.
why do you
Because-
think so?
Because what happens is, first of all, my I'm gonna just to be generous, I'm gonna call it a theory, but to me it's fact. But we are inherently lazy, and eventually, when the generations that started what the Indians are doing now will die off, and the principles that they held will not be as touted. They won't be as serious. Like they're serious right now because of the contrast to the corporate world. However, as time goes on and things get cushy, just like you and I were born in a time where there was no world war. So far, anyway, that there was no world war. Our reality is so different than people who were fighting these wars, and that wars were part of their everyday life. The reality, just knowing, even if it wasn't in your country, but the limitations that were existing because of the wars and stuff. And then we took things for granted over these generations where there was no war. And then people don't realize how precious their freedom is, or the fact that it's not just a given, that it can be taken away. So over
So
those
what you're saying,
yeah.
what you're saying is that you see that it's inevitable that smart minds will take advantage of lesser smart minds because the smart minds are looking for ways how to cater to their laziness. Is that right?
I actually didn't get that far, but definitely I agree with that statement. But I didn't even get that far in my thought yet. Well, I was just talking about honestly, without there being a bad guy. That honestly, as human behavior would would have it, that we will, because of our inherent laziness, will lose the urgency, will lose the principle. Won't lose the principle, but lose the importance, the deep importance of the principle, because we're living in times right now where the Indians realize how important it is to not live the corporate life. But once that becomes a given, then things will start to slide down the scale, according to the scale that we're working on right now.
Yeah, it's
Go down the
yeah.
scale, and then eventually, then the bad people will come in and see a way to take advantage of it.
There's definitely, again, there is fluidity in there too, but it's too it's not healthy to stereotype these groups and these people in the direction that they go. Some are, some aren't. Just like in the corporate world, although I reckon it's few and far between that people are even considering this seceding for the most part. But that also, I mean, look at me, right? I figured out, well, yeah, this is appalling. Everybody around me is like going on a path of self-destruction fast here. And because they're doing that, it made it obvious for me what not to do, and I'm in the same environment growing up like that. Right. So
if you had offspring and their offspring and their offspring, then the parents might okay, I did not do what my parents did because I was rebellious. And so, for instance, things like writing thank you letters when somebody gives you a gift. My dad used to sit me down and make me write thank you letters. It was so fucking painful. And so I decided when Natalie was growing up, I didn't even decide. I just let it go. I let it fall by the wayside. I let the respect that I was expected to give to my parents, I let that fall by the wayside and let her be more of just a free spirit, right?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
now when I say that, I also was a very strict parent. So only in some ways did I give her that freedom of being a free spirit. But I did, and now I am in a position where my child is not thinking about taking care of me in my old age because I didn't give her those principles. She's just thinking about taking care of her own family. And if mama dies, mama dies. Now, she loves me. She doesn't want to see me die, but she doesn't have any kind of feeling of responsibility for me to help
Right.
me, right? But my parents had that with us because we were indoctrinated to believe that, right? Your parents take care of you, and then when they get a little helpless, you help them, right? But with me, the way I raised her, I'm on my fucking own. So I feel like I did something wrong. Like, why didn't I fucking indoctrinate her better? Because now I'm on my own. If the apocalypse hits, she's 2.5 hours away. She might go east, and I'm over here in the west. So I'm fucked now because I didn't do what I should have done. Maybe I still don't know. I should have raised her more like my father raised me, so that things would have been smoother for me and her when she's older.
That's
Because
that's
she's
the
80 now.
that's the conundrum you're in when you're living in a environment that the way that it functions is unhealthy. You're going to end up having to do these things that to mitigate and supplement for what you would need to do otherwise, you know, and then it just becomes a cycle over that plays into itself, and it's just self-destruction is what it is.
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure which parts you consider the destruction.
Well, because the real solution to that is not I should have indoctrinated better. It's that would be a band-aid approach that may help in terms of zombie apocalypse stuff or whatnot, but the real solution would have been to have been way outside of that with people again that you can work with, that you can count on and rely on, and not have to indoctrinate people to do so.
Yeah, but if you can't count on your family, who the fuck can you count on?
That's a good question. That is a very good question. Who can you count on? Well, the first direction I would have to ask is, can you count on yourself?
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm not well enough to be able to fend for myself properly.
Right?
And had I have indoctrinated her better, I'd be able to take care of myself better, right?
Would that have been the right way to go, or would it, the right way to have been to take care of yourself better?
Well, okay, that's true. But eventually I'd reach a point where I would be helpless at some point.
Well,
If I end up with
what
some
if
kind of dementia or something like that,
what if
then
your daughter something happens to her and she's no longer here? Now what? You're fucked, right?
but I have a son-in-law, I have a grandson.
Well, what if they're all gone, right? I'm just saying, you
If they're all gone,
diversify.
if they're all gone, I don't even want to live.
Well, okay.
They're pretty much all that's keeping me here to begin with. I've served my time. I've done what I was supposed to do. I had a baby. I raised that baby. I taught her to be a good mama, and she's doing all that stuff. The only thing that sucks about my kid is that she doesn't feel any responsibility for me. And that just sucks for me. It doesn't really suck for her. So,
She's giving you a reality check, isn't she?
yeah, I should have indoctrinated her better.
So you're angry. That's the ego, of course, and you know that. You're angry that the reality isn't the way that you want it, so your solution would have been to try and force the issue to be that way through indoctrination.
It was that way up until my generation, up until her generation. It was that way in all the generations before me. Is that and it's not just Palestinian. It's not just my family. It's not just Palestinians. All kinds of cultures. That's what happens. all kinds of countries, the grandparents live in the same house with the parents and the grandchildren. It's just a rite of passage. And I feel like I got robbed, which I robbed myself because I didn't indoctrinate her properly.
You think that I would have been indoctrinatable to feel that I had some obligation to my immediate
not
family like
lizard
that?
people, human people.
Oh, okay.
I can't say for you because you're going to go opposite to what the humans do. But yeah, for most people, this is the way it works in all kinds of countries all over the world.
Does it actually work though, or is like forcing the issue again? Is that actually is it a healthy way to function?
If it's been done in nature all this time, then I would say that there's no question about it.
Done in nature? What do you mean done in nature?
I mean, it's been the way for millennia.
For who?
Long before the Zionists ever were even thought of.
For who? How do you know? How do you know the way of?
Because
How do you, let's put it this way. How do you even think to fathom the way of the Pharaoh?
they weren't feral. We weren't feral, you know.
How do you know?
Because we were living in societies. We were living in villages.
Right. It doesn't mean you weren't feral.
You're not feral if you're living in with you're only feral if you're
So
surviving for yourself.
a pack of wolves can't be feral? Feral just means non-domesticated, right?
Okay. Well, you know what? Families are domesticated.
Mm-hmm. Well, the corporate ones, right?
No, we teach each other. We teach each generation coming in all the rules, all the indoctrination. We do this. It's survival.
Maybe the idea is to learn to undomesticate yourself, or at least, again, put a discernment question on it as to if there's a decision being made, is it healthy or not?
My child or my grandchild has a much better chance at surviving anything, corporate or otherwise, if he grows up in a home where he knows that his parents have his back as he's young, his parents have his back, and that he's in a safe environment for him to grow and learn. That's the better life for my grandson.
Not if that's all your grandson is counting on.
Counting on. He's not counting on shit. He just is. My
He will be though if that's
he
he will be if that's what you domesticate him to think that way, and if he accepts that domestication.
He loves his mother. He loves his father. He loves.
That's nothing to do with it. That's nothing to do with it.
But that bond makes a nice, safe environment.
That's nothing to do with what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is if he's only counting on that, you know, and you're not diversified.
He's not counting on anything. He doesn't know that there's any other way.
You just said he has a better chance of surviving if he has a...
Yeah, that's my thoughts that I'm telling you, not his thoughts. So I'm saying on it, maybe.
And I'm saying, okay, he has a much better chance of surviving as opposed to what? What's the other option?
Being swallowed up or murdered or worse.
Yeah, but for that to happen, what's the other environment is what I'm saying.
To just let him do whatever the fuck he wants. Leave the house and go wherever he wants. Talk to whoever he wants. That's not safe.
Life isn't safe. Huh?
Well, there are certain safeties that you can control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why not use them?
When it's within balance and it's healthy, use them. Otherwise, the very thing you're trying to mitigate, you become the problem. You become an antithesis to that. Mitigate.
That's a serious word.
Mitigate.
Mitigate. Okay. All right. Sorry, say that again. The things that you try to mitigate.
If it's not balanced, then the thing that you try and mitigate, you'll end up being the problem. You'll end up being emphasis to that.
When my grandson is old enough to make certain discernments that he does not have the education or the experience to make properly, now at 7 years old, when he's at an age where he does have better discernment, that's when he can then go out and start trying things on his own or in a controlled environment that's bigger, like a bigger controlled environment. That's the way you raise them. That's the safe way to raise them. That's the wise way to raise them.
Not the
You
way I
don't
was
just
raised.
throw them to the wolves.
Not the way I was raised.
What, your parents threw you to the wolves?
No, they tried to constrict the shit out of me and be overly strict. And I said, fuck you, I'm doing my own thing. And I learned how to survive on my own.
Okay, that's being overly strict, though.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying, right? Maybe you missed what I was saying, is balance.
Oh, yeah. Again, though, that's also subjective, what balance is in that
What
case.
isn't in life?
Well, there's certain things. Eating Big Macs is not good balance for your health.
Right.
Doesn't give you balance health. So that's a no-brainer, and that's the instance in every case.
Yeah, and a lot of things are no-brainer yet, even though they are. People still do them.
Okay, what you were
Or
saying
don't do
that
sometimes.
that you were saying that I don't know if you do that on purpose or if it's just because we're on different wavelengths thinking about different objectives of what we're saying.
Do what?
I was saying to you that you don't just throw the baby to the wolves. The child needs to learn how their enemy moves before you can just send them out there to battle the enemy or to survive in spite of the enemy. So you take certain stages, and because we're complicated beings dealing with complicated beings, it takes a while to do that, and you have to do it in increments. So if you're overly strict, now I was not nearly as strict as my parents were with me, but in relation to the other kids that she was growing up with, I was overly strict. Now so to me, overly is not a good word, because I mean it does the job, but I just don't like it because I was not as strict as my parents, and their strictness actually kept me safe because I was a bit of an idiot.
Comparing it to others is not necessarily the healthy discernment tool either.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that saying overly strict is not a good gauge, because overly could mean overly is in relation to what the norm would be, right? So it's
I wouldn't say so. No, I wouldn't do that. It's very much in terms of that's where it's not a norm. Norm is a collectivist view again, and I reckon that would be very unhealthy. You need to look at the individual.
I meant
got 10 different,
nature. I meant nature's norm. I didn't mean what society considers normal.
Oh, okay. Well, in nature's norm, if you got 10 different students, you got 10 different courses, because they're all on different anatomies, different development patterns, different frequencies. So you got to be subjectively fluid to the case at hand, which is a fluid thing evolving constantly.
Well, I mean, Jacques is not getting somebody else's prescription on how to be raised, right? He's being raised according to who he is. So Natalie goes with who Jacques is as a person, in how to deal with him and trying to teach him and give him opportunities based on who he is. So he's getting a very individualized education. And for instance, the presents that I got him which, by the way, is not a normal thing. I normally fight against the whole present thing at Christmas, but I just miss him so much, and I wanted to get him. So I got him scientifically based presents. So he's got a geode that he can build and then grow the crystals in the geode. Because she bought him, you know, those advent calendars that count down to Christmas, 25 days, and you open the window and there's a little chocolate in there every day. Okay, well,
Yep.
she bought him ones with a different stone in every day, right? So tiger's eye is his favorite so far. And so he's now fascinated with gemstones. And so I got him that I got him something to build crystals on to make his own cactus, like a crystal cactus. And then this other thing where he can dig for these 3 gems that are buried in this whatever rock it is or whatever that they get. So I didn't open it, but what it says on the box, right? So I'm getting him now. These things are for 8 and above, and he just turned 7. But he is capable of understanding it. So I'm not going to go by what the box says. I'm going to go by what he does, what he demonstrates.
Right.
So he's getting an individualized education. And when Natalie was growing up, I had her in alternative school in Toronto. And alternative school in Toronto is not the same thing as alternative school in the States or alternative high school in Toronto. It's like Montessori, which is a way each child learns at their own pace. So maybe they're in grade 2, but they're in grade 4 in math, right? They just excel in math. So they get to go higher than that grade. They're not bound by the constrictions of what the school system says what you learn when you're in grade 2.
Yeah.
You can go further in a subject, they give you that freedom. So this was a public school version, and she grew up in that. So I totally understand the idea that it has to be each child would have their own lessons plan, right? But when it comes to dealing with human beings, as opposed to structures in nature and science and math and English and all that, it's a difference, because you need a certain amount of experience, and that takes time. So just because he's 7 and he can understand concepts that an 8-year-old can understand when it comes to science does not mean that he's had enough time to deal with 8-year-olds on the playground, right?
Yeah.
The social. So those kinds of things, they need time, and to deal with the complexities of humans and human nature, it takes a lot of time, more time than it takes to raise a bird or a kitten.
I reckon from my witnessing, everything takes time. It takes a lot less time for people who are not born and raised in the corporate societies. It's a lot less. And the abilities that those children are able to demonstrate at remarkably young ages are quite profound. And they they blow abilities that I have out of the water. You know, I learned from them a lot. Can you fathom the idea that there is some
run the water? Tell me if it bothers you. To make my food, I have to run the water.
Can you fathom that there's groups of people that I've lived amongst that have no idea what a birthday is?
You want the jokey answer or the real answer?
No, the real answer. You know, it's a serious question.
Sure, I can fathom that. Yeah.
Right. So, and of course, that's just one little example. Most people couldn't fathom that because it's just so outside of the socially acceptable things, and most people
if you were to say that they don't have any any inkling of what a celebration is, though, I would say I would have a different answer. Like,
I've never seen anybody who didn't fundamentally have that understanding
of the celebration
without even needing to be taught.
Right.
That's like a fundamental instinct.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know about it as being fundamental instinct. I don't know if that counts as a fundamental instinct, but I would think just breathing and eating and stuff would be fundamental instincts. But
Yeah, but just even
part
well,
of
I
the human
guess
condition is that we enjoy and set up celebrations. Right? It doesn't have to be a birthday. The concept of a birthday
the
is
setup part
definitely
is the
uh,
setup part is where it's not a fundamental thing. That's definitely a trained thing. But enjoy and experience celebration. That's a fundamental thing.
yes, a superseded gratitude for a moment in time.
Right.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, no, I can see that because the birthday itself. See, what I was saying earlier was I didn't need to be taught it because I would eventually have decided it anyway. Because I would have looked for ways to have civils. My kind of person, like me, I like to look for things to celebrate, right? I love celebrations. So eventually it would have occurred to me to celebrate the fact that, how many years I've been here, right? It might not have been a regular thing like every year, but I definitely would have celebrated my birth and the fact that I'm, making some milestones. So, and that's all I was saying earlier, because you said that was given to us by our overlords, but I say I would have figured my way to a path to celebrate it anyway, myself.
It's definitely another corporatized traditional thing.
That specific thing, yeah.
Just like
Even
Christmas,
anniversaries.
right? Yes, all of it, all of these things, and they're all superficial. That have been designed again to keep people distracted, and also having a temporary relief from the congestive stress traumatic lifestyle for not being in a consistent state of freedom-esque celebratory life.
I like that freedom-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I have seen over time, over my years, we only used to have a certain amount of holidays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the commonly celebrated holidays. And I think I noticed it when they implemented Family Day in February.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have that in BC, but we have that here in Ontario.
Which one?
Family Day.
I think I heard of it. I'm not sure when it is.
This occurred while I was traveling with Theo, so I
Mm-hmm.
was only in Canada half the time, and this occurred while a lot of changes happened while I was out of the country. So I'd come back and find out. I remember one time coming and finding out that you couldn't see the cigarette on the shelf. They had to hide the cigarettes behind, like in a cabinet door or something. That
Mm-hmm.
became the law, right? And so this Family Day thing happened. They said that we didn't have a holiday in February, and that February has we have the blahs because we don't have sun. So they decided to implement a Family Day holiday. And I started to realize also before that, even they had they developed Grandparents' Day. Now, me personally, as a grandparent, I would appreciate it if I got to see my grandson, and if they need to make a day for that to guilt my daughter into bringing him over, then yay. But really, it's just made up, and I could realize that it was corporate. It was a corporate thing that they were doing, because all of these things, Mother's Day, when Natalie was growing up, Mother's Day and Father's Day meant nothing to us. Every day we celebrated each other, not in a celebration, but we appreciated each other, that we were
Right.
in each other's lives. And I felt like every day was Mother's Day. If Natalie had a chance to do something nice for me, she would. She didn't need a fucking day to do it, right? She just would. So I didn't feel like I needed one. When she moved out and I don't get to see her very often, I appreciate the fact that there's a Mother's Day, because if she doesn't make it, at least she's guilted into it, and maybe next year I'll see her for it. So but really it means nothing. Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, all
Yeah,
that
there
stuff
are
means nothing, right?
those. I can't. all of these things, it's clear to me. It's easy for me to see that these things are put in the picture on the Monopoly boards so that people who are forced into playing it because they don't know any other option in life, there has to be an outlet when the congestion gets too tight. So they give you these superficial outlets according to their schedule that also still benefits them. And the practice of that, and they know this, is again the delegation away from ever living in your own right, where
In a
you just
natural way.
do what you're going to do. Yeah. Right. So, they give you, okay, you can, like Thanksgiving, for example,
I was
you can
thinking of
only,
Thanksgiving. Yeah.
right. You can only be grateful one day a year because that's the day that it's socially acceptable to do so. And then the
Now, this
rest of
is
the
not the way I look at it. This is not
364 days a year is not a good time for the same level of gratitude.
okay. Then let me propose an alternate view of this. Thanksgiving Day is obviously one of the corporate things that they do because they made up lies in the United States saying that they sat with the First Nations having dinner and all that. They just made up a
Yeah.
whole fucking fable, right?
Another one of those pagan rituals as well.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So, but in Canada, Thanksgiving Day is grateful for the harvest, right? So now this would have been, I can see this in Little House on the Prairie time, right? 1700s, 1800s, where crops just completely fucking fail sometimes. They get flooded out or there's not enough water or whatever. And so when things do work out, they have a celebration. That would
Yeah.
seem normal to me, that would happen in a village, So, and then as they spread the word, other people go, hey, that's a good idea. Or they have the same idea, right? So I don't view Thanksgiving necessarily. Now, it's been turned into a corporate holiday, definitely. But the idea of having a practice where you are reminding people to be grateful, I think is a good thing. It's like you don't have to have a celebration every day that you have food on the table, although people pray and give thanks, right? But you don't have to have this celebration. But when you do it once a year or certain times of year, these are just reminders.
This is a problem with that.
Why?
It's definitely hypnotic practice and practice of segregating gratitude instead of making it a way of life.
But how do you know that? Because what it taught me was not just to be grateful on that day, though, right? It didn't tell me that. Same thing as Christmas, being nice to people. I give compassion all year round. I give kindness to as much as I can all year round. It's
Yeah,
not
but
just Christmas.
that's not. It's more fundamental. The gratitude of just being again immersed in life and full of gratitude for life, and then the expression of that, and that's a way of life. That's what they don't want people thinking of, and it's very much a subliminal, more subconscious trance practice based thing where it's like you just go to work and be a cob for most of the year, don't even give two shits about it, and then oh yeah, because there's a thing in the psyche again, right? It'll blow up if it doesn't get an outlet of some sort to what is not a healthy lifestyle to it. And the only
Not having a holiday in
reason,
the middle of all the work.
right, exactly, and the reason why the oppressors give a shit about that is not because they really give a shit about your psyche. It's because they have to if they want to keep you as a slave. They have
Yeah,
to.
but
They
they
have to
only
give.
let you let a little bit of steam off, not enough
Right.
that you really need.
Right. Exactly. They just enough to make it again a net profit for them at whatever minimal cost that they have to do to get that.
Right.
That's all that it is. Right.
They're just enduring the holiday while we celebrate it, and they're just waiting for us to get back to work.
Yeah, and they've even turned it in their favor, right? With the whole like Christmas is a great excuse to
make
clear
money.
out inventory for the next one. you
Yeah,
know?
and it's also a way to generate. Like, it's when you make everybody expect that people should be giving each other presents. If you watch
Yes.
the way that people give presents at their work, they
Yes.
have games where you give a present and then somebody else goes and they pick a present, and they can either pick their own present or they can take your present away from you. It's such a slimy, rotten little fucking game that completely takes away the whole idea of giving.
Right.
That you and to be able to exchange your present, you give somebody a present and then you give them this catered bill that doesn't show you how much, because that's day class A to show how much the present is, but you still give them this receipt that they can take back and exchange what you gave to them. So the presents aren't from the heart. It's just it's like it's expected. It's rote.
Superficial to the extreme. By
Yes, and
design.
if you're not giving presents from your heart, they're not presents.
Mm-hmm.
Like these presents I'm getting for Jacques, even though it's at Christmas time, they're
It's
from my
just
heart
socially acceptable protocol. That's all that it is.
for those people. Yeah. But it's it's not even just the fact that they're not appreciating it. It's the fact that it's the exact antithesis of giving.
And the
It's
funny thing is, most of the people don't really want to be doing it. I mean, with the exception of the little, the decorations and this and that, and it does put people in a bit of a better mood and stuff like that, and it's festive, and
yeah,
I
raises
get
your
that,
morale.
right?
Yeah.
And I get that, right? But aside from that, it gets quickly overrun with the reality check that everybody's actually at each other's throats because they're practicing something they really don't want to be doing, and all the stress that goes along with it, to have to perform and do the functions, especially to the people holding the family dinners and all this stuff. Can
Well,
you
Catherine was in
imagine
this
how much?
position.
Can you
Sorry.
imagine how much bullshit energy I've saved myself since I stopped doing any of that when I was 21?
Yeah, but I just think about all the stuff you missed out on too, though.
I missed out on nothing because the trade-off was I have all this opportunity every moment of every day to make the most of it, and there's nothing holding me back, and that's exactly what I do.
But
See, the
we're
trade-off
talking
for
about
not doing that
communing.
becomes these little crumbs that people are settling for in trade-off to this other lifestyle that isn't even known about.
But we're talking about communing. All right, it's the matter of bonding with other people. So if you're
I
having
can I can do that anytime for whatever reason, no holds barred, and I do.
oh, my potato has a rotting mark in the middle of it.
And I'll never do it on a superficial basis either. If it's going to go in that direction, I'll secede from it immediately.
Yesterday, I was faced with something. Not faced with it. I experienced something. You know who Shift Happens is?
Who?
Shift
Shift happens.
Happens. She's got like a fish as her avatar.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Sort of rings a bell.
She's a very upbeat. Well, okay. On the outside, she's an upbeat person. She's very funny, very quick-witted. She's an acrobat with her words. I mean, she's just, when it comes to words, she's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
And she gives so many people pleasure with her cute, adorable giggle and all that stuff. Those are her good points. She also has bad points, but those are her good points. So it was her birthday yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing about Shift is she is in a very deep depression. And it's always running underneath all that happiness and, jovial behavior. Underneath is a very sad, lost sister. And it was her birthday yesterday, and there was 3 days of celebrations for her this weekend. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, she has loved ones that she hasn't seen. Some of them, she hasn't seen them for a while, because, a lot of people have to come in from farther away, right? That's another reason for you can't do this every day, right? It has to be something where you're specifically taking time off or making the concerted effort to travel to get to that one place where everybody is getting together, right? So this is all happening in her honor all weekend. The depressed part of her was like, you know, I really do appreciate that all these people want to do these things for me, but all I want to do is just crawl back. I want to get in my pajamas and be all comfortable in my bed. And I swear to God, I was thinking to myself, what would Nudie say? So I weighed it. I weighed what her own soul seemed to need, which was getting in her nice soft jammies and celebrating her birthday by just being comfortable in her bed. But then I looked at it by, this is something that she would do normally, is to just crawl back into bed and try to avoid. And the advice I gave her, and I went up on her panel, was to say that now it's not, she's not antisocial or anything, and she's not like you where she just doesn't like her family or she doesn't want everything to do with them or anything like that. It's not a case like that. It's a case of a depressed person who doesn't feel the energy to make the effort in front of other people. And I thought this is something she would do on a regular day, is to just go hide. And I thought, if she focuses on all the things that make her happy, because there was a lot, and she said them, things that make her happy about these several celebrations and how she's appreciative. I said, at the end of the day, if you don't like it, you can always make your excuses and go back home and crawl into your pajamas and get in bed and still celebrate it the way you want to celebrate it. But you know that once you get there, once you get there, you're going to realize, oh, I'm so glad I came out. And she said, yeah, that's happened before. I gave the allegory or whatever you call it. I said, I'll just avoid taking a bath because it's so much work to set up the bathtub, right? But once I do, I think, oh shit, I should have done this days ago. So I'll avoid it, something that I know that I'm going to love. And eventually I do it and I'm happy. I said, it could totally turn out this way for you and you'll miss it if you go and hide in your bed. So you're not going to know unless you go try. So now there's each 3 of the days are different ways of celebrating. The last day is the best one because that's the one with the babies. And that's just not my thoughts. She has the same thoughts. That's what just energizes you, is just dealing with the babies. So, and her and I are like arrested at like age 7 or something. You know what I mean? Like there's a piece of us that's always going to be 7. We like balloons. We like snack foods. We love hugging and kissing and playing, right? So if she were to make that little bit of effort to get out of bed and get her nice shiny clothes on, she's going to be happier. So that's the advice I gave her, which is kind of different than what you were just saying, which is that you have your celebrations whenever you want to have them with whoever you want to have them. And you don't necessarily, I can't characterize what you said, but it's a different
for me,
once a year, right?
hang on, sorry.
Yeah.
1 sec.
Sure.
For me, life itself, it's my way of life is in celebration to the highest degree, always.
You're obviously not in depression, and therefore you don't have to fight anything. If you wanted to celebrate your birthday by climbing in your jammies and going into bed, then that's perfectly not unhealthy, right? So, but for her, I felt like it would be unhealthy because it's the depression talking. It's the chemicals in her brain that are saying, don't go. And then she'll miss this chance for another year before it'll be time to celebrate again. And in February, she might look back on it and go, man, it really would have been fun to get together, but because her chemicals told her no, she avoided it. So for her, I
This
was
is
trying to get her to overcome the depression part that tells her not to go.
that's band-aidism, though. That's why,
No,
because
it's not.
because it's a temporary band-aid. It's not a solution. If she's depressed, why? Why is she
Okay.
not fixing that?
I didn't say this part, but we talked about where you focus, right? So, uh, so I said to her, I said, because she tends to focus on the negative. Not tends to, she does constantly focuses on the negative, even though she's funny, even though she's so smart. But she will go on and on about one incident and she will take it apart. She's like me on steroids. Like
Okay.
she has to take this thing apart into tiny little pieces and then smush them back together and then start taking them apart again. And she'll do it in perpetuation unless you do something to stop it. And that's why I went up on the panel so she could hear my voice, because she was trying to get out of her funk, but she was all alone on the panel. So I figured if she hears my voice, that will change the energy somehow, right?
Mhm.
And so and then I said, let this be the year that you change your focus and start focusing on whatever you consider is something that makes you happy or positive. And I was trying to get her to Samwise. I was trying to get her to make this a new thing, a new way. So it wasn't just a band-aid. It was a way of, and kicking it off with a birthday celebration for all of us humans. That's a good way. It's like it's a line, it's a marker. It's my brother. I think there should be a parade on my fucking birthday. My brother, he uses his birthday for introspection to
Mhm.
to go over his life and see where he went wrong. And it's like, what a waste of your fucking birthday. So I was trying to get her to use this as a line, her birthday measurement, right? Use this as a line. It's new. It's time for something new. So it wasn't just a band-aid. I didn't
Well,
handle it like that.
I don't know. I guess there's different factors. Getting to the bottom of the depression is one, and
Oh
the
yeah,
most
I can't deal
important
with
one,
that on a panel.
right? So that would be until that's understood.
Yeah.
Um, you couldn't give an actual proper direction, right? So that needs to be
Well, first of
understood.
all, I'm not qualified really. I can only go by as a human, but not as a professional. But and I have no idea if she's on medication or not, which would
Hmm.
complicate things.
Right?
So really, her depression is something she needs to tackle herself. But if she can focus on, because I said to her, do you believe that we can change? I said, it's not really your fault that you are looking in this way. It's your chemicals that are telling you this. But do you believe that you can change your chemistry? And she said, yeah.
It's also independent. There's certain circumstances that it's not necessarily a focus thing. Like, you can feel depressed because you have a chemical imbalance, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Well,
Right?
that's not just for example. That's exactly it. It's a chemical imbalance.
Well,
She
we
has a
don't know for
chemical
her though.
imbalance.
Like,
No, she said it. It's a
okay.
chemical. She agreed. It's a chemical
It,
imbalance.
now, is that the only thing? It's just a chemical imbalance.
Well, no, I know. I don't know her life. I just know that she agreed that it was a chemical imbalance. So I
Yeah.
don't know
So
what other mitigating circumstances there are to
right.
that or how she got that way, right?
Yeah.
I've been
So
I've been depressed since I was 4. I'm now
right.
57. So for 53 years, almost all my life, I've been depressed. Now,
And
I
if
ignore
she's
a
got
lot of it.
just the first part, if she's got a chemical imbalance,
Mhm.
um, focus won't be the thing. She needs to correct the chemical imbalance. She's
But
still she's still gonna feel what she's feeling. It's just like for example, if you got too much adrenaline going consistently, you're gonna feel that, right? Doesn't matter what you
yes,
focus on, you're gonna feel that.
yes, but when you focus your energy on something that pleases you, right? Then you will the fight or flight starts to lessen, right? So when you train yourself, because we also went over the fact that it's not going to happen just because she has a nice birthday celebration for a weekend, that somehow her life's going to change, but that it's the beginning of a new way, which is focusing on the more positive aspects. And obviously what she eats is going to play a big role. I was not going to get into that because it's her birthday, and she calls herself, she is from the snack community. She just made that up, right? She's from the snack community on YouTube. So she is the snack community. Everything is food. She loves food. I would dare to say she actually loves food more than me. So I don't know how big she is. She could be as big as a house. I have no idea. But food is that's her focus, her main number one thing. So snack food, not just food, snack food. So it's all going to be bad for her. And that's a huge difference to make. So I just dealt with the focus. But definitely diet is going to play a huge role.
Always. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to that health being a holistic thing.
Yes. But we're dealing with chemicals, right? So chemicals are all to do with what your body is taking in and letting out. So
yeah, well, there's a lot of factors, right? Your environment, what you're ingesting, even your focus has a lot to do with it. How much sleep you're getting. If there is something wrong, one of your organs is toxic and you're not balanced, your body's not functioning the way it should.
Diet would be a great big part of that too. If you take in the right things, you might be able to heal that organ, right?
There's a good chance, but it depends. Like some people might for example, let's say you moved into an apartment or bought a house, and in that house the person before you had a mercury spill.
Yeah.
Had a mercury spill in a room, right? Yeah. And so the environment is toxic, but you don't know it is, but the rest of your lifestyle is pretty healthy. You're going to have that problem, right? Absolutely. And until you correct it.
Absolutely. That is another way to have a chemical imbalance. But right now, I mean, I have no time to go into all of those with her, right? All these things. I just jumped on the panel for like 10 minutes, right? So, and it was, she was deciding whether she should get ready or not, and trying to pick out what to wear and stuff like that. So it was just a quick visit. So I only just wanted to let you know, because you said about it being a Band-Aid. I don't think it is. And I think that if you can train your brain to start focusing on the things that please you and less on the bad shit, because you can't completely get rid of it, but just focus less on that, then you could train your brain to make a different cocktail. Maybe it's not going to be perfect, but maybe it'll be a hell of a lot better, which would then motivate her to do more, to feel better.
Well, don't get me wrong. Band-Aids aren't necessarily, I'm not even suggesting that they're unhealthy or bad. If you're bleeding,
I was focusing on a cure. I wasn't focusing on a Band-Aid.
Yeah, I would reckon that it wouldn't be a cure at all, especially with what you told me what's going on with her, and we don't even know the whole picture. That would definitely be a Band-Aid that may be a useful one, with the caution of making sure that it doesn't become an overwritten pattern to try and mitigate that.
What? That's too many words. I don't know
whatever. In other words, whatever you practice becomes your program in life, right? So you got to be careful. Not when you do Band-Aids, you don't want to practice Band-Aids just being how you function and survive, and never actually get to the root and then let go of the Band-Aid.
It's not a Band-Aid to go to change the road you're on and start focusing on positive things. That's not a Band-Aid. That's part of the cure.
It's a Band-Aid if you don't anything's going to be a Band-Aid if you don't fix the root holistically.
A Band-Aid would have been, look, yeah, okay, I'm just making this up because I have no idea what her family's comprised of. But look, your parents, they went to all this trouble. You know that they're going to be in your ear saying they went to all this trouble and you didn't even show up. You may as well just go there, be happy for as long as you can, make your appearance, and then duck out when you can. That would be a Band-Aid, right? What I was suggesting was a new way of life.
Yeah, but again,
that's not a Band-Aid.
yeah, it kind of is, especially like that's why I was asking specific when a major part of her imbalance is chemical. Until that is rectified, everything else is going to only be a Band-Aid to that imbalance.
She's responsible for going to get her own therapy and changing her diet and all of those things. It's a big, long process, especially, I don't think she's the youngest, right? She sounds really sweet and little, like, young, but really, I think she's probably closer to my age, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to being in her 20s or 30s. So
right.
She has a lot of complications that she has to deal with.
Yeah.
That I couldn't even deal with in a year talking with her on a panel, right? There's a lot of changes, lifestyle changes, and attitude changes that she would need to make. Not that I'm picking on her, because we all fucking have that, except for the lizard people. So, but in this case, just using her as an example. So this is a much more complicated thing, but when you change your focus, all kinds of other things are open to you. Because let's say that she actually took this on as a project and actually did it and didn't forget about it or go, oh, Kathleen was just saying nice things. If she actually took this seriously and made this a project for herself, it's just the foot in the door, but it definitely is going to change the firing of the chemicals that her brain is making. Because a lot of the depression is anticipating gloom and doom, right? So if you're not,
we don't know that in her case.
No, I mean depression in general.
I wouldn't say that either. It's very case specific.
It's not have any joy. There's no joy.
And yeah, but and also we were up until that moment just talking about her.
Okay, but I mean the definition of depression is not feeling any joy.
Yeah.
You can
actually, you know what? To my surprise, like that would be my definition. The allopathic industry does not have that same definition. Actually, not even close. Numbness.
Well, that's not feeling any joy.
No, it's not feeling anything at all.
Oh no, depressed people get angry.
Me and you understand that, but the allopathic industry will classify somebody who doesn't feel any emotions as depressed. They did it to me, Kat. That's what they tried to when that happened to me when I was 29. When that happened to me when I was 29.
Yeah.
When I went to go see the allopathic doctor, just as out of curiosity to see, once I understood what was wrong, I just wanted to see how far off base they would be. They diagnosed me with an imbalance of the thyroid and depression. And the depression was because I expressed that I have no emotional state going on. I have no feelings, no drive, no undrive, no reason to get up, no reason not to get up. Neutrality. They said, okay. Yeah, you're clinically depressed. They said.
Okay, I would agree with that.
No emotions. But I wasn't depressed. I didn't feel depressed.
No, because you didn't feel anything.
Right. So allopathic industry is fucked, right? In their definition. But I get you, and I concur more that it makes more logical sense. Depression means the opposite of, it's a downer. You're not up, right? You're depressed.
Yes, but some people, when we use the word depressed colloquially too, right? So you could say, oh, I'm so depressed today. That's not actually having depression. You feel depressed, right? So your your joy is muted, right?
Mhm.
So, but I have lived with depression my whole life. I have found joy. I have found pockets of happiness, and I've celebrated them, and I've realized before I ever knew anything, before I was aware of any of this shit, I knew to appreciate every moment that I was happy, to savor every moment that I was happy, and to
Mhm.
look for more. But it's not long lived, right? It's a short spurt. It's not my way of life to live in that joy. I have no idea what it feels like to live in that joy. I can imagine, but I'm just guessing, right? So when you say I'm in this elevated state in a constant way, my immediate reaction is bullshit. It's not possible. But I really
And
can't fathom it. You know what I mean?
right,
Like,
right. And that's because that's a projectionary response
oh,
because you're not
absolutely.
right. And that's what
My
Joe
standpoint. Yeah.
Joe had that earlier as well. You know, when I was talking about I don't do any of these what I call superficial celebratory things. It was just too unfathomable to him. So he said bullshit. Right? And that's what people do when they
No,
can't fathom
I
something because
swear to God,
it's
you.
outside their norm, you know.
I swear to God, I think I was the one who came up with the dinner idea. I was the one to say, "What are you going to do special for her when she comes?" But there was something that you were talking about making. You said you used to cook and you don't cook anymore, or you don't cook that much, and that now that she's gone, obviously you have to do not cooking, but whatever it is you consider cooking. And so you were talking about making a special dish for her.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
I don't know if it was lasagna or something like that.
I have no idea what you're referring to at all. Not even a trace of recollection of this conversation.
Fuck my memory. I know that you said something, but I did remember out later on that it was me who brought up the making the special dinner. I said, "Are you going to make her special dinner or something?" And you had made it like, "Oh no, just going to come back and don't skip a beat," kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and that's what it is. And that too is unfathomable for most people because it's like,
It
wait a
is.
second,
It's absolutely unfathomable
right? I mean,
because the
it would
joy
almost seem
that you would feel.
insensitive or something, you know? Like
Yes.
what the
Yes.
hell? You know, is there nothing? You got no value in this? But that's the thing, is that there's so much value that every moment is in shared celebratory in all senses. That there's no um, need for an extracurricular thing. It would be taking away from that,
You
you
haven't
know?
seen her beautiful face for months, and now you get to hold her face in your hands and look into her eyes directly with no media in between, right? So for you to not feel joy at that factor is unfathomable. It means to me, if that means that's numbness. That's not something. If you call that balance, I don't want that. I want happiness. I realize that happiness also brings pitfalls, right? You can't
We're we're
stay.
we're already in a state of happiness. That's what you don't understand. We're just sharing um in each other's company what we're already experiencing.
But you can't feel as much joy when she's away from you as
Why
when
not?
she's with you,
Are you
because.
kidding? No, my joy is not formulated on something external in life.
Then
That
why are
would
you with
be
her? Why are you
because
with her? You could just fuck any ditch pig you wanted at the 7-Eleven parking lot, and you wouldn't have to give any kind of commitment to anything. Why are you with her?
you cut out the last part there.
I said you could fuck any whore
Uh-huh.
in the 7-Eleven parking lot and not make any commitments to anything. But
Uh-huh.
you have decided that you want to share your life with her as your partner. Why her? And why are you with someone if you don't feel that joy of being in their presence?
I didn't say I don't feel joy being in her presence and vice And
Extra joy that you wouldn't feel if you weren't with her.
yeah, it's not like that either. There's even a trade-off in a sense, because I'm more hermit-minded and
Or what?
hermit-minded, introverted.
Yeah, but you can't be such a true hermit if you have somebody living with you.
Yeah, it definitely is an interesting exception that I'm making here. One that I didn't
It's almost
intend
like
to.
you are an
Right.
alien and you're feeling feelings, but you're just examining them and you're not actually feeling them. You're just sort of, this is an odd feeling. Why is my mouth smiling more? Like why do I feel so healthy when I'm around her? That's a very
not,
interesting thing.
these are all fabricated ideas that you guys come up with because you don't understand.
Don't understand no feeling with somebody that you love.
No, you even that you said no feeling, right?
Yeah.
I didn't say there was no feeling. You did.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. If she were to have stayed in Paris, do you think your relationship would stay the same?
You roboted there again. Say that again.
If she were to have stayed in Paris, do you think that you would still have the same relationship if she never came back?
It would just be what it was at the time. It depends. I don't know what you mean by the same relationship. Can you elaborate on that?
You have a relationship with a shared future that you're planning, and you are partners in whatever it is that your ventures are, right? And you grow together and you learn together, you teach each other things.
We're choosing to walk a path together at the moment.
So if she didn't come back from Paris, would you have the same relationship with her?
In what sense? What do you mean?
Would you still keep loving her as much every single day and having the same feeling that you have for her while she's been with you all this time?
Yep.
And then you're never going to be together anymore.
Yep.
That's it. You're done. You're still going to love her just as much. And I don't mean right afterwards. I mean in the future till you die.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I didn't try to go after you as a boyfriend, because I need love and
location
affection.
has nothing to do with,
being
That's
in each other's energy, in each other's presence. I mean, you can be.
Do you know that my relationship with her at first was just online based for quite a number of years?
Sure, it
A
grew.
lot of years.
It grew. It grew into something where you ended up sharing the same space.
Yeah, and it just fell into that. It was a spontaneous, and it was her idea. It was a spontaneous request. It's not like it was a methodical thing. Okay, we're going to be boyfriend and girlfriend now. That's not what it is,
Did she know before she got with you that you had no legs?
What?
Nothing.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to picture what your conversations were like if you showed her your face and
oh yeah. Actually, it was quite a while. I didn't have a working camera on my computer, so it was quite a while before I could actually show me to her on video.
Well, I know, because it's your voice how people fall in love with you. So first make people fall in love with your voice, and then show
that's
your
it.
face.
It was
and then if you're ugly, it won't matter
it
as
was
much.
It was a tactic.
Somebody's already in love with you before they seen you.
Yeah,
So
Cat.
That's why I said that. Did she know that you didn't have any legs?
Cat. Interestingly enough, I wasn't interested, seeking, or thinking about at all having any kind of intimate relationship with anybody.
Okay, well, that's when you find love, is when you're not looking.
Yeah, it's not even like that either. Like the way you guys look at it, it's totally unorthodox.
Us humans? When you say you guys, are you talking about us
you
humans?
orthodox-minded people.
You know what? Nobody had to tell me what it felt like. I've experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe that's out of my unbalance that I suffer with in cooperation with all my other corporate societal buddies, but
Mhm.
this is a feeling that is the biggest fucking rush. There is no
Yeah, that
matching it.
we don't have that.
I'm so sorry.
Not
But
looking
you've
for it,
never
not
felt it, have
interested in
you?
it, not missing out. Not at all.
I'm telling you, you're missing out.
Nah.
Now who's in denial?
Yeah.
The connection with another human being of the whatever sex it is you picked, but as far as I'm concerned, the opposite sex, that connection is magical.
I
It's
have that already.
beyond.
I even have more of that than you can probably fathom because there isn't the things in the way from having that. The
Oh no
superficial
no
stuff.
no.
Oh yeah. Same thing. Same thing with living in the moment to the fullest. I don't think you've really understand what that means. I don't know if you've really
may
had
not.
a moment in your life at all, just even as an instance
Mm.
of what I'm talking about. You know,
Of having that higher elevated status for
right.
a prolonged period of time. You're right.
Right.
I told you I haven't.
Right. So at this point, the best you can have is theoretical.
No,
And
it's spurts. It's spurts.
I don't even think you've had a spurt of it. And
Oh no, don't tell me that. I know I have. Not what you're talking about. Not that
that's what I'm
even
referring to.
field
What I'm
thing.
talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm referring to that.
Yeah.
And so at best, it's theoretical, and then you'll go to a comparison of what you know, and so it'll
there's
become a
also
projection of trying to fit it in the box so that it'll make sense to you, and you'll never get it. It won't work.
says the higher being. Well,
Go ahead and try, but you won't. It's like trying to know what a cookie tastes like without ever eating one. Good luck.
But you have the same problem. You don't understand the joys and benefits of being close with your family, or feeling that roller coaster ride, or those butterflies in your stomach, or the feeling. I was with Thea, or I was with Patrick for almost 20
What
years.
makes you think I've never experienced those things?
You just said you don't have any of those highs and lows. It's just all even. Everything's all even.
You hiccuped again. You went robotic. Say that again.
I said, you said yourself that you don't have all those ups and downs. You have this evenness. It's like a constant evenness. Well, the whole idea of the yin yang, well, the whole idea is that's just a function of the universe, but as a human being experiencing the yin and yang of life, the downs challenge you to grow, and the ups are your fucking reward. So that's where you get to enjoy the spoils of the negativity that you overcame.
When I'm in balance, I get it all, and then some.
But you can't appreciate things the proper way if you don't have a sense of what it's like without it.
What makes you think I don't? What makes you think I always was this way and I don't, you're very conclusive, as if I haven't had
You
that.
just said from the time you were a child, you don't like affection or any kind of that stuff.
I said with my mother. I didn't say at all. I said with my mother and my immediate family, more specifically, blood family. But affection is not out of the equation.
Affection is not a what?
It's not out of the equation. Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Especially with animals.
I was under the impression that everything that you're saying doesn't contain any of that. It's
Yeah,
all
the impression
teasing.
was yours. You gave that to
No, but
yourself. I guess you
everything you have said, it's got to do with what you've said. And
you
all the time,
misconstrued it. That's all. You misconstrued it. I didn't say. I was referring when I said that, and I was specific. I said with my mother. I didn't have that, sense
you
of
just
connection.
extended it to the rest of your family just now.
And yeah, I'm elaborating because I said if anything, it was them who wanted with me, but I repelled it. I pushed it away and said no, I want to play with my toys. Wasn't interested with them. Doesn't mean that I don't have that though. Yeah, that's you misconstrued it to that if that's what you thought.
Okay, but you even just said now at your age with Fruity that you didn't feel that elation. That it's just normal, like every day, whether she's there or she's not there.
That's
It's
not the
always
same
the
thing as
same.
that's not the same thing as affection. That's a
You
different
also
thing.
said that you guys haven't celebrated in the carnal way since she came back. So it's
Right.
another impression that you're giving that that's not important to you.
Right. Which again, I'm very. If you haven't noticed, I've left out details there, and it's amusing to see what the imagination does to fill in holes when it doesn't have the full scope of context.
Okay, I did consider the fact that maybe there's some kind of medical problem or some kind of physical thing that's preventing it. I know that there's other ways to look at it, but you seem so unbothered and like it's just normal. And to not feel that elation and celebration upon seeing your love's face and putting it in your hands again, to not to treat it like it's an alien concept is this is the impression that you're giving. So
That's
obviously your results are not scientific because it's based on the impression that you're giving.
a lot of fabrication in there. A lot.
What I fabricated?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning I lied?
No, fabricated. Well, I guess that's too heavy a word. I'm not suggesting you're lying at all. I'm suggesting you're coming up with things to fill in those holes to try and make it make sense.
Well,
To try
that's
and
why I
make
keep
sense
on
of it.
asking questions, and I can't think of every question for
That's
every
okay. Yeah,
scenario. And
and that's okay.
I'm relying on you to fill
Mhm.
in those holes where I'm filling it in wrong. Just
Right.
educate me and show me where I'm getting it wrong so that I have a better idea. But
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
far, and over the last 2 years, the impression that you've been giving me is that, to feel all that elation only sets you up for failure down the line because you're bound to fall. You remember that conversation or those conversations
Uh-huh.
about how I look forward to things and celebrate those things, expectations, and
Mhm.
then when the fun is over, then I fall because and I agreed with you because it's true. It's kind of disappointing after it's all over. There's something
Mhm.
called the wedding blues. You're
Right.
you're
The
ramping up and
honeymoon
ramping
phase
up.
is over.
Yeah, and then there's no more celebration. Now you're just a regular couple. Nobody's coming over for special dinners or bringing you presents or putting a tiara on your head.
Mhm.
So it just becomes there's like a vacuum that
Mhm.
happens, and
Right.
now you're just yeah. So and then there's all the whole thing of living together if you didn't live together before, and that first year of marriage can be one of the hardest. Is that first year of adjusting to each other. So there's all kinds of factors to take into effect. But the idea of just being monotonely, I don't know, you call it
At
content.
peace. Mhm.
You said happy is not the thing that you search for. It's contentment.
Mhm.
And that sounds fucking boring.
Mhm. Well,
I mean, it's a nice feeling, but it's for like a regular thing. But having things to look forward to is a great rush for a human being.
To somebody who's in the mundane, boring life of
the normal contentment.
The normal, mundane, boring life. You want to call it normal, right? Normal is just a state of delusional conformity. That's all that is.
Okay, we're not good. That's like too big a topic.
But it is, right?
That's a whole other box of its own. That one topic right there is a
Sure.
whole other box of its own.
Okay, but back to what we were just focusing on. The cog life is boring. The superficialness is appallingly boring to it. There's nothing that excites me, amuses me, stimulates me. I'm repulsed by it. It's like, why would anybody want to engage and dabble in that crap?
My life is boring because I don't have my family in it. If I could live close to my daughter and my grandson, every day would be such a celebration.
Mm-hmm.
It would be, of course, I'd get used to having my grandson around and it would become more rote, but I definitely would feel happy every fucking day that I got to spend with him and my daughter if things were going good.
Yeah.
So
I'm in celebration because, not because of. That's the difference.
Oh, and now you're going to pull one of those sayings. People have like, and there's initials for things.
It's not a saying. It's just a statement of
You're
is
saying because of as opposed to because.
Yeah. In other words, I'm not in a state of elation and contentment because the formula was fulfilled.
It's my formula, though.
That's right. And that's what's
I like
superficial.
my formula. It's not superficial. It comes from my heart.
It is. No, it doesn't. It comes from your brain to try and chase after what you're trying to fulfill, which is being content. That's what you're trying to fulfill because you're not experiencing that. So you're going to look for ways to experience that. And the brain and the ego will come up with all kinds of superficial things. That to me is boring.
If I could feel that happiness that I'm seeking, then all that contentment would be great. It'd be cool. But if I'm only shooting for contentment, then it just seems like a waste of time.
It's all intertwined. You're happy. It's that form of happiness. It's, I could call it content again. These are just words.
Regular day.
This is a way of life. It's a way of life.
That's what I mean. That should be something to strive for a regular day.
I'm at peace again. I'm at peace because, not because of. So I'm already there just because. I don't need to, do something to be like that.
I'm not talking about the contentment. I'm talking about the over.
The thing that you're chasing, right? And doing those things to chase is what I already feel and experience without doing anything. I don't need to do something to get that.
Even when you're mad at me?
Even when I'm mad at you. If I'm mad at you, it's because I left that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. My choice.
Okay, that's a totally different argument. Quit moving the goalpost.
No, it's not an argument. It just
contentment being enough. That it's constant and that it's enough. But it's not constant because there are times when you're not content. And me personally, not for you, I'm not judging for you, but for me personally, contentment is not enough. Contentment should just be the regular norm.
It is the norm. My peace is not fundamentally based on an outcome to have happened. If I'm not at peace in a given moment, it's because I chose to leave that, and it's my responsibility.
But then there's extra.
It was my responsibility to leave that, and my responsibility to get back to that.
But then there's extra. It's
what extra?
It's the part where you supersede to contentment and go into happy.
No. The contentment is the superseding. You got it.
That's still ground.
Yeah,
that's ground zero. That's level
No, it's
0.
not. It's not ground zero. It's not.
Well, it's not for me. I'm below it. I'm below it. You've achieved it as your norm. It's not my norm. It's something to strive for a norm. But that's not. I would not look forward to my life just being content every day without something to 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 brighten me. Something to.
What you're
It's
trying to
like
do
a
is you're trying to cure
starburst.
boredom. What I'm saying is that
No, I'm trying to experience it. I'm not trying to cure. I like my boredom. If it were up to me, if my body would cooperate, I would just sit on the fucking internet till the day I die and not worry about anything else, because all I'd be doing is studying, 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 studying. I
you'd be
love it.
doing that because you don't want to be bored.
But most people would consider that boring, and I don't consider it boring.
You see, I'm not bored doing absolutely nothing. You didn't say that. You said going on a computer. That's not nothing.
Okay, I meant more of like how I'd spend my days, but there are times where I just sit there and just I'll realize, oh, there's nothing playing on the computer. There's no sound, no music,
See,
nobody
that's
on
what
the
I'm trying
panel.
to get across.
Hold on,
I
hold
meant,
on, hold on. And then I go, I can always turn it on later. And then I will do my task or just sit there and stare with nothing, no other input. I like that. I don't consider it boring for me. You know what I do? I'm actually in gratitude that I'm able to do it when so many other people my age have to go to work or perform all their tasks. I've done all my tasks for my family. There's no one to take care of now except for the dogs. And that was where I found my value, was in other people. And now I don't have those other people to feel that value in, right? So I thought that this was a death sentence, living on my own. But then I realized I fucking love it. Why didn't I do this a long time ago? So I love how long is it between streams now? I got the addiction out of my system when I first started, and I was doing like every day or every week or whatever. I'm not doing that now. It's like every 2 weeks to a month, maybe even 6 weeks. And sometimes I'm forcing myself to do it because it's unhealthy for my brain to always only be with myself, because I don't have any other input. Oh, he lost his avatar. I don't have any other input influencing me in other ways. So if I get myself into a downward spiral, it'll just keep on going downward if there's no interference. So I force myself to go online sometimes. I'm not going to go on a panel or make my own panel on purpose, just to keep myself sane. I feel like I'm sane while I'm going down and down and down. It's everybody else who's insane. But then once I reconnect with other human beings, talking to them and listening to them personally, then I realize that I'm much better off dealing with people, even if I can't stand them. It's better that I don't only live in my own world. But it's way more comfortable for me to just be in my own world.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I don't have that problem of the boredom thing. I say I'm not bored, but it's only because I'm using the word bored as a negative word. But really, my whole life's boring according to what other people would judge, right? They go, oh, how can you just not leave the house for a week? Or
Yeah, I don't want to talk.
talk to people?
Yeah, I'm not referencing it from a judgment, just from an experience. Are you bored?
Well,
are you trying to fulfill?
Is bored a bad thing when you say it though? What's bored?
Yeah, bored would be it would be arrogant,
Not
actually. It would be
not
pretty
content.
arrogant. Yeah, and it would be
Okay.
because there's
You feel like there's something missing.
well, yeah, and it's like an extreme lack of focus on the moment, and making the most of the present.
Well, now I'm not sure if I do that, because I probably should be a lot more adept at appreciating the moment, because I take the moment for granted a lot. Like I run into people who go and they watch sunrises or they watch sunsets, and I'm like, okay, it does that every fucking day. Every fucking day, the sun comes up, sun goes down. Well, not really, but that's the way we see it, right? So I find that boring, and I can intellectually have gratitude for the fact that the sun exists and that I have warmth from the sun and that the sun gives us some kind of center to keep the planet going and shit. But I don't like constantly celebrate that. It's like, I feel like people are acting when they say they love going to see the sunlight rise and the sunset. I feel like they're acting. They want other people to see them in a certain way when they tell people that they love sunrises and sunsets. And they might get right into it, like they're playing their part so well that they believe it. But on the other hand, I'm not grateful enough, right? So I don't know about being in the moment. I just know that I am in gratitude every time it occurs to me that I might be forced to do something I didn't want to do, like work for somebody else. And instead I get to do a piece of art that I'm doing, or write it's not really a novel, but do writing, or make a video. It's all up to me, except for certain appointments I have to make to keep other things going, keep those balls juggling in the air, so my rent's paid and all the other shit. Otherwise, I get to do whatever, and every time that happens, I'm always in gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
So, am I appreciating the moment all the time? I don't know. But every time I think about it and realize how lucky I am, I'm damn well appreciating it, yes. But I'm also always planning, always planning, always trying to solve things. Somebody has a problem, immediately my mind starts to go looking for a solution. And all of this is future tense, right? So I probably spend
No.
in the future.
It's solving a problem that's there in the moment is not future tense.
Well, things like Shifty's thing, her problem is not something that can be handled in one day or one weekend or 1 month. It was an accumulation to this point. Therefore, it's going to be a dismantling from here on in.
Yeah, and also, it might be easy to confuse. Okay, there's a thing called a season for a reason, right? We know that up here, for example, it's going to be warm, medium, cold, medium, warm. And so if we're going to be in that environment, it would be prudent to cooperate with that environment according to how that season happened. That's prudent. What living in the moment means is it means don't get caught up with chasing after happiness down the road and missing the present and living right now to the fullest. That's what that means. And
okay, well,
in retrospect,
yeah.
In retrospect, same thing for memory. Like memory is a useful tool, right? Because we can learn and draw reference from memory. But if we're focused on memory and it becomes what we're consumed by in the present, and we don't let go to live fully in the present, then you're stuck in a cognitive state and totally disillusionment to yourself, which a lot of people do, and they traumatize themselves. And then they hold grudges and all these kinds of things.
Yeah,
they forget about right now.
I've been at all those stages, and I lived a lot of my life in the first half. I lived a lot of my life like that, living in the past, regretting things, lamenting things.
Right.
I did
Right.
this different. What if I did that different? Having
Right.
that resentment and things like this. So I'm past that, but I totally understand that mindset.
Right.
So I do believe that. And every once in a while, like they said, there was a retrograde again as of the 13th, I think it was. I don't know if that's something that's real or not, but what I did do was I picked up the necklaces with Theo's ashes and Patrick's ashes and put them on my neck again, which I haven't done for probably like a year. I took it off because I felt like I was living in the past by carrying around their ashes. So it's like I'm just holding on to the past.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to do something symbolically to keep myself out of that way. Because when you're in mourning, you really aren't thinking about all these other things. You're just in mourning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I didn't mourn the right way. Apparently, I didn't like have this. I've had spurts of crying, but it's
There's
like,
a formula for mourning now, really?
well, I don't know that whole, the 7
That's
states of this and
yeah.
like you say, because instead of because of. There's like all these different sayings and witty little wisecracks and shit like that. I'm not up on those things,
Right.
so I don't know what I was supposed to do to mourn. I don't know if I'm over it or if I just never dealt with it. I know my daughter didn't deal with her father dying. She just went on and she keeps it inside, and it's so unhealthy, and I'm so worried about her.
Mm-hmm.
So she said that she's had a couple cries. They weren't like full cries, but her husband held her, and I didn't have anyone to hold me. I had to do it all on my own. I was all on my own through my mourning and resenting the fact that I didn't have anyone holding me through it. So I had to find ways to survive through it as opposed to going through it and coming to the other side. So I have no idea. And the fact that I picked up those necklaces, they're off again, but they're hanging on my mirror here. And I keep the ashes. And I have, I'm a recovering hoarder. So symbolism is huge with me, right? Every bit of bark, every stone I save, it all has meaning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another way of living in the past, which I didn't identify until recently, but
Right.
it's just a way of living. It's loving memories that I've had because I don't see any good ones coming, which could also be part of the depression. But
yeah, that's definitely a focus thing and not making the most of right now.
Right. But at the same time, every time it occurs to me, which is at least a few times a day, at least, I am in gratitude for the state that I'm in because I'm lucky. I feel lucky. There's so many schlubs out there getting on the bus and going to work, getting in their cars and coming home to a family they don't feel appreciates them and all this stuff. And I get to make my day whatever I want it to be. So
right.
I'm very grateful for that. So I guess in those moments, I'm living in the moment, but I don't know how to maintain that constantly throughout the day.
Yeah, that's a focus and a practice for sure. Also, another reminder on the aspect equation is that our last moment is unknown as to when. And it's definitely a healthy practice to start with this, okay? At the end of the day, I reckon it moves to a consistent moment to moment thing, but just to put maybe a bit of structure on it for reference to strive towards. If at the end of the day you can't say I made this this day, I lived it to the fullest, then you got work to do because
Oh yeah, definitely.
tomorrow
I never
is
had
not
it.
guaranteed for you, right? It's not.
No, I never have that feeling that I live the day to the fullest. I feel like it's a handicap actually, because I don't have any motivation. Again, that's from the chemicals or the depression or whatever. I don't have the motivation to do any more than what I'm like. Okay, the day's mine. I may not have any money, but maybe I want to accomplish something. I don't have anything I want to accomplish. The only thing I want to do is spend my days with my family. That's all I wish. That's all I want. That's all I try to make happen in little ways here and there. It never works because she's not cooperative, right?
What about, okay, I get you. What about just celebrating life itself, though?
Well, I do
Like,
in small ways, but as far as did I make this day the most it could be?
I
Never.
just mean, on a moment to moment basis, making that a way of life.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I was sitting with Crafty and I was doing my duty to my fellow human beings, how I see it.
Mhm.
And I spend a lot of time doing that.
I don't mean based on what you're doing. I mean based on you being alive and being conscious of being alive and just being just life itself. And being in gratitude and
What?
being in a state of humility and gratitude to that itself. Self-witnessing the miracle that you are.
I'm not a fucking miracle. I'm an accident.
That would be a miracle. Life
but
itself is a miracle, if you
then
understand what I mean by it.
I made the choice. I felt guilty. I felt guilty because there's very hard to get rid of that whole Christian guilt thing. But I felt guilty that I would be leaving her. But there were other people in the room. They were talking to her, and it's not my duty. I'm making it my duty, but it's not my duty. And I realized that I could much more enjoy the moment having these talks with you and Wrights and Joe and the new person, Ballyho. What was his name?
Bon Eric, yeah.
Bon Eric.
Mhm.
And Ballyho. And yeah, and I thought I'm making a choice for me
Mhm.
over her. And
Mhm.
that's what made me feel guilty because my indoctrination is very strong in the
Right,
fact that I shouldn't be putting myself over someone else, choosing myself over someone else. But
right,
it's only me who can make me happy. So if I don't make that choice, then I'm choosing not to be happy.
right.
So,
The guilt is coming from, you see, a belief that you have that is
yeah.
you're holding on to, and that belief is in the way of making the most of the moment just because.
But I didn't let it, I consciously made the choice not to do that, not to let that
Wait,
get in the way of my happiness. And also the fact that if
you
she
did.
felt that way about me, if she
Mhm.
felt close to me and that she loved me, then I would feel more obligation to stay there. But I'm doing this out of an exercise of compassion rather than uh, it being a bond that her and I have.
You
I feel,
stated
yeah,
you stated that you felt guilty.
I felt guilty but see, there's a difference. If it were my daughter, I would
Mhm.
feel a much more substantive guilt.
Okay,
Whereas
but either
the other
way,
one is more of it's going against my principles, right?
well, yeah, but either way, that feeling guilty is in the way of living in the present to the fullest. You
But
know what I'm saying?
it's my gauge of not doing the wrong thing. If I didn't
Yeah,
have that guilt,
your belief, as you can see by the outcome, if you're feeling guilty, you're in the way of living in the moment to the fullest just because.
yeah, but now what you're talking about is just complete selfishness. I don't
Yeah,
want to be
and
completely selfish.
right, your indoctrination will deflect the idea behind
No,
it.
it hurts my heart. whether it's indoctrination or not, it hurts my feelings to be that person who
Right.
would be, valuing myself over other people.
Right. Because you are somehow born, like it would make logical sense that we're all born with some kind of a requirement to value others ahead of ourselves.
Well, I feel like it's a gauge
That is a complete gaslight,
yeah.
if there ever was one, right? Total gaslight.
But it's the same thing as like being thankful that the bullies helped me make my skin tougher. It was a horrible thing to go through, but it was like a growing pain, and it served a good purpose. So I feel like guilt can moderate the selfishness.
No.
It's just a matter of how much of each you're doing.
No, it's not. It's not in balance to be over what you fundamentally need. Making anything your essence be a sacrifice. That wouldn't make any sense to why you would be alive.
Let's say Crafty was my best friend and she was crying and she really needed me to be there for her. And then all of a sudden my friend calls up and says, Jason Momoa's new movie came out. You want to go with me? And I said that I would be there for her, for Crafty. Then it would be selfish and wrong of me to leave her in the lurch because I'm searching for my own happiness, or I'm trying to fulfill my own happiness.
You place that idea on yourself.
It's not good for your fellow man. If I'm doing something that hurts my fellow man, I'm not fulfilling.
You're taking responsibility for yourself is not something that is partial to hurting your fellow man. That's first of all. Number two, you don't have that responsibility towards your other fellow man's fundamental well-being. They do, just like you do to yourself. Again, this is the idea that if you want accountability, you have to turn it within and focus there.
I count that as accountability. That to me, that is accountability.
No, that's I get what you're saying, but it isn't. It's a lack of self-accountability because you're sacrificing yourself at the expense of somebody else. Why would it make sense?
Resentment. At the point that I feel resentment, which I do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So that obviously I'm doing something wrong there. But at the point where I feel resentment is where I am harming myself. But being there for someone, fulfilling that need that somebody else has and that I can provide for them doesn't, even if I'd rather be doing something else, knowing that
wasn't the only thing in question, though. It was that was only half the narrative that you put. Just being there for somebody, fine, but at the expense of your essence,
Yeah, well, it's not really part of my essence to go see Jason Momoa. That's just something that will make me feel temporarily happy. But then when I go and weigh it later on, that 2 hours of happiness I had watching that beautiful man did not overcome. It didn't it didn't cancel out the fact that I just hurt her because I left her when she was counting on me.
You didn't hurt her.
Well, it didn't really happen. This is we're not even.
Yeah, it's I know it's a hypothetical, but in the hypothetical, you didn't hurt her.
Of course I did. She was counting on me, and then I leave her.
Did she have an expectation that you?
Yes.
She hurt herself.
No, if I don't fulfill that expectation that I said I would, or I intimated that I would.
Expectation is a self-done thing in life. By the self to the self.
You know how I feel that that all the souls, not every single one, because I'm sure there are other souls doing other things, but that we have tons of souls around us helping us. I feel like if we would do it in the ethereal world, that's the right way. I can help people when I'm dead through the ethereal world, and I can help them while I'm alive in the 3D world. So while I'm here in the 3D world, I can
You
help.
can help people, but that wasn't what was in the question.
Of course it is. It's all the whole thing is, do I
No.
help someone else, or do I
You-
feel some temporary pleasure for myself?
Again, it's where if it's at a sacrifice to yourself.
Yeah, but a little bit of sacrifice is good for the soul too. You can't just have everything you want. It doesn't work
If you
that way.
want, but to feel guilty that if you don't is not
Yeah,
a balanced equation.
Well, definitely the whole reason why I brought this up was that I knew that the level of guilt that I feel is too much. Like it's complete indoctrination, and I have to fight it, right? Just like I had
Yep.
to fight
Yep.
the guilt that I felt when I left Crafty to come here.
Yep.
It was guilt, but I knew that I have to fight it because I know that it's not good.
Yeah.
But to just up and leave and not even consider her feelings, to me that goes the opposite way. It's that
I
to have
agree.
guilt
I
gives a
agree.
little bit of a gauge. Yeah.
I don't. Do you need to feel guilty for that, or is it just like a respect from compassion because you have that inside you, and you know that this is, kindness and generosity is just the way that we are. But if I'm going to choose to place my attention and focus somewhere else, I'm not going to feel guilty for that because I can only do it. I only have limited ability, and I get to choose fundamentally what I want to do with it. I have no obligation. What if I didn't even know that person? I don't have any true obligation to somebody else. I get to do that as an extra, and I will if it's within my capacity and if I feel uh, um, like I want to for some reason. But if I feel that I want to focus on something else for some reason, and I do, and that individual gets hurt by that, that's on them. I don't feel guilty for that.
If we just did what we wanted, all we'd be doing is eating Big Macs and masturbating all fucking day. That's not a way to live.
Yeah, that's not quite correct.
Well, that would be mine, but you might
You
have your
you
own.
actually are doing what you want, whether you realize that or not, because everything that you do, you made that choice.
Well, okay, yes, but the thing that's going to give me more pleasure is not always the thing that I choose. I could have more pleasure, or like I could have pleasure in both things, but I get more pleasure if I got to eat Big Macs and go watch Jason Momoa. But
No.
but
That's the thing. You're chasing, though. That's the thing, that the pleasure you're chasing is very superficial. Whether it's I'm in a state of pleasure already, regardless of what I'm doing.
okay,
And
but
so if
that changes it back to what we were talking before, which is a kind of a different conversation. Right now, we're talking about choices we make with our time. That's
Mhm.
what we're talking about. So
Right,
the
right,
choices that I make with my time, sometimes I'm sacrificing doing something I want to do because
Mhm.
I feel an obligation to my fellow man. She's not my
Mhm.
best friend. She doesn't act like my friend. Nothing tells me that she feels that way about me. But
Mhm.
I feel like all this whole thing of me trying to love people that don't seem to really
They don't give a
love me
fuck
back. Yeah. I
because they
feel
don't
like,
have to give a fuck and they don't want to give a fuck. And
yeah,
it's
but I feel
actually
like
your
they're
ego
lost.
that doesn't want to accept that,
Yeah.
right? And because you don't like it, because inside you, you're just like, wait a second, we could all just be very loving towards each other. You know what? I reckon, yeah, we can. And so I'm going to be that way. And I understand that you want to be that way.
Bingo.
But if other people aren't that way, if that disheartens you, you did it to yourself. On the same
No,
token,
I know I feel sorry for them, but it doesn't change any way that I believe or feel. It doesn't, because look, still after 2 years,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
how do I treat AC?
good as
He's
far
been
as
at
I
the
can tell. Yeah. I don't
he's
know. I
been at
don't
the
watch
root.
his, huh?
Okay, yeah, I know, especially not lately, but he's been at the root of all of my displeasure on the YouTube streets, right? Even though he's not
Right?
been
Yeah.
the worst to me, but he's been at the
Yeah.
root
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's the
It's where it's
cause.
come from. Hmm.
Yeah. And yet I still treat him the same way as I always have. Because
Hmm.
really, even if I have bouts where I just can't stand him or I want to see him suffer somehow, I really don't. It's just a momentary feeling that I have because I'm feeling sorry for myself or whatever, wherever it comes from, right? But
Hmm.
that's not my normal state because after I've had my little pity party for myself, eventually it just goes back to this. And this is the normal state, which is I only want to be a light. I only want to be a light for him to show him that he doesn't have to be like this. He's the one who makes the choice. I just open the door, right? And I
Hmm.
just, it's my job, as the way I see it, is to keep that door open when I just want to slam it in his face sometimes, right? It's my job to just fight that and be a good person and keep that door open because eventually I'll get to the point where I'm not mad anymore and I really don't want to see him suffer, you know? So, and that goes for everybody, all of them,
Hmm.
Andrew, everybody. Even the most evil Brett, right? Who likes to think that he likes to portray that he comes straight from hell, right? He's a demon from hell. He is so sad. And that's what I see is the sadness. The anger is easy to see, but it's like it's a facade. He's sad. And I
Hmm.
wish that I could make that better for him, even though he's a son of a bitch. It's kind of like having one foot in what I think is the ethereal world and one foot in what I think is the 3D world. I'm always in this duality in everything I do, in everything I think, in everything I feel. I'm always in duality. I am the original fence rider.
Well, we're all in that state right now.
Yeah,
We're,
you know what?
we're we've
Except for
got
one time when it comes
our
to
sh-
Palestine.
our shell is the temporary part of this whole thing, right?
What you're saying, the shell is the fence?
Well, no, you are fundamentally in a dualistic life form at the moment.
Well, I'm aware of it. Whereas it seems like other people are much more decisive. I'm always weighing everything.
Again, more fundamentally though, right? Like um,
Meaning
you
I don't
use
think about it.
you use the word etherical, so let's go with using that word.
Ethereal. Yeah.
That's where our energy is source, right? Our source energy, soul, whatever you want to call it. That's
Our
same
true
token.
state. Our true state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our actual state that's having a consciousness and an awareness, right? And we're
Uh-huh.
having that also while we're residing in a current, what we call a physical form, which is just a vessel, right? And we're gonna shed from that vessel at some.
Yeah. It's just a temporary. It's a car. It's a car.
Mhm.
It's the car we picked for the
It's
life.
a car cover, even. It's not you. You are the car, and you got a cover over your car.
I am not. I'm the driver. Well, I'm not my higher self is the driver, but I'm not the car.
Well, you're
Well,
kind of the car and the driver, fundamentally.
it depends. If you make a map, you would color things in your own
You're
colors and make your own legend for the map, right? So
you're 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 a car with a consciousness right now that actually gets to drive. That has a cover over top of it. Look at it that way. And it's easy to actually, because there's so much focus going externally,
yeah,
and externally is where we, especially visually, right, with our eyes, um, that
that's where all
it's
my
easy.
interest is.
It's very easy to miss the obvious, where the etherical actually is actually internal.
my best, my happiest, my most content, let's say, not happiness. My most happiest is when I'm on a ride at the amusement park or something like that. But my most content is when I am observing others, which I constantly question myself about that, because when I'm in the ethereal world, I'll have plenty of eternity to do that. So why I'm wasting my life observing others when I'm in a form where I could actually do stuff doesn't make any sense to me. But at the same time, it's where I find my most content moments. Ever since I was a little kid, just watching people, studying people. It's like the whole world is a TV. And I get to learn just by constantly studying.
You're too caught up in the bus terminal
In the what?
and studying the bus terminal.
The bus terminal?
Yeah.
You mean
You're
the
very
people in the
busy.
bus terminal?
Well, and just the life of the bus and trying to learn, all the ins and outs.
Yeah,
And
the ant
it's
farm.
and it's very easy to again lose sight that it is a bus terminal. And
How about we say ant farm?
with it, no, bus terminal is definitely more appropriate. And it's a limited amount of time that you have to.
I know.
It's
I'm
not.
wasting it. I'm wasting it. You're quiet. You don't even know you're quiet. You're still talking, probably. Okay, who's in the room? Oh shit, I forgot I was cooking. Dan's still here. Bell admin. Oh, Bell admin is shilling for rights. If I could live my life all over again, I would be a health freak. Yeah, I know. Me too. Health is the most
It's
important.
about what.
Oh, you're back. You've been gone for like a minute or two. And you're gone again. Diet and exercise will help depression. Absolutely. Remember to like, share, blah, blah. I try to watch sunrise and sunset every day, for fuck's sakes. And really enjoy the moment. I don't know. If nobody ever told me that that's a thing to do, to watch the sunrise and sunset, I don't think it would even fucking occur to me. It's just a state of life.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello, you back as someone else?
No, I lost my net. I haven't been here since I got quiet. My net went out.
Yeah, I know. Well, you kind of came back for a second, and then you went back into obscurity again. But
Well,
yeah,
that would have been my net. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that. We just had to wait for you because I was dealing with the chat. Dan is still in the chat, I think. And somebody named Bell Admin came to shill for Righteous Channel right in.
Okay. Yeah.
So, okay, you were saying you were the one who was talking.
Yeah, I was saying bus terminal. That it's very easy to get distracted by the present surroundings and lose sight that it's not about what you what was I going to say earlier?
I don't know how you're viewing bus terminal. When I said ant farm, you said
this is a temporary transitional place here. This is not home.
No, I know. We're Sims, remember?
It's something like that.
Yeah. Then it's game over, and I'm back to the ethereal. where I'll be observing everything.
Right. And a lot of people are very caught up with this in a trying to this where all the things that don't matter. And this, people get carried away into these tangents and totally miss what this is about completely. And of course, the
hold on.
indoctrination
How
has
can
a
you
lot to
define
do with
for
that.
me? How can you define for me what matters? Because I'm my own shard of creator, right? So I have a different focus than you have, and different than Wrights and Dan and Belladmin, right?
I'm talking more from a fundamental potential, not from what you're experiencing or what you choose to do with it or things like that. I'm talking very fundamentally. People,
But
because
I
of
don't
the
have a purpose.
decisions that they make, don't get to realize. Like again, it's less metaphorical than you think, but I'll use it as an example. Consider this as a cocoon state.
Oh yeah, you
Eh,
said that before.
Right, and most people don't seem to realize it's a cocoon state and that it ought to be treated that way.
Well, that means don't move around and just listen.
No, not don't move around, but make sure that what needs to be taken care of is taken care of during this transition.
Well, yeah, but if you don't know what that is, I mean, if I don't know what am I supposed to take care of?
Your health.
But I didn't even need my health. I only needed it to be here. That
You
wasn't
you
anything. I don't need it when I go back to the ethereal.
let me ask you a question. Does a caterpillar need to be healthy in order to turn into a butterfly after in the cocoon states and whatnot? Is that going to
Yeah,
happen
and then you know what happens? Then they die.
yeah, again, switching the narrative on me here. Just
No,
going with that,
you're
right?
bringing up butterflies and the whole cocoon process. They spend their life being a larva, which eats
Yeah,
and eats and eats, and then go into a metamorphosis state, and then they come out. And I don't know if they live like for a day or a week or something. They lay their eggs, and then they fucking
that's
die.
that's where the metaphoric part is. Okay, again, this is a transitional state. The butterfly part is the parting of your energy from your shell. So it's not exactly the same as a literal caterpillar in a cocoon. It's a little metaphorical there, but as far as it being, this is a cocoon transitional life existence that you're living right now that is meant to transform into next phase, and parameters ought have to be met, just like in the same fashion for the caterpillar to metamorphose into the butterfly, certain parameters have to be met. If they aren't met, that doesn't happen.
I have no idea, though. I mean, does a butterfly have purpose? Like what's the whole idea of being a larva and then even having the fucking metamorphosis just to live? I know that you're not making this whole thing is not part of the simile. Just the metamorphosis is the simile you're making. But there has to be a purpose for that metamorphosis. I have no fucking idea what that purpose is. And if it's just to look forward to another week of life as something with wings and then just pop my clogs, then it really doesn't seem like it's a very exciting
The purpose is, would you rather just not exist?
I have no idea.
Maybe you ought to consult yourself about that.
Well, I have nothing to work with.
You're alive.
Yeah, but sometimes it's good and sometimes it sucks. So if I don't get to do what I would like to do, then I'm just marking the days before I die. And that's pretty much what I do.
Unless if this is a transitional state, which I reckon that it is, right? It's you didn't come here to just, you're not here to just get to do what you want to do. If that was the case, you would just think and you everything would just be or whatever. That's
but
not
you
what's
wouldn't have
going on
taste
here.
buds. You wouldn't have taste buds though to
Uh,
experience.
if this was the place where it was just of your own will, so to speak, right? Then you would be you would be your own god in your own right.
Well, we are.
Not like that.
We are God.
Not like that. Cut off your arm and make it grow back.
I don't have that. I believe somebody has.
Not you.
No. But you're making it sound like it was an impossible task. But I believe that that's actually happened.
Oh, you mean somebody here
As
could
a
do that?
3D person.
Somebody here, a human being, could just cut off their arm and make it grow back?
Something's happened like that. I can't remember if it was an arm or an organ or something like that. But yeah, something
I've
that
never
would
seen
be
that.
normally considered impossible is possible.
Well, again, just show me that you can grow a third arm then.
But I can't even grow a second arm.
Right. That's the point.
Well, no, the point is that I'm a wash up as a human being. Is that the point?
No, the point is you aren't a human being. You are a etherical being having a transitional experience through what we call human being temporarily.
And if you're wrong, we could just be here to eat Big Macs and have sex.
Learn what know yourself means, and it won't be theoretical.
Well, until I do, 'cause then it's just words to me.
Yeah, it remains theoretical. Exactly. And that's just the way it is.
But it does make sense to me that we would give ourselves a vacation from the nothingness of being to come here and experience something extra.
That's if you're presuming you know what that is, which can only be a presumption and a fabricated idea or imagined thing, because you don't have the memory of that, do you?
I do not. I don't have the memory at all. And I even died when I was 4 weeks old, and I don't have the memory of what happened when I died. I keep on thinking that I probably had a near-death experience that I didn't even get to benefit from.
Yeah, I'll just again imagine things. I don't have the memory either. But what we do know is we're here.
Right. And while we're here, we have taste buds.
Mm-hmm.
We won't have that when we go back into the ethereal again.
Oh, I don't know about that. See, that's guessing. But nonetheless, you're here right now, and being in the present is where the focus needs to be. Now, the taste buds, let me just address that for a second.
That represents all the five senses, or however many we have.
Well, but there's more of a fundamental purpose for that. Yes, you get to taste something and have a bit of a pleasure experience and whatnot, but that's not the fundamental reason for taste bud. The fundamental reason for taste bud is to know when you ingest something, is it something you ought to be ingesting or not? It's part of your instinct. Same with your smell, same with your sight, same with your hearing.
I know.
Same with the rest of your intuition and all these things. Your senses, yes. Those are the fundamental reasons why we have that. Right?
I recognize that there are practical applications for these things, but tasting something that's good is not like the people that were eating bulrushes and fucking grass. They might have been surviving, but they weren't. There's no way to enjoy eating a bulrush.
I don't know what a bulrush tastes like. I have no idea.
They're actually kind of bitter.
I can tell you that the food that I eat is wonderfully magnificent and full of flavor and very enjoyable. Nonetheless,
I think you pulled a psyop on yourself.
No, not at all. My
Eating nuts
delight
and
that it is.
berries is not as satisfying as eating something substantial.
That is substantial. If you eat like me, it's more than substantial. And on top of it, the consequences of what I choose to eat are hundredfold more enjoyable to experience.
Well, we weren't talking, but I was reading out what Dan had said, and he said that if he had to do it all over again, health would be the most important thing to him. And it would be to me too. If I could rewind, which I really don't want to do, if I could rewind and start from a younger age again, but have this knowledge that, yes, maybe a Big Mac might taste good, but the consequences are much too big that I don't want to pay the consequences. If I had that choice when I was small or when I developed my addiction, then yeah, I would have had a better life, and I could have a better life, and maybe I will in my next life if I decide to be stupid enough to come back here. But there must be, I think, I had another theory, but it doesn't work because I don't even believe in hell. But what if we didn't come from a nice place? What if we came from hell or something like hell, and that this
Shitty.
life is a vacation? Yeah, something shitty. And this life is like a dream vacation compared to where we came from and where we're going back to, and that we live 75 years thinking, you know, thinking that you're working towards something when really you were just on Fantasy Island and you didn't appreciate it because you're going to go back to an eternity of hell.
All I can say is this to that. If that ends up being what happens to you, I'm glad I'm not you.
Oh, I don't think that's true because, like I said, I only believe in hell. But I do,
or
I have
anybody,
really,
not just you, by the way, when I said that.
I have pondered at the point I was in my spiritual learning when Theo died 5 years ago. Within 6 years, because he was sick at the time, not actually dying at that moment. I was trying to push what I was learning on him about the whole spirituality thing. And because I was afraid in my theory that hell could be real if you made it real in your mind. So if he were to have these thoughts that he was going to hell because he did this and he did that and he did this and he's got to be punished and the punishment is inevitable and he can't escape it, that he would create that reality for himself.
Right.
And that the moment that he dies, at that very moment, it's going to decide how his reality will be. So I was trying to make it a better reality so that when he died, he would have more positive outlook and end up in a nicer place. I don't know how that theory stands up, but it's all I got to work with so far. So I do try to, like I said, I don't get, are you still here?
Yeah.
I don't get nightmares anymore. I don't want to tempt anything by saying that because I can fuck with my mind, but it just doesn't happen anymore. I'm not afraid of ghosts or bad spirits. I think I probably would have a heart attack if one appeared in front of me, but I don't even believe in ghosts really. I believe ghosts are more like an echo of vibration. But people have supposedly talked with them. So if you talked with them, that's not an echo, that's creating a new moment. So I'm not sure
if it's a true conversation, it's not
Yeah.
delusional for sure.
Well,
Definitely
no,
not an echo.
there's equipment. I've heard, well, I think that I've heard ghosts talk on these spirits talk on this equipment. Now,
It would that would have to I've seen that equipment. I would have to see something like really solid as far as, a dialogue that was solid to for that to convince me though, like asking direct questions and
yeah,
asking
I've seen that.
asking it to ask you a question and it asks you a question, or something like that, right? Like it would
I've
have to be.
seen that personalization. I've seen that conversation. There's someone named Selena Spooky Boo, and she's got her little ghost hunting friends that she sometimes, meets up with and does a show on her YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
she's really big at Halloween. Everybody goes over, but I don't like to be in that energy, so I only watched it for a bit and then I stopped because even if it's true, I don't want to live in that mind space.
Mm-hmm.
So I only want to celebrate now I'm using that goddamn word in any way now instead of the way I meant it when in the beginning. I'm now using it Ron's way. But I just want to appreciate all the souls that are around me that are helping me and loving me unconditionally. There's nothing I can do to make them go away, except maybe just to want them to go away, and I don't want them to go away. So I just only see that. I don't fear those things that I was fearing. I still am scared of the dark, but I don't know why. I just am. I can't see, and it gives me anxiety to not
Sure.
be able to see things. So, but I'm sure if I was made to be okay with the dark when I was little, that I probably wouldn't have that anxiety over the not being able to see. But I'm really not afraid of bad spirits. I just don't. I feel like they can't touch me. If they exist, they can't touch me because I don't believe in them. They're just, there's no good or bad out there. So how could there be bad spirits?
You don't know if there's good or bad out there.
It makes complete logical sense to me that there is no good or bad in the
In
in
your
the
imagination.
no, logically, scientifically. It's like
No,
calling
you
negative energy bad. Right?
everything, even this out there expression is an imagination. It's all an imagination.
Well, okay, yes, everything was created by imagination. Everything,
That
you know.
if that's the case, then even that is imagined, which is a conundrum that you just pickled
Yeah, I
yourself
know.
into because that.
My mind just blew right up. It's the
So
same thing as saying we can't see the whole because one piece will always be missing because we
yeah,
can't see ourselves. We can just see all the other pieces, but we'll never be able to see the whole. So yes, I know but I
and
just won't give
if
any
there is no
airtime to them in my brain.
if there's no true origin, as I reckon, everything is just in infinite transformational loop, then that also logically negates what you just said a second ago about shit. Now I gotta recall it.
It negates everything. It negates purpose. It negates growth.
Yeah.
Sure, I shouldn't say it. It
No, it
negates
doesn't
growth,
negate
but
growth.
yeah.
It
But the growth has no purpose.
well, it is the growth itself is the purpose. The life itself is the purpose. Existence itself
Yeah,
is the purpose.
I can't wrap my head around that. There's got
Yeah.
to be like there has to be. I don't want to say an end game because there's not supposed to be any end, but there has to be some kind of agenda. There has to be some kind of
There could
like
be
okay,
tons of
the
agendas
sun
within it.
the sun just exists, right? It's not there for us, right? It just exists.
That's right.
It just is. But it
Right.
does serve many purposes,
Yes.
especially in nourishment, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So it keeps us alive. But was it born to keep us alive one day,
For that
or
to happen,
exist?
right? Was it done intentionally for all of this to happen? No.
Well, at least in this solar system, anyway. But
Even
we
this
don't
thing called
know.
solar system is an imagined thing from our part, right? It's again, if you look at everything close enough, what you'll just see again is an energy, a fundamental energy that is flowing.
But I wonder, is that since everything is energy, it's a special kind of energy because it's all balled up, right, into one location. Could that be a zillion souls all balled up, helping us with the heat?
You
Or
mean where we are right now, like all the souls being here?
no, but
Uh,
no. The sun is
the
the
sun.
sun. Does the sun have a soul?
It might.
Yeah, it might. In which case, it would be a being
It might be a
or
soul.
many beings. It could
It
be a
could be a
shitload
soul.
of beings.
Yeah.
I never considered that until just now, whether the sun could have a soul.
It could be a soul.
It's light, it's energy. We are
Mhm.
light and energy.
Mhm.
So it's very possible. But what would be the purpose in it
It
even
could.
existing?
It
For
could
us to
be.
exist if we have no purpose.
It's just how nature and life itself is in its balanced form.
But
It's
then
just
there
where we're at in the
wouldn't be any
equation. So
choice.
it's again, it's not. It's just. It happened. It's happening. That's all. And it's just where you happen to be in your singular consciousness on the spectrum of omni. And same thing with the sun. So the sun, for example, could be, and it's often referenced as a starseed. You fundamentally could be referenced as well as a starseed, and me. So, but that starseed doesn't have the shell over it right now like we do. It could be in a different stage of transformation.
Well, like maybe it was a human at some point, or it's on its way to being a human, and
Or
then to
some other
something else.
being or
Yeah.
something else, right?
Right.
As we are, and it could be either like ours or something unique to itself.
So my thought about the sun having a soul is something that many other people already thought.
I would think so. I've contemplated that. It's interesting, you know, and it may even have a consciousness. It may be very advanced. It may be primitive. I don't know. I can't telepathically communicate with it. That'd be interesting if it didn't burn the shit out of my brain. You know?
Yeah, but would it though, really?
I don't know.
I wouldn't
I don't
think
know.
so.
Yeah,
Because
it's hard to say. It looks like an all-powerful thing, you know. So,
well,
uh,
burning the hell out of your brain would be a physical thing. So
yeah.
that would take some kind of physical influence, whereas just communicating with it, it would
Well,
be
light
your light communicating with its light.
is actually physical too. It's just again different resonations of frequency.
What do you mean it's physical? It's a wave and a particle. So is that what you mean by physical?
It's measured with a wave and a particle. Is that
Okay.
what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual thing of existence is physical. Everything is actually physical. It's just in the ether.
Okay, let's say tangible.
Ether
Tangibly
is
physical.
the ether is physical too. It's just at the moment we're not seeing that.
It's not tangible.
Actually, it is just on the inside of you though, and even somewhat on the outside. Like what's
No, tangible. No. Wait. Let's go look up the definition for tangible.
well, what do you
Because
mean by that? I just express what you mean, and I can get it. When you say tangible, like you can touch it.
you can touch it, you can manipulate it physically. Here it says perceptible by touch. That's what tangible.
Okay. So you can access it by focusing within. as far as manipulate goes, fundamentally it's not manipulatable.
Well, now see, I would disagree with that. We could blow up the sun.
Oh, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about your inside
Oh, the soul.
light, your inside spark. Yeah.
Okay.
At the moment,
Well, that is not
that's not touchable.
tangible. Yeah, it's not tangible.
But it is accessible and witnessable with internal focus.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm just trusting it.
Well, it's not going to happen on its own.
What's not going to happen on its own?
Bearing witness to it. That only happens with meditation. The only thing that happens without is the sense of it. You can feeling itself. That's already there. But connecting to that with all the rest of your awareness.
Yeah. Seems so unattainable. I believe it, but I don't know it.
Right. It does require meditative. It does require meditative, consistent focus and practice.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my ADHD or I've got papers up on the wall reminding me focus on your heart, because that's my. I mean, I've been telling you about that for 2 years, and ever since you said, but I mean, I know about the focus thing, and all that stuff, but it just takes somebody to say it in such a certain way that it then enters into my being, and then I know it, right? So it makes complete. When I say know it, I mean it makes logical sense. That's what I mean by know it, not know it inside know it, right?
Yeah.
So it makes logical sense that if I focus my energy on just that part of my body, that eventually, and sometimes I think that I'm catching a glimpse of it. It's like I've done it enough that it didn't even take that much, like not as much as I thought it would, and then I can sort of feel some kind of uplift, some kind of like actual feeling, and I don't mean physical feeling, like it's hard to say because I'm physically feeling it, but it's not like my heart is pumping and I can feel my heart pumping, like that kind of physical. It's like just a lightness, like a going to that content place, right? It's like I just took a step in that direction, and then something happens, and then this whole time we're talking, haven't been thinking about focusing on my heart because I'm just trying to keep my head above water in the conversation. So, and then I'm thinking about all the other things that what maybe I'm forgetting, right? Like, okay, what's today? Saturday? Okay, it's Saturday, so that means nobody's going to be requiring anything of me. Kendall might come over, because what I really don't like is being in my own world and then somebody disturbs it. Right? I'm having fun in my apartment or whatever, not fun, but you know what I mean? I'm happy in my apartment, and everything's going nicely, and I'm not scared of anything. I'm not anticipating anything. Everything's just fine. And then ding dong. And now my dog's going to a panic, and now I got to get the dogs in there into the bathroom before they start peeing. And then I got to get down to the door before the person leaves and thinks I wasn't here. And that might require having to get dressed. And that takes time. So now I'm rushing. And now this person wants something of me, even if it's to do something for me. I now have to engage in this activity or whatever, right? And now I'm thinking about everything I'm going to be thinking about while I'm talking to that person. So when I wake up in the morning, I think to myself, is any of that activity going to take place today? Do I know it ahead of time? Because I can forget just about anything, especially if I don't want to do it, right? So I'll just forget. And then I get in trouble later on. Well, you were supposed to meet me. Like on Thursday, I forgot to meet Mrs. J on Discord. I remembered on Tuesday, and I was so careful about watching the time, make sure I make my appointment on time. I was like 3 minutes late, but that wasn't because I wasn't concentrating. That was just a technical problem. But then something happened with her, and all that focus that I'd made all morning to make sure that at 1 o'clock I met Mrs. J was for nothing, because we spent 20 minutes on the phone, and it turned out that her friend died, and she was celebrating that person in her Discord with other people that knew that person. So she had to go, and she said, well, why don't we do this on Thursday? How about 1 o'clock? I said, okay, well, I can't promise the time, but let's make it tentatively at 1 o'clock. And then Thursday passed by, and I completely forgot about it. And now I feel ashamed to message her in Discord. I know she's okay. She's very cool. She doesn't sweat this shit, but it's bad on my name. It's bad on what she's thinking. Conversely, she could have called me, and there was no communication from her she didn't want to do it either, right? Like or maybe she forgot too. I don't know. But it causes me anxiety if I know that I have not fulfilled an obligation that I said I would. So I have to always be thinking, that's the first thing I think in the morning, instead of going, oh, I'm so glad for my breath, and I'm so glad to be alive. And I did manage to remember to try and meditate. I didn't even have to go pee right away. So I tried to meditate with my eyes closed before I even opened my eyes. That's a rare thing, that I didn't open my eyes before I started thinking. So I took advantage of that and did that. But then I fell back asleep again, woke up, tried it again. And then what happened? Something happened. The dogs started. I tried to quiet them and try to close my eyes back up. And then I had to go pee. And then the whole thing was just shattered. It just seems such a hard thing to get my...
Are you there?
Or what anybody says.
Damn it. Roboted at the end of there. Might have been my net again. I got most of it, just the last like 30 seconds. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
I said it's hard for me to get a handle on what I'm supposed to be doing, because I just keep on losing it, because if nobody else was involved, everything would be great, right? I wouldn't have any pressure whatsoever. I wouldn't have to show up anywhere at a certain time. Nobody would be expecting anything from me. I wouldn't have this anxiety I always have when I'm talking to other human beings. I could just be me all the time. And if I didn't know any difference, I guess it wouldn't be lonely, because I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
Right.
But it's not realistic, and life is not made that way. It's made exactly the opposite of that.
Life is made for you to have the ability to observe the outcome of your choices with consequence and then make decisions accordingly. And most people utterly fail at that.
Yeah.
This is where there's still opportunities, so long as you're alive, to make reconciliation on that and focus on.
Yeah. I think you and I view, even though you have actually had contact with your meditation, you've had contact with yourself, So you do have a better handle on this than I, obviously. I just feel like there's a lot missing here in this equation that doesn't make enough sense to me. Just to observe the fact that we exist does not seem like the most logical purpose.
Fundamentally is the key there with that, because without existence, what is there?
Yeah, but who cares if we have existence if there's no purpose to it, that existence?
Again, the existence is if just look at it alone. Just look at existence alone. If there was no existence, there's no anything.
Okay, so we can accomplish that in 5 years. Why 75?
Accomplish what?
Recognizing that we exist.
Oh, it's more than that, though. It's yeah, that's the fundamental. Okay, and then within that existence, you're going through transformations because that's your part in the existence equation. It's you are a speck, a spark of energy, a speck of energy that's in a state of constant transformation, and through that, all these experiences that you're having while that's taking place is what's going on here. And it's an amazing thing to exist.
Why
It
are
really
we
is.
transforming? What's
That's
the point in transforming?
That's just the way that existence works.
It might work that way, but just like a car works by the engines and the pistons and all that shit, that's not the point of the car. The point of the car is to get somewhere.
Without the transformation, there would be no fluidity and motion experience. It's there would be no consciousness.
Yeah, but consciousness of what? The fact that we exist. That's it?
Yeah, consciousness of being alive, consciousness that there is life, consciousness of yourself.
See, to me, this is like freaking out on a sunset or a sunrise. It just is. Like there's nothing to celebrate about it even.
You get to know that there is existence. You get to know that there is life.
Well, who the hell cares if I know that or not?
Well, that's up to you. You don't have to care. It's not about caring fundamentally.
Well, then why do you say it?
Fundamentally, key word. It's not about that.
Well, we're talking about the fundamentals, our purpose.
Fundamentally, it's just how it is.
Well, it just doesn't seem good enough.
Maybe you're not having a good enough time.
Well, you're right. I'm not. My daughter is 2.5 hours away, and she may as well be in the Antarctica. I feel cheated.
Purpose is something you seek when you're not fulfilled.
You're damn right. I'm not fulfilled without my family that I spent decades forming.
And for what? What's the point for you and for them? Purpose-wise.
The same point in making my log mansion. I make the log mansion, and then I sit and enjoy the fruits of that mansion. I make the family,
and then what?
And then sit and enjoy the fruits of that family.
And
my
that's it?
grandson being the best fruit of all.
And that's it?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
It makes me happy.
Interesting. What's the point of being happy? Why do you care if you're happy?
Because I'm here.
What difference does
I
it
like
make?
where this is going, by the way. I see it. Don't think I don't see it. I see it.
Of course. What difference does it make?
Because I know what it feels like to be sad and lonely, or bitter, not bitter, but resentful and stuff. And I like feeling happy much better.
Right. Why do you like feeling happy much better?
Because it makes me feel good.
Okay, so why is it important to feel good?
Because the alternative is feeling bad, and I don't like that.
Right. So couple that now with, could you feel that? Would there be a potential to feel that, or to feel anything without existence and without knowing that you're alive, without knowing existence, without being conscious of that?
Okay, all right. I have just follow me here. I ended up watching something. Now it's yesterday. Now ended up watching this video about how this serial killer phoned up Howard Stern in the 1990s and admitted all these people that he killed. He admitted he was talking about what it feels like to kill, and it just made him feel good to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And so it made him feel powerful, and the power made him feel good. So just because that happens, because it makes him feel good, does that make it okay?
No, but if you put aside the judgment of okay or not for a second, you'll see that at the core of it, he wants to feel good.
Right.
That's
How
really,
he
that's
wanted,
all. That's what we're all
power.
doing, is we're looking to feel good.
Right,
Because why would
exactly.
we look to feel like shit? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
But
Right?
what made him feel good robbed 20 people or whatever of their lives.
Except it didn't really make him feel good. It just gave him a superficial boost because he's in a low point.
But you got to listen to his voice when he's talking.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
His
Yeah.
voice was so even. It wasn't
Yeah.
like, like he was maniacal about his happiness. And
It's like a drunk. They'll cherish that every single day, right? It's the god to them because they're so addicted to that
but it was so
superficial
matter
high.
of fact to him.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Yeah.
the only thing he was bothered
That's what
by
that's
was
what
he
they
wanted to know
choose to live for.
why.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to know why he does it. He didn't know what. He called up Howard Stern, saying that he wants to know why he does it, but he wasn't upset when he was saying it.
Mm-hmm.
He
He's
just
confused.
it was like how we're having a conversation, wondering why this and that.
Right.
He was wondering that in just this normal, content tone.
But so the interesting part is, why would he care, and care why, and care enough to actually consult with somebody about that?
Well, he had a different way of thinking, obviously. And so that's what he was focusing on. His bewilderment was on that. So it's like saying, why do I care about how people feel, right? It's me. That's how I think of things. It's how I look at all of life, is how people feel. So for him, he was just wondering why he does it. It wasn't, he had not, at this point when he called the radio show, he had not killed anybody in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And he said in the first month, they said, well, why do you think that is? And he said, well, in the first month, my car had broken down. And then after that, I just fought the urge to do it. Now, he never explained, those fucking idiots were talking over top of him when they had a wealth of information at their fingertips. They were talking over top the son of a gun. But they could have asked him why it mattered to him. Or he said he grew up in a nice house, like he was not a nice house. He had everything. His parents loved him. He got a good upbringing. So this wasn't a case of he was like an anomaly. He was like a normal person who wanted to feel power. They were trying to get at the root of why he wanted that power. But they couldn't get to it, and they were fucking up the questioning. So it could have been a much better interview. But as it was pretty amazing that somebody would call in and just talk. I mean, he was giving details even about he had a conversation with somebody one time, and he recounted the conversation. Now, whoever's out there would have heard this and then know exactly who he was. And he didn't sound scared at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all, he didn't have any guilt, so he wasn't trying to get caught. It seemed like it to me that maybe, but I was thinking about it in terms of the way I think of things, right? But he wasn't sorry or anything. It wasn't like he had to pay penance for what he did or anything like that. It's like he was just a coyote, and he just bit into people's faces, and that's not how he did. He did it with a hammer mostly.
Mm-hmm.
He choked a couple people, and he just went at them in front of their face, and he would tell them, "You're gonna die." Like there was no. Now he did have an emotion. I actually clipped part of it where they explained how a psychopath thinks, and I clipped it because I wanted to make a simile to the bullies on the streets. Because everything they were describing was the way that a bully bullies, right, on the streets. So, but then afterwards they said that the fact that, what was it? I can't remember. Something happened that triggered him then getting angry, but usually didn't do it with any anger. So it wasn't, and it was hookers that he was killing. So they were trying to find out if his mother was a hooker or if for some reason he hated women because of his mother. None of those things were true. Why was I telling you this?
I'm not too sure where you were going with it, actually.
It was the fact that he was so nonchalant.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, right. It was his right. I'm thinking to myself, is it his right to pleasure himself by just snuffing people's lives out when he's just doing what he wants? You have to take in other people into consideration. You can't just do whatever the hell you want.
Except you don't have to, and you can.
Right? That's what he did. And he may or may not have gotten away with it because they nabbed a guy that they think was him, who they could prove that guy killed one person.
And the thing is, getting away with it is only, in partialness to other humans with a viewpoint and making a decision based on what they see as morally incorrect or correct.
It's a danger to life and liberty.
Oh yeah, I totally concur with that. But the rest of nature, animal. Right, and the rest of nature is not sitting there with that same thing. That's a human thing, right?
Yeah, but
the rest
I
of
know that
a murderer
was my thing about accountability and all this shit. But that's not where I was going with it. I'm just saying. I know. Yeah, okay. He presented a danger, and he needed to be stopped before he kept on taking away other people's lives.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's a human thing. Like a murderer can still walk among the cats, and the cats will have no judgment on him.
They might not like him. Animals supposedly can tell who's a good guy.
It depends.
Although I have seen animals
treat bad guys
as good guys, but
it depends on their vibrational level. The animal will resonate to where they are at their heart. Now, if an individual is out of heart vibration that is strong, and they still perform heinous acts, the cat doesn't have the capacity to view the heinous unless
No,
maybe
that's right.
maybe if it was right in front of them, they might, and they'll remember that, you know.
I don't know about a cat, but maybe a dog, but not
Yeah.
a cat. A cat is not going to. You're right in what you're saying. The cat is not going to make any judgments on the act. It's going to be on the vibrations of that person.
Frequency, yeah.
And
If
yes,
anything, right?
it's like passing a lie detector test. You can pass it if you are not in any kind of quandary about the lie.
Mm-hmm.
If you pass it, the lie as if it's the truth and feel that in your energy, you're going to pass the damn test.
Right.
So, same thing with the animals. If that person does not feel any guilt or remorse or awkwardness about the fact that they're murderer, then I suppose, you know, the animal.
It just is.
Yeah.
That's
and
it.
They would know other animals that kill and not judge them either.
Right. And it just stands it is. It's just that's existence here.
Right. Unless that animal was going to be the subject of the death. Like if that animal, that person is getting ready to calmly and coolly slit that animal's throat.
Yeah. But again, that still remains on a local level here. You know, there's nothing, you know, fundamental in nature that's passing judgment on that or anything. We get to do that here. And then we also have the ability to discern if what we choose to do is consequentially good or bad. And some of us are wise with that, and some of us are really stupid with that. And a lot of
taking away
bullshit
somebody
happens.
else's right to live can't be the right way.
Well, I'll reckon I agree with that, but you can still do it, and you participate in it still. You know,
What?
You participate in life's being taken.
As the murderee or the murderer?
As I guess it would be the murderee, right? Yeah, you're not. Well, I don't know. Do you kill bugs?
I have, yes. I try not.
There you go.
To. I have.
Well, there you go.
I feel guilty though.
Yeah, but did that change anything for the bug? And I could, you know, just self-reflect for a moment what you said a minute ago on the act. Just because it's a bug doesn't make it any less heinous, and the bug is just as much. The bug is just as much a divine being as anything else. So look at it this way: what right do you have to decide the fate of that bug? If that bug has a right to live or not? That bug isn't.
If that bug is coming to suck my blood, then I can protect myself.
Okay, yes, in self-defense. If it's threatening your life.
Well, it's threatening my health. And what right does that bug have to come suck my blood? I didn't invite it.
That's where rights are bullshit.
I didn't say rights. Did I say rights?
You did, yeah.
You're right. I did.
What right? What?
Okay,
yeah.
So how can that bug?
But I get what you mean. You know, is it what moral thing does it have to do that or whatever? And that too, again, is where it's subjected to us.
Yeah, I didn't say morals. I don't picture bugs with morals. But I'm just saying that if you pick the life of a bug, especially one that sucks blood, then you must picture that you're not going to have a long life.
Yeah. Well, okay. Two things to that. Whether or not it picked that life or not is totally imagined one way or another. We have no basis to know that factually. That's number one. And number two, what difference does it make whether it picked that or not?
Well, what difference it makes is that they made a conscious choice to put themselves in a life that's going to end a lot sooner than it could.
You mean in comparison to a human?
No, in comparison to a bug that doesn't suck blood, and I don't need to kill it. Like if
Well,
it's a spider, if it's a
I
spider,
have my doubts that a being thought, yes, I'm going to go into that shell just so that I can bug the shit out of cat so I can get swatted.
no, I'm not taking it personally, but what I'm saying is that if we do decide, that we're going to be part of the soul of a sun or a human or a mosquito or a tree, then we must realize that there's going to be events that are going to happen based on your choice. So if you choose to be a blood-sucking insect, if you choose to be a house spider, I'm not going to kill you because you're not threatening me. I'm going to take it outside and it can go find another place to live, but I have no need to kill it. But even flies, I will try to shoo them out. But if it's something that's going to be sucking from me, fuck them. It's him or me. I pick me.
Yeah, for sure. When it comes to that, the other part though is the again the decision to be here and all that stuff. We have no factual basis for that. That's all just
We don't have any
a presumption.
factual basis for anything.
Right now we do. In this moment,
What
you do. You're here. You're alive. You're experiencing this.
Maybe.
You're not experiencing this?
I think I am. But what the hell does that mean?
Well, are you having an experience?
As a sim, yes, I am.
Yeah, no elaboration. You're having an experience, right?
I think I am. Is having a dream an experience?
Yeah.
Okay, then yes, I'm having an experience.
Yeah, so you're experiencing something factually.
I wouldn't say factually. It's
not a fact that you're having an experience right now?
I don't know that it's a fact. It's just what
a fact.
reality tells me. Fact, yeah.
Is it not a fact that you're having an experience right now?
I don't know that it's a fact.
You don't know that it's a fact? Are you not having a conversation with me right now? Are you not experiencing that you're having a conversation with me?
I believe I am.
Are you experiencing, again, whether it's a belief or not, are you having the experience that you're communicating with somebody here?
I have the belief that I am experiencing this. I can't say that it's fact.
That you're experiencing something is fact. You're having an experience itself is fact.
Unless I'm not real.
The experience itself is real. You're having an experience. What the particular thing is may be variable to what you're
we're not even talking about that.
Conclusion. Right, that's secondary. But you're having an experience right now. That's not even subject to debate. If you weren't having an experience, and if I wasn't having an experience, because it's just a statement of what is. I'm having a conversation with you. You're having a conversation with me. It's an experience.
So, in my Cake Mania game, when they're talking to me, telling me how to bake a cake and what the story is of is that person really talking? Is that a person talking and experiencing?
Well, you're experiencing that experience at that moment, aren't you? It doesn't mean that.
But
yes.
Is that a character in the video game experiencing anything?
Those are secondary. We're talking about you having just an experience, period.
I could wake up in some totally different experience, some totally different reality, realizing
you'll be having an experience there.
And realizing that I've been dreaming and this whole life didn't even exist.
Well, yeah, it did exist in a dream form. You had an experience in a dream form.
I think that's secondary.
No. It just didn't exist the way that you thought it would, but it didn't mean that you didn't have that experience.
It didn't have any meaning.
That's secondary.
You choose what you want to choose.
No, it's secondary to having an experience itself. The meaning of the experience is secondary to the experience. Again, we're just talking about we're just talking about that you're having an experience. When you're dreaming, you're having an experience while you're dreaming. Do you necessarily know you're in a dream? No, but you're still experiencing something, right?
I thought that I avoided being hit by a car when I was 6 years old, and that didn't even happen at all. So it wasn't an actual experience.
You had an experience that happened.
I had an
Didn't you?
experience that I thought it happened.
Yeah,
it
that's
didn't
an
actually happen.
experience. But that's still an experience.
Okay.
That's the point.
Yeah, but we're basing all of this on what we know in the 3D world.
Having an experience with an awareness is reality.
If I spend however many years I get here and then go back to the ethereal to find out that I was a sim in this life, then I had experiences, but they didn't really happen.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, they did happen. The experience happened. But did it actually happen the way you thought it did?
well, no, in that scenario, no.
Right. But it doesn't change that you still had an experience.
I'm having problems with the definition now.
Of what? Experience? Or something
Yeah,
else?
but I'm not sure that I'm in the right, so I'm going through my head. Because technically you're right. You experienced something. Whether it was tangible or whether it was true is secondary. But the
Right.
fact that I experienced a feeling or a thought,
Or consciousness and awareness or whatever.
well, that's what I meant by thought. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose that did happen, but I don't understand anything beyond this. In which case, in the real world, in the ethereal, it may turn out that it wouldn't be counted as an experience.
It would be counted as an experience. It just wouldn't be counted as the experience you thought it did. And you may not even have recollection of this. You may not even have consciousness again. You don't know right now.
If I don't have any consciousness after this, then this was all for nothing. Completely for nothing.
Possibly. It would be very tragic for the individual.
Well, if it's true for me, it'd be true for everybody.
Oh, I'd be careful about that one. Not all of us break our legs in life.
I have just as much right to exist. Not right. I have just as much chance to exist as everybody else. If I exist, then it's very possible that you exist. But if there was no point
While that's going on, while that's going on, if you go and experience life without that arm, right? But am I?
We're not talking about the quality of being alive. We're talking about being alive.
No,
period.
we're just talking about the experience.
You can't change it to no. What the experience is different for everybody. The point, but having the experience to begin with is the question, not what the quality of that experience is.
I'm not even talking about quality. I'm just talking about
having no arm is a quality situation.
No, I'm not. I'm not meaning it in that sense. I'm meaning it as just in the like. This is where it's an individual thing and where it's not a collective again. Where you go is your own path,
Right? And nobody else
and
can see
just
that path
because
except me.
right, and just because you go in that path doesn't mean that it's the same outcome for me or anybody else.
Again, path is secondary. We're talking about the actual existence. That's what we're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
not the quality
Mm-hmm.
of the or
You
where
you
we're
will
going.
you will you will fundamentally never cease to exist.
That's what
Consciousness
spiritual teachers tell me.
consciousness is secondary. It's not fundamental.
Okay, how could that be when you say that the purpose of life is to know that we exist, to be conscious of the fact that we exist, that
No,
somehow
the
that
purpose of
is a good
life
enough
is to
purpose?
exist, and because of consciousness, you get to know that you exist
No, you
at the
said
moment.
that when we had the other talk another time, you said that the purpose of life would be to be conscious that we exist. And I said, what's the point in that? Just being
No,
conscious that we
purpose of
exist.
life is life itself. And your consciousness is secondary. And you've heard me say the next part, which is your experience of consciousness fluctuates, right?
Like,
Even right
you mean
now.
if I'm awake or asleep, you mean?
Right, as an example. That's how you know for sure it's not something that is fundamentally set as an is. That's a secondary and not a certainty.
But if I'm
Right
a
now, you can
computer
already see how
program,
it's not a certainty.
if I'm a computer program with no soul, then I don't know that I exist. I just think I exist.
You're having an experience that you exist.
Right. And so does that thug in GTA.
Thug in GTA.
The thug in GTA.
That's a video game?
You must have heard of it.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. I'm just making sure that's what you were trying. You
Yeah.
talking about the avatar in the video game?
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, the avatar in that video game doesn't have a consciousness.
That's what you say.
It doesn't. It's not thinking. It doesn't have a soul or an awareness.
Okay,
It's
now,
just a bunch of
as above,
pixels
so
on the
below.
screen.
As above,
It's just
so below. Now, a soul is talking to another soul that's playing this video game, is playing me in the video game, and the buddy tells that soul that, Kathleen doesn't really exist,
the
You're giving it motor, but it doesn't really exist.
the avatar in the video game doesn't have. It's not making its own decisions. It's not
Consciousness?
consciously aware of itself. Yeah, that's what you have. You do have that
I don't know.
at the moment. At the moment.
At the moment.
At the
Till I
moment,
die?
yes. Maybe. Not even necessarily till you die.
Well, the famous philosopher, who knows the name, says, I think, therefore I am. And that's basically what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that. I say you are already by default, and you know that you are because of consciousness.
I
Right
think
now.
therefore I am is the proof of existence. So I don't know why you're trying to change it. That we were talking about proof that we exist. And that would be the line that would go with that. I think, therefore I am. You're saying because I experience, therefore I am. It's the same thing, but I don't consider that proof.
I'm not looking for proof.
Well, that's what we were talking about
You
earlier.
already you are having an experience. You're experiencing experience. That's just an
This-
is. No
this
proof
started-
required.
This started by talking about proof that I exist. That's how this started. This whole thing started. And I said, I don't have any proof. You said about it being a fact. That's what you said. You
It
said
is a
about it being
fact.
a fact.
That's why,
And I
yeah,
said,
facts.
I don't have any proof that I exist. And you said the fact that you're experiencing is the proof. That's where this whole thing started.
You're having an experience, and that's a fact.
Facts mean it's provable.
What's provable?
Goes along hand in hand.
You cut out there. What's provable? Life?
No. Facts are things that are provable. If you can't prove it, it's not a fact. It goes hand in hand. The proof and the fact goes hand in hand.
Can you prove to me the hunger that you feel when you're hungry?
I don't have to. I only have to prove it to myself.
But if you can't prove it to me, then you're saying it's not a fact. But it is.
Well, maybe you could argue that I'm not hungry. It's just my psychological situation that feels that I want to have food because it's a comfort thing. So you
And
could
that
say,
would be
you're
hunger.
not really hungry. It's not dinner time. So you're not really hungry. You just think you are because you want to taste something.
Okay. The experience of hunger.
Well, if I'm real, I believe that's true because it's a bodily function to say you need more fuel. So
see, I think where you're trying to go with it, and you would be correct, is that it's holographic. It is, but that doesn't make it any more or less real, because real is what you experience. That's what makes something
a
real.
hologram, by part of its definition, isn't it implied in the definition of a hologram that it's not real?
I said it's holographic in nature.
Whatever, same thing.
I didn't say it was a hologram. It's holographic in nature.
Holographic is just another term for the same root word.
You don't understand what I'm getting at.
Okay.
It's holographic in nature. You're more fundamental. Etheric, that's another way you could say instead of holographic. Just a way to describe it. Doesn't mean that it isn't something real and it isn't a substance and that you're not having experience. You certainly are. It's just, it certainly is different than what your current form is experiencing on a fundamental level. That's the only way we could have consciousness. We can't have
your logic and your belief, though.
No, it's not.
It's how
That's a
you
belief
see it.
that you have. It's a belief that you have. That is my belief.
If we really do exist, then I don't think I'm wrong. If we
You're
don't
having-
really exist, then I could be wrong. But if
You're
we really
having
do
an
exist,
experience that you exist.
there is no way that you or any other human being on the planet could tell me what the truth is.
The truth is you're having an experience that you exist.
That's what I believe. I don't have any proof.
You don't, it's not a proof requiring thing. Your
Well,
experience
if I don't have any
is,
proof, then it's not a fact.
are you aware? Are you thinking? Are you aware? Are you eating? Are you talking? Are you breathing?
I'm
Are you
tasting.
conscious?
Yeah.
Yes, you're tasting.
I am.
So,
I think I am.
So that's an experience. Whether you're actually,
I can't prove it.
whether you're actually tasting like you think that you are, that's, subjective and secondary and whatnot. But the fact that you are having an experience, that itself is just what it is. You are.
But I can't call it a fact.
The secondary stuff you couldn't call a fact, but you are having a experience. Whether you are actually eating something or not, in the way that you think you are, you couldn't state it as a fact.
No, I'm talking about me having an experience.
You are having an experience.
I cannot call it a fact because I can't prove it. Everything else is belief.
You can't
Theory.
prove that you're having an experience.
No.
You don't know that you're having an experience.
I think I am.
You don't know that you're having an experience. Again, I'm not talking about what particular
I think
experience.
I am. I believe I am, but I
You
can't
don't know
call
it?
a fact.
You don't know that you're having an experience. You don't know that you're even having a contemplation right now.
I think I am.
You don't know it though.
I could say I know it, but then you could probably say to me, if you wanted to argue it, and say, you just want it to be, and so you say you know it, but do you really know it?
Oh no,
And
I
I'd
wouldn't
be able to
ask you
say,
that would be a lie. I wouldn't ask you, I'm not looking for that.
no, I'm saying you could, if you wanted to argue it. That's an
Okay,
argument.
let's try the reverse.
Mhm.
And just look at it from the other angle, the opposite angle. If you're not having an experience, what are you having?
Congestive heart failure.
Sounds like an experience
No,
to me.
I was kidding. I was trying to find something smart ass to say. Nothing.
You're having a nothing?
I'm not.
Well, even a nothing is something.
Absence of. You just said if I'm not having experience, then what am I having? The answer is zero. Nothing. If I'm not having experience.
The absence of something is an experience.
Not according to an atheist.
Ain't no atheist.
What?
I ain't no atheist.
And according to an atheist,
Mm-hmm.
there's nothingness after we die.
Well, we're talking about right now.
But nothingness is nothingness.
But we're not talking about after you die.
You're talking about qualifying the word nothing. You're
No,
trying to say that nothing is something.
I'm talking about having an experience right now. If you're experiencing nothing, that's an experience.
No, I'm not experiencing anything by this logic. I'm not experiencing anything.
But you're not dead. You're alive.
But maybe I'm not.
Are you not experiencing that you are?
I think I am.
That would be an experience.
If you say so.
Thinking is an experience.
If you say so.
What else would it be?
I don't know. I leave that to the smarter people.
If thinking's not an experience, what else could it be?
I believe a lot of things.
Believing is an experience.
But so many times I get caught up in these conversations and find that just because I feel what you know how I use the word belief is not the way you use the word belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's still an experience, though, whether it's whatever definition you use.
I know. This is still establishing the side point before you get to that point. Shit, I lost it now. Fuck.
You were deciphering the difference between my version of belief and yours.
Yeah, that was just a side point.
Where were you going to go with that?
I believe in a lot of things. Hold on, let me get situated. I need a cigarette, and I'm moving things to the VIP room, and I got to move the dogs and everything. So, you know, I'm really bad at not multitasking. Okay, I believe a lot of things. To me, there are some things that I tell you, as far as I'm concerned, I know them. You, not take exception, but you disagree with my reality. When I say my reality is what I know. There are things that I know. The things like connection with other people. When we were arguing and you were saying that this is just a corporate fiction, that we don't need other people, we're just fine on our own. And I say, no, we're pack animals, right? I know that we are not meant to be solitary animals. Come on. I know it. So, but you could still argue with me, right? You could still argue it with me and have a logical stance. Are you still there?
Yeah.
And have a logical stance against it. And I can only prove it with my logic. I can't prove it, but I know it. I know that there are souls around us. I know that the universe is, it's on my side. When I say that, it's on everybody's side, but I'm just saying from my perspective. I know that the universe is on my side. I didn't know that for so long, and that fucked everything up because all I got back from the universe was the same negativity that I was thinking. The universe is trying to fuck me up, trying to trip me up. Come on. Ever since I stopped thinking that, the only bad stuff I suffer mainly is just the consequences of my health and my laziness. Come on. Otherwise, the universe has not been out to get me, even though there was all kinds of evidence before that everything was going wrong. And obviously, the universe must be has it in for me, right? I did something wrong, or the only thing I did wrong was expect the bad shit. That's what I did wrong. I didn't actually do anything wrong to be punished for. It's just I was expecting that, and the universe reflected that back. So ever since I've not been doing that, I've been getting good things reflected. So it's not a personal thing that the universe is there for me. The universe is on my side, because the universe is on everybody's side. On my side, your side, and the serial killer side.
Yep.
Even that one has the universe on that one's side too. So it's not personal.
There's no judgment.
But there are souls, beings, something around. I know it. I know it. When my parents died, they both died within 6 weeks of each other. So I became an orphan when I was 44, all at once, within a couple months. There was no more, mom and dad. And that was around the time of Occupy. You remember that? Back in 2010?
Yep.
So I was hanging out with, come here, photo. I was hanging out with the Native people in the Occupy camp in Toronto. And that was where I based myself. And they had a fire. That's when I first learned about the sacred fire and the 4 medicines. And so I followed this formula that they had. And all I asked for, because I've lived my whole life being a scared little squirrel, all I asked for was to feel safe. And things started happening. I know that, and every time somebody's died that's close to me, my cousin, quit it. Every time there's been like a present from the universe. Something's happened to me that was really good and pretty much a miracle that I could never have seen happening. It didn't make logical sense. But it's almost like the person who died left me a present, and they're doing something from the other side. I just know it. I know they're here, but I can't prove it. And you could argue it. And I can't be confident to say it's fact, but I know it. It feels bad in my belly to think of it any other way. It's just not true.
No, it doesn't mean though that there aren't some things that aren't factual. And I gave you one of them a bit ago. Having an experience at the moment is something you're having factually.
That's based on 3D understanding.
That's just based on you having an experience.
No, it's quantifying or qualifying. I don't know which is the right word. Probably quantifying. To say that, to make that assertion, is not a fact. There's no proof.
If you're not having an experience, what are you having then?
It doesn't mean I'm smart enough to figure it out.
Whatever it is that you're having isn't going to be an experience. Doesn't matter what it is. That's your fact right there.
Yeah, but you say you. What if there is no me?
Then you're having an experience of there is no me.
Okay, that's just too far
You're
out.
still having an experience. The particular experience, that's all secondary, but you're having an experience.
So you say.
Through a consciousness right now, you're having an experience. You're aware. That's how you can converse with me. You couldn't otherwise.
I conversed with you in my dream when I was waiting for you.
Yeah, and that was your experience. You were having an experience at the moment. Right
But I
now,
didn't
you're
really
having an
converse with
experience too.
It wasn't the truth. It wasn't a fact. I didn't actually converse with you.
And that's right, but that's secondary. You were still having an experience. The
But
experience right now that you're having is this
I'm
thing called
extending the
consciousness.
logic to that question. First, when we're dealing with the fact that you're saying that because we're talking, that I'm experiencing it, therefore it's fact. And I'm saying I experienced a conversation with you in my dream, and that wasn't fact. Even though I experienced it, didn't make it fact.
You were there was a fact that you were experiencing having a conversation with me in your dream.
Well, but then if you extend this logic
Then
to
that's
whether I actually exist or not, I can use the same logic. If I were to be able to look at it from an outside point of view, outside the 3D. But I don't have that knowledge, and neither do you.
yeah. Repeat that. Run that again. I'm sure I followed you.
God, I hope I can remember. I said, I'm extending that logic from, I experienced it, even though it wasn't a fact, I experienced it. And then you take that logic and move it out more to
No,
whether I'm experiencing it or not, whether I'm experiencing anything or not. If I were to be able to leave the 3D and go into whatever D I need to do to look into the 3D from outside, I might discover that it's not fact that I'm experiencing anything.
You would discover certainly, and at that moment you would be experiencing you looking at that.
I just realized the fucking flaw in my logic. Hold on, let me clear it up. That was a flaw. You're right. Somebody else who does exist could be looking at me in the 3D saying she thinks she exists. She thinks she's actually experiencing this when it's not fact. That's a possibility.
That would be somebody else's experience.
You're right.
We're talking about yours.
About if nothing else exists or that nothing else experiences, we're talking about whether I do.
Right. And you're having an experience right now.
So you say.
Well, if you're not having an experience right now, what are you having?
I don't know, maybe a computer program? Maybe
then you'd be having experience of being a computer program.
Yes, and no, I wouldn't be experiencing it. I'd just be performing.
That's an experience too.
Not if I'm a but we just established that the guy in GTA is not having experience. He's a program.
There is no guy in GTA. That's an illusion that it looks like there's a guy. It's just
You
a
know
bunch
what
of
I mean?
pixels on a screen.
Yeah, but
That's
you could say the same thing about me if you were to look at me from outside the 3D.
there's no consciousness in a man. There is not even a man. That's just a bunch of pixels on the screen. There is you having a consciousness right now.
But
You're having an
Kathleen,
experience.
Kathleen doesn't exist. I'm something else. I'm not this.
Fundamentally, yes.
So I don't exist.
Oh, you exist.
If I'm a sim, I don't.
You just don't necessarily exist the way that you think or see yourself exist. That doesn't mean you don't exist. And that doesn't mean you're not
my higher self might exist.
and that doesn't mean you're not having an experience right now.
My higher self might exist, but the experience that I think that I'm having may amount to a hill of beans because I don't really exist. Kathleen doesn't really exist.
You're experiencing right now that you do exist, right?
I don't know. I guess. I think I am.
If you're not experiencing that you exist right now, then what is there that you're experiencing that you don't exist right now?
I could just be performing a task like any computer program would.
But you're having an experience, regardless. Whatever it is, you're having an experience.
And you could say that about a computer program.
Huh?
You could say that about a computer program experiencing, like the avatar in GTA could be experiencing.
If the avatar in GTA was conscious, then it would be having an
How do
experience.
you know it's not conscious?
Well, first of all, it's just a bunch of pixels on the screen, but that again, that's secondary. If it let's give that
Not just a bunch of flesh and blood.
Let's entertain that. If the avatar was conscious, it would be experiencing something.
But really it's not, because it doesn't exist. We know it doesn't exist.
Because there's just a bunch of pixels on the screen without a consciousness.
But if you were in the 5D or whatever D you have to be in, looking in the 3D, you could say the same thing based on that perspective on our lives here on Earth.
And again, you would be having this experience.
No, I
That's
wouldn't.
the only fact.
It would be the
That's
person
the
in the
fact.
5D that's having the experience. I just think I'm having an experience.
You would be one and the same.
But I would be more complicated than a 2D or one. I don't know if that's considered 1D or 2D, a computer program. In this part, I learned back in grade school the concept that if you lived in 2D, you wouldn't be able to see the 3D. You'd only be able to see 2 and 1. In the 3D, we can only see 2 and 1, or 3 and 2 and 1, right?
Those are the variables within having an experience.
Okay, just put that aside for a second. So the reality of what's true and what's not true is subjective based on what standpoint you're at in the time. So while we could say that a computer program is only 2D or 1D, and so it can't possibly exist, we're just watching pixels. The same could be said for real life in whatever D, looking at the 3D. They would be looking at us saying they think they really exist, but it's more complicated because we're in the 3D. It's going to be a little bit more quality than in the 2D, but it doesn't make it any more real.
Yeah, you're missing something. Okay, let's go back to the avatar in the GTA game. Without the consciousness, the avatar still exists, but there's no consciousness aware of it.
Without whose
there's no experience. So the avatar exists, but the avatar is not having any experience of itself.
But what if it is?
But it still exists.
But what if it is having a consciousness?
Then it would be having an experience.
But when
you need to have a consciousness to experience.
when we look at it from the 3D to the 2D, we can't imagine that that could even be possible.
That the avatar
That the
is
avatar would
conscious.
have a consciousness, yeah.
But again, where it is hypothetical, but either way, it doesn't change that that's the parameter for having an experience. And you
This
have a
all comes down to
consciousness,
proof and fact.
and you're right, and you're having an experience right now. That's a fact because you have a consciousness right now.
It's only a fact in the 3D then. It's not a fact in the real ethereal world.
The
Not
only thing
established as a fact.
we're only focusing on just you having experiencing as a fact. That's it. You're having an experience. That's it. Nothing else. That
I
is a
think
fact.
I am.
You're having it. Then you're having an experience that you think you are.
Maybe.
That's an experience.
Maybe.
Either is or is. And if it's not, then what is it?
It's not
Not an
fact.
experience. What is it?
I can't say. I'm not even smart enough to figure out whether I really exist.
You're having an experience. That's all we're talking about.
Or I could
Whether
be
or not,
performing something that somebody else programmed.
or what? Say it again.
I could be performing as an inanimate thing that now that's I'm stretching things a bit by saying inanimate because I actually am animate, right? So even the GTA guy is animate, but I could be under the belief that I'm real. Right now, my mind's going to sci-fi movies.
Okay.
So a
When I'm
robot
even-
that's been programmed with AI to believe that it really has a soul, when really it's
Let's-
just a bunch of nuts and bolts.
let's entertain that.
But it
You're,
believes that it's alive.
at the very least, you're having an experience that you believe that you're alive.
Is that robot having an experience?
Which robot again? What
The
are we talking
robot
about?
in the sci-fi movie that thinks that it's real, like Data in Star Trek, in the new Star Trek. Data thinks that he's real, but he's a robot.
Does Data have a consciousness?
He thinks, and therefore he is, but does he have a soul for it to actually be a real experience, or is he performing
It's not.
what he's been programmed to perform?
It's not just the soul. The soul has to have a consciousness as well. To have experience.
That robot
You have
thought that he is alive. Everybody treated him like he was a
Or-
human.
or
Like he was
is that
alive.
or is that just what it looked like because it's just running a program, but it doesn't have a soul and a consciousness inside?
That's the point, is that it doesn't have a consciousness or a soul inside. It
I can
was
see that
AI.
you have I can see that you have a consciousness and a soul inside. I can see that.
How do you see that?
Because I can see it in myself and I know what to recognize in you.
You believe so.
Negative. I know so.
You could be
I can see that
who thinks that
I
he's
can
experiencing.
I can see that it's not inside a pixelated avatar.
That's the 2D version. I said when we're in the 3D, it's going to be more complicated than that.
I can also see that it's not in a bottle of whiskey. I can see what's in you.
What's not? What did you say a bottle of whiskey for?
I can see that there's no soul and consciousness in a bottle of whiskey.
Right, we believe so, yes.
No, I can see so. There's a difference.
There's atoms and energy in it.
Correct.
Okay, so now we're qualifying souls.
Right. Now, if we're going to go and look at an atom and ask the question, does an atom individually have a soul and a consciousness? That's a very good question.
Because we could be a whole bunch of our consciousnesses wrapped in, like every cell.
Those are uniquely independent consciousnesses, however. And I reckon that not all of them do. Not all of them are having experiences. Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Now, how could that be if they're all equal cells?
Some of them are just more AI based
Are
from a
cells?
genome. From a genome.
That's not AI.
In AI, in the sense of AI, it's more just passively running a course from a genetic code.
But every piece of us that makes us this encapsulated person or thing or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
each cell has its own consciousness. You can't say that some do and some don't. All of them
Yes,
are
I can.
equal.
No,
How are they not equal? How can you determine how some would and some wouldn't?
some cells aren't running like that. Same as we could say the sun. The sun, I don't see a soul in the sun unless if I go and seek it. The sun is an interesting thing. The moon, another interesting thing. Do we see a soul in there? Is it moving? There's different variables.
Yeah, but even though everything is made of energy,
Mhm.
there is no light in a moon. It's just a rock
How do you know that?
because there's no light.
Well, maybe if you zoomed in close enough, you would see again the same.
It is not a source of light in any shape or form.
Everything is of the same essence.
Okay, again, moving the goalpost.
It is of light, just like your finger is of light, but you don't see that.
I don't see the light inside me either, but it's
That's right.
supposedly there.
Right. Until you connect to see it.
Okay, but a rock, the moon is a rock. There's no light in a rock.
There is.
Really?
Yeah.
I need some proof of that.
Well, the same energy source that's within all of existence exists in that too. It doesn't exist in just something. It's just
matter.
everywhere.
It's matter.
It's more ethereal. I would say everything is matter, but it's more ethereal and
Everything tangible is matter.
essence energy based. You could say the electricity in the wall is ethereal.
Well, yes, I could. Yes.
And you can even touch
would
it.
fall in line with my
And you can even touch it and feel it.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
So, and the reason why is because it's
not tangible, but you can feel it.
Well, what do you mean by tangible? If you can touch it, do you mean you just can't pick it up with your hand and move it? Or what do you mean by tangible?
Manipulate it? Hold on, let me go back. I said manipulate. Let me go back to what was the definition again, just to get the exact words. Perceptible by touch. The atmosphere of neglect and abandonment was almost tangible. They didn't say it is tangible.
What was the first word?
Perceptible.
What does that mean? Never heard
by
of the word.
touch. It means you can perceive it by touch.
Oh, I see.
You know
Okay,
it
perceive
exists
it by
touch.
touch.
Yeah.
All right.
And the
Well,
second, that was
then
adjective, and then as a noun, a thing that is perceptible by touch. These things are the only tangibles upon which an assessment can be made. That's the
all right.
sentence they gave.
Then electricity absolutely is tangible.
Okay, let's see what Google says. Is electricity tangible? Tangible personal property is defined as personal property. Okay, I think it's the wrong definition of what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is electricity a physical thing? Is electricity made up of matter? Is electricity an invention? Does electricity have weight? Is electricity tangible? There we go. It's a Quora thing though, so it's not really a science hippie didn't write it, but what are the best oh, that's like a fucking ad or something.
If it's based on that definition of tangible, then it absolutely is. You can touch it, you can manipulate it, you can work with it, you can measure it, you can feel it. You can feel its temperature.
You
You can see it visually. You can control it. You can use it for things. Absolutely. There's so much tangibility with it, But is it as tangible? Tangible would be a fluid thing, right? There's variables. Is it as tangible as the table in front of you? I don't think so.
Okay, this person is an intern at Samsung. Samsung Semiconductor India. Is that like a scientific thing, or is that just a technical job?
I have no idea.
Okay, this person says, but I don't think they're right. I think you're more right. It says humans don't have a sense organ that can directly perceive the electric field, but we do because it will kill us or can kill us, right? So we can perceive it by the effect that it has on us physically.
I think it's more in reference there to as the fundamentals of how the actual electricity really works, like what makes an electron move and tick and what is an electron and these types of things. I think that's where the tangibility to actually perceive that is very weak and limited in the human mind, for sure. But it doesn't mean that the electricity itself, just because we don't understand it, the understanding of what it is less tangible than it itself being something that we can touch and move and feel. That's totally tangible.
Can we direct our energy from ourselves, from inside ourselves? Can we direct our energy?
Can you direct your energy?
Like our soul doing the work to project our energy. So, for instance, I want you to feel loved, and so I like beam love at you, right? Can you feel that?
Just by like sitting there and concentrating to send love from you to me?
Yeah, less with your brain and more with your heart, but yeah.
A little bit, but without
Even
being
even a little bit counts.
In order for it to be received, you would need the other individual to be aware of it, be very close to you physically at that given moment.
Okay, all right. Put it this way.
And also be receptible.
Put it this way. Wrights and Ron said that
Mhm.
they are very affected by being in the presence of other people's energy.
Mm-hmm.
So they are feeling something that somebody else is giving off.
And that's me too. I'm very much like that.
Okay, now it would probably depend on whether the person who is projecting that energy meant to do that, or if it's just a byproduct of the energy itself.
And again, yeah, it's where they're specifically resonating on the frequency band. And again, you have to be close to them. So the further away I am from somebody, the less I'm affected by them. If somebody is
I can argue that.
If somebody is sitting in a negative vibratory state and they're in my close vicinity, it's just like being in a bathtub with somebody. You can see that if you're sitting there still and then you put your finger when the water is calm and it creates ripples, those ripples are going to dissipate out, but only so far, right?
It's funny why would you put yourself in a bathtub with someone instead of being in a lake or
whatever, same thing. It's just to put a visual on it. It's to put a
Okay.
visual on it because the same vibratory aspect is just because the water isn't there doesn't mean that the same thing doesn't happen. It does. Vibration is everywhere.
Well, yeah, except that you manipulated matter.
You're doing that as well.
No, I'm saying, well, like if you put your finger in the still water, you've now disturbed that matter, and
Right.
therefore there's a consequence to
Right.
that disturbance.
Right. You existing is disturbing the matter around you, and there's a consequence to that. And what frequency you're vibrating on has an effect on how that matter around you is disturbed.
When I said, can you direct your energy to someone, then that was the crux of what I was saying, because if you can direct, because I was going to say we can harness electricity with equipment, but we can't just carry it somewhere, right? Stop it. We can't just carry it somewhere. So we need to use some kind of equipment to manipulate it. But when I changed it to, can you project your electricity, your energy toward something or someone, then that's not a receptacle or equipment. That's using our own energy to manipulate other energy.
I can choose how I'm vibrating, and by default, whatever I'm vibrating reciprocates around me constantly.
My mind's gone dirty again.
That's just how we operate. We are vibratory beings, as everything is has a vibratory frequency.
Right.
And as we're vibrating, there's reciprocals of the vibration that are same way that the waves that you see in the water, that same type of echoey thing is what's going on.
Right,
So
reverberation.
Right. So anybody who is in a close enough proximity to those echoes will be affected by that.
You know, I can argue that because the science hippies have found that you do not have to be. I think that you do just because it's easier. But the science hippies say that you do not have to be in presence, like, for instance, prayer. You don't have to be in the presence of that person for the prayer to have an effect. You're still manipulating energies with your prayers that will affect where you're directing it, hopefully. So you don't have to be in the presence of that person. I was looking for somebody to argue that when I said, I was the one who said, when I was helping to clarify what they were saying about having to be in the presence of that person as opposed to being on the computer.
Mm-hmm.
But I was waiting for somebody to bust me on that, because it's been measured that people's prayer has an effect, and you do not have to be in the presence. You can pray about something on the other side of the world and it still have an effect, and maybe even a bigger effect, because if you were to, okay, you know, the earth is on an axis. If you just change it just a slight piece of a degree, that will have, as the butterfly wings effect goes out, it will become larger and larger and larger, like an ice cream cone. You know, it starts at a point and then it goes out, you know? So it would be the same thing. So if you were to make a prayer, I would think, intellectually, I'm just thinking it, that if you were to make a prayer, if I make a prayer from my VIP room to affect something in your life over in BC, you're definitely not in we're thousands of miles apart. You can't possibly feel the energy that's coming off my body. But if I have mastered prayer to effect change with prayer, you could certainly have the benefit of that prayer, even though you're thousands of miles away. And it might even be a bigger effect because as it went out from me, it expanded in all ways, right?
The only way you could affect me at such a distance is if you could amplify the vibrations to reach that far.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily true.
And right now, we're using a technology at this very moment to cheat and do so. In fact, you and I were affecting the vibrations are going directly into our ears through headset, right? So now that's one aspect of the vibration.
That's one way.
And that's right. And that's one aspect of like you got vocal cords, those are vibration. You got a different internal frequency thing. That's another one. You got a brain frequency. That's another one. All these are a factor right now at this very moment. We're picking up vocal cord resonations through this technology. So we are certainly being affected
How do you know that you're not picking up vibrations about how I feel about you?
It's all based on audible stuff right now.
That's what you're basing it on, but I'm saying expand on that because there's more ways that our energy affects each other, not just in hearing.
Yeah, but right now I'm saying that the source is coming through the channel of the vocal cord.
That's what I'm saying. It's not only through the vocal cord.
At the moment.
My intentions are the biggest vibrations.
I'm only having an effect with you, a consequential effect through the ears right now.
Not true. You're affecting my whole. You're affecting my soul.
It's reaching there, but it's coming through. It's coming through the ears from my vocal cords, so it's not coming from, my knee.
I'm not discounting the audio. It certainly would not be having the effect that I would be able to measure or feel if I did not have some kind of other evidence like the audio or visual, right? Or if I was blind and deaf, then touch if you were in my presence, right?
Right.
At the same time, your intention when you open your mouth to make that noise is that part is the actual energy. That's what's driving the energy.
Okay, but you're not being affected. If I sit here and I'm being quiet and I don't say anything, whatever's happening in me is not reaching you. I have to open my mouth. It has to come through the mic and reach through you through the technology into your ears.
Okay.
Because we're not close enough.
How did I know that Patrick opened his eyes after everybody said that he wasn't going to wake up? And
Intuition.
I was 6 hours away.
Intuition.
What does that mean? That's I could feel his energy.
You might have thought it was his energy.
Waking up.
You might have thought that.
I got proof. There's no other way for me to have known that I could not possibly have known 6 hours away, hundreds of miles away. There's no way that I would have known that he was opening up his eyes at that moment that he was.
There's no such thing as intuition, instinct, and premonition.
I think that I was picking up his energy as he became conscious, as he became more and more conscious. I was picking up his energy because him and I were definitely connected. Definitely. No question about it. If I really exist, then I have no question about it. I experienced it so many times over almost 20 years. I have no doubt. No, nobody could convince me otherwise. I know it. So, but as far as intuition goes, first of all, my intuition sucks monkey balls. And second of all, it was his consciousness that affected the act, the action. His consciousness affected it.
You cut out there at the end. I heard it was his consciousness, and that was it.
His consciousness that affected it. It was I mean, my intuition might be able to tell me, well, I know he's going to wake up one day. That could be my intuition, but it was his consciousness coming online that made me pick it up.
Was he sitting there saying, "Send to cat, signal, I'm awake"?
No, I think because we are connected on some kind of molecular level somehow, if I've got the right word right, molecular, some kind of energy level that because we are connected, it's like, you know, that what was it, the boson Higgs experiment where they split an atom in half and one they kept one place and then took the other one 7 miles away, and what you did to one happened to the other. I believe that him and I are such a being.
You were getting information, but that doesn't mean that he was sitting there, because you were asking, can you affect somebody?
No, I just picked up that he had come back online.
Right.
That's what I picked up. I don't think he was saying send Kathleen a message. It's just his eyes opened and he became more conscious, and my body felt it.
Right. And so again, that's not the same thing as what you were asking earlier.
Okay, what about directing the energy? You're right. It's not about direct. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I that was my mistake. I should have clarified that that's not what I was talking about. I was just talking about the fact that I could pick up his energy from so far away.
Something like that. You definitely received information that he was awake. There's no doubt about that.
It's energy.
Well, everything is. So sure.
So him coming back online, because he was still had some level of consciousness. He was having dreams. He was believing that they were trying to kill him in his dreams. So he had some kind of consciousness. It wasn't.
Right.
It was true and it wasn't true, right? I mean, they're not intending on killing him, but they're definitely killing him, right? So, but he was having a representation of his fears in his mind. So he was definitely some kind of conscious, subconscious, but still some kind of conscious. But once he came, and I'm just describing it as online, meaning in the realm that I'm used to feeling his energy, he became conscious. And then my mind, my heart, something in me knew at the moment that he was opening his eyes. So by the time I picked up the phone, but first of all, I was feeling it. I was experiencing it. I was questioning myself. What the fuck is this? And then by the time I had the presence of mind to phone my daughter, because I was also questioning whether I should phone her, trying to get her hopes up high, or not trying to, but that I might get her hopes up high. And then I'm just full of shit and it didn't really happen. I didn't want that. So I was weighing all of that, but my pride wanted to go, I got another one. So I called her saying, I think Daddy's opening his eyes. She says, Mom, I didn't have a chance to call you yet, but his cousin just called me and said that he was just opening his eyes. So I was feeling it as it was happening. So, and that was so far away. So the only further away we'd been was in Australia, and I was having difficulty, but that's because our emotions were all fucked up.
When it comes to informational based frequency, distance is irrelevant.
Well, then why wouldn't that count for everything?
Well, just like the same thing as
informational.
yeah, because it's a different plane of vibration. Just like it's less physical. Just like again, back to the bath example. That form of vibratory resonation.
The what temple?
Say again.
The what temple?
Just going.
You said temple, right?
The what?
You said temple. You said something temple.
No, I said going back to the bathtub example.
Oh, okay. Because you were cutting out there. Okay.
Yeah. So again, using that as an example, it's a different type of vibratory base that it's not information. It's just physical. It's just physical vibration that is echoing, and its physical limitation is based on the force that's being applied against it.
Wait.
The information.
Everything is information.
No, the information that you're receiving in your brain, that form of frequency is etherical, and that's just everywhere. That's just existing everywhere. That's why distance doesn't matter for that.
Wait a second. Everything, anything that happens is information. Anything. So you make the ripples in the water, there is information. That is information.
Yeah, that's not, you have to just draw the distinction there of what I'm saying.
You're talking about information that matters and information that doesn't matter to a certain person.
I'm talking about information that you receive and can transmit through you as a vessel, and specifically in this case, your brain receptors, where you'll pick that up. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. It's not like it's being broadcasted from one place to another. It's just everywhere. It's like the same thing as frequency itself is just everywhere. Let's put it that way.
It exists, but that doesn't mean that there's the same frequency everywhere.
Right. It's where you're resonating at.
Yeah.
All the frequencies are everywhere, but where you are resonating at is in particular to you. And what you're picking up is in particular to where you are resonating at.
Who or what do I love the most on this planet at this moment?
You tell me.
You know.
I don't.
My daughter and my grandson.
Okay, right.
Okay. So both of them, my daughter is from my blood, my flesh and bone, right? My grandson not only is from my blood and flesh and bone, he's also got certain DNA that I gave to him as his grandmother. It goes from the grandmother to the grandchild. Now, it won't get passed along. It'll only get passed along through the female. So if he was a girl child, then it would have got that. My DNA will come through to the next generation. But because he's a boy, it's going to be whoever he marries or has a child with. That girl will, her grandmother's information in her DNA will go to that great grandchild, right? So mine will stop with the grandson, but I have so much invested tangibly in those two human beings. However, that human being, Patrick, that was in the hospital, the only connection I had to him is with my heart. I have heart connection with my grandson and my daughter as well, but I only had this kind of connection with one person on the whole face of the planet ever in 57 years, and that was someone who was not of my flesh and blood. So there's got to be more to it than just that information exists everywhere, or else the nurses would have known that he was opening up his eyes. They're the ones who are tasked with taking care of him, and they're the ones who are closest physically to him.
The
They didn't
again,
pick it up.
the more to it part is where you yourself are focused on, and your frequency itself where it's resonating. That's the individual part.
But how could I possibly love him more than I love my baby and my grandbaby? I don't feel that with them. I love
Well,
them. I love them to death. But that doesn't mean I have any kind of frequency that I pick up from them that I can perceive.
well, again, it's where you're resonating with your focus and frequency vibration, and that's a moment to moment thing.
I love the shit out of Patrick, but you can't tell me that I loved him more deeply than I love the child and grandchild that I made.
It's not relevant to that. It's irrelevant to your focus.
My focus is my heart. Like, my focus is the love that I feel is my focus, right? So when I have gangbusters of love for my daughter and my grandson, I mean, unconditional, never can die love.
You were thinking about him a lot, right, at that time?
Well, yes, I was, but I was also thinking about my daughter. I
Okay.
was I was more worried about my daughter and what she was going through. He was unconscious. She
Mm-hmm.
wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I was more worried about my
Mm-hmm.
daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think that my focus would be more I can't say that because I was very concerned with Patrick, because I was trying to get hold of him with my mind to tell him that he's safe, because I really really just wanted him to feel safe, because I knew damn well he'd be having these nightmares.
You
When he
see how
woke up, he
much
knew damn well that's what his nightmares were.
intense focus you're expressing to me right now, and
Yeah, well,
recollection of
he
how much
suffered it.
focus you had at that time.
He suffered it, so that's why I feel it more. But my daughter ended up being okay because he ended up waking up, so everything's okay, and that's fine. Like, that was like, what, 4 years ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So everything worked out a long time ago for my daughter, and
Mm-hmm.
she's still breathing, and she's gone, or
Mm-hmm.
he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when I think about what he was going through, it was way more of a nightmare for him because he had no control. My daughter could at least try to control her energy, try to control her thoughts, but he couldn't. So his helplessness is what makes me emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about, I mean, it's an echo. It's gone. It happened a long time ago now. It doesn't exist. So there's really no point in crying about it. It's just when I put myself back in that memory, I remember about that. So that's why I'm having this reaction. But if you had
Mm-hmm.
seen me at the time, I also would have been like this about my daughter. And because there was all kinds of stress she was under, not just that. She had a big job stress, big, 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 and worrying about keeping a roof over her, her husband, and her child's head. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then her father got sick, and she had already been under stress taking care of him while she's trying to work and keep her kid at her work
Mm-hmm.
because there was no babysitter. So he was the babysitter. Actually, when Patrick came to live with her, he had a short stint there before he got sick of having the baby all day. And then that was also a stress because he wasn't that well. So it was a worry of what would happen while she was at work. So all of that, and then it culminated in him ended up having to go to the hospital. And then again, I knew that something was wrong with him, and I'm begging the nurses to check, and they're saying he's fine, he's fine. I'm saying no, he's not fine. I know he's not fine. And then he ended up having a heart attack while they weren't in the room, and then he was having that heart attack for minutes before they even fucking recovered him. So I have a connection to him that I don't have with anybody on the face of the planet, including my own parents that gave birth to me and the child that I gave birth to. There is
Okay.
some kind of soul connection between us. And this is just the latest thing that happened. Whereas there was stuff before we even met. We would keep on meeting in life. We would meet. We crossed paths, not knowing that each other existed. It was all meant to be. There's so much evidence that it was meant to be. There is more of a design involved than it just being happenstance. So I don't think
Okay.
it was just information out there for the up for the grabs, and because I was concentrating on it, that I managed to pick it up.
Oh no, that's still definitely the case because you were focused on that so much at that. And there's a lot of other variables as well that have to do with the trance state and where you are hypnotically. Also,
Me
your
or
state of
him?
health. Both. Well, for you, it would be you because you were picking it up. He
Right.
wasn't specifically transmitting something. You were just
No.
picking up an intuitional vibe about something that you had a connection to. Certainly.
Maybe I don't understand what intuition is, but it doesn't seem like that would be the proper word.
It's a feeling.
What intuition is just a feeling?
Mm-hmm.
So when I love my daughter, that's an intuition?
No, intuition is in a form of feeling. When you intuitively know something, it's a feeling.
How does it that be the only that is not the only thing I've ever focused on in my life? How could that be my only intuition? Because I don't feel.
Oh, it definitely wasn't your only, and I'm sure you've had many intuitions
I
in life.
thought I did, but I've been wrong about as much as times as I've been right. So it's
Well,
not.
that's what happens. There is the initial information that comes to you will be correct, but if you're not out of the way of that information with your mind and the ego and the imagination, then it very, very quickly can contort the excuse me, getting a little bit fatigued. It can contort the information very, very quickly. It's very easy for that to happen, and then we lose it.
You mean like I talk myself out of it?
Or you talk yourself into something else that that it actually isn't. You had it at first. It could be such a fractional split instant, and it went into something else because you were focused on your imagination a lot or whatever it is in that particular moment, and then it got in the way of the raw information, the raw intuition.
So why was I so right about Patrick?
Because in that moment you received it clearly and you weren't in the way.
But if there's anything that I would get in my way about, it would have been him. There were so many things that I was afraid of. I was afraid he was going to find another girl. I was afraid
Yeah.
that, like all kinds of things. So that would
Again,
completely fuck up my intuition.
just in that moment, you got an intuitive message, loud, clear, and it was understood, and that's all there is to it. And that's just the way it went for that.
And when he was coming home, and I'd know where he was, I'd know that he was 10 minutes
Sure.
away.
Sure.
And that happened out of nowhere, and
Sure.
it just kept on happening.
Yeah. I got pretty strong intuition. My mother had profound intuition on some levels. She knew where I was in the city when I didn't even know where I was going. And she would somehow get the phone number of that fucking house and call me while I was there.
That can't be intuition. That's got to be
She
research.
did it. She did it. She had the intuition of where to find me. I gave no traces of where I was going. I didn't even know I was going until I made that decision in the moment. I had no contact with my mother to tell her. She might sometimes she wanted me to do that, and I refused. It drove her nuts. I hated that. I wanted to just go where I pleased, and I didn't want to be babysat while I was away from the
Monitored.
fucking house. Yeah,
Monitored. Yeah.
right. And but my mother had this uncanny knack for being able to, after I arrived somehow at the location that I went to, figure out that I was there and find the phone number of that address and call me. Nobody else
Maybe she
there.
just knew. Maybe she knew
Nobody,
you.
nobody else there that I had ever met before. And I went. I went with a friend of mine who my mother knew. But again, my friend was with me, and we didn't even know where we were going until we decided to go there. How does that happen?
Okay, but I don't know. I'm not saying it wasn't intuition.
And my
The
mother
phone
could
number's
repeat
not
that.
intuition, but
She'd
knowing where
mem-
you went is intuition.
right.
But
And
she
she
also knows you. She would probably know you better than you yourself at the time.
No, but again, we went to a house and area that it was not gone to before, and it was spontaneous, and it was a decision sporadic in the moment. There was just no chance my mother could ever um, figure that out if it wasn't a premonition or an
Did you just
intuition that
meet
was
this
strong.
person? Did you just meet this person, or had you
I
talked about this
I
person?
didn't even, yeah, I mean, we got invite to go to a person's get together, and I had no idea who they were. Neither did my friend. It was
Okay,
through another friend that was there already or whatever.
okay, all right, yeah.
And yeah.
You're right.
And,
Okay, I
and
just
then when
wanted
we
to
get
make
there,
sure because if it was somebody at school that you'd mentioned before and you had some kind of particular fascination with them, and she remembered that you brought that person up, and then she knows how to
yeah,
do research, that's what I
yeah,
was
no,
thinking. No, no,
yeah,
so it was a
none of that.
totally random event,
That's
completely
right.
random.
That's
Okay.
right. And nobody that I knew personally and went with my friend. That's my only tie, you know?
Well, I wish I had that with my daughter, but I don't. And I can't tell you how many countless hours I've spent focusing on my daughter and her reality. So I wish I could have that, but then she would have suffered what you suffered. So it's probably a good thing for her that I didn't. But I would have loved to have had that sense with her. I mean, she's the center of my life. That she's the only purpose I've ever had in my life before she was even born was to have her and then rear her and then watch her blossom and flourish in the form of my grandson. So
Right.
that's been my whole life since I was little, since my mother was telling me that the women had fought and burned their bras so that we could have a choice and we don't have to stay home to be moms. And then she'd ask me after the whole thing, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I said, I want to be a mom. Well, you can be a
Right.
mom and an astronaut. Well, okay, that would be cool, I guess, but the only thing I want is to be a mom. So it drove her round the fucking bend. But that has been my only focus my whole life. And now I'm not needed. So I'm past my sell by date now.
Here's the other part of the equation that you might find interesting. Um, my mother liked to have this thing. This was just part of her personality. If there was something that would be mysterious to me because I'm still young and learning about life or whatever, my mother would play that up to the T, like as if she was the wise, smart one and whatever. And if I asked her, how did you do that or whatever, she would have that, whatever, and
Ancient Chinese
flaunt that,
secrets.
flaunt, yeah, exactly, that she was the shit, and so she loved to gloat with that, right? Now, but for this particular
That's
thing,
what I do with my grandson. That's what I
okay,
do with my grandson.
so for this particular thing though,
That's what I do
I
with my
asked her,
grandson. I'm magic. Nana's magic.
right. So for this particular
Wow,
thing,
that's a hell of a lag. That's a hell of a lag.
oh shit, am I lagging like crazy?
Well, one of us is.
Maybe
Just
let me
letting
hit
you
the
know
refresh.
that I just wanted you to know I wasn't interrupting you on purpose. That's like,
Okay.
yeah.
Am I back now?
Okay. Well, say when you hear one.
Yep.
And that's not lag.
I like. Okay, so
It
just a
must
second.
come in and out. It must come in and out.
Yeah. 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 So for this particular thing with my mother, I asked her one time. I said, "How do you do that?" And her response was, "You know how I do that." And I said, "You're right. I can do it too." She even knew that I knew that. She didn't have that response of because I'm the shit with this one because there was a fundamental understanding there, and she knew that too. Interesting.
Jeez, I know you don't want to talk to her, but I'd really like to talk to her. She's magic. She knows her magic. Maybe that's why you're so fucking smart. You got it from her. And you can't even feel the gratitude for that.
My mother's not very smart, though.
Well, smart. Okay, when I say smart,
Not very wise. Not very wise.
because she's made some unwise decisions, or you don't think that she's connected with spirit as much as she thinks?
No, because of her choices that she's made and the way she's just who she is, the way she conducted herself. But that doesn't mean that she wasn't a little bit exceptionally magical in that sense. She definitely was not.
You
Her,
don't
she,
think
she,
that she
she,
was
she.
exceptionally magical.
What's that?
You don't think that she was exceptionally magical.
No, she was. I
Oh.
said that doesn't mean that she wasn't. Didn't have an amplified, majestic ability there. She certainly did. There's no doubt about that.
It's the most important thing in the whole entire world.
Mm,
How she conducted her love life or her personal life would be. It's like a genius. A genius can be a genius intellectually, but can be such a fuck up socially because their emotional quotient is not nearly as good as their intellectual quotient. So your mom's magical quotient has far outweighed her emotional quotient.
my mother was a royal idiot in a lot of ways.
Yeah, sometimes you are too.
I don't mean in the way that you see it. I mean like literally she just was I describe her accurately. Get across.
You mean just completely inept?
No,
Not
not
being
completely
able
inept.
to make a rational decision?
Yeah, very, very delusional. Very delusional. And
Okay.
at very cognitive dissonance, very sheep-like, and
Oh,
very, very stubborn when she wanted to. She was very dishonest in a sense of when it came to if the truth about something was presented to her, but it would shatter her belief system, she would just. She had these sayings to be dismissive about it that she would do.
you mean like I love
Very
Big
tunnel
Macs
vision
fuck
and
off?
very close-minded. What's that?
You mean like I love Big Macs fuck off?
No,
Kind of
not in
thing?
that way, because I can see your
I'm joking.
when I can see that you're not actually in denial to it when you're doing that. I can see
Right.
through the
Yeah,
with my mother,
that's me being a child, that's all.
right? With my mother, it was get that truth light out of my face denial. It was
Right.
no. It was a complete cloud. I'm going to block it because that my world would be shattered type thing.
I just experienced that, a couple months ago when I had I've actually basically forgotten. I
Hmm.
blocked it out, what that realization was. It was very, very real for about 2 weeks. It was very real. And here I am only a couple months later, maybe only a month later. I can't remember that. And I have completely blocked it out, what that realization was. All I know that realization led to doom and gloom. There was absolutely no point in being alive. And I'm just wasting my time here. I'm taking up breath that my dogs could have. So then I had to somehow process that information in a way that I could live with it. And so I said, what am I doing? Am I just going backwards? Because things, as I was working it out, I don't know if my mind was playing tricks, or if I was being intuitive, or if I was being logical. But I started going, yeah, but that doesn't jibe with this. You know how you tell truths that I don't like,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't tell you that's not true. I can figure out that it's true, even if I
Mm-hmm.
don't like it. And I might resent you for telling me, but I can't argue with the fact that it makes complete logical sense. But
Right.
in this case, I don't know if it was just too much to take, and so I fucked with my brain, or if I was right that, and I was, because there's the alternate ending. There is the the effect that I could have if I could master my magic. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean there aren't people who are capable who can do it. And there's probably a lot of them. I mean, probably half of India, if they're still spiritual. So there are, if I could remember what it was something about the oligarchy. Then I could.
Even all that is you processed it. My mother wouldn't even get to anywhere near those points. My mother had a belief system, and it was very warped and contorted. And if any information was being presented that did not match her belief system, it was never processed or contemplated. It was always met with immediate rejection and runaway.
So the way that our conventional science has been handled, if it doesn't fit into what
Very
they've
much.
determined is the theory, then now
Right.
it's not proper information.
Right.
Okay, so am I like that?
Most of the time, most of the time you had a tendency to be open. Sometimes you can be like that, but my mother was chronically like that.
Well, sometimes I need time to process it, so I'll be in denial, but I know that it's just a temporary state, because once I take it back to think about it on
Sure.
my own,
Sure.
and I might come back to a different conclusion. So sometimes it's a delayed reaction, but that one time I determined that you were definitely wrong.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Hang on a second. We finished that. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, I missed the part. What with the particulars of the one time. Yeah, what is it?
I determined that you were wrong.
What is it about? I was wrong about.
I wish I fucking remember. I think it's just so fucking painful.
Oh.
Like, there was a time in my life where literally
How
no
long
more
ago
than
is
a
it?
day. Oh, that was like a month or month and a half ago, something like that.
Oh, so not too long ago.
No, that's right. It's not too long ago. And I already forgot it since the last time we were talking. I had already forgotten it. So once I had processed it, determined your error, and then went back to my original thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I see it was also what you had told me was in tandem with something else that I'd heard a scientist say, which was was it a scientist? It was somebody in the know anyway. Was not, they were talking about you know, the ethereal, but not in, I don't know how to characterize it, but, you know, I think of souls being the people and all this stuff, right? This scientist was not talking about reality in that way at all. In fact, he was saying something about our whole lives are experienced at the moment, was it at the moment of death? That all of this, oh shit, I wish I was smarter. Anyway, he had given this non-personal view. It was so clinical. It was so not personal that we, you know, he wasn't talking about us having souls. It was that our whole existence is basically like a flash of a blink of an eye kind of thing.
Mhm.
All the rest is, I'm not going to do it justice. Anyway, there was this reality that I was focusing on before you and I dealt with whatever that was with the oligarchy. And so it was shattering my belief system. And I couldn't take it. Like, I may as well have been being beaten to death. I just couldn't take it. And so I can't even rely on what I'm thinking because I don't know if I was protecting myself by coming to the conclusions I came to.
Mhm.
It seemed completely logical to me once I'd worked it out. But then I went, he was wrong. And then just put it in a drawer, and I don't even know where it is. There was one time in my life that I actually felt bitterness. And it only lasted, I can't remember, but it was no longer than a day. This was in 2005. I experienced two very huge things. One was feeling God, feeling the love, this love that I can't even describe. It was all around me, through me. It was such an experience. I can't even describe it. It was monumental. And then there was this other point, and I can't remember which one came first, where I was just, my heart was broken so much that I felt bitterness and I hated myself. It was the worst feeling I've ever felt. So in this short span of a time, I don't know if it was within 2 weeks or something very close, I felt the best feeling in the world and the absolute worst feeling in the world. And when people say to me, oh, you're just bitter, I'm like, no, I'm not. I know I'm not. I felt bitterness for a day in my whole life. And I never want to feel that way again. It was a horrible, horrible feeling. So I know that I'm not a bitter person. I can be resentful, I can be angry, but bitter is a very specific feeling that's horror. It's hell. Bitterness is hell. And people who live in bitterness, oh my God, I feel so sorry for them.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what the bullies feel.
I would think a lot. Yeah.
Like actual
Definitely.
bitterness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a deadly feeling.
Yeah. It's terrible, isn't it?
Have you ever felt it?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would hell.
I was bitter at life for a while.
Longer than a day.
Oh yeah.
I'm lucky it
quite
only
some
lasted
time.
a day. But you know what? I forgot it. It's like childbirth. You don't actually remember the pain.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I can't remember the pain and the hate that I was, the utter fucking hate that included my own self. And I can't remember the feeling. I just remember it intellectually. But the same as all that love that I felt too. It's like a memory. But it's not a full memory.
I think the only time I was really that bitter was when when I was trapped inside the nest of the upbringing. Just no way out.
When you were trapped inside the what?
The upbringing nest with the family.
Oh.
And it was just getting to me so much that I felt, there's no way out of this. And it just weighed on me so heavy for a while.
Right.
And then I remembered, wait a second, I can be rebellious. And started to turn around for myself there. There was another time where I was bitter when I was in an abusive relationship. I think I mentioned that to you. And it was an extended period of time. And that too, I felt like there was no way out of it for a while.
Right.
But it wasn't the same kind of bitter as the first one. That
had
one
a little
was
bit more control.
Well, that one, yeah, I mean, it was much older, and it was
Uh-huh.
more just like I was just exhausted and desperate, and felt like shit. I'm just gonna run my course out here. I'm so young, so I
Right.
was more sad and depressed about it because I was being held back, and I didn't know how to. I didn't have a viable plan to get out of it. Yeah,
Right.
so that was weighing on me. But I wouldn't say, and I lost myself in that. And it took, a good month or two after I was out of there and back in healthy land to recover and remember who I was again. It's interesting.
Well, at least you know. I still don't know.
I knew I was going to have to go through that too. I knew it was going to take a bit of a period
Healing.
of healing and readjusting. And, but the will was never lost, right? Like even when I was bitter, the actual real will, I've never been bitter where I just was like wanting to give up or anything.
I don't think I wanted, if I remember correctly, I don't think I wanted to give up. All I wanted to do was spew hate at everybody. Just spew it.
Mm.
And again, the only time that I've ever felt that without the bitterness, obviously, but not obviously, but I believe it or not, I'm not bitter about the Israelis. You would think that I would be because of my passion about the thing, but I would not characterize it. I don't have that feeling that I felt when I was bitter, so I can't be bitter about it. Yeah, or else I'd know it, right? There's no fucking mistaking it.
Mm-hmm.
It was so crystal clear at the time. It was so crystal. It was like everything, all the facade about life had been removed. There was no facade. All I saw was the ugliness, which isn't true because there's so much beauty as well. So I wasn't seeing that beauty.
Yeah,
so that wasn't a true vision. But it was like all the clouds lifted and all I could see was ruins. Just ugly, bitter, hate, lies. Just, I don't even know what triggered it. My heart was broken, but for me to see the world that way, I don't know how my heart being broken over a guy could then translate into the whole world is ugly and misshapen and just a complete fucking lie.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I was picking up on some information. I don't know. And I just couldn't face that information. I don't know. I really need my Disneyfying of the world. It helps me cope.
Band-Aid.
It's more of a crutch.
Yep, same thing.
No, well, all right. Don't have to argue about every little thing. But I need that crutch just like I need my walking stick.
It helps,
Yeah.
doesn't solve.
Well, I don't think it's really meant to solve anything. It's just meant to help me cope and get through everything else. It doesn't mean that I don't want to know the truth or that I can't see the truth. It just means that a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
I was with you up till the last part, the metaphor.
Do you know that song?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the medicine, and usually medicine tastes like shit.
Yeah.
So you just add a little bit of sugar to help it go down your throat. Now, yes, I know sugar's bad for you, so it's not medicine, but
No, but I don't see the Disney as being that for you. I see the Disney as being your escape.
But I'm still facing the truth. It's just that I'm wearing a pink tutu.
I don't think you are, though. I think you're you have been Disneyfied.
Yes, and I'm copywriting that word, by the way. It just in the Cylons in Battlestar Galactica, they were still moving through the world. They were still performing their tasks, but in their head, they were in a nicer place, even though they're surrounded by like steel and whatever very cold existence that the humans had made. The Cylons were able to buck with their reality, which became an alternate reality, and they could live in there simultaneously to performing the tasks here. So if I have to clean the fucking apartment, but I wear a princess dress while I'm doing it, I could be Cinderella, but I'm still cleaning the apartment.
Yeah, but you're what you're really want is the princess Disney life. That's the fantasy and that whole thing.
Well,
the fairy tale.
I want to be taken care of and loved. And a princess who loses her shoe, and the man comes and finds, goes through all the women just to find whose foot that shoe fits on, and it's mine. That's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, definitely Disney-fied.
Yes, she got rescued from that life with the mean stepsisters and stepmom. She got rescued, and all her hard work paid off. It meant something. Happy ending.
Disney was a master at playing on the emotional string. That's sure. It did so. Men are caught up in it too, but women, almost all women, fall in love with Disneyfication because
yes,
of
Walt Disney.
Right, because of how the emotional structure of the female, the psychology and the psyche works with that.
Yes,
they played that very well, and it worked.
I know. Bravo to Walt Disney.
At the demise of the Disneyfied.
I'm not demising
To the demise of the Disneyfied.
What What do you mean to the demise? There is no demise of the Disneyfying.
No,
I keep it alive.
Then it really worked for you.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ and Walt Disney.
And Big Macs.
That would be whatever guy that started McDonald's. I used to know the name. I know that some guy named Cohen took over once.
It was a set of brothers, I think, wasn't it?
You're thinking of the Cohen brothers that make, they're in media. They make movies. No, it was somebody, I don't know, Michael Cohen. It was like, it's Cohen, but without that last E. So it's Cohn, and obviously Ashkenazi. But there was I used to know the whole history of McDonald's. I was fascinated because I was 16 years old, and I didn't just, when I got the job at Parker's Cleaners, they didn't give me the history of fucking Parker's Cleaners, but I got to figure out how business works. Just a little glimpse of the fact that they have a formula, and as long as we follow the formula, everything's okay. So the burgers can only stay in the hot part for a certain time. Then when it hit the time, you had to throw those burgers out. If something fell on the ground, that got thrown out. Everything got marked. You had to show up to the till when somebody goes to the till. If you're not already at the till, you have a certain time. There's a certain order that you fulfill the order. It was first the if it's a milkshake and fries and a Big Mac, you get the Big Mac first, and then you get the fries, and then you get the shake. So there was like a whole order, and the way that they did this thing where once a month we had a crew outing. We were called the crew, the people that worked there. The slaves were called the crew. And we had a crew outing once a month that was paid for by McDonald's because it was a corporate store and not a franchise store. And we'd make plans to go roller skating or whatever together and bond. And, we got free meals. If you worked there for 8 hours, you got like meals and snacks.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like whole formula for everything. And I love organization. I would have made a great Nazi if it weren't for all the killing and everything. I would have been great in the Nazi office. I love organization, classification, and everything that makes everything clear. So I was enamored of McDonald's on another dimension than just the food.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why I got in this, but I just thought it was the best ever. I don't see any businesses. I think Walmart maybe has one of those kind of businesses. I don't know. I never worked for them, but I hate Walmart. That's why I shopped for my grandson's presents there. But you know why? It was free money. Kendall had this $25 gift card, and I didn't have any money to buy my grandson presents, or not enough anyway, to buy him anything that would mean anything. So I used the $25 gift card. I ended up putting more money on it, but that's why I shopped there. Otherwise, I don't. I did when we were living in the RV because I felt obligated because they let us stay in their parking lot. So I thought it's only quid pro quo. Give them the business, right? It's only polite. But after I stopped living in the RV, no reason to go to Walmart. They're business killers. They killed Rona, or not Rona, Home Hardware, the Canadian one, the Americans, Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
They're flourishing, but Home Hardware in the Junction where I lived, it closed down because they couldn't compete with this fucking carp of a fucking fish that landed in the Junction and just started sucking the business out of all the smaller businesses. So that's when I started to not like them. That was before I even met Theo. The only thing I've seen go down there is Tim Hortons and TD Bank that we've given to the States. Otherwise, everything we're getting is from there. Coming up here. Dollar stores, restaurants, Lowe's, Walmart. And you're going to say, but that's a fiction about Canada and America. But the jobs aren't fiction. The Americans come up, they make a business. The only one that failed was Target. The Americans come up, they make a business, employ a whole bunch of people, then they pull out, and all those people have no jobs. And the small businesses that they killed while they were here don't exist, so there's no jobs to get back there. It's evil.
Make your own job.
What, selling flowers by the side of the road?
Or make your own business. Be the employer you want.
My daughter tried to do that. It just seemed impossible. I mean, I suppose if she picked the right business, she could have done it, but she was trying to pick something she wanted to do.
Yeah, it doesn't always work that way in the corporate world. That's the problem.
Well, what's the point in having your own business if you're not doing what you want to do?
There you go. What's the point in having a job if not what you really want to do?
Yeah, but you only have a job because you need the job, right? You don't have the job because you want
A lot of
it.
reasons. That's the same for why people run a business. A lot of it.
Yeah, but now you're reliant on the business flourishing when you don't like the business. That's not going to work. At least if you're working for somebody who does like their business, it's still going to work with or without you. So you got
How many people?
Job.
How many business owners do you know actually like their business?
I don't know. I don't know that many business owners.
Most of them hate it. They can't stand it. They're just doing it because they know that it's more leverage in the corporate world than working a dead-end job for somebody else. And nobody can fire you if you're the fucking boss, right?
Yeah, but the bottom could fall out of your business.
That can happen if you're an employee too.
But the employee doesn't have as much invested as the owner.
So?
Well, for a business to fail, it's a piss off for the employee, but the employee doesn't have that much to gather up and lick their wounds. They just lick their wounds and go find another job. And they don't have to lose their house or their cars or whatever it is else that they built up as their wealth. Whereas the owner could lose everything.
The job dude didn't have any build up.
No, I mean, the person's like my age, right? And they worked for companies on their way up, and then eventually they started doing this on the side, and they built their wealth throughout the years, and then they use that wealth to invest in their business. So they take their whole basket of eggs and put it in that one business because it needs everything that person's got. And then that business fails, and everything they worked for is gone in one fell swoop. That's a hell of a lot more heartbreaking than losing your job.
Oh, that's if you have all of your stock in the one business and you don't know what you're doing, sure.
Most people don't have that kind of money to just, invest in many businesses and see which ones work. Those are Rockefellers that can do shit like that.
No,
most people have to work really hard to just come up with a down payment for something.
Most people don't know how to access that money.
Well, now you're getting back into the magical world of money. where you don't need any money to have money.
No, you do need money, but most people don't know how to get access to that. That's where they, as business owners, they don't know the options and the channels that are available to. They just think very conventionally. And then there's few exceptions to that who realize, there's people here who have done what I set out to do. Maybe I can try and approach them and look for a business coach. And if they find a good one, they can get good consultation that fast tracks their success, gets access to the funds, no problems. They can even get consultation backing for that. There's all kinds of funds that you can get in business that's not even tied to your personal name. And if your business goes up, guess what you get to do?
Go bankrupt.
You get to start a new one. Go through the same channels.
I feel like there's
bankruptcy is not something ever logical to do. It's stupid. Never do that.
Well, if you don't, sometimes you end up losing your ass trying to pay for your ass. Like, you're just tripping over yourself because you can't keep up with the payments, or
just stop
all your money is going into paying all those bills you'd have.
Just stop making it.
Stop what?
Just stop making the payments. It's better than bankruptcy.
They'll take you to jail.
No, they won't. Where do you come up with that shit? It's not against the law to owe money to people. Nobody has ever gotten thrown in jail because they didn't pay their debt.
Really?
That's really, it's not a crime.
Really?
Really. I can't tell you how many countless times I myself and other people have rinsed and repeated that. This is the Donald Trump method, by the way. That's where I originally heard of it and then had other people show me that method. And that's just one. And it's even...
Isn't the Donald Trump method to have a Rockefeller pay your bills?
Well, that's all of us if you look at it that way, because it's coming from there. But no,
to keep him afloat so he didn't have to go bankrupt.
Method of how to get access to funds starting from scratch. It's also the what's his name?
Elon Musk.
No,
that's the one everybody's always talking about.
Rich Dad Poor Dad guy. What is it?
Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Yeah, Robert Kiyosaki. No, it's a very uber rich capitalist.
And what's his name? He's a Japanese guy?
Robert Kiyosaki. Yeah, okay. He's Jap origin, but he grew up in America.
Did you say Jap?
Jap, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Get over it.
Please don't hold rights for bets responsible for the dirty mouth of Nude.
If he was here, he'd be cracking his head off, laughing so hard. I don't even see that these words are typically considered offensive until they're pointed out by you as well. That's the funny part, because they're actually where I got them from originally is from
other bigots.
No, them. They're the people in their culture. They call themselves that. Come here, you
No. I just finished being taught by a Japanese American exactly what that word means to. Now I knew it anyway, but exactly what that word means to them, and from their collective memory of how they were treated, it is so hurtful.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to get into this with you because we ended up not talking for like a month last time. So.
Yeah.
You have
anyway.
You have the information.
When it
used to choose what to do with it is your thing.
Yeah. When it came from me a second ago, it was just lazy, short for Japanese.
I'm sorry I ran over your toe, but it was the quickest way off the curb.
What?
It's not a good enough excuse.
Jap, 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 jap. Get over it.
I can't get over that you're insensitive. It really bothers me that someone I admire so much can be so insensitive.
That's the ego at its finest.
Yours or mine?
Yours.
Why is it mine when it's you who's deciding that because you want to say something, you're just going to say it regardless of who you hurt?
Well, I'm not going to be a slave to your ego.
It's not my ego. I'm not even Japanese.
Yeah, it's still what you're holding on to with your ego. And it's
No, I'm feeling their
$1 billion% superficial.
It's not superficial. People's feelings are not superficial. If you're going to say that calling people names is superficial, you can feel that way or not. I'm not telling you which way is right. What I'm saying is that when you enact insensitivity toward people who do have feelings, then that is the part that I take umbrage with.
Yeah, again, it's the superficial part is where the individual holds this fallacy belief, and then they take offense to it because they're holding their belief.
Do you call black people niggers?
Sure, why not?
Really?
Sure, why not?
Why not? Because it's hurtful.
If they take,
why not?
I don't see any offense to it. I see it as absolutely ridiculous that people are being that way.
Do you call ugly people ugly?
I don't see anybody as ugly.
Really?
Yeah. Nobody's ugly to me.
Ron Jeremy?
Not ugly.
So ugly. But I wouldn't tell him that to his face or anywhere where he would hear it.
There would even be more truthfulness than that, though. It would be less superficial. It would be somewhat superficial still, but the superficialness in the those labels, those ones in particular, the culture labels, fabricated, completely imagined, right? And that's why it's just like
only the damage that was done under those words is not superficial. It's tremendously indelible.
That's what happens when people hold on to these to this bullshit.
The word is only the trigger, but it's the actions that happened while that word was being bantied about.
Whatever, though, I didn't do those actions.
But
don't stereotype me into what happened to them. And most of the people who are getting triggered in this day and age didn't have those actions happen to them. It wasn't even them. It was the ancestors, right? Yeah, my point is it's time to get over it.
That's okay. That's, again, tremendously insensitive.
No, it's not. I think it's insensitive not to want to get over something that is holding your collective humanity, as you would put it, in the wayside, because people are stuck in their delusions set forth by your oppressors. And again, rubbing their hands together when people are getting all bent out of shape and butthurt over that narrative set forth by them.
That racism still exists. It just burns
That's
underneath.
Right.
It's an ember that burns. And when you do that, you are opening a portal.
And
you don't need to. All you got to do is just add a couple other syllables and say Japanese. It's not hard for you to say Japanese, but to choose to say the one that's going to hurt people is insensitive.
Yeah, but again, that right there, what just happened, I didn't even realize it was offensive to anybody until you brought it to my attention. That's how much I'm not in that bullshit. I really had no idea that would have been considered offensive.
But if you were sensitive, you would have said, "Oh shit! Well, I didn't mean to do that. It was just a word." That would be a much less insensitive way to react. It shows some kind of sensitivity that you didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was just your ignorance that made you say the word. But otherwise,
I'm not going to
you
be.
didn't mean
I'm
to
not.
say it to hurt
I'm not
anybody.
going. Again, I'm not going to cater to people's superficial bullshit. Anyways, now that I know that, I'll press the button just to make the point. Get over it, right? I'm not racist. Just get over it. It's a fucking word.
So would you tell me that I should just get over the fact that Patrick and Theo died and just stop worrying, just don't feel any mourning anymore? I should
Live in the
just get over
present.
it.
Live in the present.
So would you tell me just get over it?
Yeah. Live in the present. Get over it.
Interesting.
You reap what you sow, and what you focus on is what you experience in life. And life is short. Choose
Well,
wisely what you focus on.
I wasn't sowing anything to elicit that insensitive response from you.
You can perceive it as insensitive,
That
sure.
came out of left field.
The one about hang on. Excuse me, the one about Theo or the one about the
No, well, you didn't say the thing about Theo, but no, the word job. It just sort of came out of left field. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't reaping it. I wasn't sowing it, so I wasn't expecting to reap it.
Mhm.
Or the knowledge or the reminder, should
No, I was
say.
saying that about
Got the knowledge with the Packy thing, but I got reminder with the Jap thing, and then there was something else in the middle there somewhere. I forgot.
I was saying that about the Theo one.
Oh, okay.
For
Sorry.
sure.
Let me put your sentence back together again. The Theo one. If you say that again.
Live in the moment.
But that might be advice for me if I was telling you I was feeling bad. But if you say get over it, that's tremendously insensitive. And who are you to decide when somebody should get over something?
I can't, nor would I. I'm just making a statement. Get over it, but you got to decide that. It's up to you.
Yeah, but how can you feel good about judging that?
That's not a judgment.
Sure it is.
Where's the judgment?
You're saying that person should be over something. That's a judgment.
No, the word should wasn't used.
No, I have to change it to proper English to form the sentence. Get over it is a short version, a more colloquial version
How about
of
this
saying
then?
the sentiment.
How about this? You would be wise to get over it.
Well, the delivery is just not as stinging, but it's still a judgment that you're making, and it's an unfair judgment, and
I don't think so.
it's an
I think
arrogant judgment.
now it's again, it's misconstrued here. As I've asked before, is bluntness arrogant?
It can be.
No,
Absolutely.
I said the absence of bluntness, sugarcoating truth, that would be arrogant.
You have a totally different definition of arrogant. You thinking that you know best
I
is an
think what
arrogant.
you're referring to is belligerent.
No,
And it's
belligerent has to do with is like a combat word. It's a combative thing when you're belligerent. But when you're arrogant, it's more like you just step on someone's face and just keep on moving. So,
yeah,
it's
that's
not.
misconstrued.
How is it misconstrued? For you to tell somebody else that it's time that they get over something. That is
I'm just
arrogance
being
on your part.
I'm just being blunt.
You can call it whatever you want to call it. It doesn't negate the fact that it is arrogant.
You're taking the offense. There's even no intention of offense. There's nothing for me to offend to, and I don't even do that.
Do you know that you can punch somebody in the face and then you can just smack somebody in the face and not mean it, and then just go on as if it didn't happen. That's carelessness.
That's
And
a physical
carelessness.
action here, and
Okay, well, I'm
these are.
using a physical thing instead of an
Uh-huh.
emotional thing because you don't seem to understand the emotional part. So I'm using a physical one to explain it. That what I'm trying to make you the difference is there's a difference between meaning to do something and carelessly doing something. But either one is not a good thing. Being careless is no excuse for hurting somebody.
I
If
agree.
you
Now, be
have a,
careless with what. Don't be careless with uh, uh, how you have a focus on taking offense to something. Be mindful that if you take offense to something, you're operating from a place of ego and you're offending yourself. You're doing it to
you
yourself. You're
deciding
being
for other
careless.
people, you deciding for other people that they should be over something, that in itself is arrogance.
I'm not deciding that they should. I'm saying you'd
You're
be
making a
wise
judgment.
too. No, I'm saying you'd be wise too. And it is wise too. It's not
But you're not
wise to
in
hold
their
on to
shoes.
something that's not in the present.
You're not in their shoes. Therefore,
Doesn't
you
matter.
cannot judge competently whether the
It's not
person
it's
should
not
be
a
over it or not.
judgment. It's a statement towards a decision somebody's making, and they're causing themselves to be out of in touch with the present.
That's your interpretation.
No,
But you
they're holding
cannot
on to the past. It's not an interpretation. It's what they're doing.
you cannot
And they're in
decide
pain and
that for
suffering
other
over
people.
it. And that's not wise to be stewing in pain and suffering and reminiscing over. It's arrogant to throw away the present. That's arrogant.
You're just turning around what I've said to try and fit what you're saying, but you're slamming a round peg in a square hole, or a square peg
Because
in a round hole.
you don't see it doesn't mean that that's not what it is.
I'm not arguing that your sentence couldn't be taken apart and be justified, that you could call something arrogance, but you started the arrogance with your carelessness.
No,
That was
being
sweet.
blunt is not
No.
being blunt is not careless.
In fact, being blunt can also be rude, depending on what you're saying and how you're saying it. Rude is also a lack of caring for your fellow man.
Well,
So you can call it blunt, you can call it rude, you can call it arrogance, but it all amounts to the same thing. It's not caring
maybe
for your fellow man.
it's a tough love approach and saying
Maybe it's just you wanting to get
stop
away with
making excuses for yourself and get on with it. And maybe that's not uncaring. Maybe that's the most.
Okay, I'm going to finish your sentence because you dropped off. Maybe that's the most caring thing that I could do for them. You're back. Okay, because you I couldn't hear you, so I just finished your sentence.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty much what I said. Yeah.
Okay, so look, and also because I know your argument too. I know this argument, and I fundamentally disagree with it. To my
That's fine.
bones, I disagree with it because you cannot justify what you're doing by turning it around on your victim.
I don't have a victim. You
You do
can
if you just
victimize
hurt somebody's
yourself if you
feelings.
want, but I don't have a victim.
It didn't hurt my feelings. I'm not Japanese. I'm not Pakistani. So
Yeah.
it's the fact that I'm witnessing
If you get hurt
somebody
by
who's
words, you victimize yourself. That's the way it is.
I'm witnessing somebody who is supposed to be enlightened
Mhm.
trampling over his fellow man based on his own
No,
judgment.
no.
His arrogance.
Trampling is a physical act.
No, you're doing it. What's the word? Poetically, not poetically. You can trample somebody's feelings. You don't step on them physically, but you can still step on someone's feelings.
No, you can't.
You're gonna lose this one too. This is used in English.
You've
And
been trained and indoctrinated to think that way.
it's a poetic way of interpreting what you do with people's feelings, because it's not a tangible thing. People's feelings are not something tangible. You can manipulate them, but they're not tangible. You cannot hold them in your hand.
That's right. And
So-
you've been trained to take somebody's words and interpret it and put it in something that you're going to get hurt by, because your ego has an expectation towards that. It's arrogant to
not
the
hurt.
freaking core. I'm just saying anybody who does that in the context of you.
What I'm hurt about is the fact that you are supposed to be a more enlightened being, and yet the state of the energy of the people that you're dealing with don't matter a hill of beans as long as you can make your point.
I'm going to tell the truth regardless who it offends.
Your truth.
The truth.
You don't even understand their truth. You're completely dismissing their truth. You're just saying
The truth.
The
truth is they're taking offense to it. They've been programmed and trained to do so, and I'm saying you ought to not do that.
You're right.
In a blunt way.
The beatings and the looking down people's noses and making people feel ostracized. Yes,
right.
That's completely in their mind.
And I'm saying that it's not wise to hold on to that and function. It would be wise to get over it and stop being the racists.
You know, this tactic doesn't work with me anymore. You can say it. I can't stop you from saying it.
And I'll continue to say it.
Right. But at the same time, that doesn't make you right. It doesn't mean that you've convinced me or necessarily anybody else listening.
Only a racist can get offended by a racist slur. You couldn't offend me with a racial slur because I'm not racist.
Because
I don't even believe in such a thing.
Person. You don't like to admit to any kind of human feelings whatsoever. So for you, you don't have any racial. You're like white bread.
Right.
You don't have any culture.
I'm unoffendable.
But you don't have anything that you identify with.
And it's pretty wise to be unidentified and unoffendable, because I don't get hurt, do I?
It's all, well, not by insensitive thugs, no.
Right.
But other people do have feelings, and they are precious. People's feelings are precious.
That's their responsibility.
It's also our responsibility not to trample on them, on theirs.
Yeah, that again, that's a physical act.
I'm sorry, but I'm using proper English.
Telling the truth.
I'm not hurting anybody by saying what I'm saying.
Calling it as it is, and like I just did a minute ago, for example, you can't be offended by a racial slur if you're not a racist. That's just the truth.
Okay, but you tell somebody that they're ugly and they're ugly, and you are going to hurt their feelings. And what did you accomplish? Some kind of little thrill of it for yourself by being able to have some kind of power over somebody else's feelings. But
that's not what I'm doing, Kat.
Okay, I'm saying that it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It doesn't have to be a racial thing. People's feelings are precious.
It's not the same thing.
Disregard their feelings is the opposite of precious.
It's not what I'm doing at all.
It is what you're doing. You just don't want to face that that's what you're doing.
No, it's not. It's not what I'm doing. It's not what I'm doing. Even though, and I could go further as far as the ugly one goes, even that still is an individual insecure with themselves.
Right. They should just get
whoever
over
thought of them. Right. Whoever thought of them as ugly, whatever. It doesn't bother them. It's not a deal at all to them.
But most people, it would bother. And
right, because most people are insecure because they operate from their ego. That's their responsibility.
So you can just go around abusing people's feelings because they don't have the right mindset that you.
Yes, I refuse. I refuse to be a slave to other people's ego like they are. I won't do that.
Well, I refuse to be an abuser of other people's feelings.
That's good.
Thanks.
I'm not an abuser of other people's feelings either.
Oh, really? You
Really.
just explained that you just don't give a shit about their feelings, that all you're concerned with is your truth. And that
I'm
if
not
they
a
should,
slave to people's ego.
that's the way you put it, but it amounts to the same thing. You you care less about their feelings
Your
than your
objectiveness is
freedom
weak in this
to be able to
conversation.
say, no, this is, again, principle. It's a huge principle to not
You
go
have a
around
principle that, yes, and I get your
making other
principle, and I'm
people's,
saying that you've been indoctrinated to think that way, and it sets the stage for division all the way to wars and violence and all these things
you
by
don't
your
get
oppressor.
bored.
The very ones that you tout, don't you think that at the very least, if you're going to propagate raising vibrations, you ought to start with recognizing the narratives of your oppressor and making sure that you aren't participating in that.
What's my oppressor got to do with not hurting other people's feelings?
Everything.
Well, I don't.
If you understand what I just said a minute ago, everything.
I know exactly what you're saying. We've had this conversation
They
ad
they
nauseum.
set the stage to think in terms of race, nationality, all these things, and indoctrinated through the way that the system is set up in the schools and everything in the corporate world. And so that people will operate through their egos and be insecure and fight over that. And that's just one example. It's elitism, if you want to call it,
But
as
it's a
a
different point. It's
huh?
a different point, because if you know that there's that realization, there's that truth, right? That the
Mm-hmm.
division amongst human beings has been set
Mm-hmm.
up on purpose to divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
is not in that you can just take that as a given. We both agree on that. There is no argument on that
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever.
Right.
100%. Okay.
So you
So
ought
now,
you ought to be
no, I'm not
not.
finished. I'm not
Go
finished.
ahead. Go ahead.
So thank you. So when the division that was created by making this separation between people's ethnicities, right? When
Mm-hmm.
that has been used to okay, so I'm going to use the black example because it's so well known. Okay, people don't understand so much the Japanese, but the black one is it's and elementary. So what was happening was black people in the United States were suffering in the 50s and 40s and whatever, when all these hanging trees and all that stuff happened. People thought that it was okay to do what they were doing because there was no curbing of it. It was a free for all. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody was black, they were dehumanized, and
Mm-hmm.
that reality that people had, which isn't actually really reality, but it was their reality, that black people had less value in human life than white people. This was used as a vehicle to hurt people. And so when somebody then heard themselves being called the N-word, it was, you could expect what was going to happen next. There was a what do you call that? Like a PTSD kind of thing. About having that word used. Now, the racism never disappeared. It's definitely lessened quite a bit compared to what the people of the 50s had to suffer, but it still exists. And when that ugly boil appears on the skin of humanity, it is something that needs to be lanced and discarded of. It's a poison that needs to be
Mm-hmm.
emptied. It's not
Mm-hmm.
something that should be built upon. And when you do that, when you carelessly throw words around that you know are going to have an effect on people's feelings, we're not talking about what the oligarchy did. We're talking about what you've done or what I've done,
No, we're
not what the
talking
oligarchy
about
done.
the people who are getting triggered and offended by it have work to do, and they haven't done that. And what I'm
They're
saying is it's time to
victims.
get on with it and do that work. They're not victims in that moment, and they're not victims because of me, and they're staying victims in their own mind. They're not getting over it. Racism, does it still exist? Yes,
PTSD is
because
a
people
real
are
thing.
still, yes, it is. And people, and racism is a real thing.
Yes.
And it's still existing today.
Perpetuating it is evil.
Right. What I'm saying is by catering to being these superficial culturisms and acknowledging them, that is propagating the problem. That's propagating that is the reality. That's what's making it a reality.
It's giving healing time. You do whatever you can to lessen the pain so that healing can take place. But healing will not take place as long as somebody is always jabbing at that wound.
No.
If you are
Healing is
someone
not
who
going to take
jabs at that
place
wound,
until healing is not going to take place at all if an individual doesn't want to let go of what's causing the wound.
when the bullies came at me and I had to learn my lesson, even though they should be held accountable for their evil actions, I had work to do on myself to be able to deflect it by
That's
realizing
right.
how unreal it was, right? But
That's right.
I needed to retreat sometimes to process and to build up my strength so that when I
Right.
came back out again, that I could be stronger. But had I have
Right.
not taken that time to go into my corner and heal a bit, then I wouldn't be able to handle my lesson very well. I wouldn't be able to take in my lesson very well. If
Yeah.
you are going to jab at a wound that still exists, there Japanese people have already, they were just in danger. Sorry, Chinese people. Was it Chinese people or Japanese people? Fuck me. I think it was Japanese. I can't remember the incident now, but they were facing the same sort of thing as they did in the internment. They were facing a possible reality of that happening again. Now, I could be bringing up the Palestinians, by the way, but it's not relatable to you because it's in a totally different part of the world and you don't understand the dynamics of it. But it's the exact same thing. What the Israelis do is they dehumanize the
They're still the
Palestinians.
same at the core. Yeah.
And so, because this is happening now, the Japanese internments happened in the Second World War. So that's a couple of generations ago. However, what's going on with the Palestinians right now is happening right now. And 75 years ago, it's been happening the whole time. And the attitude of dehumanization of the Palestinians is what keeps the genocide alive. They wouldn't be able to perform that genocide if people weren't taking part in the dehumanization, because it becomes, people get tired of hearing about Palestine. It's like, I've been hearing about this forever. Meanwhile, people are dying. A child is dying every 10 minutes since October 7th. A Palestinian child is dying every 10 minutes. That could not be happening if the world was conscious of their role in perpetuating the dehumanization, like how Bird and all those people use the Allahu Akbar things, right? I've had to sit through 2 years of them doing that, and not once did you ever see me go, hey, you're being racist against Arabs. I don't need to do that. To be able to put it in its proper place. I'm not that much of a snowflake, and that's my own group of people. Okay, so I am not that kind of person that is a snowflake that needs some kind of retribution for them saying Allahu Akbar when they're completely, what they did though, and what I seen them doing, what I tried to say it, and nobody understands in the West, is that when you take, not you, but when they take part in this Allahu Akbar thing, they are completely misrepresenting A, what the phrase means, B, the reason why people are rebels, or what do you call freedom fighters, right? They make them into terrorists but they're not terrorists any more than anybody else who fights any wars are terrorists. They are freedom fighters. If it weren't for the oppressors, they wouldn't even exist. It's the oppressors that is the problem. The freedom fighters are just doing what's natural for any human being to do, which is to stick up for themselves. But it's all been completely skewed in the West, so that it's now become a joke to be a suicide bomber. Can you imagine what kind of desperation it takes to be a suicide bomber? That's a lot of desperation, the lack of humanity that's involved in making a suicide bomber exist. And yet it becomes the punchline for a joke for people in the West. And the people in the West are the ones who are funding this war. Now, if they understood the depth of their actions and changed their ways and didn't dehumanize the Palestinians anymore, this could not happen. This genocide could not happen. Israel would be stopped.
The main thing I heard in all that is the people are doing it to themselves. And it's true. They are. And again,
hopefully somebody else out there heard me and understands what I'm saying.
Again, same thing as I said earlier. You ought not to be part of the narrative of what's for it.
What's what?
It's not wise to be a part. It's not wise to be a part of the narrative that has been propagating this division from the oppressors the whole time and continuing it still to this day.
But did you hear me say anything to them about what they were doing with their narrative? I did not take part in the narrative. I
don't watch any of this, so I don't know. I have no idea.
I sat there and I watched it. That's all I could do. I knew there was nothing I could do. I didn't take part in it. I didn't even flail against it. I mentioned it a couple times in passing to like one person in my audience kind of thing. But otherwise, I sat back and I watched it happen, knowing full well what the consequences of their actions is. I didn't actually know that I'd witnessed it in my lifetime, but the consequences of their actions are incredibly visible. They're very tangible. They're very dangerous.
Hold on a second. I got it. I'm getting major lag. I'm just going to refresh my browser. Give me a sec.
Right. Okay. Oh my God. It's almost 5:30 in the afternoon. I doubt Crafty's live is still going, unless you start a new one. Holy shit.
Okay.
I can't believe it's almost 5:30. I thought it was still the morning.
Oh, we've been going strong. This one's 8 hours already.
Okay, so I was not taking part in the narrative in any way.
You are.
I am not. I am telling you the consequences are now visible of their actions, not mine. Theirs.
Even just focusing on it and talking, taking part in it.
Oh, come on.
Acknowledging that there is such a thing as an Israelite.
Okay, we're not.
Or a Jew.
Or
what?
Okay, but the Israelis are
Zionists.
not Israelites. The ethnic Jews are the Israelites. These people are not Israelites. They're Israelis. They're Zionist, Ashkenazi, Nazi.
I just see people.
Well, I know, because you have a lack of understanding of how this works.
No, because I refuse to take part in that superficial bullshit.
Well, then your blinders doesn't make anything else less true. You can put your blinders on, but that doesn't make the reality any less true.
The reality is you're all indoctrinated and delusioned, and that's why you're fighting.
What?
You're indoctrinated to think about these cultures. That was taught to you. That was not something you saw yourself as when you were born. You were shown that by other indoctrinated people.
What you're saying in this case is untrue.
In
Because
all the cases.
No. You are under the impression that Palestinians and Israelis are fighting because of culture. That is not true. Palestinians are being subjected to genocide based on their ethnic reality, but
Mhm.
but it's not the Palestinians fighting back based on the Israelis' ethnicity. They are fighting back at the actual oppressors, no matter what color they are, no matter what ethnicity they are.
Mhm.
They are
Mhm.
fighting back at their oppressors. Palestinians did not start this fight, and Palestinians are not continuing this fight except to not lay down and die. That's the only way that they would not take part at all, is if they were just to agree to die. And then the Israeli objective would be achieved by ethnic cleansing. But the Palestinians are not taking part in this in the way that you think.
Say that last part. You cut out.
The Palestinians are not taking part in this in the way that you think, that somehow this is just some kind of Hatfield's and McCoy's argument, and that both of them are wrong. No,
It's
there is a
people fighting
clearly
with each other,
wrong
and that's
side.
stupid.
Look, if somebody is trying to kill you and you fight back, is that stupid?
No,
Okay,
I
so
wouldn't
you can't
fight
say what
back.
the Palestinians
I would
you can't say what
respond
the
in
Palestinians are
self-defense.
doing is stupid.
I would respond if I have an aggressor against me. I'll respond in self-defense and get
And
on with
that's what
life.
the Palestinians do.
I
They're
don't see
responding in
myself
self-defense.
I don't see myself as these ethnic bullshit things that are
It
made up
doesn't
fictions.
matter. If you were
It does matter because that's what's setting the stage for these things.
No, because you're still
Yes.
you're working from a false premise. You need to erase the premise for you to understand what's truly going on. If people decided that they were going to kill all the nude people, all right, anybody
Again,
and listen. If
no.
people,
You listen,
if the
please.
no, you need to understand. If the oppressors were all
I
going
heard what
after
you're
all
saying about what's
nude
going on over
people,
there. I
and
do understand.
you fought back, not because you are a nude person, but because you are being attacked because you're a nude person. That there's a distinction there.
What you're missing is that I'm seeing things as a whole. I'm not focused on that specific narrative that's going on over there. I'm talking about this whole culturalism and ethnic bullshit as a whole. Because earlier we were talking about the Japanese and the blacks and all these things, right? So then the conversation that we're having is not centered in one specific thing. It's about racism and elitism as a whole. And I'm saying that participating in that and still recognizing that is what the root of the problem is. And that's what
I don't
people have
call
to get over.
self-defense. I don't call self-defense as participating in the
No.
ethnic.
The recognition of culture and ethnicity, these things, the identification of is the indoctrination that sets the stage for the rest and leads to violence. That's what I'm talking about.
You are still not seeming to understand that if they came after all the nude gurus and all the nude people in the world, you're not fighting on the basis that you're nude. You're fighting on the basis that you're being attacked because you're nude. You're not choosing to
Cat, I'm
battle.
not talking about what's going on in Palestine. I'm
It
talking
doesn't
about
matter.
what
I'm
I
talking about Japanese. I'm talking about black people. Black people didn't do anything to white people to be dehumanized. They were brought over in that sense that they were less than human and that they could be treated that way. And then when they fought back, they were not fighting back at whitey at the time, right? At the time, they were just fighting against their oppressors. Over time, they learned. Who is this new person? Hey, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are
What's
you?
up,
Kick
guys?
him out. Kick him out.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, Rights is here too. Right on. Just wake up.
Hey, Dan. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, not too bad. Not too bad.
Dave, you're so
Just
Dang.
funny,
thought I'd
right?
come here and dumb things down, but I didn't realize Rights is already here.
I just got here.
Shots fired.
Mm.
Well,
Strangers in the night. Oh.
yeah, they're two peas in a pod there for that, so you know they're allowed to call a spade a spade.
Strangers in the night. What were the chances? I was getting hello.
I've walked my dog twice. I've had a nap. Done all kinds of things. And these guys are still going at it.
Yep, we're still sitting on our pontificating.
Mm.
And some interesting conversation, that's for sure.
Culture is for idiots.
Can I intervene here for a minute?
Things
No.
are for evil people.
If you ask, you're opening yourself for the no answer. You ought to know that.
I'm raising my hand. Honestly, both of them. Please, Dan. Can I talk?
Okay,
Go ahead.
just for a moment, I guess.
I had a fetish on
Holy
VA
shit.
hospital.
You had a fetish?
Okay. Well,
Fetish
Way to
about a
change the
hospital?
topic.
A hospital fetish.
a fetish, yeah. I should say, I had a hard on for him. I didn't like.
Oh yeah, that makes it better.
Okay. And you got to see me in the hospital when I get there. Anyway, for what they did to me, and now I said the hell with it. I don't give a shit. I try to help other VA people. They don't want to hear about it. And I was getting upset because of it. Like, what the hell's wrong with these people? And Nude Guru talked to me. He said, let it go. If they want to drown, let them go. There's not a thing you can do about it anyway.
Well,
So I
it's your
did.
choice whether you want to listen to him or not.
Yeah, part of the
I don't agree with
solution.
him.
Well,
Yeah, well, right now
it's-
I'm not eating myself alive up because I'm not worried about it. So I just said the hell with it. If people want to be that way, that's fine.
it's up
They
to
don't
you.
want to be that way. They are that way.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's even better. They are that way. Yeah.
That's an interesting statement. They don't want to be that way. They are that way.
Hmm.
Mm.
So are you saying that they have no choice?
You have a choice. Everyone's got a choice, but you are who you are.
You can change who you are, though.
Definitely.
And you are what you are because of a culmination of particular indoctrinations that you had. So you're not actually who you are, because a racist is not born, they're nurtured. So they're not born saying, oh, this one's different because they have darker skin or they have olive skin. That's taught to them. So they're not.
What about the Indians?
The who?
Not just the blacks. What about the Indians?
You
The
mean
Indians were massacred, taking on this land over here in America.
Were they?
Not just the blacks. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How do you know?
How do I know? I hear them over here in Michigan talking.
They are hurt. And because no matter what, we just keep on ignoring them. We just keep on having our celebrations that celebrate our massacring them.
Yeah, for Thanksgiving Day.
It's completely insensitive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I just had hell with it, All you got to do is just get off the grid of government. Everything be all set. The hell with everything. I don't care anymore. My main goal right now is to get myself situated, then I can help others.
That's not an answer to hurting your brother's feelings with carelessness and arrogance.
Sob.
Well, it affects people's vibrations, and if you affect them negatively with carelessness and arrogance, then I don't think it's them who needs to change as much as you do.
If me making a factual statement or being blunt, if somebody turned that into self-negative vibratory energy, that's on them.
You know
That's
that
their
you mean to shock.
responsibility.
You mean to shock when you say those things. You're deliberately saying them because you feel that it's your way of what you think is teaching, when really all you're doing is pushing somebody further into their hurt. And that's not the right way to go about it.
Is that what happened with you?
With
You and
what?
I?
That way.
You and I?
Yeah. Because I was very blunt and shock oriented with you a lot of the time over the, I don't know, it's been what, 2 years
It
now?
broke my heart because I thought of you as higher. I thought of you as more enlightened, and to find out. See, when I was lamenting our fight, I didn't put it in the way that, oh, he's a brute with his words or anything. I said I put him on a pedestal, and then he fell off that pedestal, and I shouldn't have put him on the damn pedestal, because eventually he was going to fall off. And when I saw you fall off the pedestal, it broke my heart.
Yeah, I'm not
So
talking about that. I'm talking about with you taking responsibility for your triggers and getting over it and that stuff.
and how does that translate to you and me?
Well, I was blunt about that, right? I was
Whenever
blunt
you were
about that the
teaching
whole
me,
way.
you were not insensitive when you were teaching me these lessons.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, you
I'm not
definitely.
kidding you. No,
Yeah,
I
there
took
was
your
many
jokes as
discussions
jokes.
we had where you took it as attacks and sensitivity until you were calm enough to be objective about it, and it took a lot of work to get there. A lot of work. It's still a work in progress.
Okay, the way that I am thinking of what you're talking about is when I was being bullied and you were helping me work through it. And
As one example, yeah.
You were not insensitive about it. And if you
Oh,
made a joke, I took it
you
as a
said I
joke.
was. No, you said I was.
Oh, well, maybe
Many
there was a
times.
couple incidences, but they weren't big enough for me to remember. But on the whole, I don't remember you as being insensitive. I remember you as being careful with your words and carefully walking me through the lesson. And I remember, and I still do appreciate it. So if there were a couple of
I took you.
incidences where you were insensitive, it didn't make that much of an indent.
I took you to certain points,
Now
and then I said, "Okay, training wheels are off," and then I was blunt.
the training wheels was when you were going to disappear.
No, the training wheels is when I was gonna not be so soft and let you hold your own on your own 2 feet.
I didn't get that. I thought at the same time you were
I
saying
know
about
you
you
misunderstood
weren't
what
going
I
to
was
be
saying.
around.
Yeah,
So I took it to mean that I won't have you to lean on, and that I've got to ride my bike alone and without the training wheels.
yeah,
So
I
that's
know you misunderstood. Yeah, you misunderstood what I was saying.
well, it's hard for me to
It's
go
about
back
you.
and rewrite it if I don't remember everything exactly.
It was about you standing on your own 2 feet. The whole time it was about that, giving
Well,
you
I was
a better
still.
foundation for you to draw from, so you can be stronger within yourself.
I don't think I had any problem with that. I
Oh,
was doing pretty
you were
good.
struggling with that. You were a
No, okay, I
mess a lot
shouldn't
of the
say
time.
I was. Of course, I was struggling. I meant I didn't have any problem with not having you to lean on for that. I always felt alone in that. I never had your backup with it. I was always alone. You
Yeah,
just had to process it.
there was a point though where I could see that if I continued being that way and soft, that I would become a crutch, and so that's where I withdrew there, and I said, "Training wheels off. Now you got to stand on your own 2 feet."
So maybe you misunderstood something then, because you weren't my crutch. You were not exactly you weren't my knight in shining armor or anything.
I was not I
Guru.
was not letting it turn into a crutch.
Right,
You were
but
just his guru. Or
yeah,
guru.
my addiction to you was in the cerebral.
It's in voice.
What?
It's in my voice.
Yeah, it was in the cerebral conversations that we were having that I don't get with hardly anybody else. So I was sort of intellectually masturbating. So it became like addiction to hear your voice, and it became an addiction
Fetish.
to hear your voice and spend time with you and explore all the things that we were exploring, and then to have that taken away like a having ripped the band-aid off. That was what was painful for me. But I never
Mhm.
viewed you as a crutch when it had to do with dealing with my bullies. I just appreciated the wisdom that you put in there and gave me alternate ways of thinking.
Right.
But I never viewed you even as possibly becoming a crutch, because I always knew I was on my own. Whether you were there or not, I was on my own.
Yeah. Well, again, I saw it potentially turning into one. So at that point, I made sure that wasn't going to happen. And it was time you were ready for training wheels off anyways. So that's what it was.
Look, he's going to get the last word. We both misinterpreted. But that's fine.
I have a question. Why is it that Guru's just Guru? Why is he just nothing bothers him? Why does he enjoy life? Why does he wake up in the morning and another good day? He's not worried about anything.
It's his own. It's the way that I've interpreted it. It's his own. I think it started originally with bravado, and as he became wiser and smarter, it became his defense. It's his shield. So he doesn't have to feel the human feelings and just be a lizard person.
I feel people, because I'm an empath, and it doesn't bother me anymore. I say hell with it. I just walk away.
Yeah. But you're not a lizard person, right? You missed
I'm
that.
sorry. You're
I
right.
think it's your
I don't
defense.
shed my skin.
I think it's your defense mechanism, Nude.
Defend from what?
From anybody hurting you.
I'm not offendable or hurtable.
Okay.
You couldn't, words are words, right? It means nothing to me.
Ideas are ideas.
Yeah.
How people treat somebody. If you were to let your guard down and feel human feelings, you run the risk of
I'm
having.
not guarded. I have nothing to be guarded against.
I see you as tremendously guarded. I mean, steel
That
wall.
would be a tremendous projection.
Well, that's what I see in your actions.
That would be a tremendous projection, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to guard. I have nothing to defend. Just me as it is, and that's.
Why can't you just be human and feel the feelings?
The feelings you're feeling, the ones that you're talking about, come from a place of insecurity because you're holding on to superficialism through the ego.
Not my feelings. We're talking about your feelings.
Which feelings does he not have that you think he does not have?
He is, for instance, for one instance, is Fruity, his woman. She, well, unless it's a guy, but he's always said she. Fruity is a big part of his life and has been for years now. And yet he uses his intellect to guide his relationship more than his feelings, his heart. And he keeps his heart guarded. And he says things like, if I ask him, well, what if, and touch wood, this doesn't happen. What if Fruity were to get up and just leave you and not come back? And his reaction is, well, que sera, sera. But how can you interact and interchange with another human being on such a close level and not be affected? that means you're guarding yourself. That is not a human reaction. That is something that you have contrived through
No, just
intellect.
learned. I learned that attachment is a huge ego-based, toxic way of doing things in life, and it
Like
leads
ownership.
to pain and sorrow for nothing.
I never owned Patrick, but I definitely felt that there was a mutual. I don't like the word ownership, but there was a mutual. I'm his and he's mine, and
When
we
you
we share things that other people don't share with us. It's a private interaction that only we have. That club, it's in with us, and it made us stronger, and that's a
that's cool.
human thing.
Whose
Yeah,
voter
but
should
again,
be
What?
again,
Sorry.
when you know that the arena that we're in here is that everything is temporary and fluid, to place an attachment on anything is just stupid. It's setting yourself up for, again, sorrow and heartache for nothing.
Well,
And
here
it's
I am.
arrogant as hell because you're not recognizing the reality of what's going on here.
What?
It's
How is that possible?
delusionment. It's
How's
a
that?
delusional ideology that will continuously set the stage for you to be feeling the pain and sorrow until if and when you ever figure that out.
He's dead now. He's been dead for a few years now. So
I wasn't, again, I my statement was for just attachment to anything here while we're alive here.
yeah,
To
but
put an attachment on something, you're going to have your ass kicked sooner or
what I'm
later.
saying is, I already went through that obstacle course and got
Mhm.
out through the other side, and he
Mhm.
didn't survive, and I did so far. So I can tell you from experience how I experienced it from beginning to end, not just beginning to possible end, but beginning to end. It's ended now, right? I mean, in the 3D world anyway, it's ended
Mhm.
now. I don't know
Mhm.
what the fuck is out in the ethereal world for us, but maybe it was just a temporary connection. I don't know. But that connection meant the world to me. And I ended up having to break up with him for my own sanity after
Mhm.
almost 20 years. So
Mhm.
I had to do that work too and separate myself from him before he was dead. But still,
What
I went
does
that whole obstacle course. He was not mine. I did not own him. He did not own me. We never looked at it that way. But there was a certain amount of another
what
word for
does
ownership that's not so serious.
what does any of that have to do with me and my life and my relationships?
What I'm saying is that it's a human thing to go through that experience, and you prevent yourself. And my belief is that it's because you're protecting yourself.
Yeah. You can hold on to that if you want.
You don't deal with love in an intellectual way. It's not an intellectual
Uh,
pursuit. It's a
uh,
heart pursuit.
Having a relationship with somebody is both heart and mind, for sure.
No, but being in love is not. It's purely heart. It's not intellectual.
What's the point though?
The point is that you have tried to make yourself superhuman by somehow feeling that you've risen above it when really you haven't. You're
I
just,
did.
yes, or at
How
least
did I do that?
that's how you present yourself. I always have
Oh,
trouble. I'm always in disbelief that you actually are like that, because I feel that you have a lot more feeling for
because the
me
way I
than you admit.
conduct my relationships is outside of the orthodox box that you think in, and it's hard to relate to that.
But it's artificial.
Well, it might look like that to you.
It's definitely artificial. You've intellectualized your way through the thing instead of
It might
going
look
through
like
the
that to
feelings
you.
of it. You've
Again,
described it to me.
if you're looking at it through orthodox box, the tunnel of what you're operating through, then you can only see it through those parameters. There's no way you can actually understand it though
People are
until
people.
you're there.
People are people. We are
What
people.
does it have
We
to
are
do with
humans. We
anything?
have weaknesses, and you don't want to admit that you have those weaknesses. You
What
can't just be
weaknesses is
superhuman.
that?
You can't be
What
superhuman by thinking your way out of it.
what weaknesses is that?
Ron's back. The weakness of possibly being hurt.
Hey, good luck hurting me. I could
I
be
don't
hurt
want
if
you to
I
be hurt.
set myself up to be hurt. If I have a mentality or an ideology that is not in line with reality. Yes, I'm going to get hurt if I do that. That's why I'm saying it's not wise to do that. People don't do that unless if you don't mind getting your ass kicked with reality check.
Your ideology has been crafted specifically so that you don't get
The
hurt.
results speak for themselves. Who is the one getting hurt and who's the one who's not?
Hold on a sec. Does she think
No,
that you don't love Fruity?
no, he doesn't experience the love in fullness because his mind gets in the way and protects him.
Well, I don't
reckon
think I don't
that's
see
a
that. I don't
projection.
see that at all.
Well, you
That's a
haven't.
projection.
Yeah, I don't
don't-
see him like that at all with her.
Well,
Just because
Good
he doesn't
afternoon,
sell
Motor
it,
City.
you haven't
just
had
because
the.
he doesn't celebrate her returning home. I think is that what
No,
you're
that's
where
not.
you're
That's
getting
not
at.
what I'm basing it on.
Oh,
We've
okay.
had 2 years of conversations
Yeah, I
and
know
2
that.
years
Yeah.
of me asking him countless questions about his perspective on these things. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe you haven't gotten into it as in depth with him
No,
as I
I've
have
been
on this
hanging out with
topic.
him for almost 3 years
Oh,
now.
no, I'm not saying that you haven't spent time with him. I'm saying that perhaps you have not gone in depth in this topic with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because
No.
I come from a girl's perspective, and so I have specific questions, and I've always got those questions for him pretty much every time we talk. At some point, something like this on the topic comes up because I'm always trying to pick his brain to find out how and why he is the way he is. But everything that I see you do, Nude, is that you're somehow denying your human weakness, that
That's a
somehow you
projection.
feel you've risen above it, but you're not. You're just, it's like you're masking it.
That's a projection.
I don't see it that way either.
That's why I asked you about your mom when you were saying about your mom and saying about how you felt that way. I was trying to identify if that was where it started, but it didn't start there because you said that you just didn't have that feeling with the family, but you still did experience it with other people. And apparently, it wasn't a great experience when you were having that feeling with other people. You even got abused. So I
I'm
see.
in the moment and fluid with the moment, and I stay centered on that, and I enjoy the moment to the fullest. No holds barred. In fact, I reckon that the thing that you were thinking earlier, that I don't get to experience the company to the fullest, is the opposite. I do, because I'm not bogged down by the superficialness that most people are bogged down by, holding them back from enjoying fully what is available to them in the moment.
If you're not letting yourself feel the butterflies, you are preventing yourself from something. And if you're
Well,
preventing
that's
yourself
that.
from something intellectually,
That's
that means that you have an emotional reason why you're doing that.
Yeah,
who wants to
you're
get hurt.
thinking that you're thinking though that I'm not, that I'm holding back or something. I'm not. That's I don't know where you're getting that part from. I'm not holding back anything. I'm just
Because
not
it's
in.
human to feel those feelings and you're preventing yourself from it.
I'm not preventing myself from anything. How I feel is how I feel in the raw,
But
and there's nothing in the way of that.
it's like
Literally.
a shallow
You're
feeling.
right.
It's not a deep
Huh?
feeling, it's a shallow feeling.
It's a feeling in the raw, as deep or shallow as it is.
Well,
It's
I'm saying
authentic.
if you don't feel them deeply, then you've got a governor on your feelings.
I feel them as deep as they are, authentically.
Okay, so but then you also deny that you're autistic. So how
Huh?
could you not feel the feelings unless you have some kind of handicap?
I'm lost now.
Okay, either you are intellectualizing your feelings or you have a handicap.
No, it's the opposite of intellectualizing. They're in the raw, unfiltered.
If they were unfiltered, you'd be grabbing her right now and dipping her, and we wouldn't talk to you for at least half an hour.
Damn.
I
I
guess
want
they're
some of
my
that.
feelings.
Your
Where's my
love,
wife at?
your love went to a completely different continent, and you barely got to talk to her. And now she's in your presence. You can put her hands, you can put her face in your hands, and just let those feelings go. Just experience them and all over each other. But you're not. You're holding yourself back, or you don't have those feelings. One or the other.
I'm just letting all the presumptions come out. It's very amusing. It's interesting.
Why isn't her face in your hands right now?
She's doing work in the bedroom.
She's there now. She's home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she got
What
home
was
on
she
the
when
8th.
she got home?
The
What, a
8th.
week ago?
Oh, really? So that's good.
8
Good
days
to
She
ago.
just came in here. Huh? Hi, Fruit.
Hey, Fruity.
I don't want her
She says,
feelings
yeah,
hurt.
I am doing work, she says.
I don't want her feelings hurt, so we shouldn't talk about it while she's there.
She's not weak.
She
She
feels
has
the same way.
feelings.
She
She's
feels the
not
same way
weak.
he does. The
Mhm.
same way.
Well, you know, that's like everybody who becomes attached to Nudie ends up adopting what he's saying, but it's just not.
Adopting what
Hey, Ron.
That's right. She was my first cult member.
Yeah.
There you go. You
How's
said it, not
everybody
me.
doing?
Good. How are you?
If you could see the face, she's cracking up. Are you
I
proud,
bet.
Fruity? Are you proud to be cult member number 1?
I'm
Oh, she
proud
said,
to
I'm
be
not
in-
the first, I'm the last one standing. Listen to that.
Yeah, but he's
I'm
building
sorry.
another cult here on the internet.
within the 5 minutes that I've been there listening. I've heard lizard people, superhero, and you're not listening to the butterflies.
Yep, we got
Yeah.
it.
Welcome to
I'm
our
sorry.
panels.
Thank you for having me.
Run.
Yeah.
Save yourself, Ron.
Wise suggestion.
I can only try to behave myself. It doesn't work all the time.
You know, going
don't-
by stereotypes, Fruity is not just French from Quebec. She's French from France. That means she's passionate. She has feelings, and they would be all over the place. But
That's
somehow
funny.
she's not doing that because she's with Nudie. And you
This
said,
is-
How
Nudie,
do you
that
know?
it took that you said
Dis-
Nudie,
dis-
that it took some
Disneyfication.
training. It took
How
some
did
training.
she know?
What?
Disneyfication to its finest.
You Disney didn't make that up.
Oh,
No, Disney did that to you to make all of that up.
You know, what I also find is the cultures that are very much centered around their food are the most passionate. It's not a scientific note, but it is just something that I've noticed.
Cultures that are centered around their food.
Yeah, where
The most
food is a
passionate.
very big part of their socialization,
Like Italians,
like Italians, like Arabs,
Greeks.
and the French. They're very demonstrative about their feelings. So, and you said, Nudie, that there was an adjustment that she had to make when you guys started living together. So she was given to, now I don't want to get it wrong, but I believe that one of them was jealousy. I don't know about the intensity of the jealousy, but that there was some kind of training she needed to do with herself to not be in that reality anymore. So a lot of the way that she is with you would also be conditioning to make a harmonious living situation.
Mm-hmm.
Get up there.
were left to her own devices and not had the nudie indoctrination, then she might be all over you.
Nudie indoctrination.
Bad
She's
nudie. Bad
she's
nudie.
she's my number one, first and last one standing cult member.
Wait, I'm a
Must have
follower.
made her feel special. You have to make her feel special for that to happen.
Well, that must have happened at least one time for him to be with her. I'm just guessing.
What did you say, Freddie? Hang on, guy.
Well,
What did you say?
there's no
Oh, you killed all the
baby.
others.
So
Oh.
there's actually no evidence of that.
Dan was a little jealous there. He had to
I'm
make
jealous.
sure he had
Now.
yeah.
Okay. Of what?
She's
Of
saying,
Dan?
be careful, Dan. Don't get too close. You might be next.
Okay, I see.
Hey,
Don't tell
that
me
would be better than
you people.
that would be better. That would be better than eating a lasagna made of fruits and nuts.
I've been
It's not made
indoctrinated
of
not to
fruits
have
and
feelings.
nuts.
Would that be a fruitcake?
Yeah.
They think we eat lasagna made out of fruits and nuts.
Have you people been up all night and day?
I have.
Yeah.
Not me.
I mean, on here.
Yep. In this
Oh,
seat,
wow.
in this room.
Jeez, I've already had my nap. 3-4 hours.
I'm not even tired yet.
I don't know how long the wind's really going to go on this one, but in some events it's 2 or 3 more full streams. That's nothing unusual.
Let's see. Now we got 2 streams that'd be $20 a piece. Let's see. We had that.
Okay, we can do
Holy
this thing at
inflation.
my house for free.
Are you saying we're all getting paid, right?
Boy, that switched around fast, didn't it?
Yeah. He's a businessman.
Yeah.
What do you pay for guest appearances?
The going rate. The going YouTube rate. Actually, it really surprises me. I just heard enough. Like,
You like my
I
type?
never think about money when it comes to what we see on YouTube. I don't think about the money that would be involved in the drama community. But apparently, AC said the other day he got paid to say something. And I thought, holy shit. And he made it like that's not the first time that he's been paid to say something.
Wouldn't doubt it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I
even
wouldn't doubt
occur
it
to me.
either.
Well, I don't doubt it now that I've heard it, but it just didn't occur to me that that was even a thing. That people would get
Oh,
paid. The most
It's definitely a thing. I've
Why
seen
you
worse here
so-
on YouTube.
I hear stories about what goes on, that there's betting going on in the discords and all this stuff, but these are all just stories that other people say, but aren't the ones that are involved. So I can't take that as gospel, right? But when AC himself says he was paid to say something, then I got to pay attention, right? That's somebody who's involved in it, that's actually disclosing what's going on. All the rest
Do
of it,
you,
people talking.
do you know there's channels out there that pay their mods or people to be mods?
Well, there was some kind of. It was as if when AC started his show with Game Over 2, that somehow Game Over 2 was getting paid, and I didn't know if that was a joke or serious. But I guess it's probably serious that he was getting a cut or he was getting paid to be there as the co-host.
Wait a minute here. You mean you can get paid for doing this? Nude never told me this. Oh, I gotta try that.
It's
Ooh,
Nude you have to pay because he's your co-host.
Oh, that's right.
Huh.
Well,
I'll show-
if a channel, good.
No, nothing
I was
else.
I was going to say if a channel's already been monetized, and they bring somebody onto the panel that attracts more subscribers and brings in more viewers and views, that would sometimes make the host say, "Hey, will you come back?" And
Yeah, I
maybe
can see
even
that.
offer, money for them
If
to
they're
come back.
contributing to the show, like on with an obligation, not just showing up on the panel to sit and shoot the shit, but if they've got an obligation to be there from beginning to end or to contribute with videos or something like that, I can see them getting paid. If the host is getting paid, then why shouldn't the co-host get paid, right? It's a job.
Hey, stop that stuff over there.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
Right?
Dan Newton already took over my panel. I don't own it no more. He's the owner.
I thought Nude was the owner.
That's I said. Yeah, Newton's the owner. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he's gonna have to pay you then. Oh,
You know,
should
I had.
be there, Nudie.
I'm just the investor. I get dividends.
No, it was told. Didn't you have some video that had nothing to do with taking over someone's channel with naked women or partially naked women, and that was supposed to somehow show that you had taken over the channel?
Uh-oh, Joe Cool's here. We're in trouble. Everybody scatter. All right, we're done for the day, guys.
He's just threatening. He's not coming up on the panel. He showed up a little while ago, and he didn't come back up. This is the longest pee you've ever taken, Joe Cool.
He says, drop him a link. He wants to come on up, he said.
Okay.
Drop him a link there. Yeah.
Damn it, I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Oh, I thought of sharing your link out last night, and then I was like, I looked and I said, well, he's only got 171 people. Maybe he doesn't want nobody to know the channel.
No, I want, like Guru said, I agree with him. I want people, quality, not quantity. You know what I mean? I don't want this to become a shit show.
He learned that from
I'm
me
not.
because I'm the one who said that first.
Yeah, I'm not after money. Trust me. I'm just after to wake people up, and Guru's got a lot of things to say, and I agree with him. I do. I agree with him 100%. He knows it
I
too.
love having these intellectual conversations, level-headed conversations. I try to have these on my panel, but there's just so many people out there that want to shit talk and cause conflict. There's like always a disagreement, and they start insulting each other, and I hate that.
Nude and I won't.
This is how you.
Nude and I won't take that. We'll kick him out in a minute. I won't even think twice. Trust me.
You draw them in with the drama. Once you've got the audience, then you turn it intellectual, and then you can get out to more people.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk.
A lot of people don't want to see these level-headed conversations. A lot of people like the train wreck. More people like a train wreck. Can't turn their eyes away.
They come here as an outlet to work out their problems, and so they want to be able to take it out on other people and have a place that they feel is a safe place to do that, because they feel everybody's working on the same basis when everybody's not working on the same basis. Somebody like me who walks in and is not equipped to do this, I'm not here to take out my frustrations on people. My frustrations are with the oligarchy, but not with regular people.
Oh shit! There goes the neighborhood. I'm taking off now. I'll see you guys. Nice talking to you.
What's up, Jets?
Hey, Joe.
See.
Wait, who was FTP?
Fuck the
Joe, you can't come up here without showing your tits.
Again? I told y'all to take screenshots last time. Right. I know it's you.
I need to see how big that dick is to see why it took him so long to pee.
Oh, that's not a problem. Everybody else on the internet is saying it. It's not a problem. Okay.
Well, not me. I didn't see it.
Well, I'm thinking of starting OnlyFans now. You might be a little late.
You got my Discord.
Did you say that that's rights crispy, or fuck the police?
I don't know. What are you talking about, Ron?
I thought you said rights, Joe.
I was cracking a joke on Rights about something. Oh, I say he's the one who wants my titty pics. I said that must be Rights. That's what I meant. That's it.
Right,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but not Rights Crispy. Rights for Vets, the one who's
Yeah,
on
Rights
Hope.
for Vets. Yeah.
Oh, right.
All right,
Okay. My bad.
who snitched on me?
Joe's the snitch.
Wait a minute. You guys are still up? Because you guys are still up, huh?
We were
I
waiting
just
for you to
got
come
here.
back.
That
Is
was
this a
me.
continuous stream?
It
Yep.
is. Well,
No, it's a second one. It's a second one.
All right. All right.
I just
So
woke
y'all-
up myself.
back to back.
Yeah, I was about to say that y'all take a break, though.
No.
Uh,
We
No
did
break.
damn, we must have went late because when I got off of here, my girl woke up, the house started waking up. I went to sleep, woke up, and was about to get on. I think I fell back asleep. I fucking cut like a third of a video, and now I'm hopping back on, refreshed, and taking a break. And you guys are
At
still
one
at it.
point, it was just me and Nudie, and then people started building back up again. But at one point, it was just me and Nudie. After who was it? Ron dropped off. No,
Yeah.
no, Bon Eddie, Bon Eddie, Ballyho.
Oh yeah.
on air.
I think I stopped back over here before I fell asleep, and you two were the only ones left.
Yeah, okay. Ballyho.
I gave you guys a link to this chick. If y'all know who Joni is, Joni Rotten. She's like, she doesn't like confrontation. I hate to start off with that. I should have started out with how brilliant she is and how intuitive
Just
she
assume
is.
that.
Yes, right. I wouldn't have invited her if she
Yeah.
wasn't. So I can say that she doesn't like confrontation and shit. So I've been looking for a place and thinking about it. And I just sent her the link. I told her next time I came over here, I was gonna send a link. I don't know if she's show watching. I didn't give her time to answer. I just sent her.
Can we see her tits?
Oh, she's down. Listen, she is so gorgeous too, bro. She's like hippie gorgeous. The shit that I like with the raspy voice and all of that dreads. A white chick with
Are
dreads.
you gonna make me jealous now, Ro?
Yeah, right.
Wait. Let me understand this, Joe. You said she's good looking.
I say it's not only good looking, sexy as fuck.
All right, let's see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, all you 5 just take off when she shows up. I'll live.
What about Phoenix? She wanted to join our conversations before, but she's never shown back up.
She's another one who's afraid. Both of them been kicked around on the internet enough and stuff.
She knows it's like that. It's not like that with me. She knows.
Yeah, yes. In fact, she was on with you or Guru before, and she talks about it all the time still. Yeah.
But she never comes back.
That was a big deal. She's never done that before.
But she
definitely held her own. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, it was a great.
She was so enthused and all of that. Really, if you guys remember Guru, you've been around longer. The cat, you too. That crazy ex of mine, Sugar. She went all in on her and me. I can take it. The fuck I care. I'm used to it. But it was causing her a lot of emotional shit, making videos, calling her names, and just it was horrible. So yeah, I don't know.
That was a personal vendetta. That was a personal vendetta.
She'll be taken care of here. Believe me, she will. She'll be all right.
I know who I thought about. This is one time I thought about Delete Laws. I got off the phone with him, and I had invited him over here, thinking he'll be safe over here. Everybody jumps and it won't be allowed here. After I sent the link, I thought, wait a minute, I'm putting my guys in jeopardy. He might jump them and want to sue them. I was like, oh, what the fuck am I doing?
Sue us, holy shit.
He's very opinionated, so I don't know if he would work out over here.
I actually
Hey,
have
Joe,
never
there
had
she
the
is.
chance.
Hey, baby.
He would have to not stereotype me with James Freeman and he probably would do that. It would be
Oh, okay. I seen
He
that
had
one.
he had a
She's here, you
disagreement
said?
with Freeman,
Yeah,
and he is still
Joni
making
Rotten.
videos about Freeman.
Is he?
That's how
Is he really?
sensitive he is. Yeah, just the other
Joanne.
day he made one, and
Oh,
he broke
she's
down one of Freeman videos to show how he was wrong hearing all of that shit in his opinions.
I don't like
oh,
him.
she is here. All right, panels. It was nice talking to you. Bye.
It's funny how
You know-
somebody named Tony Rotten is sensitive, because I think of Johnny Rotten, and they don't really seem very sensitive.
She doesn't like conflict. I don't know
Yeah, but
about the
punks do.
who.
Punks.
Oh, punks. Oh, yes, Johnny Right. And she's got that attitude, that vibe, and all that. But it's just people like that, man. I don't know. I hate to compare with Jack, because Jack is weak and she's not. But Jack Talcott, he doesn't like disagreement, right?
Oh, Jack Talk. Oh, yeah, but now talking about a cult.
Oh, his dog's so cute, Motor City.
Thanks.
I can't get. I watched that because.
Why would you say Jack's a cult? Is he?
Well, I'm not. No, he's not really. But it's what he reminds me of is what's the one who gave everybody the Kool-Aid?
Jim Jones.
Sorry?
Jim Jones. Jim
Jones. Yeah, reminds me of that.
Wait. I've told Joni, I just thought about this. We can't be talking about fucking Jim Jones and the internet folk, because I told Joni about how brilliant you fucks are. So I think we'd have to, I feel like we need to impress her. I want to make a good impression. She's my friend.
Well, thank you for that. Impressive for me. Thank you. I'm intelligent. Wow. I like this.
Just before you came up, Joe, I was talking about how, I like it over here because there's a level-headed conversation. It's intellectual. Everybody's got a little bit of common sense, and I've always liked speaking with Joe. Like I see him on the panel, and I try to jump up a lot because we have good discussions, and I love it.
He has a magnetic personality.
Thank you for that. I only get along with people who are not too sensitive, though, who understand and who don't get in their feels about things. This personality doesn't work around sensitive people, bro.
How come you and I get along?
Apparently, you're not sensitive. You get mad and you'll boot me or whatever, but the next
I never booted you. I never.
I just assumed you had, but we get mad. I just assume you get mad at me, but the next day we're good or whatever the fuck.
I never voted.
Everybody has their moments.
I'm jumping off the bridge. I don't like this channel.
I'm very emotional.
Hey, Joni, is Joni still here?
Yep.
Joni, can you come up, Joni? I was talking about have us talk about something so you can see what we got, but maybe Joni, you could come up and present the theme that you used to talk about all the time, about how we are only a certain age, even though we think we're 50, blah, blah, blah. We've only educated for the 5th and 6th grade or whatever, it was a couple years ago. And
Joni, come on up. We need your charge card. I mean, come on up.
And I'm going to...
20 bucks.
Oh, fuck.
Before Ron dies.
Oh, sorry, I'm smoking hash. See my pipe?
Don't be sorry.
That guy up top is going to lie to you, Joni. He's going to swear that the lights are going to be cut off if you don't subscribe or send him a check. Don't listen to him.
Which one?
He's going to give you a sob story about running out of gas. Don't listen to him.
I'm losing weight. I need money.
I'm losing weight. The dog ran away. Don't listen to him.
He's the rebel. He's the rebel of the vet world.
I wish I could do her shit more justice, man. Hopefully she'll explain it to you. I butcher it. But you can compare us. You can get a grasp on the way we think if you compare us to the proper age category or grade. I think is what she was going on, 8th grade, 9th grade type shit. and she was showing the parallels. And I'm just talking this shit. She's got like notes and notebooks and shit that she's developed and theories, and she's gonna depth like Sarah does with her shit. That's how Joni is.
Well, if you're talking about human age, I'm only like 7.
Where's she at? Come on, up here. What's going on?
We not.
She said, "Give me a minute. She'll pop up."
Let me go downstairs. I'll grab her. Hold on. I'll be right back.
He's gonna grab her.
Rights is totally going to freshen up.
Powder his nose.
He goes put on a good shirt. Oh, hey, I wear this every day. What do you mean?
Well, Joe just built you up so much, Joni, that all of us now have expectations of each other.
Yeah, no pressure.
I got my camera ready.
Oh shit! Now you're gonna chase her up.
There she is.
Hi, Joni.
Hey, baby.
Here's Joni.
Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Joni.
Hello.
Bump her
Nice
mic up, one of you guys.
Oh man, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Next time people are telling me to turn my mic down.
Right.
Oh,
Joni,
I love her already. She's a hillbilly. I love it. I love it.
She got that. She's got that accent. She's like South
You
Carolina.
still have your mug, Joe.
I do. I'm in Colorado, but yes, I drink from it every day in Chicago still. Yes, I probably even showed it to them.
Yeah,
because I drink tea on here every day.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man.
Does it say don't trust Whitey?
No. No, we did a roast. We did a Joe Cool roast.
It was great.
Comedy. And so I was like, man, I want to do a roast. So we picked Joe.
It was so funny.
And we had a good time. I'm sure I still have those notes, Joe, somewhere.
And she
that was like 4 years ago or something.
It seems so long ago. And she sent me a mug. It has Black Jesus on one side and Joe Cool on the other or something like that.
Oh, yeah. We used to have Joe and Joni in the morning.
Yes, that was my morning.
Joe's like one of the literally less than a handful of people who have my cell phone number. That's how much I like him. We've even changed a couple times. We always find each other. So
yes, did he pay you to say that?
They go right with that money.
I have a soft spot in my heart for Joe. He's one of my all-time favorite people I've ever met.
Oh, thank you for that, Chet. Yeah.
How much did you pay her to do that?
I got a million stories.
That explains why he wanted her up here.
I got right. Checks in the mail. I got a million stories about Joni. Let me introduce you to these people, Joni, because I love them too. Let me fucking zoom in. I'm high. Oh my God. Stick this in your presence. I'm pretty sure that's Nude Guru. Yeah, that's Guru.
Look at the Grinch. It's him.
That's the cat. He's got that guru vibe when I need spiritual advice or whatever. He's the cat. And I'm arrogant as fuck. He's the cat I go to advice for that shit. Right, Javette, he's a grifter. No. Listen, Rights for Vets, they did something unbelievable, and I don't know if this is a compliment or not, but it's massive in my eyes. Rights, me and him been friends and shit. But he was totally, in my opinion, right wing or Trumper or something like that. And I used to troll him because, I'm worthless. I come on his show and kick it with him every day. But when he drop a video, I troll him and be like, say dumb shit. He found Nude Guru. And after rapping with Guru, dude opened his mind and made more fucking progress in a few months. You think he's been hanging in these streets for years with the way he thinks. So he's a free-thinking, open-minded. Miss Cat is my sweetheart, one of the two loveliest women, because both of you motherfuckers in here, and she is wise. She is smart. I'm serious. Whenever I'm getting emotional talking about her. Whenever I think about the people who I want to talk to on the internet, she's always in that group.
Nice.
I think FTP is Dan. I don't even know who that is. And Ron, that's Ron. Me and Ron been friends
Hi, Ron.
probably as long as you have.
I'm a nobody.
Me and you.
Been a few years. Been a few years.
You're not the other. You're not the FTP that I would know because
No.
me right out
no.
the gate. Okay,
No.
That's what I thought it was.
okay.
That's
fair.
that first thought when I saw. I no fucking way that nigga done broke out of prison and is a
Right, I
fucking
thought he was
doing.
in jail. Last I heard, he's one of those people I liked too. Even with his I just felt like
Joe,
so
Dan's the
funny to
one
me.
from Ontario with the video that we watched a few weeks ago.
All right. I didn't mean I don't know Dan for real. I was joking, but these other people I've known forever. Dan, I probably met here, and yeah, that's about. I've probably known Dan for a couple months, and Dan will correct me and tell you, Joe, we've known each other for a long time. What do I know?
right.
Excuse me.
My
We
feeling
need
is
we need a vote here. Does Joanna get a wrench?
Oh, Johnny, she's absolutely trustworthy, and she'll never fucking use it because she's doesn't fuck around like that.
I've used a wrench twice in my entire
Right.
I don't use
5
wrenches
years.
either.
Yeah,
You know what I use it for? The go to channel feature.
that's exactly what I
checking
like
somebody's-
for. I
Yes.
want to go check everybody out, especially.
It helps.
I get so upset when
Yeah.
there's no wrenches because
Yeah.
I just want to go see somebody will say something pretty amazing in the chat, and I'll go, man, I
Yeah.
want to go see their page, and it's hard
Yeah.
to find.
I do the same
I want to
thing.
go see what they're doing. What else? Sometimes they have amazing playlists, even if they don't have any content. Their playlists sound interesting.
never
Like,
done
I
the
guess save
playlist
that
thing.
playlist for later.
Hey,
Okay,
Joni,
so-
I totally misrepresented your theory about the, how to
No,
us
you
add.
didn't. No, you did fine, and I am still doing that. And of course, I mean that's really all I want to do is to try to figure out how to share that and explain that in a way that's easy for everyone
Real
else to
straight.
understand.
Can you use it then, Joni? I'm not asking you to go over the whole theory, and I'm sure we'll go off topic. But can you start that? It'll get us jump started, give us some ideas, and we
Yeah,
can
I'll
all
just
talk
give you-
together.
Wait, 1 second before you
Yeah,
start.
yeah.
Get out your bongs and Ventuzels and ones and puzzles. In 3,
Yeah.
2, 1. Light up your day shit.
And Joni, I got a
Okay.
request, man. I know how women are, but I told
Very
them how
good for them.
sexy you were, and if you're feeling up to it, and all of that shit, maybe you could cam up so they could see.
Yeah, right. I'm not camming up, Joe. But
All right. But man, I don't
told
know.
everybody I'm beautiful, and I have no idea what the lighting is right now.
Not just beautiful.
And I
Sexy as hell.
Sexy
Yeah.
is what I said. Sexy
You
as
mentioned
fuck.
you were
said
going to
he's
show your
a
tits.
superlative.
I mentioned the tits.
You said she was going to show her tits.
Is
Damn.
that what he said? Is that okay? That's fine. I'm on it.
Look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
There you go.
I was attracted by the hippie comment. I was attracted by the hippie comment.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, and she's a hippie, a white girl with dreads and shit, free spirited shit. All the shit that attracts me, a raspy voice, that shit is great hair, all of that shit that attracts me. Petite, all the shit that I dig. She checks
I
every
may as well just
box.
kill myself now.
Right. I know. It's very a lot to live up to.
Right, she'll never cam up now.
And he's old and blind. That's what it is.
Keep that in mind.
And I'm the exact opposite of everything he just said.
That used to be my avatar all the time.
I love it. I've lost avatars. I love my avatars. They're always the same, but every now and then I throw a new one in.
I can't stand it.
You don't have any pictures of yourself.
Oh.
Sometimes I remember you would
I do.
had a beret or something, and you would,
I look just like this Muppet. On
All right,
yes,
guys.
she
Hold on.
does look like the Muppet. Yes.
Hold on here. Back off here, Ben. Hold on. Joanne, do you like a fat man with a mustache?
He's gone. He dropped
Right,
off.
probably.
Right thumb.
What happened?
Off.
Did you put her in the, I thought you accidentally put her in the basement.
He thumbed her off.
It's just
Right,
probably
he's
been
finger to himself
She
now.
dropped.
it's probably been a while for her. She could have totally hit the wrong button or something else. She's probably out of
No.
practice.
Wrights has her tied up in the basement now.
Undoubtedly kidnap you.
She said, I haven't touched it. Honestly.
Kidnapped. Makes more
He's a
sense.
keeper.
Yeah,
Put her in
she's
the
a
basement.
keeper. Joni,
Power
call me.
Ranger kids.
Where'd she go?
She was too sexy for her own good. God is
Probably hit the
pleased.
wrong button. She was changing her avatar, I bet.
Oh.
Yes. And,
I thought I
like
scared her
said,
when she liked the fat man with a mustache. I thought she took off on me.
No, you said that after she was gone.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay.
yeah. Any of those topics we talked about, I was telling my girl when I woke up this morning how much a great fun I had. I was joking with her last night when we were talking. I was like, I'm
Choking or
arguing.
joking?
What?
Choking or joking?
I was joking and told her that I was arguing with flat earthers, which she know I enjoy so much now. So this morning I told her, I was like, no, that was Guru now. We talked about it for a little while, but we talked about a bunch of other shit.
I brought it up too. Maybe you weren't here then, but I brought it up too. The flat.
Yeah, she's on backstage.
I couldn't remember what we were talking about because, I was so loud. The whole house was up listening to me talk to y'all last night. And,
I know the whole building must have heard me.
Welcome back.
The whole building, all 5 of
I did exactly what you suggested that I did. I hit the wrong, trying to be cheeky with my
I knew it. I knew it.
That's funny.
I was like, fuck.
I said that Wrights had you tied up in the basement.
Yeah. I had bragged about you so much. I thought Wrights just dragged you out the house.
Right. Is that what it was?
I know.
Man, I cannot find any. I do.
I'm always the bad guy.
I'm sure I have some in, but it'd be in a very old phone. But I'm sure I took many screenshots of your hot ad.
Yeah, especially the video that's no longer available. And I did.
Joni, how about we just start with this? Define God.
Oh,
okay, yeah. So I'll just give you a quickie.
That's what I wanted.
Well, get ready, right?
Finally.
Are we gonna have a test on this tomorrow? Good, I'll take it.
No, this is how we'll get a good view of everything else she says after this. Is
yes,
we can see how she believes or defines God.
Yes.
All right.
So here's what I discovered. Okay. That as an individual, we go through developmental stages. These developmental stages also happen on epochal levels or eons or whatever your language would be. So whatever flavor Kool-Aid you like. So historical time mimics our individual developmental stages. So I'll give you an example. If you were to take the two and just lay them out on top of each other, you would see the Tower of Babel show up at the exact same time a baby's babbling. We have these expressions of behaviors on an individual on these mass levels, micro, macro. And I've been putting together these timelines, and and everything just keeps lining up really pretty. And that puts us currently the age of Aquarius being going into our adolescent stage or second coming or your rite of passage or your 13th or your hill, which is what adolescence is. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask, so I don't know anything about age of Aquarius. I don't even speak that language. But what are you saying you expect? Because we've been at a new age, what are we about to echo from the past? What are we about to do now?
We are turning 13, or in the process of turning 13 as a collective unit.
Great. So you get a collective period then.
Yes. Our unconscious collective group, or the ether, whatever that Kool-Aid label is.
That's interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
That is 13. That is 13. So physically, yeah, I'm 50, but consciously my developmental stage is only 13. And what that equals is a lot of interesting language that we're currently getting, like being grounded, being restricted, curfews, It's also the fear.
It's like we're kids again, and it all echoes on the microcosmic cosmic level.
Yeah, so even with things like oh man, hang on.
Anything that would
Okay. Oh, because our fear for adolescent and young adult is not being liked, is to be alienated. It's to be not liked, and we have social scores and aliens.
that's dope. And we got the
Cancel
social
culture.
media where people are breaking their neck to do anything to be liked right now.
Virtue
Exactly.
signaling. Virtue signaling.
Virtue
And-
signal,
And
exactly.
cancel
natural
culture.
stage of the average 12 and 13 and 14-year-old. That's the average behavior of this age group.
The
So
bullies especially.
What
Oh, yeah.
it loops, Joni, you're saying that it goes in what cycles, better word.
yeah, well,
So-
this is the bigger cycle. This is the bigger cycle.
I was about to ask you,
So on a
what do we look like when we're at a mature part of our cycle?
okay, well,
That's
we're
after the 1,000 years of peace.
right.
Right.
So some statistics that you should probably know about elders, which is the last developmental stage that you go through before you die, right? And we go back to a kind of simple childlike state. Our hate disappears, and we we like to be free with ourselves. It's the highest STD rate of any cohort is
Really?
elderly senior citizens.
Get out of here.
And no, and we go back to these childlikeness to us, and all of the hate starts to disappear, and there's a lot less of it. So if we imagined the whole world as if it was a senior center, and everyone is loving each other and taking care of each other. Now, what we're looking at today is not how we do it. This is a perverted way, but we're talking about the average human being up till this point in time, right? Because up until the industrial age, that's only in the last couple hundred years. We're forgetting how short of amount of time, and
Right.
that marked our movement into the double digits. So
I'm sorry. I don't mean
I'm sorry.
to. I don't mean to interrupt you, except that I please don't take this the wrong way, because this is incredibly interesting. Your poetic illustration, but I was asking you what you believed that God was, and I
Oh
thought
yeah,
that
yeah.
started
Totally forgot
there
about
and
that.
worked our
So-
way down. Yeah.
If I'm so how I view it is, I have an upper me. This is what I call my upper being, or my cosmic me. She's the one that is my tether to whatever the ether is. Now, I do not believe in a male god. I think that sounds ridiculous.
We talked about that yesterday.
Very nice, though.
I can't hear.
I don't believe in a mono god either, but I don't believe, and I actually don't even like the word believe. Here's what I know. I know I'm a teenager, and I know
Let's start
I
there.
can transcend somehow.
Okay, but when you said a mono god, what do you mean you don't believe in a mono god? You mean you believe in many gods?
I believe that they're all individual. Everyone has
Their
their
personalities.
There's no one wrong. There's no one belief system. There's no one idea. None of
Would you
these
see
things.
God as a personality?
I
or
like it. I
God
like
as personalities?
No, God's math. If I had to
I
narrow it,
believe God lies within oneself.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry.
She said God's math and
God's math.
I thought science.
Simple as
She
that.
said math.
1 + 1 is 2.
Joni,
2 +
what do you think? What do you think? Believe happens when you die? When you
my
die
inner
here?
transforms somehow. I don't have any clue, but I do know
Well,
that
don't you talked about your
experience
ethereal being and this being? Does your ethereal being live on? That's where I was going. Live on. That's where I was going with
but
that.
not as a me. I'm going to dissipate. I'm going to decay and dissipate. So you're not going to be a whole. You're not going to, I mean, you might. I'm not going to. I don't, other people might do these things. This is not my thing. I'm going to dissipate, decay, and the energy that's me will just get reabsorbed in other places.
That's logical, and of course, but Will, what we know, what I know as Joni, your understanding, or whatever that essence of the you essence, now will it remain intact somehow and move on?
No, I don't see how
All
that's
right.
possible.
All right.
You know, we have a lot of similarities and a lot of disparities in our beliefs. So it'll be very interesting having conversations with you, Joni.
Well, and I
All
can
right.
promise you this: I won't never have a problem with anyone having it. It's typically the other person that gets upset with me. I love other people's ideas. I have no idea this, and why I say there's no one wrong, because
Wait.
now I've had some near
What?
death experiences, and mine are not like everyone else's, and I struggled with that for a long time, and I finally found a few other people that would mention similar things, and.
Right.
You know, so I decided from that point on that that's unfair to tell me that I was wrong, or that somehow I didn't really die, or
Right.
somehow it didn't do right for me and they were right. And I just thought, you know, that's crazy. That can't
So
be.
you had a near death experience?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this would be just so fucking great. How old were you?
I've had a few actually, but I was
Lucky
too
you.
young to remember the first one.
Me too.
And
I was only 4 weeks old.
yeah, I was just a baby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why the
my
boys
only
are
one.
laughing.
That's my only one. But
Oh,
I
I've had plenty
watched
of them.
I watch near death experience videos on YouTube because I'm so interested in the translation that every single person has, all the similarities and all the
Differences.
of each
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm the same. I've spent my whole entire life trying to figure out what happened to me.
I
So,
bet. Yeah.
but the one that I have the vivid memory of, so the first one that was, it was the week of my 16th birthday.
Uh-huh.
So, and I was abducted on my way walking to work.
Oh my
So,
God.
you know, it was that kind of a situation. And I don't even remember getting to work. I just remember being back at work. Last thing I remember is this. And then the next thing I remember, I'm in my manager's office and he's like calling the police, you know, like, so it was like, I had no idea.
How do you know that was near death? Why was it's just a blackout? How come you just get knocked out at the head and something? Why do you?
That is a near death. A near death is any time that oxygen changes in your brain. And that's from being choked out. That's from being knocked out. Anything. A near death experience can happen when you see a car almost swerve and hit your dog. A near death experience is any time physically or on a it can be either physically or emotionally.
I'm asking what made it a near death experience as opposed to just being near death. The experience, if you were blacked out, maybe you didn't have an experience or interpret the experience. There's an experience.
I had I left my body and went on a trip. And then I also have a fainting disorder.
A what?
I have a fainting disorder.
Okay, so did you have an escort when you went, or did you just float yourself?
Did I what?
Have an escort, or did you just?
Trip, did you have an escort on the way, or did you just float your way up?
Oh no, I didn't have any. I just left. I didn't have any. I never met anyone. I didn't have any.
Oh, so you don't recall the trip. You can't recall the trip. You can't recall the trip. You just your realization was when you just you were just up there or out there or whatever.
Well, it was like dreaming. I'm just saying, I didn't have Jesus or my grandmother.
But you left your body, and what do you see? I hear a bunch of near deaths. They left their body. They never even leave the fucking hospital room. You know, to float over the bed or float into the room next door to them, but they never experienced the Jesus stuff either. Is there something you can recall?
Blue dress.
So what?
I was saying thank you for my blue dress. My spanner.
Oh, I see. Everybody's got a different way of saying it. So all right. So you just appeared in the other world, right? And then what? Was anybody teaching you or leading you somewhere?
Well, I have conversations with myself. So I had another situation about a year after that. Well, I had the same exact.
Oh, that's it for that first one.
Yeah. And I just have conversations with myself. Look at yourself. What you're doing. Why are you doing this? What's wrong with you? You know, is this the rest of your life? Is this what you're doing with your life now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Judging.
like
You're judging yourself.
I didn't
No,
take
it's more like reflecting.
I dig it.
it as a judgment. And I'll tell you the thing, when my life flashed before my eyes, I also didn't see horrible things. I actually saw all of the good things that I'd done for
Well, I know Joe has horrible stories. It doesn't have to be like that for everybody. In fact, hardly any. I think I got one that said that he went to hell, but I don't believe in hell. So I think
I went to hell. I didn't tell you that part. I didn't get into it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You did.
You went where you wanted to go. I went where I needed to go, and you went where you needed to go.
Right.
I would think so as well. Yeah.
It gave you the trip. It gave you the trip, and you experienced what you needed to learn from that experience. If I'd had my grandmother there, I would have been talking to my grandmother, not myself. I wouldn't have made the same life choices. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what I needed.
Yes.
So to you, the near-death experience was more of a personal one, as opposed to connecting with the other souls in the ether. It was more of a personal journey that you brought on yourself. Maybe your higher self brought it on, maybe, but it was just a personal journey. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I also had experience. I have had supernatural seeming experiences that I cannot explain. And I still can't explain, but I don't talk about them because I try to stay in what I can figure out. I don't believe in magic that with a K or a Q or whatever. So yeah, I'm not one that can follow. That's just me. I have no problem.
Joni, do you believe?
Do you believe in my life? They're not in my life.
What's magic with a K?
Explain what's happening in my life.
What's magic with a K?
Just supernatural things that can't be explained, that people label as some kind of.
I define magic. Magic is very important to me. It is the pinnacle for me, is achieving my magic. And the way I define that is being able to control my energies, to be in control without being. I know that you can't. You're not in control. You need to give up, give in, to not be trying to control things. However, to be able to manipulate the energies in a way that's beneficial to you, not in a way to hurt others, just a way that's beneficial to you.
Absolutely.
To me, that's magic, and I strive for that. Is that magic with a K?
No, I don't see that as the same thing. I'm talking about people that believe in, lizard people underground.
Meet one. He's right in the top left corner.
Why do you used to say that?
Wow, amazing.
He's the lizard people version of Jesus Christ.
I can't do that. I don't do that. I don't do
Joni, Joni, can you change your life, Joni? Can you through will, do you think that you shape your life through your thoughts? I hope I'm explaining that. That sucked right now.
Imagination.
Yeah, that's your imagination.
And that's the law of manifestation. I mean, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. No, now we're gonna get Nude in here now. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was asking.
God can't experience physical unless it's in a physical form, and it does that through us. Math can't feel anything until it's equal to man. Now it can feel things. So math lives through us, but physical's only one dimension or a very short developmental stage that we're in. So
I believe that God is
a amount of time. It really does in the big scheme of things. Now, even in the meaning of life theory, we're only children for 1/4 of our lives. The other 3/4 aren't broke down this way. And it's only this first quarter of our lives that we have these massive changes in our mind and comprehension of the world. After this, our development is set in stone. We don't tend to change much of who we are. So we only have a very small window of time where we're moldable. And so the rest of our lives are spent doing other things in different stages. I like generations. I play in generational studies. That Joe Cole knows that. Because that also cycle of same as your birth order, same as your, what astrology sign you are. All of these things are layers upon layers of know thyself.
Uh-oh.
I
Okay.
I find it funny. Well, can I say one? Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You,
Go
you
ahead.
mentioned the age of 13. Is that like personal for you, or is that like for the time we are in?
No, that's actually the time we are in. That's the
Okay, I
development
want to
of
add
the
on to that
okay.
because I was thinking, I've been thinking this like strange things about, as Joe can relate to, is there's a movement of freedom
Right.
in the world. And
That's
the last time I really remember having freedom was when I
dope,
was a
Ron.
child.
Dope, Ron.
Yeah.
Dope.
So
Well,
we are going backwards, but we want to grow and we want to grow older and
It's,
die
yeah,
happy. But we're
but it's
going
that young
backwards at the
teenager
same
that
time, looking for our once free self.
very
that
good,
young
It's
Nude.
weird.
teenager
I
needs
like
that
that.
freedom. Right, that's all they want is freedom to get out from under somebody else's rule and authority. So yeah, that
Because
does go.
you don't
Right
you
now,
don't
I have a picture of Nudie, and he's just about to blow up because he wants to say something, but he's keeping it to himself right now.
All right, Nudie,
Either that or Fruity's is giving her a blowjob.
I would
what?
assume
I
it's
think you
the.
fell asleep
I
finally.
assume it's the latter.
Oh, pussy,
No,
pussy, wake
he's
up,
eating
pussy.
lasagna.
No, easy.
I always take
Okay,
it as
so
a
let me
compliment
tell
when
you
people fall
very
asleep to me.
quickly please let me tell you very quickly my vision of God, so that when I'm talking to you and you're talking to me, we know what we each other are thinking. I don't believe I grew up with the belief that God was supposed to be a sky daddy, and it didn't make any sense to me, so I dropped him. I didn't drop spirituality, but I dropped the idea of God. I said, there's no such thing as God. It doesn't make sense, anything that anyone in the Christian side is saying. So, and I tried Buddhism and Taoism, and it just wasn't right. So right
Okay.
now, I've hit on something that does resonate. And to me, God is not a person. He doesn't have wants or needs. Sorry, and it's not a he, it's an it. And so I believe that God is the total sum of, and that we are all just drops in the ocean, each individual drops that make up an ocean of the souls, and that would be God. And so God, like you said, when you said God can't experiencing anything unless it's in the physical, and that's what we're here for. And there could be other, people. I can't, my mind can't process all the lizard people and the aliens and shit like that. So I just stick to the human factor. And but I can resonate with the fact that to experience everything, there's different states of being, and we're in this one doing our job for the collective. But at the same time, I don't think that there's a God who wants us, like, who wants to feel like, I don't
No,
know. That's
God
you
is
can say that.
impartial, and numbers are not gender. When it says God is genderless, people think it means it's both genders. When genderless means it has no, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
well,
Math is neither
well,
he nor she. It's just a
there
number.
are
The
some
two is
phrases.
male or male.
There are
Mhm.
some phrases from the Bible that I resonate with. Just phrases, not the Bible, but there are certain bits of wisdom, and one of them is that God supposedly said, whose name is I am, supposedly said uh, that we are made in its
His image. Yeah.
its image, and if its image is energy, and we are all energy, we are made in God's image. So
And would
there's
that
that.
not
Don't
be
you
what
take it further than that, though?
And
Image
he
meaning
said, I am the
the
Alpha and the
sum?
Omega. And
I'm
that
the
means,
answer. I'm the
I
sum.
am the one.
I'm the sun.
There
I'm
it
the
is.
sum. The number, the frequency is a number. That's all math.
yeah.
And
Well,
I'm the
I think
I
math is a
equal this.
language.
I equal this being right here. This is what my mathematical equation has equaled.
I think math as a language, therefore just a vehicle, not the
Absolutely.
actual entity.
And a
Pardon?
designer. I mean, math is the ultimate designer, is it not?
You're
I mean,
saying that
it's just
math has
really pretty.
intelligence.
Of course
Yeah, I
it does.
think math is the ultimate representation of the designer,
That's
but
the
not the
best word we
designer
have
itself.
for it, Joe. Yeah, that's the best word we have for it. I mean, it's just that everything breaks down and breaks down, or adds up and adds up. I mean, that's the core. And
I
then
just think of it as
language,
the
the
international
alphabet gave us
language.
expression. It gave
It's
us a way, the alphabet gave us a way to explain the golden
Yes.
ratio. It gave me a way to tell it in a form that made it beautiful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah.
I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am me. I look in the mirror and I see my own God. I am myself.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Alpha and Omega means
My heaven lies
beginning
within,
to the end.
and my hell lies within. It's how I
It's everything
perceive
from the
things.
beginning to the end and everything in between. So that means, but there's also a duality in everything: male, female, positive,
Of course.
negative, yin,
No,
yang.
I'm talking on an individual
So Alpha and
standpoint. Though.
Omega could still be
Yeah.
that there's a male,
But that is
female.
the math problem. So if I look at a math problem, I see that, especially if it's in a
The
horizontal
question
position,
and the equation and the answer.
I see the
equation and
whole
answer.
thing. Yeah. So
Right. Right.
yeah.
Well, but I still think that it's a language and not the actual intelligence. It
But
has,
that,
yeah, yeah. And there's
Well,
also
see, math
more, not
follows
just
laws,
math.
and so by design, and intelligence going to have to follow laws. Math has laws. There's certain way it cannot do it.
In
Right.
quantum math, there is no laws like that.
Right, but that's the in between zone. What
Okay,
you
yeah.
can't see, right?
This
Which
is
is
true.
almost like when somebody's clapping along, and then all of a sudden somebody pops in with an opposite clap, and then those two together, it's like two swings that suddenly swing the same, but then start swinging opposite.
Okay, because one has an absolute answer, and the other is a multitude.
But wouldn't you be interested to know that there's also laws in in that realm as well? We just haven't figured them all out yet. There's
of
going to
course.
be laws there. They're just going to be different. There's
Of
still,
course.
it's not going to be complete chaos randomness. It's still going to have to follow some pattern or rhythm. And I think that's what we're looking at. These two things are happening simultaneously. And when they
Here-
interact with each other in such a way, we get a physical form. The physical
Here
hangs out.
down with our physical form, we also have separate laws, as you call them. When you talk about the quantum world where things break down, those laws are not like these laws up here. Everything is different there. So it stands to reason that if you go to different realms, there will be different laws. You won't be bound by gravity. You may be bound by something else.
Yeah, but there would be a rule that would govern them all. The ring to rule them all. There would be some kind of logic that can't be broken, right?
That'd
But
be
at the
God,
same time,
yeah.
it's interesting
Well,
that when you said that the that the math that was in the middle, and then Joe said something about it. I see it as the exact opposite. I see it as reaching out in every direction outside, and that the absolute is at the center, and that all the variables reach outside, like an atom that's
Like
like
a clock,
yeah, but yeah, just reaching out forever.
the spiral.
spiral's dope. You
I was
picture
thinking more like a firework.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but I wanted to say this before we get too off topic. So let me say how I think now, if you believed in something happening, if you believe that there's somebody running the show, and I happen to know
on Earth or ethereally.
I'm talking about on Earth.
ethereally.
About Illuminati for a minute.
Okay.
You don't have to believe in the Illuminati, but whoever your bad guy is, whatever flavor, if it's the devil, that's fine. If it's aliens, that's fine too. I don't really care which one it is. But if you believe that one person is running the show, okay?
Not one person, but yeah.
That's fair. Fair. Some secret society somewhere, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Shadow.
So here's what I know about human beings. So if I'm right, and this is the pattern that's playing out, then how easy is it for me as I'm going to use just this for this, the devil, just for this story here. How
Okay.
easy is it for me as the devil to control you and you don't even know because you don't realize that you're just a kid still? One, I can use your invincibility against you because adolescence is the time that you feel invincible. Two, I can use your fear of being liked against you. So we got to have social scores. Three, I can use your fear of being punished against you because nobody likes being grounded or losing their phones
Yeah.
or their stuff. All these things are being used on us right now like a direct weapon. And because we
so much more than that too.
stop
False
me,
narratives.
we're completely oblivious to what damage is being done to us.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that whose responsibility is it to correct that?
Well, no, I don't know what you mean by responsibility.
I know, don't you? I know it's such a weird way of phrasing it, but
Do you have a duty or responsibility to correct that?
We
I
have
got
our
this
own
knowledge in a
responsibility.
near-death experience, and this is what I came back with, and this is what I experience whenever I have my fainting moments. So this stuff comes to me in the middle of the night like an Einstein. Now I share it because I don't know what else to do with it.
Okay, but when I don't know if you didn't say how you believe if there's some kind of human entity that's
Everybody,
running
hold
the
on,
world.
please.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
guys.
Someone's in the basement here. Does anybody recognize this person or?
How do we know? We
How
can't
do
we
see
we,
can't
it.
see
what
him.
are we, psychic or something?
What's the name?
Yeah, I can't see him.
What? What's the name?
I can't see it.
But that helps
Can't
a lot,
see it or
right?
say it.
Well, if there's
Describe
something
them. Describe them.
something in
Right.
chat, if they don't want to appear, then they'll just sit back there. If they want
Well,
up, then they do to
person
me.
person
Put
in
it
the
this way:
basement.
tell them to
Person
comment in the
basement,
chat,
please.
and
Yeah,
whoever has a wrench can go look at their channel.
They're
There you
in the basement, so they can write in the private chat, and that's what I
Yeah.
was going to say.
Exactly, Miss Cat.
And we can see your name.
That's what I'm
Thank
thinking too.
All right, put your name. Yeah, put your name on there, and we'll see who you are, and then come on back up, and because we want this channel to be.
There was no picture, right? Yeah, no cam.
No, there's no. Well, there's a avatar on him, but there's no actual name or anything. I can't see the name on it.
Von
Yeah,
Eric, it's
all
Von Eric. It's Valley Ho. Valley Ho's back. It's
How do
Von
you know?
Who's
Eric.
that?
Von Eric.
Oh, it's in the
Was that
chat.
Van Eric? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's on here.
But I'm
Okay.
going with Valley Ho.
Who is he? Who's that?
Oh,
What the hell is that guy?
Hold on, Van Eric.
I didn't even know
Oh,
about
goodness.
this until last night.
What's
Hey.
going on?
Man,
Oh yeah, I see it, Van Eric. Yeah.
where's Guru, man? Because this guy,
Oh, he's a pussy.
God, this guy still can't work. What is he doing? Oh, my
I outlasted
goodness.
Hey, guy,
I win.
I'm Joe Cool, man. New guy, I'm Joe Cool.
Oh,
I
it's
couldn't
nice,
see your.
nice to meet you, Joe Cool.
I couldn't see your name, Van Eric. It was gone. I couldn't see it.
He's old. He can't see that well.
Man,
Right.
golly, he's failing in front of us right now. I mean, he can't.
His health is failing in front of our eyes right now.
You know, if you want
Because
to,
there's like 19 letters there.
if you want to grease my palm, I could have let you up real fast.
Hear me?
Of course.
Right,
Yeah, I done gave you a jar of Vaseline.
right for that.
Wow.
Right for bets. Can you
Huh?
hear me? Can
Yeah.
you please do me a favor? Next
Huh.
time you see Nude, which will probably be before me, please tell him that I won.
You say that again?
One.
Next time that you see Nudie, please tell him that I won.
I won.
Okay.
I am.
I stayed.
I am one.
I'm the only one who stayed up the whole time now because he's a pussy and he fell asleep.
Oh my God.
Believe me, he's listening to us.
What?
He's listening to us. He puts his headphones when he sleeps.
What?
Well, let's
because
put some
trigger
shit
people.
into his head. Give rights money, guru. Give rights money, guru. Pay your bills.
Give up the cult. Give up the cult.
Give up the cult mentality, guru. Become a corporate icon.
First, put some clothes on.
Put some clothes on. Eat a steak.
No. I vote for no clothes. I vote for no clothes.
Oh my God.
Does
Bon
Guru
Air,
eat
you know
meat?
Tony?
Cat, does Guru eat meat and steak and shit like burgers and
He
shit?
so doesn't. All he eats is nuts
Oh,
and
that's
seeds and
right.
fruit.
That's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
He loves my nuts.
Supposedly. So we don't know if there's a bunch of fucking hamburger wrappers sitting on the table. Supposedly, he forages for nuts and seeds and trades fruit with other farmers.
Oh my God.
Soles of his shoes or something. Joni, do you know Von Erich?
No, hello, Von Erich.
Hey,
Okay,
how
I
you
call
doing?
him now Fat Ballyho because I couldn't remember his name last night after he left. I was like, what's his name? Ballyho? And then it was Von Erich. So meet Von Erich, meet Joni, apparently a very sexy hippie.
Oh yeah, I know. You're right.
Well,
Thanks, Pat.
Okay.
who has a brain and a very unique way of looking at the universe and studying and picking apart the universe.
Oh, there you go. That's see, Joe, that was perfect. When
I
she
was talking to my girl. I didn't hear a word. I was telling her what you said about Guru
memorize
and the
that
hamburger
from now on,
wrappers.
calling me in places.
So, what'd you say, Cat? I didn't hear.
You have to
She's
rewind.
very sexy. She's
That's
a
what
very
they go back and
sexy hippie.
rewind.
Yeah, just rewind. I probably
You
can't
don't
do
have
it.
to say the sexy part. Leave that part off.
Yeah. I knew
That was the
wasn't
only
good.
important. That was the only
Joe,
shit that had my
Joe thinks that.
curiosity.
I just got it out of the way at the very beginning. That's all.
Thank
That wasn't
you.
important.
Oh, she said, leave the sexy part off, huh? Oh, man. Should that be in the eyes of the... You just going to knock
I
the
was just
sexy
gonna
right
say-
off without Al telling us, do we agree or disagree?
It's Joe's sexy, and who knows if Joe's sexy isn't a woman whose face looked like feet. You know what I mean? Like we
You've
don't really
seen
know.
my girl. You know what my sexy looks like. You've seen
I
Phoenix.
did, but she's one
That's
girl.
my-
I don't know what your type is.
But that's my type. I got lucky as fuck. The whole everything about it, the long fucking hair, the petite body, all of that shit. She's got all that
And
shit.
she's smart.
No.
And
Hold on,
she's
guys.
she's conspiratorial, whatever the word is, conspiratorial. But in the sense that we are, right?
Right.
She's open to every fucking thing.
Yeah,
No,
mad.
hold on, guys.
Conspiratorial. That's the word.
You want
Conspiratorial.
right? Right?
You guys got competition here. You guys got competition. Joni,
What?
you like a fat man with a mustache? Good girl.
Oh, here we go. She gonna drop again, right?
Yeah, she
Never
should
know,
take the word sexy.
Right.
Yeah, she should take the word sexy right on off. Then if she.
Well, I was giving the Reader's Digest version of all the lovely glowing things that
Is a
before
fat
she
man
got
with a
here.
mustache, sexy man.
Well, there's
Is a fat man with the mustache, sexy.
Depends on what he looks like.
All right, right.
Not if he looks
My
like
girl
Bon
says
Jovi.
it depends on what he looks like. Is what she said.
Well,
She said, "How fat are we talking?"
Van Erich is the type of man you like at first, then begin to hate. Thanks, Van.
I don't know.
Ruin my image. Ruin my image.
I only remember Dan just like from a video that he did in Ontario. Oh,
I
there's
know
the
he's
little
a
boy in the
brother.
picture.
I know he's black. That's all I know. I know he's a brother from the islands, right there. Everything's Irie, man. That's all I know is your accent.
I never heard that.
Okay.
That's
Are you
clearly a
Jamaican?
Jamaican accent. Clearly a Jamaican
You're
accent.
Jamaican? Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he's always putting on that fake British Canadian nonsense. Yeah, he's totally a
Are you
brother.
in
He sounds
Canada?
like Barry White when he drops the accent. He sounds like Barry. Everything's Irish, man. I'm the clot.
I heard him sounding
Yeah,
more like you. I heard him sounding more like you, Joe.
he's trying to fit in. He
So, what,
admires
are you
me.
in Canada?
Who?
Oh,
Me?
Why did he say
see what
Canadian? Joe said to be
Who?
British Canadian.
He was acting.
Weird.
He always acts like that, I think he said.
Oh, sis, that's
Oh,
what he
I know.
does. He throws on a British Canadian
I
accent.
just
Yeah.
assumed it was an
He,
American
he
black
can't hide it,
I
Joe.
know a Jamaican
I
He
accent.
can't
lived in
hide it.
Detroit all my life, and I can
He
tell.
can't.
Hey, are you guys going to be on for a bit?
They don't. Yeah, Johnny, they probably don't. And they would. This is the same stream from yesterday that I was on yesterday. I done went to sleep, edited all day and shit. These cats
Well,
still
it's her
going.
too.
I went to sleep too, Joe. I got
I'm
just
the
got here
only
before
one.
you.
I'm the
Say
only
again.
one who's still going.
Hold on, guys.
Everybody
I think
else.
Johnny's trying to say goodbye, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll come back. I just have to go for a little bit.
All right. Sub up rights, man.
Okay.
Sub up this channel.
I'll see
All right,
you.
bet.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. If I don't see you,
Wait.
you come
Have we
back.
ever had 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 people on panel? I don't think I've ever seen
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we have.
had it?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Never 9, though. Never 9.
Never mind.
They were probably idiots, though. They were probably idiots.
You should have threw Phoenix on there just so we could break a record.
You know,
Oh,
just
Silver Girl's
recently
here.
I hit the number 10. Just recently I had my 10th.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so we can't beat the record.
Oh, come on. Look, did you guys read this?
Ron got his.
I don't believe this. What?
What?
Ron Eric, one of the few good guys of this generation. Wish my brother could have known him. I might have given my brother enough courage to keep trying. I consider Von Eric a great grandson. How much did that cost, Von Eric?
Yeah.
My brother never tells.
Hey, I'm gonna need to borrow you, Grandma. I'm gonna need to borrow you for another chat in a room.
Now I know where my money's going to.
I'm
Von
gonna need
Eric.
you going rate, right?
What's up, Silver Girl?
Yeah, Silver Girl. I still haven't paid.
That's an American black accent. That's not a Jamaican accent.
Oh, you ain't even heard that. What are you talking about?
Oh, she
That's
must
an
have thought
American
you were talking about me.
Well, we're
Von
talking about
Eric.
two different things. Silver Girl was talking about Von Eric. When I was talking about accents, I was talking about Dan has an island accent, but he tries to cover it up with his British Canadian bullshit that no one
I
buys.
thought you were talking about
Ireland
me, but it
accent.
wasn't sure. So I was keeping what are you talking
I
about?
thought you were trying to say that Von Eric was Jamaican. I was like,
Oh, I was talking
What
about
the fuck
that.
are you talking about? Oh,
about.
I think
Dan
Von
is from
Eric
the
paid that lady to say something to him.
Right?
Dan is from the same
Yeah.
province as me.
I'm sure that's a Netherlands accent I hear in Dan. That's not
Joe's
Canadian.
just trying to change the
Now
subject.
that's a Canadian accent.
Old lady.
That's definitely Canadian.
He's tricked you. You believe that? I can't believe you fell for it.
He's definitely Canadian.
Wait till he slips his accent. I'm telling you, straight brother from Jamaican. Blah blah cod, man. Blah blah cod.
Yeah, man. Black,
Yeah,
black,
man. Told you.
Yeah, but
Totally.
even
He
the
cammed up. He's really dark skinned with dreads and shit. He's cam slipped one time.
I've seen
He's
him in a video.
really dark brother, big dude.
Who's this?
Dan. Dan. That's Cam
Dan?
slip. Yeah.
He's not.
Really? Dressed up? Hey, you want to get married, Dan?
Come on.
Even the For Fuck's Sakes is Canadian.
Time is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
you
it's a
guys are
Canadian
taking
Supreme
over,
Court.
man. I got to talk to my guys in the oligarchy. We got to hit you with some more chemtrails and death shit. More.
Zionists already run Canada. You're too late.
We gotta need more fluorides. You guys are multiplying too quick. We're gonna need more
More
fluoride in the water.
Who's
We're
multiplying?
getting smart.
Give you
Figuring it
guys your
out.
guns back. Something.
Canada.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, there's no fluoride in my city's water.
See, thanks for telling me. I'm gonna make a call. It'll be in there tomorrow. We'll get that taken care
Got the remedy.
of. Right?
Oh, man.
That's insane, man. Well, I don't understand the health benefits of putting fluoride in your water. When your toothpaste tells you if you accidentally ingest this shit, it's dangerous,
Yeah.
it's poison. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the logic is putting it in my water at all.
Do you remember getting those pink tablets for your teeth at the dentist at the school? And
I
they give you
remember some colored, yeah.
pink tablets, and then you brush them off to see where the
LSD.
plaque is, and then they give
Well,
you a
yeah, that's
fluoride
what it was.
treatment. They give you a fluoride treatment, and then you had to spit it out.
Hey,
You
Joe,
couldn't
then
swallow
there's
it. You had to
also,
spit it out.
there's a certain percentage where fluoride is bad for you. And don't forget, it's watered down.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
That's
What are
bad.
the benefits?
Yeah, I'm
What are
trying to
the
figure that. I'm trying
right?
to
What
figure
are
that
the
one out.
benefits? Mercury, if you water it down,
Benefits
I
for
don't
who?
know.
The benefits for the oligarchy is it makes us more
Yes,
docile.
right. Benefits
And
for
it
who? Right.
also coats our third eye with calcium so that we have
Yes.
trouble getting that signal in and out from our third
I
eye.
can't.
It's covered.
I
You know,
our
Wayne?
field
Yeah.
is covered
Okay, so
with calcium.
Miss Cat,
Yeah.
how in the world you still up? Everybody,
Because I imagine.
whenever you have, pass it.
Yeah.
Fuck up pass.
You know what
It
it is?
gotta be sativa. It ain't indica, bro. Because I've been fell asleep 8 times.
It
It ain't
is.
indica.
It is sativa. It is sativa.
Oh my.
But I am thrilled. I don't get this chance very often, and when I do, I clam onto it, just like really tight muscles, and I'm not gonna fucking let go until I just can't breathe anymore.
Oh wow.
So,
Okay.
You
so
and
I
Guru
find,
have had some marathons. Maybe it was just you
oh
and
yeah,
him, but you've had some marathons, bro.
39 hours is
Yeah,
the record of continuous talking without sleeping. But we
Wow.
did a
that
whole week
crazy.
of not getting off the whole week. We did sleep sometimes, not enough, but we did sleep, but we never let go of the connection for
I
almost
didn't tell you guys, but I built a home in that week and I had a kid, founded a
yeah.
cult. You guys are wasting your time.
We just stayed connected, but we did have to get up from our seats and do shit, right? So, but we just stayed connected because the idea was we're not going to give in. Who's going to give
Right.
in first? So neither one of us was going to say that we give up. So,
Right.
that was, and I get how
Cat,
that
we know Guru's the quitter anyway, so we know that. You're
I
good.
know, because look, I won.
Look out,
I
see?
won.
Yeah, you won, Cat. You won.
Fucking
You
quitter,
won.
bro.
Ding, 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 ding. What's this girl
Oh,
win? Door
I
number
won.
1,
That's
door
what I
number
want.
2, or door number 3? Oh, you
Oh.
win a free Guru doll.
I don't know if you're gonna get
Oh,
some money
wow.
from Rice because he don't pay out at all.
Right. I don't know if you're gonna get your gift, right?
He don't
So now
pay
he's
out
got cult. He's got
at
cult merch.
all.
Oh, damn, Guru takes all my money. I had a penny, that's gone now.
You know, this is funny. We're all in the Nude cult, joking about the fact that it's a cult. You don't see this from Scientologists, do you? They don't sit around joking about the fact that they're in the Scientology cult.
I think if that's
They're
the case,
enlightened cult members.
I may be in a lot of cults because I find something about a person and I hang on for years, man. I may be in cults within cults. Right?
Yeah, but we're all part of the same cult, and I don't really know anybody else to be in a cult with than the people that we have.
I'm in the Eric Brandt cult. I'm in the Liberty Freak. I'm in the Auto cult. I'm in the Here's the Deal, Brian. Here's the Deal. I'm in the James Freeman cult. I'm all in, bro. Shit, I'd fuck one of them niggas if they was like, listen, Joe, it's not really gay if you're on top. You're right. I'd fuck one of them.
But I don't call that cult. I mean, maybe Eric Brandt is a cult, but I don't. I don't see Here's the Deal as a cult. I don't even see James Freeman as a cult, and he's a fucking troll drama auditor, right? So he's lost his word with me. Like his word doesn't mean anything with me anymore. So, and I don't see the people following him. I see people admiring him, but I don't see people following him. Like,
I'm not sure what you mean by that. You don't see people follow him. You're aware that when he drops a vid, I get 1,000 in my first hour. I'd say that's my norm. If I get a couple thousand, I'm through the roof. This dude gonna get 15,000 views his first
you
hour.
are also a cult. You just don't. You're not a cult leader. There's a cult that follows you, and you're not the leader. So,
dude, but listen, James.
Popularity and cult leader. There's a difference.
When James drops a vid, though, cops get fired, judges get fired, they have to retire, the sheriff offices close down. So people are following him because the people are making that thing happen. That's what I'm saying. James Freeman, he's an cop watcher, auditor type dude.
Oh,
and he's also a drama troll.
He's got a red beard, right? He's
got a big long beard,
yeah.
But it's his philosophy that's the appeal, which is why I'm saying I'm part of the cult. He teaches you free your mind. The same shit Guru says. The same what Here's the Deal says. High Impact.
Yeah, but he also has maliciousness, and I've seen him lie.
He's a kid, bro. He's human. You think Guru's perfect? He's a human being, just like Brian and everybody else, and he's got a streak in him.
I didn't see that as a cult
we all make our mistakes. We all have bad days.
But there's
a philosophy way, Joe Cool.
Yeah, I'm talking about his philosophy. It's appealing, and it's appealing to the masses. Nigga probably got 500,000 subscribers or something.
Joe, listen. There's a difference between having fans and adorers and people who hang on your word, and actually changing your life to follow someone else's philosophy. There's a difference.
Well, I think I'm changing my life to follow Gurus, James, High Impact, yours, any party's philosophy that's in line with the shit that I'm on, if I can borrow aspects of, or they can lead me and open my eyes to shit. And I don't think that's cult. If you look up definition of cult,
I'm saying that's not a cult leader.
Listen. Let's define cult right quick. If you look up the definition of cult, it's gonna have a negative impact. The difference between a church and a cult is because you have to throw the word negative in there. So Guru, we're joking and all, but he's no cult. Well, the definition of cult requires a negative impact. Otherwise, you don't call it a cult.
So how do you define it, though?
What's your definition? Here's the definition. I'm telling you what the definition is. Okay. This is from the Oxford Dictionary. Cult as a noun, a system of religious veneration. Now we got to look up another word. And devotion directed toward a particular figure. Hold on, listen. A particular figure or object. And then it also a misplaced or
whoa. That was one definition. Oxford's dumb. That was the first full definition. Maybe I didn't hear it right.
Listen to the second one.
I don't think I
But the first one doesn't fall under the definition of cult if I heard it right.
Listen. A misplaced.
Say it over again, please. Please say it over again.
A misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing.
That's the cult.
A cult of personality. That I know. That's the one that you were waiting for. And if you had to let me tell you, you would have heard it 5 minutes ago.
No. It didn't negate my first part. Oxford, I was about to crack a joke on the white man always knows, and that first definition, if I heard it right, was incorrect.
Yo, had to bring the white man into the
Oxford, he just sounds prestigious. And this motherfucker talking about if you like someone a lot, it's a cult.
Joe Cole is the racist person on the internet.
Gotta be English.
I think the second one. I think the
Joe
second
Cool.
one. I think the second one with what Joe Cool was saying when he
It has to have something negative about it. Yeah.
no, when you said, remember you said that you think Guru and you
Oh,
think David and all these. It seems
Yeah,
like
but
that
you guys
second
are now
definition.
twisting everything I said because you won't let me get to the end of
No,
my
no, no, no.
definition.
What you said,
You're
what the
interrupting
definition
me
is,
yeah. I
we're
think you're
giving our
getting. I
opinion.
think.
shit.
Yeah.
And now
I
you're
think you're
still
getting
interrupting
sleepy,
me.
cat.
You're still gonna
Cat.
attribute
We were.
shit.
Wait. I think you're getting sleepy. We weren't
Oh,
even talking about
you,
what you said. We were giving our shit on the definitions
you
that you
just
just
were.
read.
Right.
You were
Right.
I feel
just
such a
I do have
cracker.
I
mine.
said it. And
Yeah.
you're misrepresenting what I was saying because you didn't listen to what I was trying to
Okay.
tell you. So now
Okay.
you
All right.
really
Let's
don't
try it your
understand
way.
what I
Yeah,
meant,
go ahead,
what I
Kat.
said. And now me and Rudy might end up arguing because of the way that it's going this way. This is just
Well,
Right.
it's because you need sleep, and I'm going to
Yeah, you
troll
need
you till you
sleep.
get off
Yeah,
the
you need
internet
sleep.
because we did
Yeah.
no harm.
Oh,
We're joking
okay.
about some white dude who wrote a book in Oxford in 1700s, and you're taking it personal.
No, that part I isn't. I don't care about that. That's just you being racist. I know. I'm
No,
just talking about that.
Okay, Kat, you get sleepy. You get sleepy. Your eyes getting heavy. Your eyelids getting heavy, Kat.
No,
Oh,
I'm not
good.
even tired.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Make your point. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to make it clear that I am not being totally serious about this. This is just
Okay.
something that I'm ribbing Nudie about. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but on the principle of it,
Yeah.
I definitely see some cult action, and I'm in the fucking cult myself, so I'm not really that proud of it. But it's one thing to agree with what somebody's saying or admire the fact that they're teaching you something. That's the way it'll start that way in a cult too.
Right.
But then it gets to the point where you are relying on that person to have answers that you don't have and changing the way that you do things to not to adapt your own way to a different way, but to actually emulate someone else's way. This is
No. That's that
Like-
don't
between
definition
banning
is not.
somebody. This is the
I
difference
don't
between
think
banning
the
somebody.
word admire should even be in there.
I think she's talking about Scientology.
You said admire shouldn't be in there, Motor? You said admire? You said
Why? I think it's more of somebody that looks up and submits to a leader, and you don't admire them for. It's not an admiration
Part of it.
of
I
somebody.
think
It's
it's
a possession.
absolutely admiration.
Something like
Well, it's a
Scientology.
possession, though.
But Motor, just what you said, doesn't that does fit kind of when you, especially when you use the word submit. That word
Yeah, but
submit,
I look at admire as a good thing.
Yes,
that's
I
what
look
she-
at all
so
those
maybe
other
people
things
that
as a
submit to
good
someone-
thing too.
Right.
Yeah,
All
but
those
the
other
thing is
things
this.
she said, I
So
thought
how
were
is it
positive things. It's
If you're
Hold
totally
on,
doing
everybody.
okay to
One at
look
a
to a
time.
guy
One
to think
at
that.
a time. One
Yeah,
at a time.
it's totally okay to think a guy. All the things that she said, to look up to him, to lean on him for information, to look for help. All of those things were cool. I didn't see no problem with nothing she said. I saw nothing negative so far, and I
No,
thought
No,
that
no,
it
no.
doesn't.
no, it was
Yeah.
the last part. Because it
That
starts
is the
that way.
perception
And
that a
then
leader
the
gives
last
you.
part, the
Yes.
last part is when you start going and following somebody else's doctrine instead of just changing
Following
your
your
own
own.
a little bit.
Instead of putting
to
it through your own
learn
lens,
what you
then
learn.
you're a cultic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if you start saying,
Yeah, but I'm
okay,
just
I'm going
trying
to
to.
do it Nudie's way,
Yeah,
But I
that's
was
not a
just trying to
thing.
figure out.
Yeah, I'm not in no cult.
I was
That's
just
not a
trying.
thing. Even Nudie, I question everything he says to no fucking
that's
end up,
why I'm joking about it. 'Cause we're too
yeah, it
smart
runs
to
through
be.
my shit.
Yeah,
I got to
I was
run
trying to
everything
figure
through
out.
my filter.
I was just trying to figure
Okay,
out Motor because he said he wanted to take the word admire out. So, what you
yes,
replacing it with the definition? What you said, Motor, when you said submitting to something, or you replacing that
Well,
word in there? Because it sounded like
but
that. When you said submit,
yeah.
it sounded like it's almost close of actions when it comes to when you admire someone. Because that submit is within that word. If you, I don't know if you agree with that, but go.
I
That's
The
see,
what I'm
only,
I
I
see your logic.
kind of agree. I kind of agree. But like, if I look at a cult leader that's lying to everybody and that is trying to get one over, and then I look at my mother and father, which I admire,
Okay.
It is not the same definition.
That's
Okay.
why the only reason he wanted admire taken out of there was because he thought that she was listing a list of negative things, and he figured admire did not fit in there.
Okay.
That was
And
the only
he's
reason he
also
wanted it out.
also defining admire as something that's more personal. Whereas when I'm saying admire, I'm saying, for instance, if Nude was a cult leader and I fall into it because I admire his principles, the fact that he eats the nuts and seeds and never takes part in even killing a fucking leaf. He won't even eat the fucking lettuce because he'd be taking from the main plant. So he lives his principles. So I would admire that in him and want to emulate that. So to me, it's still it's admiration still. But
I could find things I admire in all of you cats, by the way, right?
Exactly.
I could find things I admire. Ron, I'm gonna bust you out a little bit over here. Ron, damn it, he got into it with a friend of mine, and I went over there, and he laid it to me a little bit. I don't know for whatever reason, but I admire him because look at him. He bounced back. He ain't holding on to no shit. You know, we're back to everything's groovy. Some niggas hold grudges and act weird forever. I could fucking Von Erich. Any motherfucker Von Erich that can add to these conversations, Joe, you are the man, and you add the same way we add. And I'm on some arrogant shit. I think we're pretty bright, and the way you kick in, I admire that shit. And the rest of them, I've said a million times.
Yeah,
and Ron has always been rude to me since this
rude.
But last night and today, it's just been like. It's like we.
I thought I was busting him out. So you really busting him out.
Well, but listen, last night and today was
Damn,
the first
I'm not
time.
welcome here, am I?
Oh my God! Last night and today was the first time we've seen each other in months and months, and we didn't even skip a beat until this very moment. It wasn't even brought up. I didn't treat him like an enemy.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. You're right, it wasn't brought up.
I forgot all about it.
I didn't think that. I don't even know what's going on.
I'm backing up your point that he doesn't hold a grudge, and
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just cracking jokes. I'm like Ron, so how he don't even remember being rude to you. He don't even know.
Not really. No, I really don't.
When I'm trying to get my point out and people are interrupting me,
we understood it. We heard it.
The way that you talk about the shit show and AC and them, and then you say I'm rude to you.
Right.
For no reason, because I've always.
I would agree with Kat. I would agree with Kat. I don't know. I wasn't there, but her perception, she would have saw something. I think she would have saw something. If she's not triggered, and someone's getting all up under her skin, normally she's like super perceptive. Sometimes, I don't know if she still does this, but she do a show about the community and all the different people, and she give her angle on it and why they're doing the things they should. And usually I agree with damn everything she's saying when she's doing that shit. And so if she saw something rude, I don't think she came up with it out the blue.
I come at it with compassion and trying to understand them, as opposed to their enemies and we need to watch out for them, or trying to make fun of their mistakes or anything that they do. I'm not doing it from that angle. It's just trying to understand them and be compassionate.
Right. So, in fact, Kat, I'd say you're a little too guilty of trying to understand them. You give them a little bit too much leeway in trying to understand them. I'm probably saying this badly, and let's give AC as an example. He's been really rude to you. You'd be like, listen, I was just trying to understand what you were saying. He'd be rude to you again, and you'd be like, no, I'm just trying to understand. I'd have punished him really fast. Then I'd try again. That's the way I'd have did it.
But you see, AC is a specific example of someone who my panel life surround, like he's at the center of that. I followed him down to these sewers.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what I was doing. I thought I was just following a 1A guy. I didn't realize
Yeah.
when I went there it was going to be
Yeah,
trauma. I didn't even
yeah.
know what
Well,
trauma tools were. And so it made a huge impression, both as a 1A auditor, not that I was really admiring his 1A style, but I was interested in him. And he was good looking, so I like looking at good looking guys. And
yes, he
it turned
yes.
out to this. And then I became very enthralled with the whole process of the bullying shit.
Admired?
I
Ah.
totally did not admire this. The opposite of admire. So, but I wanted to understand
That's
because I was
funny.
bullied as a child, and it shaped my life. So I got a chance to work it through. See, I can laugh after I can get my point out. But so I was trying to work out
I would like
my own shit.
I would like to ask you a question, Miss Cat. Uh, please define your definition of rude, not Oxford's.
Here, Miss Cat, tell him, I
Because
think he wants
I
to
don't
know
think I've
what he
insulted you
did.
once. I'm sorry, Joe.
I think he wants to know what did he do that you interpret as rude.
Okay.
Yes.
You were part of PDF's crowd, and PDF
Oh
had
shit, I was wrong, Ron. She hates PDFS. I was
No,
PDF.
hold on a second.
You didn't have
Hold
to
on.
do that.
PDF was all my fault.
Joe, don't interrupt it. Oh, damn it.
I confess.
I'm
It's all my
joking.
fault.
Go ahead,
The
Cat.
evil
I'm
comes
You want
from
to know
sorry.
the
within
answer
me.
or not? Ron, you want to know the answer or not? Because right now you're being rude.
No, I'm just trying to
That
make
was
light of
funny,
it.
Cat. That was funny.
I was trying to make light of it. Sorry.
You were part of PDF's crowd, so you were going with PDF's narrative about me. So every time, the first time I met you, you were polite to me. And then after that, every time after that, I tried to help you with your channel. Somebody had done something that porn bombed you, and I tried to give you information as to how you could, oh shit, there was something. I went to your private chat and tried to help you, and I was always nice to you. I took part in your panel. I treated you nicely, and you would always turn to that PDF narrative and start attacking me and talking to me like I was some bitch. Like seriously.
Wait. Be more specific. You said he chose
Well,
PDF's
because I don't
narrative.
remember ever talking to you rudely.
You have
I don't ever remember talking to you
What
rudely.
does that mean to you, talking to like a bitch? Can you, because I don't know what that means, if I'm being honest. You could have interpreted him saying, oh, give me a break, as to him talking to you like a bitch. I don't know what that means.
It could be a Detroit thing.
Let me answer.
Right.
Let me answer.
Okay.
With an aggressive, total lack of respect. Like I was some kind of, and by the way, I like hookers, but like some kind of whore in the street that wasn't worth 2 nickels, and you were angry, like somehow you knew me, and I run over your dog. It was that kind of intensity, and I
Did he
stand it
say it on a panel or through chat?
on panel.
Oh wow. You gotta go back.
I don't remember. I don't recall this, but maybe I was having a bad day. I don't know. Maybe my attitude was not the way you would like to be treated. I apologize for that, but I don't think I've ever been rude to you. Now, have I been over at PDFs? Oh, hell yeah. Joe Cool has. What, you know, I mean, it doesn't mean we subscribe to it, his doctrine or anything.
I am
mean,
literally
it's-
not subscribed to him, but I still courteous with him and shit like
Hold
that.
on.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, I can be courteous with anybody.
No,
I mean, it doesn't matter.
No. We're whitewashing it. This had to do with you making me think that I was a Chomo supporter and all this other shit. That whole fucking
No, I never said that about you.
Oh
yeah,
no,
was that
no.
PDF's narratives, or did that come out of his
That's
mouth? You
PDF's
keep saying
narrative.
how he
That's not
made
me.
you feel. That
that's why I
means
said it was
nothing
his
here.
narrative.
Listen,
his
3
narrative.
times you've said this is how he's made me feel. You haven't said anything that he did. Just for the record here. It made me
plus,
feel the closest you
You
said
want
was
to
he
know a
was
truth?
angry and aggressive,
he
and
plus
that's
he
still
got
vague.
the name.
This is
He do
starting
got
to
the
sound like
name
a drama.
Maniac. He do got the name Maniac in his name.
Now, do you want to know a truth that happened? And you
Uh,
can ask. Now, I was on PDF's panel, and before I stopped going there, I told him, and I would strangle, I would take the last breath of a pedophile with my bare hands. But I told PDF and them, I said, you know what? I haven't heard that damn fucking word pedophile my whole life as much as I have the last 8 months on his
Yep.
panel.
Yep.
No
I said,
shit.
I'm tired and sick and tired of hearing that damn fucking word because it makes me sick to my stomach.
Yep.
And I
They're
said that on the
upset.
panel.
And then let's not forget it's the lowest of the low. We got buddies who dox niggas and do all that. When they get
Right.
really low, though, they throw those accusations. So
Right,
those who are throwing it the most liberally and loosely are the lowest of the low at that moment, at least.
Yeah, but I did not appreciate being labeled in that fashion. And
Why would I label a female as a pedophile?
Well,
For
no,
one
yeah,
thing.
you didn't call me a pedophile. You said I was a
No, but you just said I did.
The
Oh,
Nude,
wait, he-
No, you
no,
just said I
said
did.
supporter. You have to
No,
listen.
Okay,
She
maybe
didn't
a
say-
supporter. I don't believe anybody's a supporter of a pedophile.
Do you remember the whole News Now
Why would
Houston
you
thing?
support a pedophile?
Do you
I don't
remember
think
the whole
anybody
News
would.
Now Houston thing?
But
Why-
then who is the pedophile? Who's this
News
pedophile
Now-
that you're speaking of?
News
you're
Now
supporting?
Houston.
I
People
don't
used
even
to.
know who News Now Houston was, and I never was subscribed to the guy. I don't even know him.
I didn't say you were subscribed to him. You were subscribed to PDF and his narrative. And you
Why are we getting? Hold on here. Why are we getting on this subject? You're just going to start interrupting this whole channel. Just let it
Thank
go.
you.
Let it go.
I have to
Yeah,
try
let
to
it go.
explain. They're
No,
asking-
no, let it go, Kate. Kate, you're going to cause some trouble, and that I can feel it. Just let it go.
Hey, Cat.
I
Listen.
have no animosity with it. I'm
Both-
just wondering where
Just let it go. Yeah.
Hey, both
Just
of
talk
you
about
guys.
something else.
Yeah, both of you guys. Rice doesn't ask for a lot. I've never heard him ask for anything other than money, right? So he's asking for this shit. Give it to him.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You're here.
Find something
So
else
fuck
to
that
speak about.
pedophile. No, I'm kidding.
Trust me, I have a guy that lives down the street. Speaking, he was busted with child porn when I first moved in here, and I go by every time I go by that house. I look up at his house, and it's just like we've had little verbal confrontations. Like he threatened to taser my dog one time, and I'm like, "Yeah, I dare you."
Here's since you say looking at houses, this will maybe get us off of that subject. There's a guy who I went to see, I don't know, last week, a couple weeks ago. I was just in the town, but I wanted to see him because I put up a short video of him and his neighbor. His neighbor was threatening him, and the thing got like, I don't know, 4.5 million, 5 million views or something stupid. The guy, the neighbor across the street, which is the guy who I went to meet, not the guy with the gun. He parks over there. You can tell they're in a few because there are empty parks everywhere. He parks right in front of his neighbor house. I'm thinking to piss him off. His neighbor ain't even got grass. He just got rocks and dirt. He go get his lawnmower. He say he hasn't mowed his lawn in years. He go get his lawnmower to kick rocks and shit up on dude's car. They get into it. But I was out there the other day, and the guy now has a full-size mannequin in his window at all times, peeking over the blinds with binoculars and a cap on. Like I got a picture of it, John. I might put it in the video. I'll make it right now. But yes, that's what he does all day.
Have y'all noticed that it's not a lot of, because I was driving around today, it's not a lot of people that's into the Christmas lights and putting stuff around the house or putting things outside the yard.
I had not, but I'm out here. Like I'm in the desert, and me and my girl have been plotting a trip just to go to the nearest town and see some Christmas lights. So I'm unaware. I don't know.
Hey, Joe. Speaking of neighbors, I just posted this a month ago. This is a
Yeah,
neighbor around the
yeah,
block.
yeah.
I don't see if you see what he's holding there. Whoops. Damn
It
it.
pop. Yeah,
He's holding, damn, what is the hell is it? It's like a hand semi-automatic.
yeah.
Um,
Pistol.
here's a, I have a video, a short on my page.
Right.
The neighbor did it. Well, God. Okay, here's one picture. He's
All right,
holding
I'm zooming in. Oh
the
yeah, he's definitely
handheld
got a
automatic.
pistol in his right hand. Yeah. Why
Yeah.
does your neighbor have a
And
gun on him?
there was a dispute over a dog. Here's
Your
another
dog?
picture of him.
Your dog?
No, the neighbor, 2 houses down,
Okay, so
and
that
they
gun
were
isn't
yelling
for
at each
you.
other from the
Okay.
backyards at each
All right.
other. And see, I'll
That's
show you.
dope.
Here's
I
the.
should look on your channel, bro, and check that shit out. How old is it? How hard would it be for me to
It's
find it?
1 month.
All right, it's not that old.
You want to come out here pull that gun? Come on! I can't do what you want. Come on! Nobody! Your dog came over here! Where's that gun? Where's that gun? Look at that gun! We're coming out here like that! Oh, wait for the police, motherfucker! You and all your dogs gone! Gone!
Now, mind you, they're all armed.
Damn. I don't know if that's good or bad, bro.
Yeah,
You sitting there
right.
and pull your gun out, man. I fought motherfuckers. They didn't even know I had a gun in my pocket. You should not pull it out, bro.
Yeah, man.
You don't pull a gun unless you're going to use it. That's why I was always taught.
Yeah. Well, listen, check this out. One time I got into it with this guy, and he knew I had a gun. I forget how, but he's the guy who I thought of when I said I fought over and had a gun in my pocket. We probably had a couple fights, and I was probably telling motherfuckers, yeah, if I thought he was a threat, I'd pull my gun. Now I know how he knew I had my pistol because I saw him in the alley one time, and he had a pipe. I didn't beat him up and took the pipe from him once before, but here he come with the pipe again. And I said, dude, don't walk up on me with that pipe. And he immediately and listen, I was going to see this broad. I had lace blunts in my pocket. I had heroin blows. I had weed. I was dirty as fuck. And he calls the police, and I'm like, dude, and he's got a gun. He's trying to kill me and all of that shit. And they was there within seconds, bro. I had to take off and run. I was running I ran into a gas station. No, I'm sorry, not a gas station, a car wash. And my guy was at the front of the line. It was massive. It was big and open. He was at the front of the line. He could just pull out. I run up in there, to shake the police, and I see him, and he was like, "Man, go bail in the car, brand new car." Well, it was new to him, and I hop in the car. I didn't know how to let the seat back. As soon as I get in the car, he wasn't even in the car yet. Police just come in, block off the place, and start coming in. Dude is in front of him and shit, and they having him point me out. He ran in there. He ran there. He walks right past the car. I'm trying to hit the seat button so I can drop back where they can't see me. I'm looking right up at him. He walked right past me and didn't even look at me. My man comes smoothly, get in the car. The police move and let him out. He go a couple blocks. He's like, "You gotta get the fuck out my car, bro." And I had to hit it again. I run through my neighbor's house, a friend of mine, and I come out on the front of my block, and it's just lined with police, the entire block. I went back in the house. I was like, "Mom, I'm at to stay over your house for a little while." I said, "That's for you?" I was like, "Yeah." And I told her what happened and shit.
Oh my goodness!
When I jumped her gate, this is a true story. When I jumped her gate, my beeper and pistol failed. You know how you flip over a gate? I'm sure you guys done that.
Yeah.
And I caught the pistol before it hit the ground in the middle of the flip. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh boy, the chases I've had by the cops, but that was all in my adolescent years, under 21. Maybe a couple. No, all under 21.
I just stopped about 5 years ago, bro. Yeah, really, this is brand new to me. That's why I think James Freeman and Bryant M. There was no youth in me talking about freedom and rights. I mean, literally 5 years ago, the police roll up on me, I throw my hands up and all of that shit. ID and tell them where I'm coming from, tell them all my business. I knew nothing about freedom and false authority. I really thank these people for what they did.
Yeah, I found out before you.
No, man, I'm very new to this. I'm just smarter than you guys are, so I pick up faster.
I've been following. Yeah, you really ballooned quick. I've been following 1A since 2016.
I'm glad I didn't respond to that.
Thanks, buddy. All right, guys, I'm going to bail, man. I still got work to do. I was taking a break from editing. If you're still here on my next break, probably an hour, so I'll pop back up.
Yeah, I'm going to be popping off here too.
Later, guys.
Good night.
Take care, Joe. Yeah, I got the Lions game coming on, so I'm jump off and watch.
Who they playing today? Who they playing?
Denver.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good game.
I appreciate your rights. Hey,
no problem.
No problem. Miss Cat and Guru. I think he might be fell asleep. And FTP. All have a good one.
Night.
See you, Ron.
Everyone's going to be dropping off now.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
You've only got an hour left of the stream anyway.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's all right. I can always extend it. The people want to still talk, I don't care. That's what it's there for, to use, to educate, whatever you guys,
You can do a video today?
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, Vaughn.
No, go ahead. No,
I said I'm just here to see titties and free bananas.
Hold on, I'll show you mine.
Oh yeah. Please do, yes. I'll take anything now.
Jamie might come back.
Oh my God. Ain't that something? Man, Cat been up all day. Wow.
Yeah, I went to sleep and I walk, and both of them still talk. I said, no way.
Right.
I guess so. I've done it before.
Technically, I've been up for 2 days.
Wow.
What time did you start this last night, Rights?
About 11 o'clock. Yep.
Yeah, I was already in bed. I was like, for fuck's sakes, wake up in the morning. Yeah, there you are, already still talking.
Yeah, I had to get some sleep, but I still only slept for like 4 hours. Then I got up. I seen Cat and Guru. I was like, man, they still up.
Yeah.
Still up and talking. Constantly.
Yeah.
Yep. Usually maybe he was up longer than when he got, like, you know what I mean? Like how many hours he was up before he even got to the stream. Because he usually lasts a lot longer.
Maybe he went to go spend some special time with Fruity.
Nah, he fell asleep. He was saying before that he was falling asleep, so.
Oh.
He fell asleep. But that's okay, because, I needed a victory.
Yeah. Oh, you might as well put that on the next stream. The victory goes to...
Yeah. What's victory without complete humiliation of your opponent?
Do you think he'll be humiliated?
What?
Do you think he'll be humiliated?
Oh, tremendous. But he'll hide it. What he'll do is he'll act like it doesn't matter to him.
Of course.
Of course.
Probably because it won't matter to him. Just my guess.
Oh man.
If it doesn't matter, then how come he he usually plays the game.
He what?
He usually plays the game.
That was me, guys.
Last longer.
Oh, D-Job was here. Shit.
Yeah, that's okay. I was talking to her. She's probably still here.
Oh, dang. How you doing, D-John? Beautiful lady. You guys, you don't know her. She is fantastic.
I know her. Well, I don't know her, but I know
She
her
got
from
an
chat.
English accent? She Britain? British?
No. She's from where's she from? Kentucky or Georgia? One of the two. I don't. Yeah, I think it's Kentucky. I'm not positive, but I know she's close to me.
State.
Oh no, she's in Illinois. I think it was.
I'm the closest to you.
To me?
No, to Wrights.
Are you really?
Close. Yeah, we've
Well,
talked
because
about
he's
that.
in Detroit too. You're in Detroit, and him and I are in Ontario.
And I'm right near Detroit. I'm on the other side of the.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Windsor
We
or
can meet each other.
Windsor or
near
Sarnia?
Sarnia, near Sarnia.
I have
He
a
probably
cousin
Blue Water
who
Bridge.
lives there. I have a cousin who lives there.
Oh, so it's a bridge that goes from Detroit to Canada?
And a tunnel.
Lots
There's a
of
tunnel
them.
and a bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got one in Port Huron and they got one in Detroit.
Do they have two tunnels or just one tunnel?
Just one tunnel.
One
Okay.
tunnel.
But they got two bridges on Blue Water Bridge.
And when you go past, you gotta have a passport or something like that, or what?
Oh yeah. Never used to. Yeah,
I can't
that's
get
another.
there.
Yeah.
I can't.
So much for your freedom.
Yeah, because I have a criminal record. So I
Oh,
used
you
to go to the States all the time before the 9/11 thing happened, but since then security's way too tight. You can't get across the border. So.
You always needed a passport though to get to the States.
Yeah.
Oh, you
No,
did?
Oh, sorry.
You
No,
were
you
supposed to, but you didn't have to provide it. All you
Yeah.
needed. They didn't even
Well,
ask
yeah.
for your license or anything. They'd ask just what your name is and what you're doing, where you're going, how long you're going for, and have a good time.
Yeah, we were actually.
For real?
I was wrong. There was a time where we could just show our birth certificate. You didn't have to have a passport.
There was a
So-
time you didn't have to show anything. Just say your name and say how long
That's
you're
right.
going. And
He's
Yeah,
right
but
about
if
that.
they asked for it, you had to
Yep.
produce it.
So now you have to have it. You have to show
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Well,
And when they
not
started
only
that?
that, they pretty much know everything about you before you even get there because you already ran your plate and
Oh, for real?
But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
even more serious now because
face recognition and the whole bit.
it's all even more
Okay.
serious now though because you have to have the Kool-Aid too. You have to get
No, you
the Kool-Aid. Yes, you do.
Not to get to the States, you don't.
Well, you have to have special permission then. And to
What?
get into Canada was really what I was talking about.
Not
To get
now.
into
That
Canada,
was
you
just
have-
during the pandemic, wasn't it? Now
Nope,
they've
nope.
dropped all that.
It's- Nope, they're still going. Now I
Well, I'm
can't even go
screwed.
see the ophthalmologist because they make me want to make me wear a face diaper, and I refuse. So I can't even go to the ophthalmologist.
In the States, we're talking about
In
getting across
Canada.
the border.
I'm saying that they're the measures are not dead; they're just laying dormant. There's places, especially in health field, where they still expect you to wear a face diaper, and these
Oh,
other
yeah.
things, they're
All
still
the
telling
hospitals
us.
still.
They're still telling us to get the Kool-Aid. So,
But wait a minute.
uh,
Are you saying to get across the border, the Canadians have to be vaccinated with the
I was
Kool-Aid?
talking about people coming into Canada. They have to be vaccinated. I know of people who have gotten the cost without, but there's also people who've been prevented. So I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that the border guards are fucking. They're just so random. It just depends on who you get at the gate and whether they're young and trying to impress their boss or they're old and they have a fucking attitude. It all just depends. Sometimes they're just medium bear and they're just fine and they just let you go through. But that's just, you take your chances. If they stop you and tell you have to, then you have to. And they could do that for anybody. Unless they're rich, I guess. If you're rich, you probably get around shit.
Right. So when's the last time you tried coming to Canada?
Well, as soon as they started with the passports, I said, no way. I'm not spending extra money for that shit.
Oh, yeah?
9/11?
Yeah. I said, no more. That's it. I used to, like you said, I used to just drive over there. If they asked my driver's license, that okay, or they just are you American, Canadian? Go ahead, take off.
So that's the only reason, because you're just too cheap to get a passport.
Yeah. I
You
just
cheap bastard.
No, I just. Well, last time I got a picture of that, they put a number underneath my chin.
Yeah. So you have a criminal record.
No, I don't have no criminal. If I didn't, I wouldn't have a concealed permit to carry a weapon.
Okay, so you can come across if you wanted to. You just don't want to pay for how much is a passport in the States?
It's is that me or is that somebody else? I hear a boom, 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 boom.
Probably Cat.
Was that me?
Yeah, I bet.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was her.
Yep. Okay.
So how much does it cost for passport to get here?
It's $100 some dollars just to get a passport.
Yeah, and
so
you have no reason to come here to Canada. What did you do when you came here?
No, well, we just looked around. Just we went to Sarnia, the gambling place.
Okay, yeah.
That was the day that Paul Billy got so drunk that he oh my God, he embarrassed me. My wife and I went over there. Huh?
And the exchange is good for you too, if you wanted.
Yeah, it was. It was at the time. But Paul Billy, he got so drunk. I says, you know what? I says, you better sit down. We're going to have something to eat. So we sit down at the dinner table at the casino.
In Canada.
In Canada. And he ordered a beer. The waitress, young lady, looked at him and says, well, you can't have any. He goes, why not? Because you're drunk. And he was. And he goes, that's bullshit. And he said, fuck the Queen. And I'll tell you what, you wouldn't believe the amount of plates, silverware, ding, 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 ding. And I'm looking around like, oh, shit. I mean, they were looking right at, I'm like, man, I had to make an apology and everything else. I mean, he was great because he's drunk,
Mm-hmm.
We were going to get our.
They was about to attack y'all?
Yeah, oh yeah, they were pissed. Yeah, he said, "Fuck the Queen." I mean, you heard, the dinner plates, the silverware hitting the place, ding, 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 and I'm looking around, and went, "Oh my God, here it comes!"
I just found out as of October 22nd, you don't need the vaccination, but I heard other people say you could, that you had to. So I was going by that, but apparently October 22nd to October 2022, you didn't need a vaccine anymore. I'm sorry. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify that.
No problem. So anyway, yeah, it was the security lady come on over. I mean, the head security, I mean, it was a mess, and I had to clear that up fast,
Wow.
So I mean, then I'm thinking, well, when I go across the checkboard, they're gonna frisk us, I'm thinking I'm gonna get progged, bend over, and I'm like, oh man, Oh, what a mess that was! I'll tell you. But we got out of it. I forced him into the truck, and I says, you stay there. Don't you even get out. I says, you'd be taking it with me. I says, you're fucking drunk. How was I pissed? Then I had to go back there and apologize to everybody, And I went, my apology. I says, how drunks are, Gee, and they all started laughing. I said, seriously, my wife like, no more of this shit. No more of this shit. Wow. But they didn't bother us at the border. They, when we went from Canada to the United States, I went, thank God they didn't call,
Canadian border patrols are probably the worst.
Oh, yeah?
Anywhere, they're really bad. Tyrants. Right, Kat?
What about the price?
Actually, I've never had a problem with the Canadian border guards. I have a problem with the American border guards.
Wow.
What about the cost of living? Is it cheaper there than it is
No.
No.
Most expensive place probably in the world to live is in Canada.
Oh, wow.
We pay the most for all the utilities, for the phone, for internet, gas.
Oh, yeah?
Food, clothing. Yeah, it's really expensive here.
The food, too?
Yeah.
Food? Oh, wow.
$100 for a bag of groceries.
What?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
It's going to get that way here. In fact, it's getting that way here in America. It's getting outrageous. I hear people complain all the time.
Behind us.
Your artificial dollar holds more weight than ours. So, and you guys, your money is worth minus, and still you guys are the standard. So you guys, and plus you guys get the best of everything. With the stuff that you import from us, you get the best beef before we get the best beef. Like Canadians get the second grade. You guys get the first grade. You guys get prick of the trees. You guys get everything. It's all set up so that you guys have cheaper shit and everything. So
Is
Not,
pot
not for
illegal?
long.
Is pot illegal there? Like, or
It's
someplace.
legal.
it's legal?
No,
We
no.
can
Okay,
grow
in the
4
country.
plants.
Yeah.
Everyone can grow four plants, up to 4 plants a household, and it's
Oh,
legal
wow.
to smoke at home.
Right.
Okay.
All of Canada. But in the States, it's illegal federally everywhere. But
Right.
That's right.
certain
That's right.
states
Yep.
are making it legal. But at any point, the federal government could go, okay, no more pot, and everybody has to stop.
When I went to see my primary care physician, piece of shit she is. First thing she says, "Are you still smoking?" I says, "Yeah." I says, "You talking about the weed or are you talking about the cigarettes?"
Oh,
No,
wow.
I ain't talking about no weed. I'm talking about cigarettes. That's well, isn't weed just as bad as cigarettes? She wouldn't talk to me.
Oh, snap.
She avoided the whole
No, cigarettes
situation.
are way worse for you.
Well, I know that, but I'm just being a smart ass to her, you know, because they're always smart ass to me, so I just give right back to them. You wouldn't believe how many times they wanted me to get that Kool-Aid. Oh my God, they wrote letters and
Oh, I
kept
know.
asking me. I said, no, I told you no, you know.
And did they make
Oh.
it? Did it in Canada? They made it so that children could go behind their parents' backs to go and get it, and they're trying to encourage them to go and get it. Same as if they want a sex change operation, they don't have to do it. They don't have to tell their parents. So I don't, all that, the hormone therapy and all that shit. Is that the way it is in the States? Where-
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So the kids can go and get their own vaccines without telling their parents.
Yep.
That's cool.
They can also have a sex change if I'm right about this.
Yeah, or at least the prepping or something like that, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this
It's sickening what's going.
It's part of the world agenda. It's part of the Zionist agenda.
If any one of you guys see me, just kick me right in my ass. I swear right in my ass for joining the military. Because I'll tell you what, I tell everybody, do not join the military. It isn't worth it.
Don't tempt
You're making no, they're just making the elegants richer. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know.
Corporations who make this.
Now. At
Yeah,
least you know now. And just spread the word. And anybody who's thinking of joining the army, let them really understand, or the military, let them really understand what choice they're making for their soul.
Well, it's bad enough we got organizations here right now. Tunnel Two Towers, Wounded Warriors to help these veterans out, give them homes, everything else. VA just gives them a little bit of money to stuff. Get out of here,
It's good service.
If you look under Google or YouTube, they're allowing the immigrants now to go into VA hospitals.
Okay, that is to breed hate.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they're doing with the immigrants in Canada, in the United States, in Britain, and probably France and other places, they are trying to foment hate so that you will pick up a gun and kill those immigrants who are usually Muslim.
Yeah.
Believe me, I got everything out there from Rumble to YouTube. What I can't do on YouTube, I put it on Rumble. I got all kinds of information for every one of you. If you want to see anything, it's there. Trust me. I worked my ass off on this, hours and hours and hours of research, and just going through not any good. Yeah, this is good.
I watch it, but I ain't paying you a dime.
He knew my technique. Shit.
I love Bon Eric.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a good person. Very good person. Don't tell him that though.
Yeah, don't tell me that.
No.
I watch it though. I watch it. I ain't trying to give no money to Guru.
There was another guy that I saw on one of your streams. I didn't get to talk to him. His name was Jesse or something, I think.
Yeah, I don't know very much of him, but he's got his own panel, and it's huge.
Oh yeah, because he was so brilliant to listen to. Same as Bon Eric. It's like so nice that you like. I have to sift through the bullies to find people to talk to like this. And I got Joe Cool and I got Nude and but it's very hard. But I come to your panel and you seem to have more to talk.
Well, okay, we got your back. Believe me. You might think sometimes we don't. We don't hate you. We love you, girl. We do. You know, in fact, I'm trying to ask you for your address, but you won't give it to me.
Oh my
But,
God.
She lives in Barry.
No wonder your wife.
You know,
No wonder your wife be beating you up all the
hey, you little doxer, for fuck's sakes. I don't live in Barry.
Where do you live?
I'm not
Close
telling
to Barry.
you fucking doxer.
Barry's so big he wouldn't find you.
I
You live right near Barry, don't you?
I live north of Barry.
North of Barry. There. Did you move? You
No.
used to live in Barry, didn't you?
No, I always tell people I live north of Barry, so you probably just heard the Barry part.
No one's going to be looking for you. You haven't done anything that bad.
You know, it's not the drama trolls. It's not the drama trolls I'm necessarily afraid of. It's the people out there they're watching that you don't even know who they are. They never type in the chat. You know what I mean? They're just like
the trolls.
Yeah, but why would someone go after you all the way to
Well,
Barry?
are you saying that I'm not worthy?
You just have not done anything that bad. Yeah, exactly. You're not worthy, but in a nice way. In a nice way, though. You know what
I mean? You're a smooth talker, Dan. You're a smooth talker.
No wonder I'm single. I can't figure out why I can't meet a woman.
Nobody would rape you.
Oh, is that what you're talking about? I didn't even think of that. I thought you were talking about you said something bad or something. You're talking about sex.
No, I'm saying there's psychopaths. There's psychopaths sitting in the wings, in the trees, and you don't know who they are. They're just listening.
What are you talking about? Rapists?
Or, worse. So I'm just saying.
You watch too much TV.
If you dox somebody, you don't know who's hearing it.
Come on.
It's a dangerous thing to do to people.
Yeah, she's right about that, Dan. I had two guys that are on me constantly, and I fixed their clocks. But yeah, they're trying to dox me. They didn't know who I was. They knew I lived by Detroit. They could, they were trying to get my name, my birthday, everything.
And I live alone. I live alone in a city that I hardly know anybody.
I never worried about it. I'd get my address out right now. I wouldn't care.
But you're a guy.
Yeah.
I'm a widow who.
You're not my type.
I understand. I get it. I do.
Cool.
I would hate to be a woman.
Well, it's not that bad.
Well, I mean, for that reason, I heard you earlier saying the fear dark too, and I've known a lot of women who say the same thing, and I think that's the reason why, because it's hard for them to defend themselves, especially if it's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Cool.
I would hate to have that fear, though. That'd be a drag.
Well, I didn't have that fear when I first came here.
I don't think you should have that fear. I think that's brought on through watching TV and mainstream, because
no, I didn't have that fear. I didn't have that fear when I came here.
There. Well, why do you?
Because I've seen what people do here.
Where?
Here in
like
the street.
Physically seen it, you see guys going around raping girls and killing them.
Rebel gets followed. There's somebody who follows Rebel constantly, and
what's that mean? Rebel's a YouTuber or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he's being stalked. And
come on.
I'm serious. They come up with videos of them following him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And those are the people that play with him.
We're talking about you, though. I don't think anyone's going to come out and try raping you or stalking you or anything. I just don't think you should live in that fear, honestly. You should live with your doors unlocked and not worry about it, because I don't think it's going to happen.
That's a nice life, but not at this stage. I lived like that before, when I was in my 30s and 40s. And
yeah, that's what you should be all the time.
Okay, and that's the way I taught my daughter too. I taught her to talk to strangers, but only because I didn't want her living in fear. But at the same time, these are also dangerous times, because people are going nuts. And you say something like, if I start talking about Israel, and there's some fucking psycho Zionist piece of shit out there that wants to make me suffer for what I say, they might want to use violence on me. And by the way, the rape is violence. It's not something sexual. So I don't want to put myself in that position. Look at Nude Guru. I've been talking to him for 2 years. He's never once showed his fucking face.
Yeah, that's because he's talking
the
about
guy.
killing police. That's why. That's the main
but
number one reason. He's like
the most dangerous people you can go at are the Zionists, and that's who I go at.
Yeah.
And there's a guy in PDF's channel, and I'm not going to say his name because I'm really, really, really scared of him, who said he was going to go to the Israeli embassy about me. He's an IDF soldier, and he's a friend of PDF's and Crafty Cats. And he, in my estimation, I would call him a murderer. And I have called him such before one time, and now he's been trying to trap me into getting his friends for me to say his name in the same sentence as murderer. So he is trying to trap me, and he will never give up. He'll just lay in quiet, just like any fucking soldier would. So I'm not fucking with that shit. Why put myself in danger for no reason?
Crazy, I get it.
And look at all the fucking meth heads and fucking weirdos there are. The society's building now with all this oligarchy shit that they're playing on people. The society's just absolutely going fucking nuts. Everything's upside down. My only solace is my apartment.
They want us to kill each other. That's all it is.
Yep. And there's many willing psychopaths that are ready to try and get away with murder. And murder's the best.
They're trying to take away our weapons, our Second Amendment, you know. So that tells me right there, we never did have a constitution. They're just dissolving everything away. Freedom of speech, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment.
They're trying to convince you. But whoever hasn't been convinced by whatever date they pick, that's when the oligarchy will send their soldiers in to take the guns. They're still.
That's why I want to get out of here. I want to at least hide. If I can hide, I'll be happy a little bit. Set some traps up there in the woods.
Yeah, I'm too old to run. That's it. They come get me, I'll just find a cyanide pill or something. You can't get me, coppers. And you know what is the horrible thing? Is if they do come for you, just remind them that they're next. They're not safe. They're going to use them to kill us, and then they're going to get killed.
Yep.
I don't know if that'll.
They won't be needing us anyway. They got robotics and robots coming up already. I mean, when they can do an inventory with a robot,
yeah,
that's amazing. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're done.
Have any fucking conscience?
No.
Can't reason with a robot. They tried it on Star Trek, didn't work. I take it we're the only two that think like this.
Well, hell, Von Erich, where he lives at, whereabouts? I don't know exactly where he lives at, but they got a mayor down there, and she had a big party, but no whites are allowed to get in there. You know,
no whites.
Yeah, no whites. Yeah, I mean that was a big controversy there.
Was she trying to make a point or something?
I don't know. Van Erich probably know more about it than I would because he lives there, but I just got a little whiff of it, you know.
Von Erich, wake up. It's not even dead bedtime yet.
No whites allowed. There was a time here in Ontario that when you're applying for a job, a government job, it said right on the application, no whites need to apply. In other words, all they wanted was the majority.
Yeah, quotas.
Yeah. They didn't want any whites to apply for it. They wanted what did they call it? Majority or colored people to apply only.
Yeah, it's all a division. That's all it is.
Yeah,
you divide this country.
Yeah.
You divide this country, it's going to fall. And they know this.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
They want us, they don't want us all together. They want us all to hate each other.
Yep.
It's always
I'm
been
not doing
like
it.
that, though. It's always been like that. That's what it's been like for thousands of years.
Yeah, but
You know,
nobody put it together.
in the military, we all stuck together, regardless, because we all
Yeah.
had the same thing in common. You know, we wanted to live and we wanted to go
We
home.
should be.
But they
You know,
put you in
so.
that position. That's a psyop to get you to kill,
Mm,
get you to
oh
back
yeah.
each other up. And the worst sin is never leave a man behind, right? So
Yep.
they make this false loyalty to your country and to your fellow soldiers, and it's not false loyalty to you. You're performing loyalty yourself from your heart. But what they've done is manipulate your heart into thinking that you need to have this feeling, right? And then you're entrenched in it once you're picking up guns and have an enemy and somebody's trying to kill you back. Now you have to stick together, like you said, or you'll die. And also, it keeps their narrative going, right? Because it's now your cognitive dissonance will now go into full swing because you can't accept what you're doing, but you have to.
Well, my first 2 words when I entered boot camp, early in the morning at 3 a.m. when the bus opened that door up, and I walked out and I accidentally stepped on the grass, and the drill sergeant screaming at me. I says, "Oh, I'm fucked." And I was right. I was right.
No, you weren't. You got out.
Well, yeah, I got out, but I mean, I had to
You
go
didn't have
through
to
hell
tell
just,
anybody.
you wouldn't believe basic training. It's not what you think it is. I mean, it's screaming at you, yelling at you, grabbing you, doing push-ups, doing dirty jobs, getting shots up the. Oh my God!
Yeah, they
Hurry
didn't
up
put
and
that in the
wait,
movie Stripes.
huh?
They didn't put that in the movie Stripes.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's not what they think. Yeah.
All about obedience, submission.
That's what it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Same as religion.
I was telling Nude my first day in basic. We had been down and touch our toes. First day, we're watching some guy in a podium. We're watching him how he does it. So there's a platoon of us. I mean, a lot of people. So I'm over there. Huh?
Is there more than one way to touch your toes?
No, just bent over. Well, I didn't do that. What I did is I was touching my knees. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, what the hell am I doing here? And I'm yelling at myself. I said, oh, well, I was going to get drafted anyway, I guess. And as I'm touching my knees instead of my toes, somebody rooted me in my ass. And I turned around. I all of a sudden, drill sergeant just looking at me. His bill's touching my hat bill. And he's screaming at me, calling me every name in the book. He says, how old are you? And I said, I'm 20. He said, well, I'm 45 and I can touch my toes. And when he went down, he ripped the crotch of his pants. And I tried not to laugh, but the guy behind him, the soldier that was in, he started laughing, and I couldn't stop.
Well,
I started. Oh yeah, and I laughed, and I'll tell you, it was hell for 8 weeks. That son of a bitch gave me every freaking dirty detail you can imagine. He was madder than a hornet.
Thank you, Karma.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth. That's God's truth. Yeah.
Well, that's not a very good beginning, is it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But it was a good end, though. I got out and I got an honorable discharge, and that was it. No more.
And you didn't have to kill a person.
No. I had orders to go to Nam, like I said, but they canceled out. That's because I was a 2-year man, not a 3.
Yeah, like Kat was saying earlier, we're lucky that we didn't have to go through war in our time.
You were there for that, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys all fucking day, pretty much. I had a nap once. I fell asleep while you guys are talking.
It's a terrible thing to see my friends come back. Terrible thing. But, again, yeah, it's just.
The whole thing is sad.
I'll figure this way. The people who cause the trouble, if they ain't out there in the front line protecting our private or our freedom, then I ain't going. They're sitting back eating steak and laughing their asses off.
How does going to somebody else's country and murdering them help your freedom?
It doesn't. It's all part of the system, the game, you know what it's all about.
Yeah, I do. I'm just
Yeah.
making the point that there's
Yeah.
no, the only way you'd be fighting for your freedom is if you're fighting on your own land.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're fighting in the land that you live in
Oh,
and
that's-
you're trying
yeah.
to, somebody's trying to take over, then I guess you have to fight. But that's defense. That's not going in offense.
Well, like Nude said, we're getting lack of food lately. I'm starting to see other items
Yeah.
taking the place
There's
of the
no
items that are in
food.
the,
It's it's all. There's no food left in the grocery store. It's all toxic poison.
Well, yeah, it's true too.
That's why I'm so skinny now, because I can't eat. It's just all fucking sick, gross shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, like Nude said, oh, there's Van Eric. Well,
yeah. Oh, yeah. I said I was being right back. I had to finish cooking my beans.
Beans.
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, buttermilk beans.
Yummy.
Ooh.
They've only frozen soups because they had beans in them.
What's your address? I'll be over.
I gave them away already.
Where are you, Vaughn? In the States. What state are you from?
Maryland.
Oh, right on. I was just curious whereabouts you are.
Huh?
I was just curious whereabouts you are.
Oh,
Close to the
yeah.
White House.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Yeah.
Close to the White House.
Yeah. 45 minutes away.
Us
Every
three
time-
are pretty. Us three left on the panel besides you are pretty close to each other.
Oh, yeah. Sure is.
I'm about an hour and a half away from Wrights.
Four people.
Oh yeah, well, Nude,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
not really here, is he?
No, me.
Yeah, I was
Right?
including
Me,
you.
you, and
Wright.
Von Eric.
No, I'm far away from y'all.
That's what I'm saying. Us three are close together, and Vaughn's far away.
Oh, you were seeing that as far away. I lived in
Well, compared
RV.
to us, so we're all really close.
I lived in a motorhome for 10 and a half years with an American boyfriend. So we were crossing the border every 6 months for 10 and a half years.
Shitty.
And
Wow.
yeah, so but that way we didn't have to pay rent or anything. We just took our house across the border and set up every 6 months because the Americans will don't let you stay for longer than 6 months, and the Canadians don't let you stay for longer than 6 months. So we kept on doing that. So we were up and down 95 a lot. And so going to Maryland was just part of our trip on the way down to Florida or Arizona or whatever, right? So when we'd go on the I-95, every fucking year, it never stopped. There was always construction on the highway, and it slows everybody down. You can't get anywhere trying to get through Washington. You have to sit in that fucking crap traffic.
Yeah, it was like 495, right?
190. Sorry, just 95. I-95.
I-95. Okay.
Yeah, and so I was scared. I was scared of not Washington so much because, I figured if you get anywhere near the president, everybody's going to be up your ass, right? So I would unplug. I'd take the SIM out of my phone, turn it off. I'd close down my computer because I'd always have it running, as we're traveling. I just closed down everything so they couldn't read anything. One time, the traffic was so bad, Theo wanted to go get off and sit in a parking lot in Washington until it was over. I was like, please no, please no, please no. And we did. We ended up sitting in some parking lot of a mall and waiting for it. And I was like, what am I going to do? I can't turn my computer on, nothing. It was hell. But for some reason, they never finished the construction on I-95. So I figured all those trucks and orange barrels and shit, there's probably like cameras and recording devices, and they're probably trying to pick up what's going on in the cars on the way. It just makes me paranoid.
Wow, you are paranoid.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you find out about the damn equipment that they've got.
No, this shit is all out there and it does happen, but you shouldn't live your life being
In
paranoid about shit. In fear, exactly.
The only thing scarier than an American is an Israeli.
What?
I'm got a fear of fat guy with mustache. I have phobia of fat guys with mustaches.
I
Come
shouldn't
on,
have said
Jeremy.
American. I should have said America, not the Americans. I love being with the Americans, but it was just the I didn't want to get trapped there. And there was times, look at the COVID shit. People got trapped down there and couldn't come across. And then it was when
I
Trump
was in
was being
Costa
elected.
Rica
Were you?
and I couldn't get back. They wanted me to spend 2 weeks in a Trudeau camp
Yeah.
Oh wow. What was
The
this?
hotel. The
What
hotel.
was this?
during COVID.
Oh,
I
what?
left. I took
Oh,
off.
What did you hit?
And I tried to move to Costa Rica. I was going down there to live, and I actually got bad health and figured out it was too tough to do it because of all the red tape and bullshit.
Right.
So I wanted to come back home, and it was hell to get back. They wanted to put me in quarantine and more COVID tests, and yeah, it was because I didn't have a vaccine, right? The Kool-Aid shot.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was really brave of you to at least attempt it, even. Because
Yeah,
Thanks.
my mom lives in Thailand.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, my mom, she lives in Thailand, her and her husband. They haven't
Nice.
been
Yeah.
back since.
They haven't been back since?
Nope. They left around the cold just before, probably like a few years
Why
before.
did they go there?
Actually, her husband was in the war. Well, he was, Vietnam. And
Thailand was in a war.
no, her husband is American.
Oh.
And he visited there. He was there. I think he was stationed there, and he liked it, so that's what he went back.
But they probably have just as bad COVID restrictions as everyone else.
She said they did at the beginning, but no, not like it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It lasted a long time.
It was bad for people that was coming in. It was bad on them because they had to you had to come in, be quarantined for like 14 days, and then you can leave. Then when you leave, you had to be quarantined for 14, and then sometimes it was 7 to 14. It depends on what they might have seen. They were like, "Well, we think that since you didn't have the shot, since you didn't have the shot, it was 14 days. If you had the shot, it'd be 7 days."
Well, in Canada, up until October 2022, you had to have the shot. And you couldn't even have a piece of paper to show that you had the shot. You had to have the app on your phone. There was an old guy, I saw a video of an old guy, and the daughter was trying to get him. She could get through because she had that app on her phone, but he didn't deal with phones and shit like that, right? So, but he had a piece of paper to prove that he had his Kool-Aid.
Oh,
They
shit.
wouldn't friggin' accept it. What?
The thing is, it's what really got bad because, well, where my mom is, and I was like, I thought they was going to do this everywhere. When you went in the second time, it was you had to wait, and then it was some other time they redid the rules and said you had to get insurance.
Oh,
Yeah,
what a racket.
yeah, you had to get insurance. I thought they was going to do that everywhere.
You mean health insurance or COVID insurance?
COVID insurance, just in case
Wow.
you got it, or just in case you might get it coming in and leaving, you had to get insurance.
This is in the States or in Thailand?
In Thailand.
Oh,
I had to get that traveling to Costa Rica.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
what? The shot?
No,
Oh,
the insurance.
oh, the insurance.
Oh, the COVID insurance?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, they wouldn't
That's
let me
what-
travel there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, Mom, they may do that everywhere. So yeah, they must.
Yeah.
Make that sure.
I think it's pretty much universal, the COVID restrictions in pretty much every country are the same,
Yeah, it
pretty
was
close.
It was a whole protocol.
Excuse me, everybody. I'm going to
Shut
start
this
another
down.
stream up. No, I'm going to start. Yeah, that's it. You guys didn't pay.
I'll say goodbye to you now because I don't want to get into another 12 hours. I got to do something human.
Yeah, and I'm off too. Thanks, Rights. Thanks
Yeah,
for
thanks,
having me up.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
and eat.
thanks for having us.
All right, no problem.
And do it again soon, man.
Oh yeah. Well, next Friday we usually do it on Friday, so I'll just keep
Yeah, but
watching my
so
videos.
late.
That's all.
You guys
Huh?
start
Well,
so
no.
late. Why do you start so late?
The reason why, no, we were supposed to start at 6 my time, but Guru had
Yeah.
to do something.
Hmm?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Guru had to do something, so I had to wait. You know,
What y'all wait on him for?
huh?
Because you can't run a stream
Wait
by
on him
yourself.
for? Is Guru your father or your
Fuck
No,
Guru?
but it's weird talking to yourself. You know, you can't. You know,
Oh,
I mean, I show my videos, I discuss it a little bit,
Yeah.
and I don't
can
want
do
to sit
it
out here
for
and talk to
hours.
myself.
Yeah.
I can do it for hours all by myself.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like being on here really, you know, but I do it just to get everybody out on board to voice their opinion, to show other
Yeah, but
people.
I got
You know?
shit to say, man.
that's good.
Actually, I've been disappointed. Like looking forward to hearing you guys talking. Like the last couple of Fridays, you do it so late. I'm like, I guess they're not doing it. I go to bed and I get up Saturday morning and there you are.
Yeah.
I'm like, for fuck's sakes, I start so late, man.
That's why I'll talk to Nude and see if we can get something going at 5 or something like that. So my time.
Yeah.
So
Well,
And
don't go
don't
out of your
forget,
way.
you
I
used to
just
come to mine too, Dan. You used to come to mine.
yeah. All right. Well, on that note, well, thanks for having us, and we'll talk to you again.
all right, when you guys leave, just put some money in the basket, will you please?
All right. I'll send you
I'll
5.
put some Vaseline in there. Grease your
Good night,
palm.
y'all, and fuck you, Rue. If you ever hear this thing.
Rue?
Rue. Guru.
Oh, Guru. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so there's a character named Jamie that's on the Drama Trolls, and he always ends his goodbyes with saying insults to certain people. And there's somebody named Rue, and he always has some horrible thing to say to Rue before he gets off the panel. I'm like, does he even know Jamie? I'm like, why is he saying
No, I
that?
just called
But he meant
Guru for short.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, nice to see you
One
again.
more thing before you guys take off. Excuse me for a minute.
What?
Does anybody know Silver Girl?
No.
I don't know her.
She never comes up here and talks. I don't understand. You know, I don't know. She's a beautiful person, but sure like to have her up here one of these days.
I think Silver Girl is part of the prepper community.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is there?
Mm-hmm. I think she's part of the prepper community.
That's how you do it.
And Guru I met Guru at.
He was in a prepper one.
Yeah, I'm part of the prepper community. Yeah.
I'm a prepper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just don't have a community. But I mean, when I say I'm a prepper, I've got bins of food for when the zombie apocalypse hits.
What's
and
your
it looks
address?
like now,
What's your address? I'm hungry already.
it's mostly spaghetti and craft dinner, but I have what I can get, right? I have everything that I can get, but I'm not like a serious prepper where I have a community or anything like that.
Well, I gotta ask Dan something. Dan, you got a mustache?
No. Well, actually, yeah. Right now, I haven't shaved in a couple of weeks, so I got a
Good.
goatee mustache.
Okay. When he comes to your house, make him fat and have a mustache, will you?
Oh,
Ron
man.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
All right. Good night. I'm going.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Bon Air.
Everybody, you want to say goodbye to everybody here? Everybody?
Yes, please. I also want to give Bon Air my address on the YouTubes so that maybe he'll come and be part of my talk.
Yeah, you put it in the private chat. I'll click on it now. Can you put it in there?
Okay, I just gotta get it first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we gotta go.
But. If I start clicking, you're gonna have to tell me because when I go to the other windows, it draws on the computer.
Okay. Tell me when you got it, Baron Eric, and I'll shut it down then.
I didn't put it in yet. Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Go, we'll wait for you.
Excuse me.
Okay, so my name that I go by is Miss Cat. My name's Kathleen in real life. And my handle is Sweetleaf with 2 E's. So if you lose it or something, it's at Sweetleaf with 2 E's and 2 E's, not EAF. It's LEEF.
That's your YouTube channel?
Yes. And you'll see my
Sweetleaf.
Sweetleaf, yes. I got the address now. I gotta find the window. Where you're in. Ah, okay. Okay, it's in the window now. In the chat window.
Which one?
I'll open play chat.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta go into his hold on. Okay, I just subscribe to you.
Cool, thank you very much. I hope to see you. I really love talking to you. I love the perspectives that you give, and I hope to do it again. Rights, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This has been a real fun time. And
Kate,
me and Nude
anytime.
got away without killing each other. And please don't forget to tell him I won.
I will. I'll make sure of that, and I will. Van Eric. No, I will. I promise you. Van Eric, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it, and you too, Kate. I thank you, every one of you guys.
No problem.
Goodbye to anybody listening in chat. We appreciate you being here.
Goodbye, Silver Girls. Much blessings, and much blessings to everybody. Bye bye.
Bye bye, Silver Girl.